Chapter 1. The Engagement of the Poor Boy and the Aristocratic Family. In a private room of a high-end tea house in Jiangbei City, a middle-aged woman adorned in gold and jewels pointed an accusatory finger at a handsome young man. Zhou Zheng, you are engaged to Yunyao, yet you are merely a probationary police officer. Ask yourself, do you truly believe you are worthy of my daughter? Can you provide her with happiness? The young man, named Zhou Zheng, served as a probationary officer at the Qiaobei police station. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, who, before passing away, presented him with a yellowed marriage certificate, instructing him to marry Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. The Chu family was renowned in Jiangbei, one of the four great wealthy families with a fortune in the billions. Their only daughter, Chu Yunyao, was a breathtaking beauty, the dream goddess of all young men in Jiangbei. The disparity in wealth and social standing between the two families was immense. Yet his grandfather had remarked that a union between the Zhou and Chu families was akin to smoke rising from ancestral graves, or rather, the graves themselves ablaze. Zhou Zheng thought his grandfather was speaking nonsense. He had no idea how the marriage certificate had come into existence. Before he could inquire further, the old man had passed away. After handling his grandfather's affairs, Zhou Zheng dialed the number listed on the marriage certificate, and the Chu family arranged to meet him at Jiqing Tea House. Present were Chu Yunyao and her parents. Upon revealing the marriage certificate, Chu Yunyao's mother erupted in anger, leading to the earlier confrontation. Zhou Zheng, upon hearing her words, could only shake his head and smile wryly. The Chu family was a prominent figure in Jiangbei, and Chu Yunyao was born into wealth and beauty. He, a mere probationary officer, found it indeed difficult to reach the heights of the Chu family. Mother, your words are rather harsh, Chu Yunyao interjected, her fair face displaying a hint of compassion. Zhou Zheng felt warmth in his heart. Not only was Chu Yunyao stunning, but she also possessed a kind spirit. Marrying her would indeed be a wonderful choice, yet an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's father spoke up. Zhou Zheng, while the engagement was arranged by our elders, and we should not break the agreement, you are aware that the disparity between our families is vast. As the saying goes, the door does not match the household. I believe it would be best to consider this engagement null and void. As for you, I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed. Here is a card containing 5 million, a token of compensation from the Chu family. With that, Chu's father placed a golden card on the table and gently pushed it towards Zhou Zheng. Uncle Chu. Zhou Zheng did not even glance at the golden card, speaking with quiet dignity. I shall not accept this 5 million. Chu's father's expression shifted, presuming Zhou Zheng found the sum insufficient. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Zhou Zheng, young man, do not be greedy. 5 million is no small amount for a police officer earning a mere few thousand a month. Uncle Chu, I believe you misunderstand. Zhou Zheng rose, speaking earnestly. I have not come here to compel the Chu family to marry their daughter to me, but rather to honor my grandfather's wishes. Since the Chu family does not desire this marriage, let us consider the matter concluded. Rip. Zhou Zheng forcefully tore the marriage certificate into shreds, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. Although Zhou Zheng's actions were contrary to propriety, the expressions on the faces of Chu's father and mother revealed their unspoken joy at his initiative to annul the engagement. Wait! Chu Yunyao suddenly called out, stopping Zhou Zheng in his tracks. He turned back, confusion etched across his face. What is it, Miss Chu? Do you have something to say to this impoverished fellow? Pointing at Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao retorted, Zhou Zheng, my name is also on that marriage certificate. Did you obtain my consent before tearing it up? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Wasn't the dissolution of the engagement precisely what the Chu family desired? What was Chu Yunyao playing at? Yao, stop fooling around. Having finally pressured Zhou Zheng into annulling the engagement, Chu's mother quickly shot a warning glance at her daughter, fearing that she was about to cause more trouble. However, Chu Yunyao remained oblivious. Father, mother, my engagement to Zhou Zheng was arranged by Grandma years ago. Although Grandma is now in a vegetative state and cannot make decisions, you as her elders cannot force Zhou Zheng to withdraw from our engagement, can you? Her words left Chu's parents blushing with embarrassment. They too felt that it was somewhat excessive for two elders to impose their will upon a younger generation. Nonetheless, their daughter must never marry this poor man. Chu's father adjusted his tortoiseshell glasses and replied, Yao, this engagement was decided many years ago by your grandmother and Zhou Zheng's grandfather. We live in a new era now, where arranged marriages are a thing of the past. Your father and mother only wish for your future happiness. Zhou Zheng is voluntarily annulling the engagement. Why must you stir up trouble? Let this marriage be concluded. No. Chu Yunyao's resolute declaration came forth without hesitation. Grandma cherished me the most, although she may no longer be conscious. I will never betray her promise. Yao, you are being unreasonable. Zhou Zheng is merely an interned police officer, unable to support himself. What can he offer you in terms of happiness? Chu's father's expression darkened as he raised his voice in reprimand. Chu Yunyao shot back defiantly. I don't care. Grandma taught me to be a person of integrity and to honor my promises. Even if Zhou Zheng were a beggar, I would not regret this marriage. You Chu's father was so enraged that he turned pale, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu's mother quickly stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on his chest and whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing her, Chu's father's eyes flickered with thought, and he nodded. Suddenly, his stance underwent a complete reversal. Yao, you are right, one must honor their commitments. We no longer oppose this marriage, really? Chu Yunyao looked at her father with a mix of skepticism and hope. Indeed, however, Chu's father continued, Zhou Zheng is still an interned police officer without the means to establish a family. Let us propose this. Within 3 years, if he can attain the rank of police inspector by then, you shall marry. If he cannot achieve this, it will only illustrate his inability to provide you with happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng's expression inevitably darkened. Was this not absurd? As someone entrenched within the police system, how could he not comprehend the implications? A probationary officer typically ascends to the rank of inspector after 1 year, while the journey from an inspector to a senior inspector normally spans 18 years, with most individuals reaching the latter rank marking the pinnacle of their careers, as for the rank of police supervisor. It is akin to a mythical figure in why attaining this level does not occur through mere automatic promotion. Whether it be 3 years or 30, one would not dare assert the likelihood of achieving the rank of supervisor. Chu's father and mother were evidently setting a trap, employing a more tactful approach to dismantle the engagement. Though Chu Yunyao possessed ample physical allure, she was not devoid of intellect. Swiftly unraveling her parents' scheme, with a face as cold as ice, she indignantly declared, Zhou Zheng, do you have the household registration book? Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate this very moment. Following her proclamation, she cast a defiant glance at her parents. You dare! Chu's father bellowed in fury. If you dare to marry Zhou Zheng, I shall sever all ties with you. Suit yourself, Chu Yunyao retorted, grasping Zhou Zheng's hand and resolutely departing towards the tea house's exit without a backward glance. Hey Yunyao! Chu's mother exclaimed, flustered, stamping her foot in exasperation. Old Chu, how could you utter such heartless words? Chu's father was equally incensed, his face a canvas of varying hues. As he watched his daughter and Zhou Zheng's figures fade from view, he sank into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. The daughter has fled, and you still have the leisure to sip tea? What is there to panic about? Chu's father retorted, chastising his wife. Yunyao has been spoiled by you. She is currently in a rebellious phase. Further interference will only exacerbate the situation. What then? Shall we simply stand by and allow them to marry without intervention? I clearly saw Yunyao holding the household registration book. It matters not even if they were to marry. It would mean nothing. The Chu family does not recognize such a union. I will promptly notify the bank to freeze Yunyao supplementary card. She has always lived in luxury and has never tasted the bitterness of poverty. A period of financial strain will surely bring her back to her senses. But what if Zhou Zheng takes advantage of our Yunyao? He shall not. Chu's father waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Zheng exudes integrity. He does not strike me as a reckless individual. You two should not remain idle. Call Yunyao's friends and ensure that no one offers her any assistance during this time. At that moment, Chu's father brimmed with confidence. He could not fathom that his daughter would persist in her resolve to remain in poverty without returning home. Chapter 2. Ding. The external assistance arrives outside the tea house. A gentle breeze roused Zhou Zheng from his bewilderment. Chu Yunyao, do you truly wish to register our marriage? Of course. Chu Yunyao nodded affirmatively, only to realize that her delicate hand was still tightly clasping Zhou Zheng's. She quickly released it, a rosy blush creeping over her fair face. The once glacial sensation of his hand slipped away, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. However, today marks our first encounter. We barely know one another. If this is merely a whim, then perhaps we should reconsider. Chu Yunyao brushed a stray lock of hair that the wind had tousled. I am not acting on impulse. I have even prepared the household registration in advance. I believe in keeping promises, and I wish to provide my grandmother with an explanation. As for your background, my father wasted no time in conducting inquiries. You possess commendable character, have been diligent in your studies since childhood, raised by your grandfather, and have excelled into the police academy, currently serving as an intern officer at the Qiaobei police station, earning a monthly salary of 5,200. Most importantly, you are currently unattached. Zhou Zheng felt a pang at that last remark. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Chu family wielded considerable influence. Having thoroughly investigated his circumstances in such a brief span, I shall share my present situation as well. Chu Yunyao gazed at Zhou Zheng with her enchanting eyes. I graduated from Qingbei University with a degree in business administration. Rather than pursuing studies abroad, I directly entered the management of the family business. However, I have since had a falling out with my family and shall not return to the family company, effectively rendering myself unemployed. That said, I possess a secondary card with a substantial sum of over 1 million, which should suffice for our living expenses during this period. Of course, I do not intend to live off that. I will seek employment shortly. Zhou Zheng, please terminate your rental agreement. We shall move into a luxurious apartment shortly. Zhou Zheng pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. He initially had no desire to reside in an upscale neighborhood, but he did not wish for Chu Yunyao, born into affluence, to suffer due to his circumstances. Very well, Chu Yunyao, I am delighted to have you as my wife. Do not rejoice too soon. Chu Yunyao continued. I also have a 3-year agreement. Zhou Zheng raised his gaze to her. What do you mean? Do you wish for me to be promoted to a police supervisor within 3 years? Not at all. If you were to achieve that, I would certainly be happy for you, though I recognize it to be improbable. What I mean is, we will cohabitate for 3 years. And if we find ourselves incompatible within that time, we shall part ways. This way, we shall not violate the promises made by our elders, nor shall we compromise our own happiness. Zhou Zheng contemplated this arrangement, akin to marrying before truly falling in love. Living under the same roof with such a beautiful goddess for 3 years, even if they ultimately did not end up together, would still be worthwhile. Of course, there was also the possibility that they might find true happiness together. Chu Yunyao, your reasoning is sound, and I concur. During these 3 years, I can fulfill my responsibilities as a wife, such as managing household chores. However, I will not share the same bed with you. We can only attempt to engage in a platonic relationship. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment and countered, what about holding hands or embracing? Chu Yunyao hesitated briefly before nodding. Well, light affectionate gestures are acceptable. After all, we are married, and I would not refuse. If there are no objections, shall we proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage? Zhou Zheng certainly had no objections. He entered the white Panamera driven by Chu Yunyao, and the car sped towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please stand closer and smile, instructed the staff. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao leaned in together, their faces adorned with smiles. Click. After taking the wedding photo and affixing it to the red booklet, the staff stamped it with an official seal. Thus, they became a legally recognized couple. Exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau with their marriage certificate in hand, Zhou Zheng gazed at the enchanting Chu Yunyao, feeling as if he were in a dream. Chu Yunyao, why does this feel like a dream? Zhou Zheng, we are now legally married. From now on, you may call me Yunyao. Chu Yunyao lowered her head, searching for high-end residential listings on her phone, when her expression suddenly shifted, as if recalling something. Zhou Zheng, hurry and get in the car. My father might freeze my secondary card. The Panamera raced to the nearest bank. Upon inquiring, they discovered that it was too late. Chu Yunyao's secondary card had already been frozen. Oh no, my dad is trying to leave me with nothing. What a cunning move. Chu Yunyao lamented deeply. Then, with a serious demeanor, she said to Zhou Zheng, I am currently penniless and have fallen out with my family. I will stay in your rental apartment. You must support me from now on. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of guilt, momentarily at a loss for words. Huh. Chu Yunyao suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I was just joking. Why so serious? Yunyao, rest assured, I will work hard to support you. I will ensure you live a better life. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his masculine pride surging forth, only to feel a twinge of regret and embarrassment afterward. After attending to his grandfather's funeral, his savings had dwindled to a meager amount, with a 5-digit password guarding only a 2-digit balance, which was truly disheartening. His monthly salary was a mere 5,000, and after rent and daily expenses, little remained. As someone living paycheck to paycheck, how could he support the daughter of a wealthy family like Chu Yunyao? The challenge of managing their living situation loomed large. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao bestowed Zhou Zheng with a knowing smile. She was well aware of his financial circumstances. However, his willingness to try was sufficient for her. Zhou Zheng, where there's a will, there's a way. Besides, I'm not entirely idle. Life will surely improve. Chu Yunyao said optimistically, suddenly rubbing her stomach. I'm a bit hungry. What shall we have for lunch? During their first dinner together, Zhou Zheng naturally desired to choose a restaurant of a slightly higher caliber. However, feeling somewhat financially constrained, he hesitantly suggested, how about we return to my apartment and prepare our own meal? It would also give you a chance to settle in. That sounds wonderful. Chu Yunyao replied, displaying no sign of displeasure. She had long grown weary of dining out. The allure of a home-cooked meal was far more enticing to her. The two arrived at Zhou Zheng's rented apartment, a modest 80-square-meter two-bedroom unit. Though the space was small and the furnishings somewhat antiquated, it was impeccably tidy and dust-free. Chu Yunyao nodded to herself, pleased to note that Zhou Zheng was not a slovenly individual. Yunyao, the guest room is yours. It's a bit smaller than the master bedroom, but if it doesn't suit you, feel free to take the master bedroom, and I shall occupy the guest room, he offered. No need, I find it quite pleasant. Having grown accustomed to the emptiness of larger spaces, Chu Yunyao felt a sense of warmth and security in the cozier environment. All right, Yunyao, you take a break while I prepare dinner, Zhou Zheng suggested. Let's cook together, Chu Yunyao exclaimed. Even a wealthy heiress can cook? Zhou Zheng inquired. Of course. I learned from my grandmother during my childhood. Besides, one doesn't need to have eaten pork to have seen pigs run, right? As they entered the kitchen, it became evident that Chu Yunyao could indeed cook, albeit her skills paled in comparison to Zhou Zheng's. Before long, she found herself relegated to assisting him. Soon enough, the meal was ready, for dishes and a soup. Although they were all simple home-cooked dishes, they were visually appealing and fragrant. Wow, it smells amazing. The flavor must be delightful, Zhou Zheng said, handing her a generous bowl of white rice. Yunyao, you must be famished. Dig in, she gasped, staring at the heaping bowl. So much? Zhou Zheng, you're not trying to fatten me up like a pig, are you? If you can't finish it, just leave the rest. It may look like a lot, but it's not really that much. As the delectable aromas wafted from the table, Chu Yunyao's appetite was piqued, and she accepted the bowl without hesitation. She took a mouthful of vegetables followed by a bite of rice. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. She found Zhou Zheng's cooking to be much lighter than restaurant fare, yet exceedingly tasty. Zhou Zheng, I never expected your culinary skills to be this impressive. Who taught you? I taught myself, he replied modestly. Before long, Chu Yunyao had consumed over half a bowl of rice. While her rationality urged her to stop, her desires urged her to continue. What if I want more? Oh no, I'll definitely gain 3 pounds today. Zhou Zheng chuckled, if it's delicious. Eat a little more. I adore plump and rosy wives. You're insufferable. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Zhou Zheng noticed a shimmering white pentagram appear above Chu Yunyao's head. What is that? He wondered, reaching out instinctively. The star vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Reward system bound. Congratulations, host. You have received a 1-star reward. Luck value permanently doubled. The beginner's gift package has been distributed. Congratulations on achieving a 10-fold critical hit, and the host's luck has temporarily increased 20-fold. Chapter 3. The mystery of heritage. The voice echoing in Zhou Zheng's mind rendered him momentarily speechless. A system? Having often perused tomato novels, he was well aware of what a system entailed. It was akin to an external aid, an extraordinary force capable of altering one's fate. Now, having married Chu Yunyao and cohabited with her, he unexpectedly acquired this system. A surge of excitement coursed through him, accompanied by an indescribable sense of comfort. With a temporary enhancement of his luck value to 20-fold, was he not destined for extraordinary fortune? Envisioning himself finding money on the street, winning the lottery, or experiencing serendipitous windfalls seemed no longer mere fantasies. Zhou Zheng's heart raced with anticipation, eager to experience the effects of such extraordinary luck. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyao set down her utensils, gently caressing her round belly, feeling both full and slightly embarrassed. After all, this was their first meal together, and she felt it lacked the grace expected of a lady to eat to such excess. Yunyao, are you full? Yes, I am full. Then why don't you rest a bit? I'll take care of the dishes. Zhou Zheng said as he began to tidy up the tableware. Let me handle it. Chu Yunyao swiftly snatched the dishes from his hands. Zhou Zheng, you cooked, so allow me to take care of the cleaning. Observing her delicate hands, Zhou Zheng mused that this affluent young lady likely had never engaged in such laborious tasks. Yunyao, are you sure you can manage? What do you mean? Of course, I can. Chu Yunyao replied confidently, her tone brimming with assurance. Carrying the dishes, she walked to the kitchen, placing them in the sink, rolling up her sleeves, and commenced washing them. As she bent over, her back formed an elegant arc, and amidst the sound of rushing water, she busied herself. Suddenly, crash-ah! Zhou Zheng heard the noise and hurried into the kitchen, only to find several shards of a porcelain bowl scattered on the floor. Chu Yunyao appeared somewhat embarrassed and flustered. Zhou Zheng, I accidentally broke a bowl. Feigning indifference, Zhou Zheng replied, what's the big deal? It's just a bowl. Besides, breaking something can symbolize safety and peace. That's a good omen. Realizing he was attempting to comfort her, Chu Yunyao wiped the droplets of water from her face with her fingers, feeling regretful. But I feel so clumsy. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, I've disliked that bowl since yesterday. I've been wanting to break it, but never found the time. You've done me a favor, so I should thank you. Puffed his words elicited laughter from Chu Yunyao, her fair face blooming with a radiant smile, her spirits lifted significantly. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect you to be so amusing. Haraha. It seems we must work together. As the saying goes, when men and women collaborate, work becomes less tedious. Zhou Zheng rolled up his sleeves and joined her in the dishwashing endeavor. Soon, they completed the task, leaving the kitchen immaculate and the dishes neatly arranged. Chu Yunyao surveyed the orderly kitchen, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Usually, she had a maid to attend to her daily needs and had never experienced the joy derived from labor. Yunyao, you must be tired. Please take a seat. Zhou Zheng harbored a profound admiration for Chu Yunyao, for as a princess of the Chu family, she exhibited none of the typical airs associated with royalty. Zhou Zheng, I am not fatigued. If you find yourself weary, do take a rest. I still need to submit my resume online, striving to secure employment as swiftly as possible. This household cannot solely depend on your income for sustenance, can it? Very well, Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Yunyao noticed a weathered brown leather trunk tucked away in the corner. The trunk, bearing an antiquated design, showed signs of age, its red lettering mostly faded beyond recognition. Zhou Zheng, does your family possess a trunk like this one? It wouldn't happen to be a relic of your grandfather, would it? Zhou Zheng nodded, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. What is it? Have you encountered such a trunk before? Indeed, my grandmother owned a similar trunk, a reward bestowed upon her for her valor during the war. Zhou Zheng's interest was piqued. Yunyao, do you know how my grandfather met your grandmother and how our marriage pact was established? In my youth, my grandfather never mentioned this matter. He only revealed the existence of the engagement shortly before his passing. I know a little. My grandmother had indeed mentioned it a few times. Well, that tale is rather lengthy. Chu Yunyao settled into her chair, gazing out at the fluffy clouds, and began to recount. Decades ago, during the tumult of war, Zhou Zheng's grandfather served as a bodyguard to a certain commander. During a fierce battle, he sustained grave injuries and was transported to a makeshift hospital at the rear for treatment. The commander issued orders to the hospital director, insisting that every effort be made to save his bodyguard. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyao's grandmother, a medical aide, was assigned to care for Zhou Zheng's grandfather, attending to him day and night. Ultimately, Zhou Zheng's grandfather emerged from the brink of death, and the two developed a bond, vowing to marry once the war concluded. After his recovery, Zhou Zheng's grandfather returned to duty, continuing to fight alongside the commander. Chu Yunyao's grandmother awaited the end of the war, but even after the demobilization, Zhou Zheng's grandfather did not return. Later, due to certain circumstances, the commander was reassigned to a farm in the remote northwest for re-education, and his family and associates faced repercussions as well. Zhou Zheng's grandfather became untraceable. Believing him to be deceased, and under familial pressure, Chu Yunyao's grandmother married Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Eventually, Zhou Zheng's grandfather reappeared in search of Chu Yunyao's grandmother, and their reunion was fraught with emotion. He refrained from delving into the past, merely stating that he knew there was a granddaughter of the Chu family and a grandson of his own, hence his desire to forge a union between their families. Without hesitation, Chu Yunyao's grandmother agreed, thus formalizing the marriage contract. Upon hearing this narrative, Zhou Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. His grandfather had once shared a romantic history with Chu Yunyao's grandmother, yet he had never uttered a word of it during his lifetime. While assisting his grandfather with bathing, Zhou Zheng had noticed the multitude of scars adorning his body and had inquired about their origins, but his grandfather had remained silent. Now, it dawned on him that his grandfather had been a soldier shaped by the crucible of war. As Zhou Zheng stood in solemn respect, a wave of emotion washed over him. He recalled that during his early years, his only companion was his grandfather. He had never laid eyes on his parents. His grandfather had claimed they were deceased, and further inquiries yielded no additional information. Yunyao, has your grandmother ever mentioned anything about the next generation of my grandfather? Specifically my parents? Chu Yunyao shook her head, replying no. The only information I possess is this. It was indeed peculiar. Her father had attempted to gather information about Zhou's family, yet details regarding his parents and grandfather remained elusive. Truth be told, I am quite curious about your uncle and aunt as well. Zhou Zheng sighed with a bitter smile. I have never seen my parents. With my grandfather's passing, it is likely that no one knows anything about them. A spark of inspiration struck Chu Yunyao as she pointed to a box. Why not open this box? It may contain information about your parents. Zhou Zheng shook his head. This box is secured with a combination lock, and I am unaware of the password. I would never resort to forceful destruction. Moreover, my grandfather instructed me to bury his ashes alongside this box in our hometown after his death. Chapter 4. 20-fold luck. Zhou Zheng was unwilling to resort to violence to open the box, and naturally, Chu Yunyao did not press him. After exchanging a few idle words, Chu Yunyao opened her laptop and began searching for job opportunities online, submitting her application materials to various companies. Having quarreled with her parents and left with nothing but a few thousand yuan in her WeChat account, she had not even packed a change of clothes. Zhou Zheng was not affluent either, so she understood the necessity of finding employment as soon as possible to avoid living off dwindling resources. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng returned to his room, intending to rest for a while, as he had to report for duty at the Qiaobei police station that evening. However, as he lay on the bed, sleep eluded him, and his mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Questions swirled within him. What exactly was in his grandfather's box? What were the mysteries surrounding his lineage? What was the significance of a 20-fold increase in luck? Where would it manifest? At 4 in the afternoon, unable to lie still any longer, Zhou Zheng sprang from his bed and exited his bedroom. The enigma of his parents and his heritage could wait. His primary focus now was how to leverage the system for an improved life. In the living room, Chu Yunyao was still clicking through web pages, submitting her resumes. Yunyao, I'll be on duty at the station tonight. Are you afraid to be home alone? Chu Yunyao turned to him and replied, not at all. When I was living with my parents, they often stayed out late for social engagements. I'm quite used to it. That's good to hear. Zhou Zheng nodded. Let me add you on WeChat and exchange phone numbers. If anything comes up, notify me immediately. As he pulled out his phone, he suddenly chuckled. It's amusing that though we are legally married, we don't even have each other's contact information. Haha. Chu Yunyao found it amusing as well and laughed heartily. She took out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat details and phone numbers. By the way, Yunyao, what are you planning to eat tonight? I'll decide when I get hungry. I usually only have a bit of fruit or vegetables in the evening. Oh, there's fruit in the fridge. Help yourself if you like. I know, Zhou Zheng. Don't treat me like a guest. I am also the mistress of this house. All right then. I'll be on my way. Wait. Chu Yunyao stood up, retrieved the key to her palamara, and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Take my car to work. I want to be going out this afternoon or evening anyway. Looking at the sleek key to the luxury car, Zhou Zheng felt a twinge of temptation. After all, he had never driven a vehicle worth millions. He contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. No need. Driving such an extravagant car to work would draw too much attention, which is not ideal. I'll just ride my electric bike. All right then, take care on your way. Chu Yunyao did not insist further. Zhou Zheng left the rented apartment and rode his beloved electric bike down the street. However, his destination was not the Qiaobei police station, but rather a lottery shop not far from the community. He deliberately left home 2 hours early, hoping to try his luck at the lottery shop. Recently acquired, he was still in the exploration phase, and, being in need of money, scratching lottery tickets seemed a promising choice. Upon entering the lottery shop, he found it deserted. In this day and age, the common folk have become increasingly discerning. The shop owner, idly seated and engrossed in his phone, promptly stood up to greet the customer. Young man, you've arrived. Yes, I'm here. Boss, give me 10 scratch-off tickets. Certainly. Zhou Zheng exchanged 100 yuan for 10 scratch-off tickets, each valued at 10 yuan. The moment of truth had arrived. Zhou Zheng sat at a table, picked up the metal spoon specially provided for enthusiasts, and began to scratch the tickets. Before long, he finished the first ticket, only to find he had not won. This shouldn't be. Is this what 20 times luck amounts to? He murmured to himself, proceeding to scratch the second ticket. A win. Upon completing the second ticket, Zhou Zheng felt a surge of excitement. The second ticket yielded 200 yuan. Not only had he recouped his initial investment, but he had also earned an additional 100 yuan. He continued to scratch. The third ticket brought in 500 yuan. The fourth yielded 1,000 yuan. The fifth ticket won 500 yuan. The sixth ticket also netted 1,000 yuan. In no time, he had scratched all 10 tickets. Only the first was a dud. The remaining 9 were winners. Zhou Zheng could not help but feel elated. Indeed, the 20 times luck was remarkably potent, making the odds of winning seem exceedingly favorable. Boss, it's time to claim my winnings. Zhou Zheng placed the 9 winning tickets on the counter. The shop owner looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief at the stack of winning tickets. Goodness, young man, you bought 10 scratch-off tickets and won them all. Not quite, I won 9. Just 9. The owner thought to himself, incredulous. The odds of winning on scratch-off tickets are typically low. Managing to win on 1 out of 10 is already considered fortunate. And those are usually modest prizes. After verifying the tickets, the total came to 6,700 yuan. Wow, so much. The shop owner was taken aback. Young man, you're quite lucky. Winning 9 out of 10 tickets, with half being 1,000 yuan prizes. Impressive indeed. The owner couldn't help but praise him. A hint of envy in his tone. He promptly counted out 6,700 yuan and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Would you like to try your luck again? Zhou Zheng glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still time. Let us go for another 10 scratch-off tickets. Of course. The owner extracted 100 yuan from the pile and handed it along with 10 scratch-off tickets to Zhou Zheng. In no time, he had scratched off the second set of 10 tickets, discovering 8 wins this time, each netting 1,000 yuan. Boss, I'd like to claim my winnings. My goodness, you've won so much again. The owner counted, totaling 8,000 yuan. Young man, you are the luckiest person I have encountered since opening this lottery shop. Would you like to try a few more tickets? This time, Zhou Zheng waved his hand in refusal. He was uncertain whether his 20 times luck had been exhausted. Moreover, scratch cards possess an addictive quality akin to gambling, and succumbing to their allure can lead one astray. Investing 200, winning 14,700 is already quite commendable. Such funds could sustain one for a while. Boss, I'm done with that. Please purchase 100 yuan worth of double chromosphere for me. Choosing a random bet with 50 times the stake, the young man sought to strike it rich, prompting a chuckle from the proprietor as he filled out a ticket and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Receiving the ticket, Zhou Zheng tucked it into his pocket and turned to depart. The lottery shop owner watched his retreating figure, giving a thumbs up. This young man possesses remarkable willpower. If I had such fortune, I would sweep the entire stock of scratch cards. Zhou Zheng rode his electric bike along the sidewalk, in high spirits. With a daily fortune multiplier of 20 times, merely scratching tickets could suffice to support Chu Yunyao. Alas, such fortune is fleeting. Although Chu Yunyao is an assertive and independent young woman, living with a goddess without financial means is rather awkward. With an hour and a half remaining before work, Zhou Zheng intentionally left 2 hours early, wary of any potential mishaps while experiencing his temporary good fortune. Fortunately, all remained normal thus far. At that moment, he noticed a crowd gathered near the curb ahead. As a police officer, he was instinctively alert, sensing that something was amiss. He quickened his pace and maneuvered through the throng, only to find an elderly man with white hair sprawled on the ground. The old man was suffering a heart attack, his face contorted in agony, with foam at his mouth. Not a single bystander offered assistance, primarily out of fear of being accused of wrongdoing. Without a second thought, Zhou Zheng rushed forward to render aid. Chapter 5. One should not be too indifferent, sir. How do you feel? Zhou Zheng inquired as he crouched before the elderly man. The old man, in evident distress, could scarcely utter a word. He feebly lifted his left hand for a moment before letting it fall despondently. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and froth began to accumulate at the corners of his mouth. Is there anyone among you who has heart medication? Zhou Zheng called out to the crowd. Everyone shook their heads in response. A kind-hearted middle-aged man cautioned Zhou Zheng. Young man, I just saw someone call for an ambulance. It's best you refrain from getting involved. What if this old fellow tries to blame you? Zhou Zheng replied. Thank you, brother, but I cannot ignore this situation. One must not be too indifferent, right? The middle-aged man scoffed and sighed. I used to think the same way. I'm not indifferent either. I've helped 3 people just like this. Care to guess how that turned out? None of them spared me from blame. I used to drive a luxury car. Now I can only take the bus. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the man's words, contemplating how he could not possibly share such misfortune. After all, he possessed a 20-fold luck value. As a police officer, he believed that even without that extraordinary luck, he could not allow himself to witness suffering without intervening. Noticing the old man's worsening condition, Zhou Zheng was struck by a thought. Heart patients typically carry their own medication. He rummaged through the old man's pockets and, to his relief, discovered a small bottle of fast-acting heart pills. He poured a few into his hand and placed them under the old man's tongue. Then, he loosened the old man's collar and belt, commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. With one hand positioned firmly over the old man's heart, fingers arched, and the other hand clasped tightly beneath, he pressed down with both arms perpendicular, applying forceful compressions. Truly, this young man has a heart of gold, murmured a bystander. In these times, good deeds often go unrewarded. And soon the young man might find himself at the mercy of the old man or his family. Come on, if you're not going to help, at least refrain from making snide remarks. If you're so capable, why not step in? Another voice chimed in. I have my own family to care for. It's better to avoid trouble. The surrounding crowd continued to murmur, but Zhou Zheng remained unfazed, dedicated to his task of resuscitation. His efforts bore fruit. The old man's countenance improved significantly, and the froth ceased to flow from his lips. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air as the ambulance approached. The crowd, recognizing the urgency, quickly parted to make way. 2 male paramedics arrived with a stretcher, followed closely by a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat. The doctor stepped forward to conduct a brief examination of the elderly man before instructing them to load him into the ambulance for immediate transport to the hospital. Doctor, how is he? Zhou Zheng asked, concern etched across his face. His condition is serious, but fortunately, your timely intervention as a son has spared him from immediate danger to his life. Let us head to the hospital together. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. How did I become this man's son? Not by blood, the doctor inquired, seemingly perplexed. The doctor placed one end of the stethoscope into the pocket of his white coat and inquired, is he your godson? In this day and age, aside from relatives, few individuals are willing to assist strangers, particularly elderly individuals suffering from sudden ailments. If he is a relative, then let us proceed, the doctor insisted, urging Zhou Zheng to enter the ambulance. The kind-hearted gentleman from earlier was subtly signaling Zhou Zheng not to follow. Yet, disregarding the man's goodwill, Zhou Zheng boarded the ambulance, adhering to the principle of saving lives to the very end. As the ambulance, sirens blaring, sped towards the first central hospital of Jiangbei City, a black Mercedes blocked its path, moving at a snail's pace. The ambulance driver honked furiously, but the Mercedes not only refused to yield but also swerved erratically, obstructing the ambulance for a good half-minute before finally driving off triumphantly. Inside the vehicle, the middle-aged doctor in a white coat fitted the elderly man with an oxygen mask and conducted an examination before turning to Zhou Zheng and asking, young man, how old is your father? How long has he had a history of heart disease? Doctor, I do not know, Zhou Zheng responded. The doctor's tone turned somewhat brusque. As his son, how can you be so uninformed? Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. Doctor, I have already stated that I am neither his son nor his godson. I do not know this elderly gentleman. The doctor appeared perplexed. If you do not know him, why did you assist him on the street? Without your intervention in performing CPR, he would likely be beyond saving at this moment. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. It was not a chance encounter. One cannot simply stand by and let someone die. Upon hearing this, the doctor could not help but commend him with a thumbs up. Young man, your awareness is truly remarkable. However, I advise you to find a way to contact the elderly man's family soon to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhou Zheng pondered this, but he had no idea how to reach the man's family since he did not know him at all. Observing Zhou Zheng's predicament, the middle-aged doctor, seasoned in such matters, suggested, does the old man have any identification in his pockets? Zhou Zheng nodded and rummaged through the elderly gentleman's clothing, discovering an identification card and a mobile phone. The phone was unlocked, and Zhou Zheng scrolled through the call log, identifying a recently contacted number, which he dialed. Meanwhile, at the Jiangbei city government, a small conference room was bustling with activity. Most attendees were in uniforms, including members from the police department, the courts, and the prosecutor's office. At the center of the dais, Vice Mayor Yang Zishan, responsible for legal affairs, spoke eloquently from his seat. Beside him sat several leaders from the political and legal committee, along with high-ranking officials from the police, courts, and prosecutor's office. The meeting was not yet halfway through when Yang's secretary hurriedly approached the podium, holding a phone. "Vice Mayor Yang, your call." Yang Zishan's brow furrowed instantly. He detested interruptions during his speeches, even from his close aides. Lowering his voice and speaking sternly, he instructed, "Answer the call. Whatever it is, we shall discuss it after my meeting concludes." Observing Yang Zishan's displeasure, the secretary broke into a cold sweat. However, the call was imperative. It was the old man calling. Yang Zishan hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to interrupt the meeting. After all, his father was advanced in years, living alone. Though his health was relatively robust, one could not dismiss the possibility of urgent matters arising. He descended from the podium and stepped outside to answer the call. "Hello, Dad." Yet, a stranger's voice emerged from the other end. "Greetings, is the owner of this phone your father?" Yang Zishan furrowed his brow, refraining from responding to the inquiry, and instead demanded, "Who are you? Where is my father? I am a bystander." "Your father has suffered a sudden heart attack and collapsed in the street." Instantly, Yang Zishan's heart raced. "How serious is it?" "For now, there is no immediate danger to his life. He is en route to the first central hospital." "You must hurry, thank you." Yang Zishan instructed his secretary to inform his daughter to head to the hospital to see her grandfather, stating he would conclude the meeting before joining them. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhou Zheng arrived at the first municipal hospital. He assisted the nurses in wheeling the elderly gentleman into the emergency room, where the hospital staff urged him to complete the admission paperwork and settle the fees. Zhou Zheng promptly took care of the hospital admission, paying 10,000 yuan, and busied himself with various arrangements. Taking a deep breath, he realized time was slipping away. He needed to retrieve his electric scooter from the roadside where the old man had collapsed. Delaying any further would result in tardiness for work. Without waiting for any family members of the elderly man, Zhou Zheng exited the hospital and hailed a taxi, disappearing into the bustling traffic. Chapter 6. Rescuing the Vice Mayor's father. A pink BMW Mini sped to the entrance of the hospital. At the wheel was a poised woman with a stylish bob haircut and a hint of makeup, her face etched with urgency. Just moments ago, her father's secretary had called, reporting that her grandfather had suffered a sudden heart attack and had been brought to Jiangbei First Hospital by a benevolent stranger. As the head of the design and development department at a lingerie company, Yang Tingting hadn't even had time to file for leave. She dashed out of the office, took the elevator to the underground parking lot, and drove off. Having been doted on by her grandfather since childhood, Yang Tingting was consumed with worry, even forgetting to change from her high heels into more comfortable shoes while driving. Anxiously, she arrived at the hospital. After parking, she hurriedly made her way to the emergency room, nearly twisting her ankle in her ill-fitting heels. Upon reaching the emergency room, she found it empty. Inquiring with the doctor, she learned that the elderly man had been fortunate to receive timely assistance from passers-by and was currently out of danger, now admitted to the ICU for observation. A sigh of relief escaped Yang Tingting as she sank onto a bench in the corridor, feeling as if all her strength had evaporated. At that moment, Yang Zishan finally arrived, followed closely by a secretary carrying a briefcase. "Tingting, have you seen grandfather? What is his condition?" The calm and confident demeanor Yang Zishan had exhibited during the meeting had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming concern. Yang Tingting shook her head, causing Yang Zishan's heart to sink with an ominous premonition. "Father is no longer in danger. He has been moved to the ICU for observation." "As I heard from the doctor," she reassured him. Yang Zishan shot a reproachful glance at his daughter, vexed by her incomplete explanation, which had alarmed him. Yang Tingting continued. "The doctor also mentioned that if it hadn't been for the timely intervention of the bystander, grandfather's fate could have been dire." "Bystander?" Yang Zishan suddenly recalled the unfamiliar voice from the phone call, recognizing it as belonging to a young individual. Was he saved by a young man? "Father. I don't know who saved grandfather. He has already left. The doctor said that kind person even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for grandfather's hospitalization. He truly is a good Samaritan. We must express our gratitude." Yang Zishan nodded in agreement. "Gratitude is indeed warranted. When I meet him, I shall personally thank him, and I will also return the 10,000 yuan deposit." The latter part was directed at the secretary. "Yes, Vice Mayor Yang," the secretary promptly affirmed. "But what if he prefers to remain anonymous and never shows up again?" Yang Tingting voiced her concern. Huh. That won't happen, Yang Zishan chuckled. If this kind soul does not appear by tomorrow, I will find a way to track him down. Not only to express my thanks in person, but also to present him with a commendation banner. Ting Ting, let us head to the ICU waiting area for updates. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng had taken a taxi to the area where the elderly man had fallen ill, intending to retrieve his electric scooter parked by the roadside. Upon arrival at the destination, I settled the taxi fare and, fortunately, my electric bike remained parked by the curb. It seemed that the imposing surveillance cameras nearby had deterred some petty thieves. At that moment, my phone rang, revealing a call from Officer Lu Jianjun. I answered, "Hello, Master. Xiao, are you aware that you are on duty tonight?" "Yes, I am." "Then why haven't you arrived yet? You have just 10 minutes before your shift starts." "Master, I'm en route and will be there shortly." "All right, understood. Hurry up, don't delay the operation." "Wait, Master, aren't we on duty tonight?" "What operation is there?" Beep, beep, beep. Lu Jianjun had already hung up. Confused, I hopped on my electric bike and sped towards the Qiaobei police station. Fortune was on my side, the roads were clear, and I encountered green lights at all 4 intersections. Arriving at the Qiaobei police station, I entered the courtyard to find about 10 officers gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation. I mused that Master Lu Jianjun had mentioned a mission and given the scene. It must be significant. As I secured my bike, I noticed Lu Jianjun waving at me from a distance. "Xiao, over here." I hurried over. "Master, I'm here." "You lad, usually so enthusiastic, why were you almost late today?" I encountered a situation on the way. I refrained from mentioning my assistance to the elderly man. Lu Jianjun didn't pry further. His mind was set on tonight's operation. "Xiao, do you wish to witness something grand?" "What grand event, Master?" "I see many colleagues gathered here. Is there a major operation?" Lu Jianjun rubbed his nose and spoke mysteriously. "According to our intel, Huang Jie may attempt to return to Jiangbei tonight, or he might already be there." I paused in surprise. "Master, who is Huang Jie?" "Xiao, you haven't been at the station long, so you may not have heard of him. But it would do you well to peruse the online records of fugitives and wanted criminals. Huang Jie is a wanted criminal, classified as A-level, with a bounty of 100,000 yuan. For years ago, he fled after causing a fatal altercation, and since then, he has vanished without a trace. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. "Master, tonight's operation is to lay in wait and apprehend the A-level fugitive Huang Jie?" "Indeed." Lu Jianjun nodded. "Xiao, do you wish to participate? You have been at Qiaobei for several months, dealing with either shifts or neighborhood disputes. It's time for you to see the world." A spark ignited within me. With my current 20-fold luck, participating in the operation could very well lead to capturing the A-level fugitive myself. Not only would I earn merit, but there was also a bounty at stake, 2 birds with 1 stone. "Master, I certainly want to join, but we are both on duty tonight." "Not to worry. Let us speak with the station chief." Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng arrived at the door of the director's office and knocked gently. Director Hao Aiguo was engaged in refining the action plan for the evening alongside Deputy Director Wu Tian. Upon hearing the knock, he called out for them to enter. Director Hao, Deputy Director Wu, Lu Jianjun chuckled as he stepped inside, a foolish grin on his face. Hao Aiguo shot him a disapproving glance. "Jianjun, if you have something to say, please be quick about it. Can't you see we are busy?" With a sheepish grin, Lu replied, "Hey, Director. How about letting Zhou Zheng and me join the mission tonight?" Hao Aiguo retorted, "Aren't you both on duty tonight? Let the female officers from the Household Registration Department handle the duty. We must utilize our best resources where they are most needed." Hao Aiguo remained unimpressed. Do the female officers from the Household Registration Department not have duties of their own? If anything arises, can they truly manage it? "Jianjun, you should stay at the station and refrain from devising foolish schemes." Lu Jianjun's eyes darted as he proposed, "Director, how about this? Let Zhou stay behind, and I will join the operation instead." Hao Aiguo spoke with a serious tone. "Jianjun, you are an experienced officer. Zhou Zheng, as an intern, lacks the authority to enforce the law. Moreover, you are his mentor. Leaving him at home is simply unacceptable." "But, Director, enough. Wherever we are, our purpose remains to serve the people. I will assign you 2 auxiliary officers. You and Zhou Zheng are to keep an eye on the station." Chapter 7. What criminals might be encountered during duty? Upon exiting the director's office, Lu Jianjun's countenance was decidedly grim. Despite his fervent entreaties, Hao Aiguo steadfastly refused to permit him and Zhou Zheng to participate in the operation scheduled for that evening. Sighing heavily, Lu lamented, "The director is utterly unyielding. I nearly resorted to kneeling to implore him, Yet he remains obstinate. He insists we tend to the affairs at the Beiqiao station. What is there to oversee? It is exceedingly challenging to make a contribution. Such an opportune moment is rare indeed. Feeling despondent, Lu lit a cigarette and turned to Zhou Zheng, whose expression was remarkably composed. Why are you so unfazed, Xiao? Do you not wish to partake in tonight's operation? Are you not eager to achieve merit? I tell you, should we capture Huang Jie this evening, it is highly probable that we would receive a collective third-class merit award. Oh dear, this would be akin to a windfall. Are you not tempted? Zhou Zheng chuckled softly. Master, to say I am uninterested would be disingenuous. I too desire to participate. But alas, we are on duty tonight. The director has stated, wherever we are, we serve the people. I suggest we focus on our responsibilities here at the station. Who knows? We might still receive a call and apprehend a criminal. Lu Jianjun exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his visage momentarily obscured. Oh, Xiao Zhou, at your tender age, you possess such an open-minded outlook. Can capturing a Class A wanted criminal and merely standing guard at the station be compared? The former is an active pursuit, while the latter is akin to waiting for a hare to come to the trap. As a grassroots police officer, what kind of criminals might we encounter during our duty? I have stood vigil countless times, and yet I have never garnered any credit. Witnessing others achieve merit pains me more than receiving a reprimand. What are you mumbling about? At that moment, Director Hao Aigua and Wu Tian emerged from the office. Ah, Director, it is nothing of consequence. I was merely enlightening Zhou Zheng. Since he wouldn't allow us to join the operation, I was concerned he might become despondent. Upon hearing this, Hao Aigua shot Lu Jianjun a sharp glance. I suspect it is you who is despondent. Do you think I am oblivious to your grievances? I heard your complaints quite clearly. Jianjun, I must say, as an experienced officer, your awareness should surpass that of the newly appointed Zhou Zheng. What an unfortunate habit you have developed. Xiao. Heed this. Your master is commendable in many respects, yet he possesses a petty disposition and a tendency to grumble. Do not emulate this trait. Zhou Zheng quickly interjected, Director. My master means no harm. You are well aware of his propensity for conversation. Enough. Attend to your duties. Old Wu and I are leading the operation. I shall see you off, Lu Jianjun said, still harboring a mischievous intent. Hao Aigua dismissed him with indifference, instructing Deputy Director Wu Tian to assemble the officers participating in the evening's operation. The officers, filled with anticipation, wore expressions of ease. With so many involved in the operation, capturing Huang Jie should be a matter of certainty. Moreover, the criminal investigation team will also dispatch personnel to assist in the operation. After outlining the action plan and dividing into groups, the individuals departed in 2 civilian vans under the envious gaze of Lu Jianjun. The courtyard of the Qiaobei police station fell into a sudden stillness. Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun, and 2 auxiliary officers exchanged glances, each wearing a sullen expression except for Zhou Zheng. All right, let us cease this silent staring contest and get back to our duties, Lu Jianjun said. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, head to the office and remain on standby. Zhou Zheng, follow me to the dispatch hall. It seems we are tethered here for the night. While Lu Jianjun grumbled, he beckoned Zhou Zheng into the dispatch hall, collapsing onto the office chair. Zhou Zheng sat upright, fixating on the telephone on the desk. Xiao. No need to stare intently at the phone. Our jurisdiction isn't vast, and the public order is relatively good. Typically, there isn't much going on. Lu Jianjun advised, taking out cold medicine and swallowing it with water. This medication would induce drowsiness. Lu Jianjun had initially intended to participate in the evening's operation, but now that he no longer needed to go, he felt liberated from any concerns. Zhou Zheng opened his computer, deciding to peruse information on fugitives listed on the internal website. As he had nothing better to do. Lu Feng, male, 36 years old, ID number, wanted for breaking and entering, brutally murdering the homeowner and their family. Currently at large, with a reward of 100,000. Wei Gang, male, 40 years old. Involved in the murder of a woman in the Bailipu community, wanted, with a reward of 50,000. Huang Jie, male, 35 years old. Involved in a brawl that resulted in 1 death en route to the hospital and multiple serious injuries, with a reward of 100,000. A thought sparked in Zhou Zheng's mind. Capturing these fugitives would not only eliminate threats to the public, but also yield a handsome reward, an opportunity for a double benefit. However, he soon shook his head. In a nationwide context, the number of fugitives was countless. If these individuals were easily apprehended, they would not have been listed as wanted criminals in the first place. As the night deepened, Zhou Zheng continued to browse the profiles of fugitives online, while Lu Jianjun, beside him, struggled to keep his eyes open. Xiaozhou, this cold medicine is potent. I'm about to doze off. I'm heading to the office for a quick nap. Call me if anything arises. Sure thing, master, you go ahead. Lu Jianjun stood and staggered away. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. The screen displayed a call from Chu Yunyao. A sense of urgency washed over him. What could have happened to Chu Yunyao? He quickly answered the call. Yu. Hello. Zhou Zheng. Are you busy? On night duty, not too occupied. What about you, Yunyao? Still awake at this hour? About to sleep. Zhou Zheng. I have good news. A respectable company in the city reviewed my resume and has invited me for an interview tomorrow. Is that so? Congratulations. Hee. It's nothing to celebrate just yet. If all goes well, I could start in a few days, but the first paycheck won't arrive until next month. Yunyao. It's perfectly fine. I still have some money here, sufficient for our living expenses for the time being. Zhou Zheng, I feel quite embarrassed continuously spending your money. What is there to feel embarrassed about? We are husband and wife. Isn't it natural for a wife to use her husband as funds? If you truly feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could reward me a little? What kind of reward? For instance, a kiss, a hug, or a lift. How annoying. By the way, what time will you return tomorrow? Around 8 o'clock, I suppose. I will be heading to the company for an interview by then. I'll prepare breakfast and leave some for you. You can heat it up when you get home. All right then. That's enough chat for now. I need to get some sleep. Zhou Zheng gazed at the hung-up phone and smiled. Having someone who cares feels quite wonderful. At that moment, he vaguely noticed a figure moving outside the door and stood up. Who is it? The door opened, revealing a man wearing a cap. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng in his police uniform, the man appeared somewhat anxious. Comrade. Hello. May I ask what brings you here? The man hesitated for a moment before saying, Officer, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. What is it? Please, have a seat and share. Zhou Zheng observed the man's face, finding it somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Chapter 8. On duty, captured an A-level fugitive years ago, Huang Jie engaged in a brawl over a trivial matter, inflicting wounds with a knife on several individuals before fleeing the scene. He escaped to a remote mining site in another province, a secluded haven far from authorities' reach, ideal for hiding. Huang Jie spent 5 years at the mine, living in constant fear, avoiding contact with family and friends. Unbeknownst to him, the fate of those he harmed remained a mystery. All he comprehended was that if apprehended, imprisonment was inevitable. Initially, he lived in trepidation, perpetually anticipating the day the police would come knocking. However, as 5 years elapsed without incident, he began to believe that the dust had settled on his past. Recently, unable to contain his anxiety any longer, he made a resolute decision to return to Jiabei. In a moment of impulsiveness, he visited the police station to inquire whether any charges were pending against him. Zhou Zheng, observing the man's countenance, was momentarily taken aback, as if he had seen him before. In an instant, he recalled the online wanted fugitive list he had just perused. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the A-level fugitive, Huang Jie. Hadn't Director Hao taken a team to apprehend this very person? How was it possible that he would come to the police station voluntarily? Such audacity was perplexing. Was it conceivable that this man was not Huang Jie, but merely someone who bore an uncanny resemblance? Zhou Zheng's mind raced with thoughts, and he struggled to reach a conclusion. For the moment, it was prudent to keep him calm and ascertain his true identity. Officer. Huang Jie sat in the chair, anxiously glancing around, nudging Zhou Zheng for attention. Comrade, please state your business, Zhou Zheng replied. Officer, it's like this. I have a friend who asked me to check if he has any criminal record. Huang Jie explained. Your friend sent you to the police station to inquire about his criminal history? Zhou Zheng reiterated, incredulity washing over him. In his months of service, this was the first time he encountered someone inquiring on behalf of another. Naturally, the authenticity of this friend's existence was debatable. With a smile plastered on his face, Zhou Zheng responded, I see. That's manageable. Please provide me with your friend's identification number, and I can look it up swiftly. Certainly. My friend's ID number is 130. Huang Jie recited his ID number. Zhou Zheng entered the information into the internal database, and soon, the details appeared. Huang Jie, male, 35 years old, residing at ID number charged with causing death in a brawl and inflicting serious injuries on multiple individuals, classified as an A-level fugitive. Upon closely comparing the photo, Zhou Zheng's heart raced. This was indeed the man. The very fugitive had walked into their midst. It seemed that fortune had truly favored him today. as this high-profile criminal had presented himself on a silver platter. "Officer, have you found anything?" Huang Jie inquired eagerly. Huang Jie felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, he was in a police station, a place imbued with an oppressive atmosphere that left him feeling uneasy and on edge. Zhou Zheng, maintaining his composure, stated, "We have located your friend, Huang Jie, correct?" "Yes, that is indeed my name," Huang Jie replied, his face alight with surprise. "No worries, you have no criminal record." "Is that truly the case, officer?" Huang Jie exclaimed, his expression brimming with joy. "Of course, it is true. As a police officer, how could I possibly deceive you?" Zhou Zheng said, his demeanor unflinching as he spoke fabrications. He needed to lower Huang Jie's guard, after all. A criminal responsible for one death and numerous injuries could be quite perilous, particularly if he were armed. Huang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. After 5 years of living in fear and suffering countless hardships, it turned out he had no record. All that torment had been for naught. With no criminal history, he could finally live like a normal person. "Thank you, officer," Huang Jie said, rising to leave the police station. "Wait a moment." Zhou Zheng stood, holding a notepad. "Comrade, if there is nothing else, could you please sign here? We would appreciate your continued support for our police work." "Of course. No problem." Zhou Zheng took a circuitous route and approached him with the notepad. This action seemed unnecessary, as Zhou Zheng could have simply handed it to Huang Jie across the table. Engrossed in his elation, Huang Jie paid no heed to such details. He took the notepad, lowered his head, and prepared to sign. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng sprang into action, locking one arm around Huang Jie's neck while using his foot to trip him. With a thud, Huang Jie was brought crashing to the ground. Zhou Zheng, having excelled in his police academy training and possessing proficient skills in combat and wrestling, seized the opportunity as Huang Jie was caught off guard. By the time Huang Jie realized what was happening, he found himself firmly pinned beneath Zhou Zheng. Officer, what are you doing?" Huang Jie protested. "Stay still. I'm just playing a little joke," Zhou Zheng responded, attempting to pacify him with words. Naively, Huang Jie did not struggle vigorously. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zheng produced handcuffs and secured them around Huang Jie's wrists. Click, click, all set. Though the encounter lacked dramatic flair, had Huang Jie sensed Zhou Zheng's intentions earlier. Whether by resisting or fleeing, capturing him would not have been so effortless. Zhou Zheng searched Huang Jie and discovered a half-foot-long switchblade, prompting a wave of cold sweat to break out across his brow. Fortunately, he had caught this young man unawares. Otherwise, dealing with an armed assailant could have proven quite challenging. "Hey, officer, what is the meaning of this? I thought we were just joking around. Why are you cuffing me?" Huang Jie exclaimed, bewildered. "Do you still not understand why you are being handcuffed?" Zhou Zheng inquired, brandishing the switchblade. "Why are you carrying such a long knife?" "It's for self-defense. Carrying a knife isn't illegal, is it?" "Very well." Zhou Zheng nodded, his gaze instantly sharp. 5 years ago, you engaged in a violent altercation, mercilessly stabbing several individuals, resulting in 1 fatality and 3 serious injuries. You have mistaken the identity," Huang Jie desperately protested, his expression fluctuating between despair and denial. Zhou Zheng was not swayed by his fabrications. "Huang Jie, I perceive you have conjured a fictitious ally. Cease your futile defense. I am thoroughly acquainted with your dossier. I recognized you the moment you stepped through the door." At that moment, Huang Jie regretted his choices. Banging his head against the wall, he muttered to himself, "Had I known, I would never have inquired at the police station. I truly am a fool." "Huang Jie, do you believe that by avoiding the police station, we would not apprehend you? Our chief personally led a team to set up surveillance near your residence. In short, now that you have returned to Jiangbei, escape is nearly impossible." Upon concluding his statement, Zhou Zheng forcibly lifted Huang Jie from the ground. "Let us proceed." Huang Jie's emotions were tumultuous, his eyes vacant, resembling a mere shell of a man. Zhou Zheng escorted him to the detention center and subsequently returned to the office. Inside, Lu Jianjun had already succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores, while 2 auxiliary officers, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, engaged in aimless chatter. Master! Zhou Zheng approached, grasping Lu Jianjun's arm and shaking him awake. "Huh? What happened?" Lu Jianjun instinctively sprang from his chair. "Master, during my shift, I apprehended Huang Jie." "You apprehended whom?" "The A-level wanted criminal, Huang Jie." Lu Jianjun's face displayed sheer incredulity. "Xiao Shou, you must be dreaming." Chapter 9. Who can resist a fugitive delivering himself? Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's assertion that he had apprehended the A-level fugitive Huang Jie, Lu Jianjun found his mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Is this true? How could a police officer on duty possibly capture an A-level fugitive? Lu Jianjun was evidently skeptical. Xiaozhou, are you feverish? What nonsense are you spouting? The chief himself had led a team to set up an operation in Huangjiazhuang to arrest Huang Jia. How could he possibly come to the Qiaobei station? Zhou Zheng understood that no matter how he explained, Lu Jianjun would remain unconvinced. The situation was simply too surreal. Nevertheless, facts speak louder than words. Only by allowing Lu Jianjun to witness Huang Jia's capture with his own eyes would he be persuaded. Master, I have Huang Jia in custody, handcuffed in the detention room. You will know if it is him upon seeing. All right, I shall take a look, Lu Jianjun replied, still somewhat doubtful. Before instructing the two auxiliary police officers, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, you both stay at the dispatch hall. It must not be left unattended. Lu Gu. We also wish to see the two auxiliary officers, astonished by the news of the A-level fugitive's capture. We're eager to discern whether Zhou Zheng had indeed apprehended Huang Jia. Do not rush it. I will inform you shortly whether it is Huang Jia. Xiaozhou, let us proceed, Lu Jianjun asserted, pulling Zhou Zheng toward the detention room without further ado. Upon reaching the entrance to the detention room, Zhou Zheng swiped his card, and the door opened automatically. They passed through an iron gate and entered a chamber. Huang Jia stood there, his hands bound behind him, the cuffs biting painfully into his wrists. Yet, the deeper anguish lay within. He had willingly walked into the trap, fully aware that he would soon become a permanent resident of a cell. Lu Jianjun approached and inquired, "What is your name?" At that moment, Huang Jia was engulfed in despair and chose to ignore Lu Jianjun, not even lifting his head. Damn, this kid has quite the attitude. Lu Jianjun was not inclined to indulge him. He seized Huang Jia's hair and yanked it upward, forcing him to reveal a pale visage. Upon recognizing Huang Jia's face, Lu Jianjun was instantly unsettled. He had heard of an operation to capture the A-level fugitive Huang Jia that very evening and had diligently memorized his appearance. Thus, he immediately recognized that the young man before him was indeed the infamous fugitive. I'm asking you a question. What is your name? Lu Jianjun shouted, filled with excitement. Huang Jia, having resigned himself to his fate, was indifferent to the officer's inquiries. He knew the police would eventually uncover his identity regardless. My name is Huang Jia. What crime have you committed? 5 years ago, I got into a fight and stabbed someone. Lu Jianjun released his grip on Huang Jia's hair, his face revealing a mix of surprise and confusion. Xiaozhou, this young man is indeed the A-level fugitive Huang Jia wanted online. But how did you manage to apprehend him? Weren't you on duty at the dispatch hall all this time? Master. Here's how it happened. Zhou Zheng recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Lu Jianjun in a state of astonishment, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Are you saying that Huang Jia came to us voluntarily? Indeed, Master, Zhou Zheng nodded. Lu Jianjun was at a loss for words, finding the situation utterly perplexing. A fugitive wanted online was inquiring with the police if he had committed any crimes? This was something that even fiction would hesitate to portray. Yet, remarkably, it had transpired. Coincidentally landing on Zhou Zheng's lap, one could only conclude that Zhou Zheng was extraordinarily fortunate, as if fate itself were spoon-feeding him success. At that moment, alongside his astonishment, Lu Jianjun felt a twinge of envy and regret. Just moments ago, he had been on duty with Zhou Zheng in the reception hall. After taking cold medicine, he had lazily retreated to the office for a brief nap, and that was when the suspect appeared. Had he remained in the hall, he too would have shared in the glory of apprehending the A-level fugitive Huang Jia. Shaking his head, Lu Jianjun lamented that it was too late for regrets. Nevertheless, though he bore no credit for the capture, Zhou Zheng was still his apprentice, and he had contributed in some small measure. Ah, Xiaozhou, your luck is simply astounding. I must concede. Let us step outside first and inform the station chief, so they needn't linger at Huangjiazhuang waiting for the suspect. The chief would surely be astonished to learn that you had captured the A-level fugitive Huang Jia. Meanwhile, not far from Huang Jia's residence in Huangjiazhuang, Chief Hao Aigua of the Qiaobei police station and Meng Weiguang, the captain of the criminal investigation team, were concealed behind a large stack of firewood. Their officers had dispersed, lying in wait around Huang Jia's home, ready to report any developments to the two. Both men wore earpieces, remaining vigilant. However, 2 hours passed without a single sign of activity. Ah, Lao Hao, is the information you received reliable? Why has there been no trace of Huang Jia after all this time? Meng Weiguang could no longer contain his curiosity. It should be accurate, I believe, Hao Aigua replied. The information about Huang Jia returning to Jiangbei City had come from a street informant, not a reputable source. This individual was no saint himself, often found indulging in vices and a frequent visitor to the police station. The informant reported Huang Jie's return not out of any sense of justice, but rather in hopes of claiming a bounty of 100,000 yuan, mistakenly thinking that relaying this information would secure the reward. Hao Aigua, swayed by the informant's convincing manner, had impulsively believed him. As time passed with no sign of Huang Jie, Hao Aigua began to feel uncertain. Lao Hao, who provided you with this information? Is it trustworthy? A well-meaning citizen. This fellow used to play cards with Huang Jie. He shouldn't misidentify him. Hao Aigua felt embarrassed to admit that the information had come from a street informant. Now, he found himself in a predicament, unable to turn back. Captain Meng, let us wait a while longer. Meng Weiguang nodded in agreement. Waiting is feasible, but I fear that if the informant senses danger, he may not return home. Lao Hao, how about this? I'll take 2 officers to Huang Jie's home to speak with his parents and see if we can glean any information. I believe that if Huang Jie has returned, he would likely contact his parents first. Hao Aigua felt a sense of unease. Captain Meng, could this potentially alert the enemy? Just as the two were engaged in discussion, Hao Aigua's phone, set to vibrate, buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID, and a thought struck him. Why was Lu Jianjun calling? Could something have happened at the Qiaobei station? Captain Meng, please hold on a moment. I need to take this call. He swiftly answered the phone. Hello, Jianjun. Director. Zhou Zheng. He. Lu Jianjun's voice on the other end was filled with urgency and intensity, each word resonating with an anxious tone. Hao Aigua's heart sank. Jianjun, take a breath. What happened to Zhou Zheng? Director, Zhou Zheng has apprehended a suspect. It's Huang Jie. Oh, as long as Zhou Zheng is safe, and he managed to capture a suspect. A weight lifted from Hao Aigua's chest. What did you say? Suddenly, he realized the gravity of the situation, his composure slipping as he raised his voice. Zhou Zheng caught Huang Jie? Which Huang Jie? The very same A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie you intended to apprehend tonight. Chapter 10. Luck is also a component of strength. Hao Aigua was bewildered upon hearing over the phone that Zhou Zheng had apprehended the A-level wanted criminal, Huang Jie. How could this be possible? He, along with Captain Meng Weiguang of the criminal police team, had stationed over 20 officers around Huang Jie's residence for the better part of the night, yet they had seen not a trace of him. How could Zhou, who was merely on duty at the police station, have managed to capture Huang Jie? Hao Aigua was filled with questions. Jianjun, are you speaking nonsense? Have you been drinking on duty? He retorted. Director. Lu Jianjun interrupted. What do you mean by drinking? I've been a police officer for over a decade. I wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. I understand your skepticism. I was doubtful at first too. But Huang Jie has indeed been captured by Zhou Zheng and is currently detained in our Qiaobei station's holding cell. Is this true? Hao Aigua still found it hard to believe. I stake my life on it. If you don't believe me, come back and see for yourself whether Lu Jianjun is deceiving you. With that, the call ended. Hao Aigua stared at the disconnected phone, caught in a web of hesitation and doubt. Logically, Lu Jianjun would not joke about such matters, yet the notion that Zhou Zheng, a mere probationary officer, had managed to capture an A-level wanted criminal during his shift was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that Huang Jie had undergone some form of spiritual awakening, repenting for his past misdeeds and voluntarily surrendered to the police? If that were the case, Zhou Zheng's fortune was indeed remarkable. Old Hao, what are you daydreaming about? What shall we do next? Speak your mind. Meng Weiguang urged, noticing Hao Aigua lost in thought. Meng, Huang Jie has been apprehended. What? What did you say? Meng Weiguang's face expressed astonishment. Huang Jie has been caught. Old Hao, you and I have been here with the brothers for half the night, and we haven't even seen a hair of him. Where did he get caught? Really, Captain Meng, I just received a call from Lu Jianjun at Qiaobei Station. He said that he and his apprentice Zhou Zheng were on duty tonight, and Zhou managed to apprehend Huang Jie. Upon hearing this, Meng Weiguang felt a mix of anger and amusement. Who is Zhou Zheng? Is he really that capable? Can he perform some sort of magic to capture an A-level wanted criminal while on duty at the police station? Has Huang Jie lost his mind and decided to turn himself in? Old Hao, what are you joking about at a time like this? Hao Aigua's expression was grave. Captain Meng, I'm not joking. I believe Jianjun would not deceive me. He has no reason to do so. Meng Weiguang stared intently at Hao Aigua and retorted. Then can you tell me how it is that the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie was captured by your station's personnel? Hao Aigua shook his head. I don't know. Jianjun, didn't he provide any details before hanging up? How about this? Let us return to Qiaobei Station and ascertain whether the one captured is indeed Huang Jie. Meng Weiguang pointed towards Huang Jie's house and inquired, What shall we do here? Are we simply going to stand down? If we withdraw and that rascal Huang Jie appears, it would be a grievous oversight. At that moment, Meng Weiguang remained skeptical that the duty personnel at Xiaobei Station had apprehended Huang Jie. Why not leave the brothers here to keep watch while you and I make a trip back to Xiaobei Station? After a moment of hesitation, Meng Weiguang nodded. Very well. Old Hao, I shall trust you this once. Let us proceed. Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguang each gave their subordinates a few instructions, and they both hopped into a vehicle to return to Xiaobei Station. Upon arrival, the gates were already wide open, and Lu Jianjun awaited them with a cheerful demeanor. Beside him stood Zhou Zheng, his expression inscrutable. The vehicle drove into the courtyard, and both Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguang exited simultaneously. Lu Jianjun approached them eagerly, exclaiming, "The director has returned." "Oh, ISNT, this Ming team leader." Hao Aiguo's face hardened. "You've made quite a name for yourself, daring to hang up on my call without clarifying. Where is he? Where is the so-called wanted criminal Huang Jie? If it's not him, you shall be in for it." Lu Jianjun feigned a look of grievance. "Oh, director, if you speak thus, I must admit I feel a bit disheartened. Why do you not trust me? Enough of the chatter, let us move swiftly. Can't you see Ming team leader is losing his patience?" "All right," Lu Jianjun replied. "Xiao Zhou, lead the way." Zhou Zheng nodded. "How station chief? Ming team leader, please follow me." Zhou Zheng guided them to the detention room, pointing to Huang Jie, who squatted in the corner with his head bowed. "Director, Ming team leader, this is Huang Jie." Hao Aiguo stepped forward, commanding, "Lift your head." Huang Jie, now numb to his surroundings, slowly raised his gaze to meet Hao Aiguo's. Hao Aiguo was particularly diligent regarding the apprehension operation. He had memorized Huang Jie's appearance long ago. With a single glance, he confirmed that the individual before him was indeed the A-level wanted criminal, Huang Jie. "Goodness, it truly is Huang Jie," Hao Aiguo exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Meng team leader, did you see that? This man is indeed the A-level wanted criminal, Huang Jie." Meng Weiguang, equally astonished, responded, "Old Hao, I feel as though I am in a dream. You have remarkable talent at your station. You quietly captured Huang Jie." Though this operation could be deemed fruitless, as they had not encountered Huang Jie, a silver lining emerged. Zhou Zheng at Xiaobei Station successfully apprehended him, rendering the mission not entirely unsuccessful. "Jianjun, you are not jesting. This young man is indeed Huang Jie, and you have earned your merit." Lu Jianjun waved his hand, modestly replying, "Director, you overestimate me. It was Xiao Shou who captured Huang Jie all on his own." "Oh, weren't you both on duty together? Pray, enlighten me on how you managed to capture Huang Jie. This matter is rather lengthy. I believe it would be best to discuss it in the office." Several individuals proceeded to the office, where Lu Jianjun remarked, "Was Huang Jie apprehended solely by Zhou Zheng, or shall we let Xiao Zhou elaborate?" Zhou Zheng, undaunted in the presence of Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguang, calmly recounted the events leading to Huang Jie's capture. As the narrative concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room. Within their hearts, they simultaneously admired Zhou Zheng's astuteness and envied his fortune. What a stroke of luck. Xiao Zhou, splendid indeed. You are still in your probationary period. To have apprehended an A-level wanted criminal within just 3 months at the police station is a feat I have never witnessed in my many years of service. Zhou Zheng waved his hand modestly, responding, "How, chief? I merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. It was mere luck." "Oh, one cannot dismiss it so lightly," interjected Meng Weiguang. "A great man once said, whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. Similarly, regardless of the methods employed, a police officer who captures criminals is a commendable officer. Luck is indeed a facet of skill." Meng's words ring true. Hao Aiguo exclaimed with great delight. Zhou Zheng's accomplishment not only brought honor to himself, but also to the Xiaobei police station. Xiao Zhou, with such an extraordinary achievement, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall likely be promoted from probationary status ahead of schedule. Furthermore, I believe Zhou Zheng is deserving of a second-class merit award," Meng Weiguang added, his tone laced with admiration. Chapter 11. How could one capture a fugitive without injury? Meng Weiguang, with a tinge of envy, remarked to Hao Aiguo, "Old Hao, Zhou Zheng has apprehended an A-grade fugitive, earning commendation. The performance assessment for the Qiao police station this quarter is deemed exceptionally accomplished. Your leadership standing in Xiaobei will surely rise as well. Having a fortuitous individual like Zhou Zheng on your team is truly enviable." Hao Aiguo, internally elated, maintained a composed exterior and waved his hand dismissively. "Captain Meng, you flatter me excessively." Meng Weiguang glanced at the wall clock, It was already past 2 in the morning. Rising from his seat, he said, "Well, I shall refrain from further congratulations. Please hand over Huang Jie to our criminal investigation team. I will take him back for an overnight interrogation." Hao Aiguo pondered for a moment. Sooner or later, Huang Jie would need to be transferred to the criminal investigation team. Since Meng Weiguang was present, it would be prudent to proceed with the handover. Very well. He stood as well. Jianjun and Xiaoshou, please handle the transfer procedures. Understood. Zhou Zheng handed Meng Weiguang a spring-loaded knife encased in a transparent evidence bag. Captain Meng, this knife was recovered from Huang Jie. I suspect it to be the weapon he used in his crime 5 years ago. Meng Weiguang's eyes brightened upon receiving the knife. Excellent. If this knife indeed served as his weapon, it will save our criminal investigation team considerable effort. Lu Jianjun, noticing the lengthy spring-loaded knife concealed on Huang Jie, was taken aback and inquired with concern, "Xiaozhou, are you injured?" "No." Zhou Zheng waved his hand confidently. "Huang Jie didn't he have the opportunity to draw the knife before I subdued him? Not injured? That cannot be." Hao Aiguo interjected, raising his voice. "The suspect, Huang Jie, is exceedingly dangerous, armed with such a formidable knife. Xiaozhou single-handedly engaged him in combat and managed to subdue him. The situation must have been perilous. Jianjun, please take Xiaoshou to the hospital for a checkup. If necessary, arrange for hospitalization." "I assure you, I am fine, Director. There is no need to go." Zhou Zheng's protest was cut short as Lu Jianjun tugged at his arm and signaled him to remain silent. "Understood, Director. Rest assured." Lu Jianjun flashed a knowing expression at Hao Aiguo. Meng Weiguang, seemingly oblivious to the exchange, completed the handover paperwork and looked up, saying, "Old Hao, the transfer procedures are complete. I shall take my leave now. Until next time." "Very well, Captain Meng. Allow me to see you off." "No need, no need." "Oh, come now, Captain Meng. Don't be so formal with me." Without further ado, Hao Aiguo escorted Meng Weiguang to the courtyard, followed closely by Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. At that moment, the distant roar of approaching vehicles echoed as police officers and detectives who had been stationed at Huangjiazhuang returned. The courtyard could not accommodate the vehicles, so they parked outside the Qiaobei police station. Officers exited their cars, gathering in small clusters, discussing the events as they walked. "Oh, I have heard that the A-list fugitive Huang Jie has been apprehended. Is that true? Who told you?" Lu Jianjun from our station mentioned it in the group. "What? Did he capture the suspect himself?" "No, it was his apprentice Zhou Zheng who made the arrest." "Who is Zhou Zheng? I haven't heard of him." "Zhou Zheng is a recently joined trainee officer at our Qiaobei station." "Incredible. A mere novice managed to apprehend an A-list fugitive. Is he truly that remarkable?" According to Jianjun in the group, while on duty, the A-list fugitive Huang Jie came to the police station to inquire about his criminal record and was recognized by Zhou Zheng, leading to his capture. Unbelievable. Zhou Zheng must have struck it lucky. During his shift, the A-list fugitive literally walked through the door. What extraordinary luck. Alas, comparing ourselves to others can be disheartening. We spent an entire night at Huangjiazhuang without a trace, while Zhou Zheng, sitting in the station, claims the glory. How can we compete with that? It's merely a stroke of luck for him. I assentee it. He is just a trainee officer, still wet behind the ears. What is so impressive about that? Look at your jealousy. If you have the ability, why not catch an A-list fugitive yourself? The last time we caught one at Qiaobei Station was over a year ago. Let me tell you, Zhou Zheng has done a tremendous job. He will soon leapfrog past his trainee period and be promoted to a formal officer. And a second-class merit is practically guaranteed. Who knows, it might even be a first-class merit. Had I known, I would have stayed back at the station today with Zhou Zheng. Perhaps I too could have shared in the glory. You're thinking too much. Jianjun was on duty with Zhou Zheng, but he had taken cold medicine and couldn't keep his eyes open, so he dozed off in the office. In that brief moment, the suspect arrived. I say, this credit was bestowed upon Zhou Zheng by the heavens, others wishing to claim it would be in vain. Enough of this chatter. The station chief is in the yard. The group entered the yard, standing formally before Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguang. Meng Weiguang stated, "Old Hao, it's getting late. We must interrogate Huang Jie overnight. I'll take my team back to the precinct now." "Very well, travel safely," replied Hao Aiguo. Meng Weiguang waved his hand, instructing the removal of Huang Jie's handcuffs, returning them to Zhou Zheng, and replacing them with new cuffs and leg chains before escorting him to the police vehicle. After seeing Meng Weiguang off, Hao Aiguo turned to the officers in the yard, saying, "Today, you all have worked hard. Although our trip to Huangjiazhuang was in vain, Huang Jie has nonetheless been captured. The night is deep. Let us disperse and rest. Having spoken, Hao Igua turned to leave. Hey, Chief, is it true that Huang Jie was indeed captured by Zhou Zheng? One officer inquired. Before Hao Igua could respond, Lu Jianjun interjected, it was undoubtedly my apprentice, Zhou Zheng, who made the arrest. Did you not see how Captain Meng from the criminal investigation team took Huang Jie away just now? Jianjun, are you being truthful in the group chat? Of course. Would I dare joke about such a matter? If you doubt it, ask the station chief. Hao Igua nodded in agreement. Huang Jie was indeed captured solely by Xiao Zhou. I have also seen the message shared by Jianjun in the group, and it was essentially as described. Tomorrow morning, I shall report to the municipal bureau and commend Zhou Zheng. Goodness, Zhou Zheng is truly fortunate. I am utterly astonished. Is this how one achieves merit? It seems as effortless as drinking water. The other officers began to whisper among themselves, filled with envy. Jianjun, Hao Igua waved at Lu Jianjun. Take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup. Certainly, Chief. Chief, Master, there's really no need. I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Zheng attempted to decline, insisting he was in good spirits and had no ailments. So why go to the hospital? Xiao Zhou, don't be stubborn. Listen to the chief. Without further ado, Lu Jianjun pulled Zhou Zheng into a vehicle, heading straight for the first hospital of Jiangbei City. Chapter 12. Chu Yunyao encounters a sycophant as dawn broke. The sun cast a gentle glow, its warm rays caressing the earth like the tender touch of a beloved. The shrill ring of her phone alarm roused Chu Yunyao from her slumber, her bleary eyes adjusting to the surroundings that felt both foreign and familiar. She had set the alarm for an interview at a company that morning, prompting her to hastily rise and prepare herself. Having grown accustomed to waking naturally, the abruptness of the alarm was somewhat jarring. After freshening up, she retrieved eggs, sausages, and slices of bread from the refrigerator, preparing 2 servings of breakfast. She consumed one and left the other for Zhou Zheng, who she surmised would soon be finishing work. After her meal, Chu Yunyao applied a light touch of makeup and hurried downstairs, driving her Panamera to the Fanhai International Trade Company. Fanhai International, a subsidiary of the Fanhai International Group, was a mid-sized family business in Jiangbei. However, when compared to the Chu family's enterprises, it paled in significance. Under ordinary circumstances, Chu Yunyao would have dismissed such a company, but in her current state of financial constraint and ambition, she was no longer choosy. The interview proceeded smoothly. As the interviewer from Fanhai International expressed admiration for her prestigious education from Qingbei, Miss Chu, you are truly exceptional. We will report your candidacy to the general manager. And if all goes well, you could start as early as tomorrow. Thank you very much. Chu Yunyao graciously replied, exiting the office with a sense of subtle triumph. She had finally secured employment. The irony was not lost on her. However, here she was, the esteemed daughter of the Chu family, opting to manage a minor position in a mid-tier company rather than her family's vast enterprise. Yunyao, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts as she awaited the elevator. Turning around, she was greeted by a man sporting slick-back hair and a fitted suit, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight. The golden Hermes belt buckle at his waist glinting in the light. Wang Feng? Chu Yunyao's brow furrowed at the sight of him. Wang Feng was a former classmate from high school, and his family's business was none other than Fanhai International Group. As a wealthy heir, he had long harbored aspirations towards Chu Yunyao, captivated by her beauty and the allure of her family's substantial fortune, particularly since she was their only daughter. To align himself with her would mean climbing to great heights, securing a future of wealth that was undoubtedly his for the taking. Despite Wang Feng's affluence, it was clear that his family's wealth could not compare to the Chu family's stature. Objectively speaking, Wang Feng was not unattractive, and his financial background made him appealing to many women. Yet, Chu Yunyao found him utterly unappealing, particularly due to his relentless pursuit of her since high school, which only served to deepen her aversion. Even when she moved to the capital for university, he had sought her out several times, but each attempt was met with indifference, as she never reciprocated his affections. On this occasion, at the Panhai International Investment Company, Wang Feng encountered Chu Yunyao, who, as usual, furrowed her brows and turned her face away. Yunyao, Yunyao, Wang Feng called out, seemingly unfazed by her reaction, and swiftly approached her. Even as employees nearby greeted him, he paid them no heed, for at that moment, his gaze was solely fixed on Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, what brings you here? Observing her youthful, collagen-rich complexion, Wang Feng silently approved. His goddess remained as stunning as ever, and his affection for her was unwavering. What? Is it not permissible? Chu Yunyao regarded Wang Feng with palpable disdain, her demeanor anything but amiable. Yet Wang Feng remained indifferent, accustomed to being her devoted admirer. He merely offered an awkward smile. Of course, it is permissible. Yunyao, encountering you is fate. Do you have time tonight to dine together? A new Western restaurant has opened on Taidong Road, and the cuisine is delightful. Allow me to treat you to a French feast. Just then, the elevator arrived. Thank you. But no need. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunyao coldly retorted and stepped directly into the elevator. Ah, Yunyao. Wang Feng stood there, dumbfounded. Watching the elevator doors close, the sight of his goddess vanishing before him eliciting a bitter smile. Her demeanor towards him remained unchanged, icy and devoid of warmth. However, this only fueled Wang Feng's competitive spirit. Despite his extensive experience with women, he retained a considerable degree of self-confidence. Chu Yunyao, no matter how much you evade me, I refuse to believe I cannot win your affection, he muttered to himself. Returning to the general manager's office, he sank into the spacious, comfortable chair, propping his legs upon the desk, only to have Chu Yunyao's exquisite visage flash before his eyes once more. The Pan-Hai International Trade Company was a subsidiary of the Wang Group, entrusted to him by his father. As the company's director, he found himself frustrated by his impotence regarding Chu Yunyao, leading him to indulge in fanciful daydreams. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the office. Startled from his reverie, Wang Feng, with a scowl, called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing the head of the Human Resources Department. Mr. Wang. Among the applicants this morning, there is a remarkably outstanding young woman who graduated from Chibei. Here's her resume for your review. Wang Feng casually took the resume, glancing at it, only to be taken aback as he read the name of Chu Yunyao. His eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Yunyao is applying to our company? This seemed rather implausible. The Chu family's business empire far surpassed that of the Wang family. There was no need for her to seek employment at Pan-Hai International Trade Company. Could it possibly be a case of sharing the same name? Wang Feng scrutinized the resume again, confirming that the applicant was indeed Chu Yunyao, leaving him utterly perplexed. The princess of the Chu family would certainly not stoop to working for a mid-sized enterprise. What was her motive in this endeavor? Mr. Wang, what do you think of this applicant? Should you conduct the interview in person? Wang Feng hesitated for a moment. No need. Please inform the candidate that she may commence work at her convenience. She is applying for the position of deputy supervisor, and her salary will be in accordance with the supervisor's standard. Wang, this seems rather irregular, doesn't it? Irregular? Wang Feng rose from his seat, his expression one of impatience. I am the CEO, my word is the rule. Very well, Wang. The head of human resources exited the office. Wang Feng contemplated for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed a friend. This friend, Hong Hao, was a private detective with an extensive network of information. Hello. Howsy, could you help me inquire about something? Has anything occurred recently with the Chu family? What? Which Chu family? Which other could it be but the family of Chu Yunyao, whom I have been pursuing? Hurry up. I am eagerly awaiting the news. Chapter 13. What rewards await the 2 stars? In a single patient room at the first hospital of Jiangbei City, Zhou Zheng lay bare-chested as Lu Jianjun wrapped bandages around him in meticulous circles. After bringing Zhou Zheng in for a health check, Lu Jianjun found him to be in good health. However, several alarming blood marks adorned Zhou Zheng's back, prompting Lu Jianjun to arrange for his hospitalization. Master, those blood marks are merely from a recent guasha treatment. They are not injuries sustained from capturing Huangjia. Besides, the doctor has assured me I am fine. So there is no need for these bandages. That won't do. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. The director insisted on hospitalization whenever possible. Besides, you've apprehended a notoriously dangerous A-level fugitive. It's only natural to have incurred some injuries. Those marks on your back are quite fitting. But master, even if I were injured, you needn't wrap me up so tightly. I feel like a mummy, struggling to breathe. Zhou Zheng glanced down and saw himself ensconced in bandages, resembling a rice dumpling, while Lu Jianjun continued his task with enthusiasm, leaving Zhou Zheng exasperated. Just bear with it. The director will report your capture of the A-level fugitive to the city bureau this morning. Who knows, the bureau's leaders might come to visit you personally. Lu Jianjun's envy was palpable. Little show, this is a commendable feat worthy of recognition. Can you not endure a bit of discomfort? If it were me, I'd be delighted to be wrapped like a mummy. Very well, master, I can endure, but let us refrain from bandaging above my neck. You're even wrapping my mouth. Woo-woo. Lu Jianjun chuckled sheepishly. Hee hee, I just accidentally wrapped your head. Let me undo it. After completing the task, The two, having lost sleep the previous night, succumbed to fatigue and drifted off. Time passed unmeasured until Zhou Zheng was roused by the ringing of his phone. Blinking awake, he noted the wall clock indicated it was already past 9 in the morning. Groggily reaching for his phone on the bedside, he saw it was a video call from Chu Yunyao. Rubbing his eyes, he hastily accepted the call. Instantly, the screen illuminated with the breathtaking visage of Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, I have wonderful news. I interviewed at a company today, and the HR manager asked me to start work tomorrow. I found a job. It may not be a large company, but the compensation is quite decent. Is that so? Then I must congratulate you. Zhou Zheng replied. Yunyao? You really need not rush to work. I've told you I can support you. Chu Yunyao brushed her hair back, responding with a sense of relief. Zhou Zheng, I appreciate your intentions, but I cannot solely rely on your salary for our livelihood. Furthermore, Chu Yunyao hesitated to voice her thoughts. Zhou Zheng understood. A monthly salary of 5,000 yuan could barely sustain two people, resulting in a rather diminished quality of life. However, with the system now at his disposal, he believed their living conditions would improve in time. Yunyao, I was exceptionally lucky yesterday. I won 16,000 yuan in the lottery. What? Is that true? Chu Yunyao exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. In the past, a sum exceeding 10,000 yuan was merely pocket change for her. However, circumstances have changed dramatically, and this time, it was a prize won from a scratch-off lottery ticket. Of course, it was genuine. So, how much did you spend on the ticket? 200 yuan. With just 200, you won over 10,000. Zhou Zheng, it seems you are truly on a lucky streak. This is nothing. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively, a hint of pride gracing his features. Last night, while on duty, I apprehended a level A wanted criminal, which not only earned me recognition, but also a reward of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's expression was not one of joy, but rather filled with concern. In her eyes, wanted criminals were invariably vicious and malevolent, and capturing one naturally posed significant danger. With genuine worry, she asked, Zhou Zheng, you weren't hurt, were you? No. Then where are you now? Have you returned home? No, I'm at the hospital. You claimed you weren't injured? How could you be at the hospital if you weren't hurt? Chu Yunyao reproached, her fair complexion revealing her anxiety. Zhou Zheng, which hospital are you in? And what floor and bed number? Jiangbei First Hospital, 6th floor. Yunyao, I assure you, I'm really unscathed. Please don't worry. The reason I'm hospitalized is because... Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that two little stars had appeared above Chu Yunyao's head in the video, just as he intended to take a closer look. She ended the video call. Zhou Zheng fell into a reverie. The first time he received a reward, a single star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. This time, however, it was 2 stars. Could it be that rewards also possess a hierarchy? He wondered what rewards might accompany 2 stars. Yet surely, a reward for 2 stars would be more substantial than that for 1 star. At that moment, Lu Jianjun stirred awake. After dozing against the wall for several hours, he felt a profound ache throughout his body. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he massaged his shoulders. Hey, Xiaozhou, who were you just on the phone with? I was talking to my wife. Lu Jianjun exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Xiaozhou, when did you get a wife? I remember when you first arrived at the Qiaobei police station, you didn't even have a girlfriend. Zhou Zheng chuckled, offering no explanation. No wonder the police flower of the household registration department, Xia Jie, has been showing you so much favor. You remained oblivious to her advances, yet you were already married? You've kept this well hidden. What about your sister-in-law? Is she stunningly beautiful, to the point of being reluctant for us to know? Sai, what does she do? How did you meet? When did you get married? Lu Jianjun prattled on, his curiosity insatiable. Zhou Zheng continued to smile without responding. Xiaozhou, look at you. When your wife is mentioned, you say nothing and merely grin foolishly. Lu Jianjun, sensing Zhou Zheng's disinterest in his inquiries, felt the conversation growing stale. He glanced at the wall clock. Oh no, has it gotten this late? You must be hungry. I'll go buy something to eat. What would you like? How about some pancakes? Master, let me go? Zhou Zheng replied, sitting up from his bed. Lie down comfortably, Xiaozhou. You are a wounded patient now, and the director has made it clear that you are not to do any work. After Lu Jianjun finished speaking, he strode out of the ward. After a while, a knock resonated from outside. Come in. Zhou Zheng initially thought Lu Jianjun had returned, pondering how courteous his master was to knock. The door creaked open, and a charming figure stepped inside. It was Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you have arrived. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, attempting to rise from his bed. Don't move. Just lie still. Chu Yunyao placed the fruits she was holding onto the table and hurried to the bedside. Squatting down in front of him, the sight of Zhou Zheng's upper body wrapped in bandages caused her beautiful eyes to mist over. Zhou Zheng, how are you? Is your injury serious? Yunyao, despite the many bandages, I assure you, I only sustained a minor injury. A couple of days of rest, and I will be fine. Anticipating that Chu Yunyao would doubt his claim of being unhurt, Zhou Zheng resorted to a kind-hearted fib. Is that truly the case? Indeed. I would not deceive you. Look at me. I am perfectly fine. Zhou Zheng rose and moved around a bit, resembling a clumsy monkey. Chu Yunyao's expression darkened slightly. All right, I believe you. Now please lie down. Zhou Zheng reclined back onto the bed and said, Yunyao, you needn't squat there. It must be tiring. There's a chair beside you. Seeing that Zhou Zheng appeared to be relatively unscathed, Chu Yunyao felt a bit more at ease and took a seat in the chair. Zhou Zheng gazed at the two green stars floating above Chu Yunyao's head, and an urge to earn a reward stirred within him. Chapter 14. Oh my. He touched my face. Zhou Zheng extended his finger, poised to reach for the stars above Chu Yunyao's head. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If multiple stars could appear above her, might it be possible for 2 stars to evolve into 3? Zhou Zheng's finger lingered in the air. Chu Yunyao, puzzled, inquired, Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? Well, there's some dust on your face. Zhou Zheng replied, gently brushing his finger against Chu Yunyao's youthful, collagen-rich visage, wiping away the non-existent dust. His fingertip felt smooth and delicate, akin to touching a freshly boiled, peeled egg. At the unexpected contact, Chu Yunyao felt a jolt, her scalp tingled, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. Zhou Zheng's fingertip seemed to emit a spark, sending a delightful shiver through her fair complexion, which soon blushed with 2 rosy spots. Goodness! Zhou Zheng touched my face. Chu Yunyao felt a rush of shyness, unable to meet his gaze. You're all right then? I was worried about you for ages. What fruit would you like? I can get it for you. Her heart raced as she quickly turned away, pointing towards the array of fruits on the table. Yunyao, why did you buy so many fruits? I can't possibly eat them all by myself. Zhou Zheng exclaimed. I usually buy fruits by the basket, but I've been trying to be frugal. These are all from street vendors, and they weren't expensive at all. Chu Yunyao explained. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, I didn't mean that. If we can't finish the fruits, they'll spoil. It's better to buy only what we can consume. All right, I understand, Zhou Zheng. What fruit do you want? Just tell me. Zhou Zheng glanced at the assortment of fruits Chu Yunyao had brought. Apples, pears, bananas, cherries, and more. Are the bananas sweet? He asked. They should be sweet. And how about the pears? Are they crisp? Very crisp. These are coral-fragrant pears. Oh, then I'll have an apple, Zhou Zheng said, his eyes sparkling with mischief as a smile graced his face. Chu Yunyao nearly stumbled at his roundabout response, shaking her head. I really can't deal with you. But having a husband with such a sense of humor makes our time together far from dull. She selected the largest apple, wielding a fruit knife to peel it. Her technique was impressive. The skin came off in thin, even strips without breaking. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. How could a pampered heiress like Chu Yunyao peel an apple so perfectly? His eyes widened in amazement. Noticing Zhou Zheng's astonishment, Chu Yunyao explained as she continued to peel. When I was young, my parents were often busy with work and didn't come home much. Most of my childhood was spent with my grandmother. Grandmother is a remarkably strong and humble individual. She prefers to take matters into her own hands, shunning the idea of being attended to by a maid. From a young age, I accompanied her in the kitchen, learning to cook and manage household chores. Peeling apples was a trivial task for me. Regrettably, this fiercely independent woman now lies unconscious in the ICU, reliant on various machines to sustain her life. Presently, I find myself at odds with my family, and I cannot help but think that if grandmother were aware of this, she would undoubtedly be concerned for me. As Chu Yunyao spoke, a tinge of sorrow crept into her voice, her fair complexion reflecting her distress, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhou Zheng was also moved by her words. He silently vowed to nurture his relationship with Chu Yunyao and aspired to achieve a promotion to the rank of police inspector within 3 years. By then, her parents would have no grounds to oppose their union. Of course, advancing from a grassroots police officer to an inspector in such a short span is akin to chasing a dream, nearly impossible. Yet, with the support of the system he now possessed, Zhou Zheng believed that through diligent efforts and numerous accomplishments, reaching the rank of inspector within 3 years was not beyond his grasp. Yunyao, please do not be sad, Zhou Zheng said, handing her a tissue. I believe grandmother would not wish to see you in tears. I am unsure of her current hospital location, but we should make an effort to visit her. Zhou Zheng thought of Chu Yunyao's grandmother as his own, especially since she had been a close comrade of his grandfather during the war. It was only fitting, both emotionally and morally, to pay her a visit. Thank you, Chu Yunyao replied, accepting the tissue to dab at her tear-streaked eyes. I apologize, Zhou Zheng, for my moment of weakness. My grandmother resides in the ICU at the Capital and Harmony Hospital, where the medical facilities are quite advanced, though visiting can be somewhat inconvenient. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. What inconvenience could there possibly be? With modern transportation, we could reach the capital in just a few hours by high-speed train. How about this? Once I am discharged, we shall go together to visit your grandmother. Really? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Absolutely. Your grandmother is as dear to me as my own, and given her close bond with my grandfather, we are practically family, even without our connection. It is only right to visit her, Zhou Zheng assured her with a pat on his chest. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yunyao's face lit up with joy. Although she frequently visited her grandmother at the hospital, she often went alone, as her parents deemed their business commitments too demanding, managing to visit only a couple of times a year. They believed that paying for her grandmother's medical care was sufficient to fulfill their filial duties. Chu Yunyao's affection for her grandmother surpassed that of her parents, and Zhou Zheng's willingness to accompany her filled her with both gratitude and emotion. However, I have to return to work tomorrow. It seems inappropriate to take leave so soon after starting, she expressed a sudden concern. Zhou Zheng replied earnestly, what does it matter? Family ties surpass all else. If necessary, I would gladly resign. Yunyao, when I say I will support you, it is not a fleeting whim but a heartfelt promise. Furthermore, I possess the means to do so. Last night, I apprehended an A-level fugitive, which grants me a bounty of 100,000 yuan. If I work diligently and capture a few more criminals, the rewards alone could provide us with a quality life. However, Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Zhou Zheng, I understand your intentions, but capturing fugitives is perilous. I do not wish for you to risk your life for the sake of providing for us. Promise me that your safety will come first, all right? Noticing the anxious expression on Chu Yunyao's face, Zhou Zheng reassured her, Yunyao, do not worry. I will act within my capabilities. Okay, Chu Yunyao nodded. Zhou Zheng, come have some apple. She deftly sliced a piece of apple with a fruit knife and held it to Zhou Zheng's lips. He graciously accepted, savoring the sweet morsel, and exclaimed, an apple fed by my wife is simply delightful. Chu Yunyao's cheeks flushed, and she soon broke into a radiant smile, clearly charmed by Zhou Zheng's cheesy affection. If it tastes good, then have some more. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng noticed that the 2 green stars above Chu Yunyao's head transformed into 3 blue stars. Chapter 15. Reward upgrade. A star has increased, and its color has transformed from green to blue. Does this signify that the reward has ascended to a new level? Engaging with Chu Yunyao yields rewards, and if one does not extract the reward, the level of interaction rewards will elevate. The manifestation is akin to the levels of equipment in a game, represented by colors. The initial level is marked by a white 1-star. The next level by a green 2-star, followed by a blue 3-star, and the subsequent level is presumably a yellow 4-star? Of course, this is merely Zhou Zheng's deduction, which he feels is quite accurate, as Zhou Zheng savored the apple fed to him by Chu Yunyao. He pondered whether to extract this 3-star reward now or wait a while longer to see if the reward could advance to 4 stars. At that moment, the door to the ward was unexpectedly thrust open, and a rugged voice resonated throughout the room. Xiaozhou, you must be starving. The street vendor selling pancakes near the hospital has been chased away by the city management, and I ran several miles till Lu Jianjun held up 2 pancakes. His gaze landing on the enchanting Chu Yunyao who was feeding Zhou Zheng an apple. He swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Xiaozhou, who is this? In truth, Lu Jianjun had already surmised the identity of the elegant beauty before him, but to ease the awkwardness, he feigned ignorance. Master, you're back? Allow me to introduce her. This is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng gestured towards Lu Jianjun and said, this is my colleague and also my mentor, Lu Jianjun. You can refer to him as Brother Jianjun. Chu Yunyao rose gracefully, extended her right hand, and spoke warmly. Hello, Brother Jianjun. I am Zhou Zheng's wife. He often speaks of you. Thank you for taking care of him as a newcomer. Though Chu Yunyao was unfamiliar with Lu Jianjun, she felt it necessary to exchange pleasantries. Please, sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. Lu Jianjun, a robust man, found himself momentarily flustered in the presence of such an elegant and poised woman. He briefly shook her hand before quickly retracting it. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Zheng had such a beautiful wife. She was clearly no ordinary person. Sister-in-law, would you like a pancake? Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Then, would you care for some water? Brother Jianjun, please don't be so formal with me. You are Zhou Zheng's mentor. We are not strangers. Haha, Lu Jianjun chuckled. Indeed, this Xiao Zhou has concealed his affairs remarkably well. He has been with me for several months, and I had no idea he was married. This lad Zhou Zheng thought to himself. I only obtained the marriage certificate yesterday. Naturally, he kept this to himself. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, Brother Jianjun, we have merely obtained our marriage license and have not held a ceremony. He may have intended to inform you when we celebrate our wedding. Ah, understood. Lu Jianjun grinned broadly, pondering. What does it mean that Xiao Zhou and Chu Yunyao only obtained a license without a wedding ceremony? Is their marriage truly not as steadfast as it seems? He felt it imperative to showcase his disciple in front of Chu Yunyao. Xiao Zhou, he began, just now. Director Hao called me regarding your apprehension of the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie last night. He has reported it to Director Ma at the City Bureau. Originally, Director Ma intended to discuss with the leadership team whether to award you first or second-class merit. However, upon learning that you sustained injuries and were hospitalized while capturing Huang Jie, it was decided to confer upon you first-class merit. The Bureau will reward you with 20,000 yuan, in addition to a 100,000 yuan bounty. My goodness, this reward surpasses 2 years of your salary. Lu Jianjun had initially intended to share this news to elevate his disciple's stature before his wife, but as he spoke, he found himself feeling a twinge of envy. Unconsciously, he licked his lips and continued, Xiao Zhou, setting aside the monetary rewards, the honor of first-class merit is truly remarkable. I have served at the Qiaobei police station for over a decade and have yet to witness anyone receiving such an accolade. You are a unique gem. Moreover, you transitioned directly from an internship to a full-fledged position, becoming a third-level police officer, thus saving yourself more than 6 months of time. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Director Ma will personally visit you in the hospital to present you with the certificate of first-class merit and conduct a promotion ceremony. Xiao Zhou, your master is genuinely delighted for you. Lu Jianjun's incessant chatter moved Chu Yunyao. She understood that an honor such as first-class merit could not be purchased with money. It is often said that third-class merit is received standing, second-class while lying down, and first-class is for the family. Although this phrase typically describes military personnel, first-class merit in the police force is equally difficult to attain. Zhou Zheng is truly exceptional. What woman could resist loving such a remarkable man? If Chu Yunyao had initially entered into a marriage with Zhou Zheng merely as a promise, believing him to be an ordinary police officer or an intern, her understanding of him had now ascended to a new level. This young man is upright, radiant, and so outstanding that even his master feels envious. Most importantly, he treats himself well. Perhaps, her resolute decision to marry Zhou Zheng was not a misguided choice. He is indeed a person of great potential. This thought lingered in Chu Yunyao's mind. Unbeknownst to Zhou Zheng, who felt somewhat bashful from Lu Jianjun's praises, he waved his hand and said, Master, capturing A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie was largely due to my good fortune. Lu Jianjun replied, Xiao Zhou, luck is indeed a facet of strength. The director and old Meng from the criminal police team, along with over 20 colleagues, were stationed at Huang Jie's Wang in wait for Huang Jie. Yet they saw not a trace of him. That rascal seemed to gravitate towards you. If you ask me, it's as if the heavens are serving you a feast. This achievement is undoubtedly yours, and there is no escaping it. Lu Jianjun then pondered how, had he not dozed off in the office during his shift, he might have shared in this accomplishment, a wave of regret and envy washing over him. No more words, from now on. I must stick to you like glue at work, so I can bask in your glory. Very well, you two may continue your conversation. I shall not intrude further and will step outside for a smoke. With that, Lu Jianjun exited, leaving Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to converse for a while longer. The 3 stars hovering above Chu Yunyao's head remained unchanged. Zhou Zheng pondered whether there existed a 4-star reward. If so, ascending from 3 to 4 stars would likely be a formidable challenge. It was prudent to secure the reward first. Seizing a moment when Chu Yunyao was distracted, he reached out and lightly tapped above her head. Instantly, the 3 blue stars vanished. In that moment, a voice resonated in Zhou Zheng's mind. Host has unlocked the 3-star reward. Congratulations on acquiring Master-Level Acupuncture. Chapter 16. Mastery in Acupuncture. Zhou Zheng unlocked the 3-star reward. acquiring the mastery in acupuncture. Instantly, fragments of knowledge regarding acupuncture surged into his mind like a flood unleashed from a dam. The overwhelming influx of information rendered Zhou Zheng's mind somewhat disoriented, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Zhou Zheng, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Yunyao noticed the subtle change on Zhou Zheng's face and asked with concern. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, Yunyao. I'm just a bit dizzy. Perhaps I haven't rested enough. Why don't you close your eyes and take a nap? I'll stay by your side. No need for that, Yunyao. I have my master with me. You should attend to your own matters. All right then. I'll go buy some ingredients to make you a nourishing ginseng and goji berry chicken soup. I'll bring it to you in the evening. There's no need to go through all that trouble. I can just order takeout. Absolutely not. Takeout is too greasy, and it's not healthy. I'll bring you the chicken soup tonight, and that has settled. Chu Yunyao firmly stood up. Zhou Zheng, I'll take my leave now. Zhou Zheng turned to say, Okay, I want to see you off. Take care on the way. Chu Yunyao waved goodbye as she exited the hospital room. Zhou Zheng waited until her graceful silhouette vanished from sight before turning back. At this moment, he had fully absorbed the mastery in acupuncture, and his mind felt considerably clearer. The intricate techniques of acupuncture, including even the long-lost skills, seamlessly integrated within him, granting him a profound understanding of human anatomy and the ability to diagnose ailments. Upon further examination, Zhou Zheng discovered that mastery in acupuncture was not the pinnacle of acupuncture skills. There existed a level above it, Grandmaster Acupuncture. Mastery in acupuncture allowed for the use of 7-inch needles, while Grandmaster Acupuncture permitted the use of 9-inch needles. Attaining the Grandmaster level would signify reaching the apex of this art. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng felt a pang of regret. If the 3-star reward above Chu Yunyao's head were to upgrade to 4 stars, would it not grant her the Grandmaster Acupuncture? However, the reward had already been activated, and there was no point in lamenting it now. In truth, Zhou Zheng's command of mastery in acupuncture placed him among the elite nationwide. Those who could rival him in this skill were exceedingly few. The remaining practitioners were venerable masters of traditional Chinese medicine, often elderly men with long beards, who, despite decades of dedication, could only wield 7-inch needles. A young master like Zhou Zheng was a rarity, unmatched by any other. Zhou Zheng felt he should be content. Moreover, as a police officer, he did not have an urgent need for Grandmaster Acupuncture. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng realized that mastery in acupuncture could indeed be upgraded to the highest level of Grandmaster Acupuncture. However, this upgrade required him to treat a certain number of patients using acupuncture. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhou Zheng turned over and yawned, drifting into a drowsy slumber. After leaving the hospital room, Chu Yunyao entered the elevator, contemplating which additional ingredients she should purchase to help nourish Zhou Zheng. The elevator came to a halt, and Chu Yunyao followed the crowd as she exited. Suddenly, she realized she had taken the wrong elevator, arriving at the top floor's hospital ward. Shaking her head, she was about to return to the elevator when, unexpectedly, an arm encircled her neck. Startled, Chu Yunyao paused for a moment, her face displaying a mix of annoyance and surprise, instinctively pushing against the person beside her. What she felt was a soft mass. Almost immediately, a familiar and exaggerated voice rang out. You little rascal, daring to assault this young lady's chest? Upon closer inspection, she recognized her close friend, Yang Tingting, who had wrapped her arm around her. Exasperated, Chu Yunyao retorted, Tingting, how dare you call me a rascal? You snuck up and hugged me without a word, giving me quite a scare. I thought I was encountering a rogue. Honestly, Yang Tingting rolled her eyes. I merely wrapped my arm around your neck, and you retaliate by assaulting my chest. Are you jealous that I'm older than you? Keep your voice down. Do you not fear others overhearing and laughing at you? Chu Yunyao was well aware that Yang Tingting spoke without restraint in her presence, and she had no intention of engaging in playful banter. She adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, Tingting, why are you at the hospital? Are you here to visit someone, or are you unwell yourself? At the mention of her grandfather, Yang Tingting's mood suddenly darkened. Don't mention it. My grandfather suffered a heart attack while out for a walk, nearly. Is it that serious? Chu Yunyao felt a wave of concern. She had encountered Yang Tingting's grandfather multiple times, and he was quite amiable. The news of his hospitalization due to a heart condition left her genuinely worried. Tingting, how is your grandfather now? Is he all right? He is out of danger now. He has just been transferred from the ICU to his special care ward. It's fortunate that a kind stranger intervened yesterday, bringing my grandfather to the hospital in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unthinkable. Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement, feeling relieved. It is indeed rare to find individuals willing to assist strangers in need these days. Life is challenging, and everyone fears being taken advantage of. For Yang Tingting's grandfather to encounter such a benevolent person during his time of need was truly fortunate. Tingting, you must extend your gratitude to this good Samaritan. Of course, the Yang family will not forget such kindness, Yang Tingting affirmed, though a troubled expression crossed her face. However, that kind soul left before I arrived at the hospital. He even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for my grandfather's hospitalization, which deeply moved me. Such extraordinary goodness is indeed rare these days. Is that so? Chu Yunyao expressed disbelief. Tingting, I believe that kind person must have had pressing matters, surely. He wouldn't simply vanish after paying such a hefty sum. Yes, Yang Tingting nodded. My father said if the Good Samaritan does not appear today, he will find a way to locate him to express our gratitude in person, and we shall present him with a banner of appreciation. Chu Yunyao smiled and remarked, indeed. There are not many who can prompt Deputy Mayor Yang to present a banner. I imagine the kind-hearted individual will be quite thrilled. This is what we call good deeds reaping rewards. By the way, which ward is Grandpa in? Please take me to see him. Over here. Yaya, follow me. Chu Yunyao trailed behind Yang Tingting until they reached a private room. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged nurse promptly rose to her feet. Yang Tingting waved her hand dismissively. Aunt Lu, please continue your work. I have brought my friend to visit Grandpa. Of course. The nurse nodded, whispering, just keep your voices down. The old gentleman has just fallen asleep. As Chu Yunyao focused her gaze, she noticed Yang Tingting's grandfather lying on the bed, a faint hint of color returning to his pale face. At that moment, a figure appeared, and Yang Zishan entered the room. Tingting, how is your grandfather faring? He inquired. Yang Tingting looked up at Yang Zishan and replied, Father, Grandpa has just fallen asleep. Let us speak outside. Chapter 17. Lingering concerns. Yang Zishan cast a concerned glance at his ailing father, who lay upon the hospital bed. Although the old man's complexion remained poor, his breathing was steady, suggesting he was enjoying a peaceful slumber. With a nod, Yang Zishan turned and exited the room. Yang Tingting addressed the caregiver, saying, Aunt Lu, please take care of Grandpa. My father and I will be just outside. Call for me if you need anything. Certainly. You needn't worry. I will look after him. Aunt Lu reassured her. Yang Tingting nodded and beckoned her friend Chu Yunyao to follow her as she gently closed the door behind them. Hello, Uncle Yang. Chu Yunyao greeted as they stepped outside. The Chu family, among the affluent in Jiangbei City, had naturally crossed paths with Deputy Mayor Yang Zishan. Additionally, with Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting being close friends, the two families maintained a relatively close relationship, making them quite familiar with one another. Yu, what brings you to the hospital? Surely Tingting didn't summon you for company? Yang Zishan inquired. Before Chu Yunyao could respond, Yang Tingting pouted, clearly displeased. Dad, what do you mean by that? I didn't call Yunyao. I just happened to run into her. Chu Yunyao interjected, Uncle Yang, Tingting speaks the truth. I came to visit a patient and happened to encounter Tingting, which is how I learned of Grandpa's hospitalization. Tingting continued. I heard from her that Grandpa suffered a heart attack, but thanks to a kind-hearted stranger, he received timely medical attention and is now out of danger. Indeed. Yang Zishan nodded. Had it not been for that benevolent individual, the consequences could have been dire. He then turned to Yang Tingting and asked, Tingting, has that kind person arrived yet? Shaking her head, Yang Tingting replied, No. I have remained by Grandpa's side since we arrived at the hospital yesterday and have yet to see that Good Samaritan. Yang Zishan furrowed his brow. This kind-hearted individual truly embodies the spirit of altruism, performing acts of kindness without seeking recompense. It has been over a day, one would think that, at the very least, the 1,000 yuan deposit for Grandpa's hospitalization would be claimed, as it is not an insignificant amount. Secretary Xiao Wu, noticing her boss's furrowed brow, sought to alleviate his concern. Deputy Mayor Yang, perhaps I could place a notice in the Jiangbei Daily on the front page, alert the media, and publicize it online. We might just find this Good Samaritan. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. It would be best not to draw too much attention to this matter. My position is rather sensitive, and seeking out the Good Samaritan in such a manner may not be welcomed. How about this, Xiao Wu? Please review the hospital's surveillance footage to locate the image of that kind individual, and then devise a way to reach out to him. You are entrusted with this task. Can you manage it? Rest assured, Deputy Mayor Yang, I will do my utmost to locate the Good Samaritan swiftly, Secretary Xiao Wu vowed, almost thumping her chest in assurance. Regardless of the challenges, she knew that tasks assigned by her superior must be approached with determination. At that moment, a doctor clad in a white coat approached them. "Are there any family members of the 16 beds?" I am. Yang Tingting raised her hand to signal. "Doctor, when can my grandfather be discharged?" The doctor couldn't help but chuckle softly. "My dear girl, what are you thinking? The old gentleman has merely escaped the immediate danger to his life, however. His condition remains precarious." "What?" The usually inscrutable Yang Zishan's expression shifted slightly. "Doctor, what exactly is my father's condition? Could you elaborate?" The doctor gazed at the man before him, who possessed an unusual demeanor and an air of familiarity, and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. You are Vice Mayor Yang?" "I am Yang Zishan." Yang Zishan waved his hand, indicating the doctor to lower his voice. "Oh, my apologies, Vice Mayor Yang. I've only seen you on television before. Meeting you in person is a bit overwhelming for me. My name is Yang Xing, the Deputy Chief Physician of the Cardiology and Neurology Department at Jiangbei First Central Hospital. We share the same surname. Perhaps we were kin 500 years ago." Yang Xing eagerly sought to establish rapport with Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan nodded slightly. "Dr. Yang, may I inquire about my father's condition?" "Oh yes, of course. Would you prefer to discuss this in my office? It's rather noisy here." "No need. Let's talk here." Noticing the hint of impatience on Yang Zishan's face, Yang Xing quickly continued, "Your esteemed father has suffered from cardiac issues. Fortunately, due to timely intervention, our hospital has managed to stabilize his condition, but..." "However what?" Yang Zishan pressed. "Upon reviewing the test results, I discovered that 2 of his coronary arteries are blocked. Although medication has managed to create a small opening, this remains a significant risk." As Yang Xing spoke, Yang Zishan's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Dr. Yang, are you saying that those arteries may become blocked again? Will my father still be in danger?" "Yes," Yang Xing affirmed with a nod. "Then, what must be done to ensure my father's complete recovery?" "Doctor, as the Deputy Chief Physician, you must have a solution." The gravity of his father's life hung heavily on Yang Zishan's face. "Vice Mayor Yang, I cannot guarantee a complete recovery. The only viable option is to perform a coronary artery bypass grafting surgery. But what, doctor? Please, tell me." Yang Tingting interjected, unable to contain her anxiety. "The old gentleman is advanced in age, and his bodily functions have severely declined. Moreover, he suffers from multiple chronic conditions, making the surgery exceedingly risky. I fear he may not endure until the procedure concludes." Yang Xing's words were clear: to eliminate the risk, surgery was essential. Yet, whether the old gentleman could withstand it remained uncertain. Perhaps, without surgery, he might live for another year or so. With surgery, he might not survive the operating table. "Doctor, is there truly no alternative to surgery?" Yang Tingting inquired. Yang Xing pondered for a moment. "There is indeed another method that could potentially assist your grandfather, albeit it is quite challenging." "Then please, do tell." "What method?" "The method of acupuncture. By employing acupuncture, we can eliminate the obstructions within the old gentleman's blood vessels and restore their flow." Yang Tingting, being rather impatient, urged, "Then let us arrange this promptly, Dr. Yang." Yang Xing offered a wry smile, responding, "Miss Yang, it is not quite that simple. To perform acupuncture on the old gentleman, the practitioner must wield a 7-inch needle, while even the most skilled traditional Chinese doctors can only manage a 4-inch needle." "Dr. Yang, do you know of any traditional Chinese medicine practitioners capable of using a 7-inch needle? Could you recommend one to us?" Yang Xing thought to himself. Those who can wield a 7-inch needle are exceedingly rare across the nation. Finding one is no simple task. Deputy Mayor Yang, to be frank, there are only a handful of doctors in the entire country who can handle a 7-inch needle, and they are all serving the National Health Authority, attending to high-ranking officials. Chapter 18. Truly remarkable. Yang Xing's words plunged Yang Zishan into deep contemplation. Performing a heart bypass surgery for his father carried immense risks, and there was a significant possibility that the elder gentleman would not survive the ordeal. Only acupuncture could alleviate the blockages within the blood vessels without the need for surgical intervention. However, a physician skilled enough to wield the 7-inch needle was a rare gem, akin to a national treasure. Such esteemed practitioners could only be found through the health bureau in the capital, but they were primarily engaged in serving high-ranking officials. Although Yang Zishan held the position of deputy mayor and wielded some influence in Jiangbei City, in the capital, he was nothing more than an inconsequential figure. It is often said that one does not realize the insignificance of their rank until they arrive in the capital. The expertise of a national treasure physician was on par with Yang Zishan's rank, making it exceedingly challenging to enlist their services for his father's treatment, especially as he had no connections whatsoever. With a sigh of frustration, Yang Zishan felt the weight of his father's heart condition like an oppressive mountain, leaving him breathless. In a moment of desperation, Yang Tingting turned to Yang Xing and inquired, "Dr. Yang, do you know any esteemed physician capable of wielding the 7-inch needle? If you do, could you assist us?" Before she could finish her thought, Yang Xing interrupted her, shaking his head fervently. "Miss Yang, you overestimate my connections. As a deputy chief physician at a local hospital, I have no such acquaintance with national treasure physicians. To be honest, I have never even laid eyes on one. Such doctors were exceedingly rare, and ordinary individuals seldom had the opportunity to engage with them." Feeling disheartened, Yang Tingting spread her hands in frustration. "What shall we do then?" Yang Zishan solemnly replied, "Dr. Yang, is there any way you could facilitate a conversation with a national treasure physician? If you could do that, I would be eternally grateful." The deputy mayor's earnest plea resonated with Yang Xing, who wished he had the means to connect with such an esteemed practitioner, yet he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. "Deputy Mayor, our director Zhang has previously collaborated with the esteemed Bai Xian, who is a personal physician to a high-ranking official and skilled in the 7-inch needle technique. Perhaps I could inquire with our director to see if he can establish contact with Bai." Yang Zishan's eyes lit up at Yang Xing's suggestion. "Where can I find your director? I will speak with him personally. Director Zhang is currently away on business, but I can reach out to him via phone." Yang Xing replied, producing his mobile device and dialing the director. After a brief conversation, he hung up and turned to Yang Zishan. "What did Director Zhang say?" "Director Zhang is quite concerned upon learning that the deputy mayor's father requires the aid of a national treasure physician. He has promised to reach out to Bai, but whether he can persuade him to help is uncertain." Yang Zishan nodded thoughtfully. "Dr. Yang, regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for the goodwill extended by you and Director Zhang." Before long, Director Zhang returned the call. After the conversation, Yang Xing's expression darkened. A sense of foreboding gripped Yang Zishan's heart as he sensed something was amiss. Indeed, Yang Xing lamented, "Vice Mayor Yang, it is unfortunate that Dr. Bai, as the accompanying physician, has accompanied the leader abroad. When will Dr. Bai return? At least a week, I suppose. However, according to Director Zhang, there are numerous individuals seeking Dr. Bai's treatment, and many influential figures in the capital are also in line," he replied. "Vice Mayor Yang, it seems quite difficult to secure an appointment with Dr. Bai. Perhaps we should consider alternative solutions." Sighing, Yang Zishan nodded despondently. "Understood, I shall think of other methods. Nevertheless, I appreciate your assistance." Yang Xing quickly waved his hand. "I cannot take credit. I am ashamed to admit I have not been of much help. Vice Mayor Yang, there is a meeting approaching shortly. What do you think?" Secretary Wu glanced at the clock and quietly reminded him. Yang Zishan nodded, acknowledging that although his father's illness weighed heavily on his mind, he could not allow it to hinder his responsibilities. "Tingting, I must return to work now. I entrust Grandpa's care to you, but do not stay up too late. You have the caregiver." "Understood, Dad. But what about Grandpa's heart condition? If not treated promptly, it could become a serious risk." Yang Zishan contemplated for a moment. "Father will find a way. Yunyao, farewell. Dr. Yang, farewell. Oh, Vice Mayor Yang, take care." Yang Xing was taken aback. Chu Yunyao also waved goodbye to Yang Zishan as he and Secretary Wu vanished down the hospital corridor. Yang Xing made his exit under the pretext of business. The corridor was left with only Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting, feeling disheartened, sat despondently on a chair in the corridor. "Alas, how can we treat Grandpa's illness?" Chu Yunyao approached and sat beside her, gently patting her back. "Tingting, do not worry excessively. There will surely be a way when we reach the mountain. Grandfather's illness will be completely cured. Let us hope so." Yang Tingting understood that fretting would not help, so she could only comfort herself. After chatting for a while, Chu Yunyao, who was an optimistic person, managed to lighten Yang Tingting's heavy heart somewhat. "Ah, Yunyao, you still haven't mentioned why you came to the hospital. Did I not say? I came to visit someone." "Who?" "I, my husband." "What?" Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. "Husband? Yunyao, you cannot be serious. When did you get married? You do not even have a boyfriend." "Well, Yunyao, as my dear sister, how could you keep such a significant matter from me? I must re-evaluate our friendship." Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a bit shy. "Tingting, I only registered the marriage certificate yesterday." "Yesterday? Were you in such a hurry?" "You cannot be," Yang Tingting exclaimed, reaching out to touch Chu Yunyao's belly. Chu Yunyao turned slightly, evading Yang Tingting's hand, and playfully scolded, "How ridiculous. You are the one who might be. Why did you suddenly get married without even informing me? Is this not a case of marrying due to an unexpected pregnancy? Oh, Tingting, how can you say such hurtful things? This matter is rather complicated." Chu Yunyao briefly recounted the sequence of events to Yang Tingting. After listening, Yang Tingting's mouth fell agape, her disbelief palpable. "Yao Yao, my heavens. You obtained a marriage certificate with a complete stranger just for a promise? And you even had a falling out with your family, leaving with nothing? Indeed. That's exactly how it is," Chu Yunyao affirmed with a nod. You both are actually living together? Has he taken advantage of you? Have you shared a bed?" Chu Yunyao gave Yang Tingting a forceful shove. "You, Tingting, your words are becoming increasingly inappropriate. We have an agreement, although we cohabit. We do not share a bed. If we fail to develop feelings for each other after 3 years, we shall part ways." Yang Tingting raised her thumb, unsure whether to express admiration or sarcasm. Getting married first, and then falling in love. Yao Yao, you truly are something else. Chapter 19. A woman 3 years older embraces wealth upon learning that her dear friend Chu Yunyao had hastily married Zhou Zheng to fulfill her promise. Yang Tingting was taken aback. She had a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, given the circumstances, words seemed futile, and she swallowed her concerns. "Yunyao, it's no wonder your mother called me, urging me not to support you lately. I was utterly perplexed at the time, and before I could inquire further." She hung up. "Now it becomes clear, you have had a falling out with your family. Yunyao, is it truly worth it to marry that Zhou Zheng for the sake of a promise?" Seeing Yang Tingting's puzzled expression, Chu Yunyao smiled softly. "There is no question of worth. This is simply my principle. My parents, in an attempt to sway my decision, have frozen my supplementary card and discouraged my friends from aiding me, all to apply pressure and compel me to reconsider. In truth, I never intended to seek assistance from my friends. I am capable of supporting myself, and Zhou Zheng has a stable job as well." "Very well." Yang Tingting nodded, suddenly curious about more details. "How old is this Zhou Zheng? What does he look like? Is he handsome?" Chu Yunyao generously retrieved a photograph from her bag, one that remained from when they obtained their marriage certificate. "Here, take a look. He is actually 3 years my junior." Yang Tingting accepted the photograph and gazed upon Zhou Zheng's visage, a bright and charming young man, unadorned by filters yet rivaling the stars of television. In that fleeting moment, she felt a flutter in her heart. No wonder Yunyao was willing to defy her family for the sake of marrying Zhou Zheng. The lad was undeniably handsome. Yang Tingting wished to scrutinize her dear friend's choice, yet in terms of appearance, she found no grounds for objection. A woman 3 years older embraces wealth from the photograph. "You two seem quite compatible," she remarked sincerely. "Hee, I suppose it's acceptable. Hee, Yunyao, you're panting just from the jest." Yang Tingting giggled before inquiring further. "What is his profession?" "Zhou Zheng is a police officer." "Wow, a police officer. That seems promising. Although I wonder if the salary is sufficient to support you?" Chu Yunyao shot her a look. "Indeed, the salary of a police officer is not substantial. I've mentioned before that I can earn my own living, and I have secured a job that starts tomorrow." "My goodness." Yang Tingting expressed her astonishment. "You are truly going to work? I'm impressed. It appears your police officer husband may have the intention, but lacks the means to support you." "Who says that?" Chu Yunyao's face suddenly radiated pride and joy. "Last night, Zhou Zheng apprehended a Class A wanted criminal. And I heard he is likely to receive a second-class merit award along with a bonus of 120,000 yuan. My husband is no ordinary man." Observing Chu Yunyao's animated expression as she praised her husband, Yang Tingting felt a pang of envy. "Very well, as your devoted friend, I can only wish you happiness. Tingting, thank you for your blessings," spoke as she rose to her feet. The hour was growing late, and it was time for me to depart. "Yao Yao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay with me for a while. I must return home to prepare dinner for Zhou Zheng." "To simmer some chicken soup to nourish him," she replied. Yang Tingting interjected, "You mentioned visiting Zhou Zheng in the hospital. Has he sustained any injuries, has he?" Yang Tingting nodded. "Last night, Zhou Zheng apprehended a criminal and suffered some minor injuries, but it is nothing serious." "Very well. I shall not delay you any further." Yang Tingting also stood up. "By the way, which room is Zhou Zheng in? I would like to pay him a visit and get to know him. After all, as such good friends, I do not wish for others to think our friendship is insincere." Chu Yunyao provided the room number for Zhou Zheng. "Tingting, I will bring him some food later and will contact you to introduce you to him." "All right. I shall take my leave now," Yang Tingting said. watching Chu Yunyao enter the elevator before she turned and walked back to her grandfather's private hospital room. Nurse Lu sat diligently in a chair, her eyes fixed on the old gentleman in the bed, exhibiting commendable dedication. The elder was still asleep, his complexion appearing more vibrant than before, suggesting that his condition was temporarily under control. Upon Yang Tingting's entrance, Nurse Lu promptly stood. Yang Tingting waved her hand, signaling her to remain quiet so as not to awaken her grandfather. Seeing him resting peacefully, and even showing signs of improvement, Yang Tingting finally felt a sense of relief. In the office of the general manager of Ocean International Trading Company, Wang Feng reclined in a large, plush chair, his feet resting atop a solid wood desk. Holding a cigar, he took a puff and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that slowly dissipated into the air. Cough, cough, cough. A young man seated opposite him was incessantly coughing, choked by the smoke. Ha ha, Wang Feng chuckled, lowering his legs and tossing a Cuban cigar across the table. Howsy, give this a try. If you don't smoke, the scent can indeed be overpowering. Hong Hao accepted the cigar but placed it back on the table. Brother Feng, this is too strong. I cannot handle it. Inhaling it would send one straight to heaven. Nonsense. Wang Feng laughed and scolded playfully. Who inhales this? You country bumpkin. Hong Hao, feeling irritated, waved his hand and pulled out a pack of Furongwang cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself. Now, this is much smoother. Wang Feng did not press further, taking another puff of his cigar before asking, have you found any results regarding the matter I asked you to investigate? There must be. Hong Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, beginning to boast. Brother Feng, do you not know what I do? My street name is the informant. Nothing can escape my notice. Before he could finish, Wang Feng interrupted him brusquely. Damn it, why are you rambling? Get to the point. Hey. It has come to my attention that Chu Yunyao has had a tumultuous falling out with her family. Her father has reportedly threatened to sever their father-daughter relationship, leading to her leaving home with nothing. Is this truly the case? Wang Feng was taken aback by this revelation. However, upon reflection, it seems plausible, as a young lady of her stature would not seek a position as a deputy supervisor in his company were it not for serious circumstances. Howsy, do you have any insights into why Chu Yunyao has taken such drastic measures? Brother Feng, I have heard that she is resolutely determined to marry a young police officer, and it appears she has indeed gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. What? Chu Yunyao has married a young police officer? As an ardent admirer of Chu Yunyao, Wang Feng was struck by this news as if struck by lightning, his expression dark and brooding. After a moment's pause, Howsy, please investigate the background of the young police officer with whom Chu Yunyao has wed. Brother Feng, there is no need for you to ask. I have already gathered information. That young man is named Zhou Zheng, a probationary officer at the Qiaobei police station. Chapter 20. The infuriated admirer, the beloved goddess of Wang Feng, a devoted admirer, was marrying a mere rookie police officer. This was an intolerable reality for him. His chest heaved with rage, and thoughts of violence against Zhou Zheng crossed his mind. How could he accept that his goddess had been tainted by such a trivial figure? Howsy, find a few thugs to teach that little officer a lesson at the hospital. Money is no object, Wang Feng declared in a fit of fury, making an impulsive decision. Hong Hao, being the voice of reason, cautioned, Brother Feng, please calm down. Although that guy is just an intern, he is still a police officer. Isn't he? The underworld typically preys on ordinary citizens. Who would dare assault a cop? Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, filled with misplaced confidence. With a generous reward, I am certain I can find someone reckless enough to do it. Hong Hao replied, Brother Feng, even if someone dares to act, what happens after Zhou Zheng is beaten? Assaulting a police officer is a serious offense, and it will undoubtedly lead to a thorough investigation. We could end up in trouble ourselves, and money won't save us then. What do you suggest? Do you have any idea how suffocating this feels? Wang Feng retorted, pacing irritably in his office. After a moment, Hong Hao's eyes lit up with an idea. Brother Feng, your ultimate goal is to win over Miss Chu Yunyao of the Chu family. Why not invest that money in Zhou Zheng? Offer him some cash, along with threats and temptations, to make him leave Miss Chu. Additionally, this approach could earn you the gratitude of her parents. Wang Feng raised an eyebrow. How does that work? Think about it, Brother Feng. Miss Chu's departure from her family is due to Zhou Zheng. Her parents look down upon him and would love to see them separated. If you manage to accomplish this, the Chu family might support your pursuit of Chu Yunyao, Hong Hao explained. Wang Feng contemplated this and realized the truth in his friend's words. The Chu family disapproved of Zhou Zheng because of his humble status, while he, despite his family's business being inferior to theirs, still held a respectable position in Jiangbei City, far superior to that of a mere police officer. If he could successfully sever the bond between Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, he might genuinely have a chance to become the son-in-law of the Chu family, with the combined strength of the Chu and Wang families. Once Chu Yunyao's parents were no longer around, everything would rightfully belong to him. He would not only embrace the beauty but also inherit a vast fortune. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through Wang Feng. Haozi, you are absolutely right. Go find out where Zhou Zheng is. I will speak to him personally. Once I become the son-in-law of the Chu family, I promise to make you the vice president, he declared. Brother Feng, is being a vice president really appealing? Is it flashy enough? I'm not fond of older positions, Haozi replied. Wang Feng was taken aback, then scolded. Are you filling your head with romantic dramas? I'm offering you the title, not asking you to engage in the role. Now hurry up, and you will not be disappointed. Thank you, Brother Feng. I shall inquire immediately. You just stay put. Hong Hao replied, and exited the office with a sense of satisfaction. He sought out an acquaintance who worked as an auxiliary police officer at a local precinct. He inquired if this officer was familiar with the probationary officer Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station. The auxiliary officer paused, asking Hong Hao why he was seeking information about Zhou Zheng. Hong Hao responded, merely fulfilling a request, and requested the officer to confirm if he knew of this individual. The auxiliary officer, somewhat surprised, acknowledged, of course, I know him. Zhou Zheng has become quite renowned. He is well known across all police stations in Jiangbei City. Hong Hao was taken aback, questioning how a mere probationary officer had gained such fame. The auxiliary officer, with a hint of envy, explained, while on duty, Zhou Zheng had remarkable luck. He captured a Class A wanted criminal, earning a combined reward and bonus of 12,000. There's even a chance he might receive a first-class merit. Hong Hao gasped, astonished by Zhou Zheng's impressive feat, contemplating how a probationary officer could achieve such recognition even before his official appointment. He then asked the auxiliary officer about Zhou Zheng's whereabouts. The officer replied that Zhou Zheng had been injured during the confrontation with the fugitive and was currently hospitalized at Jiangbei First Hospital, though he was unaware of the specific ward. Having obtained the desired information, Hong Hao handed the auxiliary officer a pack of cigarettes and hurried back to the Panhai International Trade Company. In the general manager's office, Wang Feng sat with a furrowed brow, smoking a cigar. Hong Hao burst through the door with fervor. Wang Feng, initially irked by the intrusion, quelled his irritation upon recognizing Hong Hao. Haozi, why are you back so soon? Have you resolved the matter I assigned you? Wang Feng inquired. Hong Hao nodded, shutting the office door behind him and plopping down in the seat opposite Wang Feng, feigning breathlessness. Brother Feng, I found out. Huff huff. Let me have a sip of water first. Wang Feng tossed him a bottle of mineral water and 2 packs of cigarettes. Haozi, take your time. Have a drink, smoke a cigarette, and speak slowly. Although Wang Feng was anxious to learn Zhou Zheng's whereabouts, he maintained a facade of composure. After quenching his thirst and lighting a cigarette, Hong Hao leisurely stated, Brother Feng, that fellow Zhou Zheng is currently hospitalized at Jiangbei First Central Hospital. Hospitalized? Is he ill? Cancer? Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, but a look of delight soon spread across his face. The thought of his rival being unwell brought him an inexplicable sense of joy. Not ill. Hong Hao waved his hand dismissively. He was injured. That fellow had some extraordinary luck. He captured a Class A wanted criminal while on duty and sustained a few injuries in the process, hence his hospitalization. He has gained quite a reputation in the police community and may even receive a first-class merit. Brother Feng, we are fortunate we didn't resort to external help against him. That would have been courting disaster. Wang Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head in frustration. The excellence of his rival only deepened his discontent. Observing the expression on Wang Feng's face, Hong Hao offered some words of encouragement from the side. Brother Feng, do not be disheartened. In this society, it is wealth and money that hold sway. No matter how many honors that young man earns, they cannot sustain him. His monthly salary is scarcely substantial. In terms of wealth, you outstrip him by leagues. Wang Feng pondered this for a moment. His strategy had always been one of coercion and seduction. He intended to entice Zhou Zheng with a substantial sum, perhaps 1 or 2 million, to persuade him to part ways with Chu Yunyao. Should the young man refuse, alternative measures would be considered. Rising to his feet, he declared, Let us set forth, Haozi. We are bound for the first hospital in Jiangbei to confront this Zhou Zheng. I possess ample resources, and I refuse to believe that money cannot resolve this matter. The two ascended in the elevator to the underground parking garage, where they entered a white Range Rover and sped towards the first hospital of Jiangbei. Chapter 21. Humiliation by one's own hand. Wang Feng stormed into the first central hospital of Jiangbei City with an air of fury, accompanied by Hong Hao. In a bid to showcase his decorum, Wang Feng instructed Hong Hao to purchase 2 boxes of nearing expiration milk from a shop at the entrance. A show of courtesy before confrontation. After all, one must maintain appearances. He deemed that Zhou Zheng, a mere probationary officer, was only deserving of expired milk, considering anything else a waste. After parking the car, they carried the 2 boxes of milk and inquired along the way, finally arriving outside Zhou Zheng's hospital room. Through the glass window, they glimpsed a man reclining on the hospital bed, his features obscured by the angle, presumably their rival, Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng. Wang Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. Brother Feng, rein in your emotions. This fellow is a police officer. We must avoid any conflict, Hong Hao cautioned. I know. Wang Feng inhaled deeply several times, struggling to suppress the fury within. Haozi, let us go in. All right. Without a hint of politeness, Hong Hao forcefully pushed open the door to the room. Zhou Zheng, lying on the bed, heard the noise and looked up to see 2 unexpected guests. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he initially thought they had mistaken the room, as he did not recognize either of them. Hong Hao set down the 2 boxes of milk and inquired, Are you Officer Zhou Zheng? Yes. And you are? Zhou Zheng replied. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Feng, the CEO of Ocean International Trade Company. Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng's mind raced, but despite his efforts, he could not recall who this individual was. I don't believe we've met. Not to worry, you will soon enough, Wang Feng said, smoothing back his slicked hair as he pulled a chair closer to Zhou Zheng. The latter, with his striking features and sharp jawline, exuded an undeniable charm, making Wang Feng feel somewhat inadequate despite his own efforts to appear dashing. For the sake of maintaining composure, he forced a smile. Officer Zhou, we've come to visit you. We heard about your apprehension of a fugitive and your subsequent injury. Additionally, there are some personal matters I wish to discuss with you. Zhou Zheng felt a twinge of unease. The man opposite him seemed far from benign. He sat up in his bed, asking, What matters? Speak plainly, Mr. Wang. Wang Feng suddenly sensed a formidable presence, feeling his own resolve wane slightly. It's about Chu Yunyao. Yunyao? What about her? Zhou Zheng inquired, his interest piqued. Wang Feng enunciated deliberately. Do you know that Chu Yunyao is the goddess of my affections? A chuckle escaped Zhou Zheng, as realization dawned upon him. This man before him was evidently an admirer of Chu Yunyao, perhaps even a sycophant. He retorted sharply, And are you aware that Chu Yunyao is my wife? We are legally married. And what of it? Wang Feng replied defiantly. Zhou Zheng, if you were a man, you would leave Chu Yunyao as a mere impoverished policeman. You cannot provide her with happiness. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, is Wang Feng out of his mind? You are but a fool. Would I simply abandon Chu Yunyao upon your request? That is nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. Disregarding Wang Feng, he reclined once more. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. In a fit of rage, Wang Feng glared at Zhou Zheng, seething with anger. 1 million. I will offer you 1 million to leave Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng mused. The Chu family had offered me 5 million, which I declined. What is 1 million? Does he believe everyone is driven solely by greed? He shot Wang Feng a scornful glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. 2 million. Zhou Zheng. 2 million is not a trifling sum. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Are you finished? Zhou Zheng turned away, presenting his back to Wang Feng. If you have concluded, then depart. Not even 200 billion would compel me to leave Chu Yunyao. Wang Feng's companion, Hong Hao, stepped forward, pointing at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, do you comprehend whom you are addressing? The young master before you is the son of Wang Dong from the Fan Hai International Group. Should you acquiesce to his demands, your future will surely flourish. With wealth, what woman could you not attract? Offending him may lead to your ruin. What? Are you threatening me? Zhou Zheng abruptly turned around. Threatening a policeman? Do you believe I would hesitate to detain you for 5 days? Hong Hao. Realizing Zhou Zheng was not jesting, instinctively recoiled, silenced by fear. Wang Feng's countenance darkened. Zhou Zheng was utterly impervious, proving to be quite a formidable opponent. 3 million. Get lost. Zhou Zheng was already weary of sparring with Wang Feng, finding him exceedingly bothersome. How dare you? Wang Feng, accustomed to a life of privilege and ease as a scion of the Wang family, had never been confronted in such a manner and felt a surge of humiliation. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the room. Zhou Zheng, are you hungry? Look at what I have prepared for you. It was none other than Chu Yunyao. Upon seeing Wang Feng in Zhou Zheng's hospital room, she paused momentarily. Wang Feng, who permitted you to come here? Wang Feng, usually imposing, found his bravado dissipating in the presence of Chu Yunyao, a mere sycophant before her. He immediately donned a smile. Yunyao, what a coincidence. It truly is fate. Chu Yunyao's expression darkened. What fate? I share no connection with you whatsoever. Are you here to threaten Zhou Zheng? Let me make myself clear, Wang Feng. Should you dare to harm Zhou Zheng, I will promptly inform my father and ensure your family's company faces ruin. Do you believe me? Chu Yunyao's words were not mere bluster. Given the Chu family's clout, toppling the Wang family was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yunyao, please refrain from speaking in anger. Zhou Zheng is not your ideal partner. As a daughter of a prominent family, you surely understand the logic of forming powerful alliances. I am indeed your ideal husband. Chu Yunyao nearly felt nauseated by Wang Feng's presence. I do not require your guidance. Swiftly leave. For I wish not to lay eyes on you. Faced with Chu Yunyao's aggressive remarks, Wang Feng found himself at a loss. Chu Yunyao, having severed ties with your family, do not attempt to intimidate me with threats against the Wang family. Is that so? A smile graced Chu Yunyao's face. Shall we put it to the test? Although I have distanced myself from my family, I remain the sole daughter of the Chu clan. Wang Feng was rendered speechless, instantly deflated. Even if one were to fall out with their parents, they would still be the esteemed daughter of the Chu family. Chu Yunyao chose to ignore Wang Feng thereafter. Zhou Zheng, come and eat. She opened the thermos, revealing a fragrant ginseng and goji berry chicken soup, the aroma wafting through the air. How delightful! Zhou Zheng exclaimed dramatically. Here, allow me to feed you. Chu Yunyao scooped a spoonful of chicken soup, gently blowing on it and testing the temperature with her tongue before bringing it to Zhou Zheng's lips. He opened his mouth and took a sip of the soup, experiencing profound comfort both psychologically and physically. The couple reveled in their affection, paying no heed to Wang Feng's growing irritation. He felt as though his temples were throbbing in frustration. He realized that remaining here was akin to a calf drinking milk from a cow, a self-imposed humiliation. Let us depart. Wang Feng called to Hong Hao, leaving in a disheartened manner. Chapter 22. Too tightly bound, unable to escape, Wang Feng arrived at the parking lot. His face a shade of iron, and climbed into the driver's seat of the Range Rover. The more he thought, the angrier he became, unable to restrain himself from fiercely pounding the steering wheel. Beep, beep, beep. The horn blared, echoing through the vast emptiness of the parking lot. Hong Hao stood by, hesitant to offer any words of comfort. He recognized that Wang Feng was genuinely furious and feared that the young master might unleash his wrath upon him. Haozi, hurry and find someone from the street. I must kill Zhou Zheng. In a fit of rage, Wang Feng had lost all sense of reason, seeking to resolve his grievances through violence. Brother Feng, that won't do. Zhou Zheng is a police officer and has achieved merit. Even if we didn't kill him, just striking him would land us in jail. Then what am I supposed to do? Just let Zhou Zheng drive me to the brink of insanity? Brother Feng, we were just polite to him. Zhou Zheng chose to drink the punishment wine. We can't afford to be courteous any longer. Damn it. I tell you to find someone to deal with him, and you worry about the consequences. Now you say we shouldn't be polite to Zhou Zheng. Make up your mind. Are you unwell? Hong Hao replied, Brother Feng, what I mean is that we should devise a plan to outsmart Zhou Zheng instead of resorting to violence. That's the last resort. Although Zhou Zheng cannot be bought off, he must have his vulnerabilities. If we can identify them, we can target him effectively. Wang Feng nodded. Contemplating, as a police officer, he fears losing his job and the inability to advance. Having finally entered the system, he must cherish this position and aspire for promotion. Hong Hao suggested, then let us think carefully who can influence his career. Do I really need to think about that? Wang Feng shot a glare at Hong Hao. Zhou Zheng's superiors, and their superiors, can all sway his career and promotions. Then let us threaten his superior. Wang Feng scoffed, Haozi. It's easy for you to say. Do you think the police station is my personal domain? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Wang Feng, and he smacked his thigh. Of course, I have a distant cousin who is the deputy director in the political department of the police station. The political department oversees personnel allocation, appointments, and commendations, quite a considerable power. Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Brother Feng, why not seek assistance from your cousin? Have him subtly pressure Zhou Zheng. He won't dare resist. That's a good plan, but Wang Feng pondered for a moment. My distant cousin isn't particularly close to our family, and he tends to be rather greedy. Brother Feng, anything that can be resolved with money isn't a problem. You must be willing to invest, after all. Money is merely a means to an end. Very well, I shall invite him out tonight. Let us enjoy some camaraderie and settle this matter. In the patient room of the First Central Hospital of Jiaobei, Chu Yunyao diligently fed Zhou Zheng. The chicken soup was delectable, and the sight of Chu Yunyao was a feast for the eyes. Yunyao, you should have some too. It's truly delicious. Drink more if you find it delicious, Zhou Zheng remarked. You're a patient now. I cannot snatch food from a patient. Besides, I've already had my share. He swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup and added, however, I can see your longing is quite evident. I noticed you secretly licking your lips. Is that so? Chu Yunyao feigned ignorance, her fair complexion blooming with a rosy hue. You're insufferable, Zhou Zheng. If you continue to talk, I shan't feed you anymore. That's quite all right. I'm already full, Zhou Zheng replied, his demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction. Chu Yunyao felt exasperated. This fellow was relishing his good fortune while pretending otherwise. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng produced a thermos and snatched the spoon from Chu Yunyao's hand. All right. Now it's my turn to feed you. He scooped a spoonful of chicken soup. Hurry, open your mouth. He was as if coaxing a child, gesturing animatedly towards Chu Yunyao. Deep down, she truly desired the chicken soup, her stomach growling in agreement. Yet, Zhou Zheng's antics made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Hurry up, Yunyao, or the soup will cool down. Unable to resist any longer, Chu Yunyao closed her eyes and opened her mouth. A spoonful of delectable chicken soup entered, the flavor blossoming on her taste buds, causing her brow to relax. Wow, it's delicious. I didn't expect my culinary skills to be this remarkable, Zhou Zheng exclaimed. Another one, Yunyao, open wide. He deliberately filled the spoon to the brim and poured it into her mouth in one swift motion. Caught unawares? The soup nearly spilled out, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth. Zhou Zheng, you gave me too much. It almost overflowed. My apologies, Yunyao. I'll be more careful next time. His tone was teasing, yet he clearly intended it. Was there even going to be a next time? Chu Yunyao thought. Fuming silently, Zhou Zheng offered another spoonful, but the spoon refused to budge. In retaliation, Chu Yunyao bit down on the spoon, her eyes defiantly fixed on Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng flexed his wrist, hesitant to pull the spoon out forcefully, fearing he might hurt her. Yet, Chu Yunyao stubbornly kept her grip, resulting in a stalemate. Eventually, it was Zhou Zheng who cracked first. Yunyao, if you bite so tightly, I can't pull it out. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt their awkwardness and couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Yunyao quickly caught on, her ears flushing crimson. You insufferable Zhou Zheng, you dare to say such things. How embarrassing. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll stop drinking. All right, I'll remain silent. As they were engrossed in their playful banter, Lu Jianjun entered. He had been out for a while and, upon seeing that it was mealtime, rushed back. Before he even arrived, his voice echoed in the room. Xiao Shou, what would you like for dinner tonight? Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of their affectionate exchange. Chu Yunyao with her small mouth agape, and Zhou Zheng poised with a spoon, feeding her chicken soup. My eyes, Lu Jianjun exclaimed dramatically. Even as a married man, he found it impossible to resist the charm of a young couple in love. I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. They continued. The sweetness of these two individuals was so overwhelming that it nearly triggered his diabetes. Lu Jianjun covered his eyes and stepped outside the ward to stand guard. After a brief moment, a stunning woman clad in black stiletto heels approached, reaching out to push open the ward door. Lu Jianjun quickly intervened, saying, Hey. Who are you looking for? The woman smiled and replied, Hello, my name is Yang Dingding. Zhou Zheng is staying in this ward, correct? Indeed. Do you know Zhou Zheng? Lu Jianjun thought to himself, another beautiful woman seeking Zhou Zheng? Has this fellow struck a lucky chord with fate? If Chu Yunyao were inside, and Yang Dingding entered, wouldn't he be in for a tumultuous ride? I don't know Zhou Zheng. I'm a close friend of Chu Yunyao. She just messaged me, saying she was coming to the hospital, so here I am. Oh, that's wonderful. Please, come in. Thank you. Chapter 23. I thought you were drinking milk, Zhou Zheng, and Chu Yunyao concluded their exchange of chicken soup. Zhou Zheng noticed a residue of chicken soup oil at the corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth and remarked, Yunyao, you have something at the corner of your mouth. Chu Yunyao, ever conscious of her appearance, inquired, Where? What is it? Instinctively, she reached to wipe it away. Don't move, let me help you, Zhou Zheng said, pulling a tissue from the box. Lift your head. Don't move now. He carefully assisted Chu Yunyao in wiping her mouth, chuckling as he did so. At your age, eating is akin to being a child. You've spilled soup all over your chin. Chu Yunyao shot him a glare, exasperated. Isn't it your fault for giving me so much at once? How could I possibly finish it in one bite? All right, all right, it's all my fault. Next time, I'll feed you bit by bit to ensure not a single drop is wasted. At that moment, the doors swung open, and Yang Tingting entered. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's last remark and witnessing the scene before her, her imagination began to wander, and unwholesome thoughts flitted through her mind. What are you two doing? My goodness. Yunyao, you actually. Yang Tingting faltered, covering her face in embarrassment. Zhou Zheng, perplexed by the beautiful woman's words and unaware of her insinuations, looked utterly confused. Chu Yunyao comprehended Yang Tingting's implications and felt her face flush with anger. Tingting, what are you saying? It's not what you think. Spare me. No need to explain. An explanation only serves to cover up the truth. I never thought that the usually refined Yunyao would be so open-minded. I'm truly impressed. You, Tingting, Zhou Zheng was merely feeding me chicken soup. And it spilled to the corner of my mouth. What are you thinking? Yang Tingting paused, observing the two, impeccably dressed, especially Zhou Zheng, who appeared utterly unperturbed. As though he had just been caught in a compromising situation. Could it be that she had misjudged Yunyao? After all, Yunyao was not the type to be frivolous. Yang Tingting felt a twinge of embarrassment. I thought you had choked on milk. She quickly deflected. Chu Yunyao shot Yang Tingting a fierce glare. With Zhou Zheng present, she felt it inappropriate to scold her further. Taking a tissue from Zhou Zheng, she wiped her mouth and said, Tingting, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Zheng, my husband. Zhou Zheng, this is Yang Tingting, my dear friend. Yang Tingting scrutinized Zhou Zheng closely, with his sharp brows and striking features. He was undoubtedly a handsome man. She nodded in understanding, realizing why Chu Yunyao would rather sever ties with her family than forego marrying Zhou Zheng. Hello, Miss Yang. Zhou Zheng greeted, appraising Yang Tingting as he did so. Indeed, Yang Tingting was quite attractive, particularly with her alluring peach blossom eyes and curvaceous figure, complemented by her long legs clad in black stockings. She was both beautiful and sensual. However, when compared to Chu Yunyao, there remains a slight disparity, not only in stature but also in demeanor. Hello, Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting nodded in acknowledgement and continued, you are Yao Yao's husband. So please feel free to call me Yang Tingting or Tingting. Certainly. Zhou Zheng replied with a smile. Tingting, please take a seat. Would you like some fruit? Chu Yunyao offered her a chair and handed her a banana. Without hesitation, Yang Tingting peeled the banana and took a bite, mumbling, Yao Yao, Zhou Zheng is quite handsome. No wonder you fell for him. What nonsense are you speaking? My primary concern is the promise to my grandmother. All right, it's fine that my Yao Yao isn't merely enamored with looks. Yang Tingting then turned her gaze towards Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, I must remind you of a few things. Yao Yao has been pampered since childhood, living in a world of comfort. You must ensure she endures no hardship whatsoever. I wonder if your meager salary can sustain her. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao retorted with indignation, Yang Tingting, what are you implying? Why must Zhou Zheng bear the burden of supporting me simply because I am a woman or the daughter of the Chu family? I am not incapable. I can work and contribute to our household. Yang Tingting, taken aback by Chu Yunyao's strong reaction, replied with an air of resignation, all right. I acknowledge your independence and strength. I suppose my good intentions were misconstrued. Observing Yang Tingting's expression, Chu Yunyao playfully poked her in the side. You little rascal. Dare you to show me a sour face? Ha. Yang Tingting squealed, squirming and laughing uncontrollably. Yao Yao, please stop. It tickles. Ha. Zhou Zheng found himself unable to interject, merely shaking his head. Nonetheless, he felt grateful for Chu Yunyao's protective nature, fearing for his pride. At that moment, he noticed a white star appearing above Chu Yunyao's head, causing a stir within him. A reward was coming. 1-star reward. Should he claim it now or wait for an upgrade? Upgrading to 2 stars would yield a greater reward. However, Zhou Zheng could hardly resist. The allure of the reward was too tempting. Reaching out, he tapped the white star hovering above Chu Yunyao's head. Ding! Host has activated the 1-star reward. Congratulations on receiving 3 lost ancient recipes. Lost ancient recipes? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. He was a police officer. He had anticipated rewards related to martial arts or self-defense. Not ancient recipes. Was the system intending to train him as an old-school physician? Nevertheless, a reward was a reward. One could not be too choosy. In his mind, 3 golden-hued prescriptions flashed like animated images before vanishing, but Zhou Zheng retained their contents. The first prescription is an ancient formula for preparing medicinal wine, which is beneficial for the elderly. A small daily dose promotes relaxation, invigorates blood circulation, and contributes to longevity. Remarkably, even those who are unwell and cannot consume alcohol can partake in this remedy. The second prescription pertains to the treatment of gastric ailments. Regardless of how obstinate the condition may be, 3 doses of this medicine will effectuate an immediate cure. The third formula addresses beauty and body enhancement, a timeless secret utilized by empresses throughout history, all of whom have praised its efficacy. Upon this revelation, Zhou Zheng was struck by inspiration. With these ancient remedies at hand, why would Chu Yunyao seek employment elsewhere? Would it not be more prudent to embark on an entrepreneurial venture? He resolved to discuss this with Chu Yunyao at the earliest opportunity, offering his formulations while entrusting the remainder to her expertise. Zhou Zheng felt a twinge of guilt as he recalled how Chu Yunyao had severed ties with her family for her own sake. In the midst of Zhou Zheng's contemplations, Yang Tingting received a phone call, abruptly rising to her feet. Yunyao, I must cut our conversation short. The caregiver just informed me that my grandfather has awakened, and I need to hurry over. Chu Yunyao responded, Tingting, let me accompany you. Aren't you going to stay with Zhou Zheng? Yang Tingting replied, Zhou Zheng has his colleague, Brother Jianjun, to look after him. It's fine. Let us go together to see the old gentleman. Chapter 24. Young man, thank you for saving my life. Chu Yunyao turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Zhou Zheng, I am going with Tingting to visit her grandfather. Zhou Zheng inquired, what happened to Yang Tingting's grandfather? Is he hospitalized as well? Yes, he has heart disease. Is it serious? Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, and the situation has been stabilized. He is no longer in critical danger. Oh, that's good to hear. Do you need me to accompany you both? No, you have injuries as well. You should rest in the ward. Very well then. After Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting departed, Zhou Zheng suddenly recalled that he had saved an elderly gentleman who had suffered a heart attack the previous day and had also been sent to Jiangbei Hospital. He wondered if that old gentleman had turned his situation around. Speaking of which, he had paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for the old man's hospitalization, and he certainly intended to reclaim that money, as he was not affluent. However, he was not in a hurry to do so. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting arrived at the special care ward. The old gentleman had taken a nap and awoke refreshed, sitting up comfortably at the head of his bed. Yang Tingting approached him. Grandfather, you're awake. How are you feeling? The old gentleman replied, I'm doing all right, just a bit hungry. Grandfather, what would you like to eat? Tingting and I can go get it for you, said Chu Yunyao. The old gentleman tilted his head, recognizing Chu Yunyao. Oh, it's you, Yao Yao. How did you know that I was ill and hospitalized? Yes, Chu Yunyao nodded. I happened to visit the hospital and met Tingting. She mentioned that you were admitted, so we came to see you, but you were asleep at the time. Sighing deeply, the old gentleman lamented, getting old means the body doesn't work as it used to. This heart condition nearly took me away, but fortunately, I encountered a kind-hearted person who saved my life. By the way, Yao Yao, have you seen that good-hearted young man? We must express our gratitude. Without him, you would not be able to see me. Yang Tingting thought to herself, so it was a young man who saved her grandfather. Grandfather, when I arrived, that kind-hearted person had already left and has not returned since. He even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for your hospitalization. Is that so? The old gentleman felt immense gratitude upon hearing Yang Tingting's words. He sighed. Alas, such young people are rare these days. We cannot be ungrateful. Tingting, you must find him. Grandfather, please do not dwell on this matter. My father has also said he will find a way to locate the kind person. The old gentleman nodded. That's good. That's good. Your father is quite busy with work. You must remind him not to forget. Understood, grandfather. Rest assured. Yang Tingting then asked, Grandfather, aren't you hungry? What would you like to eat? Oh, there are so many things I wish to eat. The old gentleman blinked his eyes. I would love some braised pork. And perhaps a bottle of wine to accompany it. Now that would be perfect. My dear granddaughter, hurry and prepare that for me. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, and she solemnly remarked, Comrade Yang Zhixiong, you have just emerged from a life-threatening situation, and yet you wish to indulge in both meat and alcohol? How can this be permissible? Dear Tingting, you are well aware of my preferences. If I do not savor some braised pork and sip on a couple of shots of liquor with each meal, I feel utterly unwell. So hurry up. No. Yang Tingting shook her head vehemently, resolutely opposing him. Grandfather, the doctor has advised you to maintain a light diet, and you must completely abstain from smoking and drinking. What nonsense! Those doctors are mere quacks. Do not heed their words. Nonetheless, it is absolutely forbidden. You have a heart condition. You must endure. Endure? That is easy for you to say. Not drinking and not eating meat is akin to wishing for death. The old man wore an expression of despair. Yang Tingting remained steadfast in adhering to the doctor's instructions. After all, this concerned her grandfather's health and even his very existence. It was a matter of utmost importance that she did not take lightly. If you refuse to let me eat meat or drink alcohol, then I shall simply starve to death. The old man resorted to childish petulance. Yang Tingting understood that when her grandfather was in a stubborn mood, he could be particularly obstinate. Under normal circumstances, missing a few drinks would not be detrimental, but given his heart condition, she could not relent. Observing her grandfather's demeanor, it was clear he would not yield either. The two were at an impasse, and Yang Tingting found herself at a loss. Casting a pleading glance toward Chu Yunyao for assistance, Chu Yunyao offered a few words of encouragement, but the old man paid no heed, leaving her at an impasse as well. Just then, Chu Yunyao received a text message from Zhou Zheng, inquiring about her prolonged absence and when she would return. Chu Yunyao briefly summarized the situation to Zhou Zheng, who could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. As a heart disease patient, Yang Tingting's grandfather certainly needed to avoid alcohol. Old folks can be like children. One cannot simply deny them. They must be coaxed, Zhou Zheng mused. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had recently acquired 3 ancient prescriptions, one of which detailed a recipe for a medicinal wine that promotes health and longevity. This forgotten formula could be safe for heart patients and would bolster their vitality. Why not? He typed to Yunyao. Yunyao, let me try to reason with your grandfather. Chu Yunyao quickly responded, Zhou Zheng, do you think you can manage? You don't even know him. Why not give it a shot? Just let me know his hospital room number, Zhou Zheng replied. After contemplating, Chu Yunyao reasoned that men often understood other men better. So she decided to let Zhou Zheng give it a try and provided him with her grandfather's room number. Zhou Zheng stood up, donned his shoes, and exited the ward. Outside, Lu Jianjun was fiddling with his phone. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng emerge, he inquired, Xiao Shou, where are you off to? With a smile, Zhou Zheng replied, I am visiting a patient on the top floor of this building. Do you have a friend hospitalized here? It's Yang Tingting's grandfather, but never mind. I cannot explain it all to you. Master, I will be back shortly. Hey, wait for me, Lu Jianjun called out, trailing after him. The director expressed his firm commitment to taking care of Zhou Zheng, leaving no room for indecision. In the exclusive top-tier ward, Yang Tingting found herself in a stalemate with her grandfather. Grandpa, even if I beg you, please refrain from drinking and eat something light. Enough, Tingting. You know my temperament well. Even your father's pleas have no effect on me. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Bring me a pound of braised pork and a bottle of wine. I want tea overindulge, just a couple of ounces, satisfying and exhilarating. You, my dear, simply insist on opposing me, despite all the affection I've shown you. Yang Tingting felt a mixture of exasperation and a hint of grievance. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. With a resigned sigh, she opened the door herself. Oh, Zhou Zheng? Her eyes widened in surprise. Why was he here instead of resting in bed? Zhou Zheng smiled. I came to check on the old man. What? Am I not welcome? Of course. Please, come in. Yang Tingting ushered Zhou Zheng inside, followed closely by Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng winked at Chu Yunyao before approaching the bedside. Old man, how are you feeling? The old man squinted, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. You, young man, thank you for saving my life. Chapter 25, The Tangled Affairs of Love. A single utterance from the elderly gentleman left the entire assembly in astonishment. Chu Yunyao suddenly perceived the world to be rather small. Zhou Zheng had rescued an elderly man, who, to her surprise, turned out to be her dear friend's grandfather. Moreover, Zhou Zheng's selfless act of kindness, performed without seeking recognition, deepened her conviction that choosing to marry him was not a misguided decision. Young man, what is your name? Please, take a seat, the elderly man urged. Tingting. Quickly bring a chair for my savior. Zhou Zheng hastily gestured for him to refrain. Sir, I am Zhou Zheng, please, there is no need for such formality. Yang Tingting stood in stunned silence, holding a chair in her hands as she approached. Grandfather, are you saying that Zhou Zheng saved you? Indeed. The elderly man grasped Zhou Zheng's hand, unwilling to let go, as if fearing that releasing his grip would cause Zhou Zheng to vanish. Yesterday, while I was strolling in the streets, I suffered a heart attack and collapsed. Not a single person came to my aid. It was this young man, Zhou Zheng, who stepped forward. Had it not been for him, I would not be here conversing with you all. The elderly man sighed deeply. Zhou Zheng held the old man's hand and replied, Sir, I happened to pass by and saw you on the ground. It was merely instinct that compelled me to assist. Truly, I did not do much. Ah, Zhou Zheng, the doctor has stated that without your prompt resuscitation, I would likely not have made it to the hospital. Please, Do not be so modest. Yang Tingting stood nearby, her heart a cacophony of emotions. Initially, she felt her friend marrying Zhou Zheng was somewhat of a disservice. To put it bluntly, she believed Zhou Zheng was unworthy of Chu Yunyao. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that this seemingly unimpressive young man had saved her grandfather. His heart was undeniably noble. Zhou Zheng, thank you for saving my grandfather. The typically boisterous Yang Tingting suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Zhou Zheng repeatedly waved his hands. No need for thanks, truly. The elderly man appeared to sense an underlying connection. What is this? Do you two know each other? Zhou Zheng replied candidly, yes, we have just recently become acquainted. Observing Yang Tingting's downcast gaze and slightly flushed cheeks, the elderly man's thoughts began to wander. Could it be that Tingting has feelings for Zhou Zheng? This young man possesses a kind heart and is quite to my liking. Should Tingting choose to pursue him, it would surely result in a harmonious union. With that thought, the elderly gentleman began to play matchmaker. Zhou, how old are you? 24. He responded. Ah, the perfect age, the elderly man remarked cryptically, then inquired, what is your profession? Sir, I am a police officer at the Qiaobei precinct. A police officer. That explains it. Law enforcement is commendable, combating crime and safeguarding the populace. You possess a good heart, so you must be a fine officer. Do you have a girlfriend? Sir, I am already married. Ah? The elderly man was taken aback, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity. He cast a pitying glance at his granddaughter. Yang Tingting. As I reflect, I think to myself, oh, Tingting, such a remarkable man seems destined to slip away from you. Why are you not fortunate enough to seize this opportunity? Yang Tingting appeared to grasp her grandfather's sentiment, her fair visage suddenly adorned with a blush of crimson. Stamping her foot, she playfully exclaimed, oh, Grandpa, Zhou Zheng is Yao Yao's husband. They just obtained their marriage certificate yesterday. Ah, very well, the old man conceded. His expression filled with regret, akin to someone who has missed out on a fortune. Zhou Zheng noticed the old man's intentions. And with Chu Yunyao's piercing gaze fixed upon him, he felt a bit uneasy and swiftly changed the subject. Grandpa, I heard you just woke up. You must be hungry. Right? Not just hungry, but exceedingly so. However, my dear granddaughter refuses to purchase what I desire. The old man feigned a pitiful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting felt a wave of frustration. Grandpa, I am only looking out for your well-being. The doctor advised against greasy foods and alcohol. You wake up wanting braised pork and drinks. This puts me in quite a predicament. A predicament? The old man reclined back on his hospital bed. Then I shall simply starve. Zhou Zheng interjected, Grandpa, braised pork is too rich. Let us opt for something lighter. Then what is the point of eating? The old man retorted, how about some fried peanuts? Zhou Zheng understood that those who enjoyed alcohol did not necessarily require extravagant feasts. Peanuts would suffice. Splendid. The old man's eyes sparkled with delight. This is acceptable, though it is a pity there is no wine. Peanuts lack flavor without it. Who said you cannot drink? Today, I shall accompany you for a couple of drinks, but not too much. Only 1 or 2 at most. Furthermore, you must eat something. Absolutely. As long as I can have a sip, I will agree to any condition. The old man was elated and sat up in bed. Little Zhou, you treat me better than my own granddaughter. Yang Tingting was instantly furious, thinking to herself, is Zhou Zheng leading my grandfather down a path of ruin? Zhou Zheng, you. Zhou Zheng whispered, I will explain it to you later. Chu Yunyao sensed that Zhou Zheng was not a reckless individual. His words were surely deliberate and held purpose. However, this was the father of the deputy mayor. Any misstep could lead to complications. Her beautiful eyes turned to Zhou Zheng. Filled with questions, Zhou Zheng winked at her, signaling her to remain calm. Grandpa, allow me to make arrangements. I assure you, you will soon enjoy fine wine. Very well. Little Zhou, I trust your judgment. It truly is a blessing to have met you. Zhou Zheng beckoned Yang Tingting and Chu Yunyao outside, with Lu Jianjun, the outsider, following suit. Zhou Zheng, what on earth are you doing? The doctor said my grandfather cannot drink. Are you not endangering him? Yao exclaimed. You should also speak to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng waved his hand to Yang Tingting. Please, remain calm and hear me out. The wine I speak of is not the ordinary variety found in the market, but rather a medicinal concoction infused with herbs, which would only serve to benefit your grandfather's health. Yang Tingting remained skeptical. Is that really true? Why do I find it so hard to believe? Yang Tingting, I saved your grandfather. Do you think I would wish him harm? Yang Tingting fell silent. Indeed, there was no reason for Zhou Zheng to wish ill upon her grandfather, and her heart began to soften. But Zhou Zheng, where can we procure this medicinal wine? Is it available at the liquor store? The ancient recipe Zhou Zheng possessed had long been lost to time, making such medicinal wine unavailable on the market. Furthermore, gathering the necessary herbs and brewing them on short notice posed a challenge. However, he had a plan in mind. Yang Tingting, rest assured, I will handle it. You and Yunyao should spend some time with your grandfather while my master and I attend to this matter. Concerned, Chu Yunyao interjected, Zhou Zheng. Are your injuries serious? If so, perhaps you should refrain from going. I can accompany Brother Jianjun instead. Zhou Zheng shook his head. It's nothing, as I mentioned. It's merely a minor injury, and there's no cause for concern. Let's proceed. Wait a moment. Yang Tingting suddenly called out to Zhou Zheng, pulling out her phone. Zhou Zheng, you covered 1,000 yuan for my grandfather. Please add me on WeChat, and I will transfer it to you. Zhou Zheng gestured towards Chu Yunyao. Just give the money to Yunyao. All right, I'll transfer it to you. Yao Yao, Yang Tingting agreed. No, better to send it to Zhou Zheng, after all. It is his money, Chu Yunyao insisted, trying to decline. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, my money is your money, and conversely, your money is mine. Therefore, there is no need for further reluctance. Very well. Chu Yunyao reluctantly acquiesced, yet a smile danced on her lips. Lu Dingting observed the closeness between the two and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Chapter 26. The secret brew. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun arrived at the parking lot to get in the car. Lu Jianjun, seated in the driver's seat, turned to Zhou Zheng and asked, Xiao Zhou, are you really going to let Yang Tingting's grandfather drink? He is a heart patient. Zhou Zheng nodded affirmatively. Yes. Are you not concerned about harming the old man? Xiao Zhou, this is no trivial matter. Zhou Zheng chuckled, exuding confidence as he replied, Master, heart patients certainly should not consume alcohol, but the brew I refer to is not just any ordinary liquor. I understand. You mean the medicinal liquor infused with herbs. I have partaken in such drinks, and they do offer health benefits, yet it remains alcohol, does it not? Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Master, the liquor you are accustomed to is merely the common medicinal variety available on the market, while the formula I have for the elderly gentleman is an ancient recipe, distinct from the ordinary medicinal liquors. Rest assured. However, Zhou Zheng interjected, Master, I am confident in my approach. Just drive. Very well. Lu Jianjun conceded, nodding reluctantly. He figured that Zhou Zheng would not embark on a venture without certainty, so he chose to refrain from further persuasion. Xiao Zhou, where are we headed? Master, please take me to the street renowned for precious Chinese herbs, and then you can head to a restaurant to pack some meals. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, just enough to satisfy us all. The dishes should be light yet nutritious, perhaps stir-fried shrimp, and do not forget to add some fried peanuts. Understood. Master, I will transfer 500 yuan to you. Let me know if that is insufficient. As Zhou Zheng spoke, he took out his phone, ready to send a red envelope to Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun blocked Zhou Zheng's phone screen with his hand. Xiao Zhou, are you insulting me? Although my sister-in-law is quite strict with me, I can manage to cover the cost of a meal. All right then, Master. I shall treat you to drinks when time permits. Ah, that is music to my ears. It is settled. Lu Jianjun started the car and set off towards the street of precious Chinese herbs. Upon arrival, Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door and alighted. Master, after you procure the meals, please return to the hospital. There is no need for you to wait for me. I will manage a taxi back. Very well, Xiao Zhou, I shall take my leave. Zhou Zheng waved goodbye, watching Lu Jianjun depart before plunging into the street of precious Chinese herbs. This street, nearly over 200 meters long, is aptly named. All the shops therein specialize in herbs, particularly costly ones, referred to in the industry as fine herbs. Examples include ginseng, deer antler, ox gall, musk, tiger bone, rhino horn, and cordyceps, among others. Naturally, some of these herbs are classified as contraband and their trade is prohibited, yet the existence of clandestine transactions remains uncertain. Zhou Zheng's purpose was straightforward. He sought to acquire every herb listed in his secret formula to concoct the medicinal brew, which he would then blend in the correct proportions. The first ingredient of the formula is ginseng, with a specification that states wild ginseng over 100 years old is optimal, and at the very least, it should be wild ginseng aged 30 years or more. Zhou Zheng strolled into a shop specializing in ginseng, immediately taken by the opulent decor within. On the counter, elegantly arranged, were exquisite gift boxes, their transparent lids revealing robust ginseng roots that exuded an air of sophistication. Hello, greeted the plump, middle-aged proprietress with a radiant smile. Suddenly pausing. Officer Zhou, do you remember me? A month ago, my son, who had just entered middle school, ran away from home in a fit of anger. And it was you and Officer Liu who helped me find him. Oh, I remember now. You are Liu Li, Zhou Zheng replied, recalling the incident well. A month prior, a report had been made about a runaway boy, and he, along with his mentor Liu Jianjun, had tirelessly tracked down Liu Li's son in an internet CAF. After considerable effort and counseling, the boy had returned home, promising never to run away again. Yes, that's me. Officer Zhou. I'm so grateful to you and Officer Liu for your help, Liu Li expressed. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, it was our duty. By the way, how's your son now? Much more obedient, Liu Li replied. He no longer skips classes and has realized the importance of studying. He even mentioned wanting to become a police officer when he grows up. Haha, that's wonderful. It's great that he is thinking clearly now. Zhou Zheng responded warmly. What brings you here today? Looking for ginseng? I'm not interested in ginseng. Rather, I wish to purchase some ginseng-infused liquor. Do you have any in stock? Absolutely. Liu Li pointed toward a shelf in the back. Several large glass jars stood there, containing liquor infused with ginseng. The jars seemed to magnify the contents, showcasing ginseng roots as thick as a baby's arm. Is this wild ginseng? Zhou Zheng inquired. Liu Li chuckled. Officer Zhou, you're not in this line of work. So you might not know that wild ginseng is exceedingly rare these days and highly prized. Most ginseng on the market is cultivated. Even if a wild root occasionally appears, it fetches astronomical prices. A while back, a friend of mine purchased a century-old ginseng for an astounding 1 million. Zhou Zheng scratched the back of his head, astonished by the scarcity and exorbitant cost of wild ginseng. He had long since abandoned hopes of acquiring century-old ginseng liquor. Even a bottle infused with several decades' worth of wild ginseng would be a significant achievement. Liu Li, you're in this business, so you must have the connections. How might I obtain liquor infused with a century-old wild ginseng? At the very least, I would settle for something aged 30 years as I am in urgent need. Officer, how much do you require? Seeing an opportunity, Zhou Zheng quickly replied, not much, just a couple of taels will suffice. Given the difficulty in procuring such a rarity and its likely high price, he had no intention of purchasing more, especially since his funds were limited. Follow me, Liu Li instructed, leading him into a private room. Upon opening a cabinet door, Zhou Zheng beheld several large glass jars, each containing medicinal liquor infused with various ingredients, cordyceps, deer antlers, and other herbs, though he could not identify them all. In the center of the room, a glass bottle cradled a ginseng root, no thicker than a small finger, which appeared rather ludicrous when compared to the carrot-sized ginsengs outside. Officer Zhou, the ginseng submerged in this bottle is over 50 years old, passed down from my husband's grandfather. The liquor it is steeped in is something we make ourselves and have never sold to outsiders. Shall I pour you a couple of taels? That will suffice. Zhou Zheng understood the immense value of this item. Had it not been for his assistance in locating Liu Li's child, she likely would not have rendered him this favor. Liu Li, I truly appreciate your help. How much do I owe you? Officer Zhou, you need not mention money. If I were concerned about payment, I wouldn't have brought this up. No. I must insist on compensating you. I would also like to acquire an additional 2 taels of cordyceps-infused liquor and 1 tael of antler velvet liquor, as well as this. Absolutely. Clearly, the cordyceps and antler velvet-infused liquors are not as precious as the century-old ginseng liquor. Since Liu Li was generous enough to gift Zhou Zheng the ginseng liquor, she would undoubtedly not be stingy with other medicinal wines. Before long, Liu Li filled several glass bottles with the requested medicinal liquors. Zhou Zheng noticed that he had already collected more than half of the required medicinal ingredients listed in the formula. After much persuasion, he managed to hand Liu Li 1,000 yuan, to which she exclaimed it was far too much, insisting that she could not profit from Officer Zhou. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to other shops in search of the remaining medicinal wines. After visiting a dozen shops as night fell, he finally completed his collection. Although the quality fell short of the standards outlined in the formula, there would undoubtedly be some efficacy. With a plastic bag in hand, filled with glass bottles of medicinal liquor, Zhou Zheng hailed a cab by the roadside and set off for the first hospital of Jiangbei City. Chapter 27. I will bear the consequences upon arriving at the entrance of the first central hospital in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zheng utilized his mobile phone to settle the fare before alighting from the taxi. Instead of entering the hospital, he ventured into a nearby shop, where he procured a 2-liter glass bottle. After rinsing it thoroughly with hot water, he meticulously poured various medicinal wines from smaller bottles into the larger one. His fastidious demeanor resembled that of a chemist concocting a potent elixir, captivating the attention of the shop staff. Once the medicinal wines were combined, he secured the cap and shook the bottle gently. The concoction was prepared in precise proportions. Mission accomplished. Disposing of the smaller bottles into a trash bin, Zhou Zheng then grasped the larger glass bottle filled with the complete mixture and proceeded into the hospital. Meanwhile, Lu Jianjun chose a restaurant in close proximity to the hospital, ordered a meal, and returned to the hospital ahead of Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting rented a table and a few chairs from a shop on the ground floor of the inpatient building, and soon everyone began to unveil the dishes, filling the air with enticing aromas. Yang Tingting noticed that, apart from the fried peanuts, the remaining dishes were relatively light in flavor, prompting her to nod approvingly. "Grandfather, you must be hungry. Why don't you eat first?" she suggested. The elderly man, glancing from his hospital bed, noticed the absence of alcohol in Zhou Zheng, rolling his eyes in frustration. "Where is that rascal? He promised to fetch the wine, yet the meal is already served. Why is he not back? Grandfather, please eat a little, it will tide you over." "Zhou Zheng may return shortly," Yang Tingting urged. The old man stubbornly waved his hand. "No, I need to have a sip of wine first to stimulate my appetite. Otherwise, I won't be inclined to eat." Yang Tingting sighed inwardly, recognizing that the old man was resolutely fixated on his drink. With the elder refusing his meal, the others felt reluctant to eat as well. Chu Yunyao managed to sip a half-can of chicken soup and nibble on a few pieces of chicken, finding herself not overly hungry. However, Yang Tingting and Lu Jianjun were in dire straits, their stomachs growling as they gazed longingly at the rather modest spread before them. Lu Jianjun lamented his own folly for not indulging in a bite while at the restaurant. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. "That must be Zhou Zheng returning," Yang Tingting exclaimed, springing to her feet. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, carried her swiftly to the door, which she flung open. There stood Zhou Zheng. "Why have you returned so late?" Yang Tingting pouted, her tone laced with reproach. Zhou Zheng smiled, offering an explanation. "The exclusive recipe for this medicinal wine is not easily concocted, which delayed my return." "Exclusive recipe?" Yang Tingting appeared skeptical, sensing his air of mystery was perhaps feigned. "Please, as if you're speaking of something truly significant," she teased. "Little Zhou, you are back?" The elderly man, lying in bed, exerted himself to sit up with some difficulty. "I am back, grandfather. The wine is ready," Zhou Zheng announced, raising the glass bottle in his hand. Within it, an amber liquid shimmered softly under the light, exuding a warm glow. The old gentleman's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine, and with an unexpected surge of energy, he sprang from his bed. He seated himself at the table and produced several paper cups. Though drinking from paper cups lacks the refinement of porcelain, the circumstances of the hospital rendered such distinctions trivial. "Come now, Xiao Zhou, fill my cup to the brim. Tonight, I intend to indulge in a few drinks with you." Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "Grandfather, did we not agree that we would limit ourselves to just a drink or two? Moreover, the wine I have prepared is medicinal. Consuming too much may lead to discomfort." Very well, very well. One or two it shall be, as long as I can partake," the old gentleman insisted. "Come, Xiao Shou, sit beside me and pour the wine." Zhou Zheng complied without hesitation, taking a seat next to the old man. He opened the lid of the glass bottle, and instantly, an aromatic blend of fine wine and the fragrance of traditional Chinese medicine filled the room. "What a delightful wine!" the old gentleman exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He had sampled many medicinal wines in his time, yet this complex bouquet was unlike any he had encountered before. Even Yang Tingting, who typically abstained from alcohol, found the aroma appealing. "Xiao Zhou, this wine is extraordinary. Hurry and pour me a glass, as it has thoroughly awakened my appetite." "Certainly," Zhou Zheng responded. Taking a paper cup, he poured a modest amount into the cup. "Such a meager serving hardly suffices for a single gulp," the old gentleman complained. "Grandfather, I have poured you nearly half a liang. Should you drink it all, you would still have room for more. If I were to pour a full liang, you would down it in a single swig, and then you would have nothing left for the evening." "Oh dear, Xiao Zhou, your words are excessively tedious. I shall have to indulge now," the old gentleman declared, lifting the paper cup, ready to drink it all in one go. "Wait a moment, grandfather," Yang Tingting suddenly interjected. The old gentleman glared at her. "What do you mean, Tingting?" Unable to meet his gaze, she turned to Zhou Zheng and asked, "Zhou Zheng, is it truly safe for grandfather to drink this medicinal wine?" Zhou Zheng patted his chest in assurance. "It is perfectly safe. If anything should go awry, I will take full responsibility. Xiao Zhou, should anything occur, it is my concern alone. You need not worry, it does not involve you." "Tingting, did you hear that?" "Yes, grandfather," she replied resignedly. The old gentleman then downed the medicinal wine in one gulp, feeling a warm sensation flow from his throat to his stomach, gradually enveloping his entire body in a comforting warmth. Additionally, the wine was potent and gratifying, leaving a pleasant aftertaste with a hint of herbal aroma lingering in his mouth. What a fine wine! Delightful, truly delightful. The old gentleman praised exuberantly. Grandfather, do have some food. Very well, very well. He recognized that he could only afford to sip a little more. Such exquisite wine deserved to be savored. Having indulged in the wine, his appetite indeed soared. The old gentleman relished peanuts and shrimp, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Observing her grandfather finally eating, Yang Tingting felt a sense of relief, albeit a tentative one. As she remained uncertain whether consuming Zhou Zheng's so-called exclusive medicinal wine would yield no adverse effects. After some contemplation, I quietly slipped out of the ward. Xiao Zhou, you should eat too. The old man called out to Zhou Zheng, then turned his gaze towards Chu Yunyao and Lu Jianjun. You too, don't just stand there. It's rather awkward for me to eat while you merely observe. Yunyao master, why don't you join us for a meal? Zhou Zheng beckoned to them. They too felt no hesitation and took their seats to partake in the meal. By the way, where has Tingting gone? Just as Chu Yunyao picked up her chopsticks, she suddenly noticed Yang Tingting was missing. The old man waved his hand dismissively. That girl might have gone to buy some drinks. While she forbids me from drinking alcohol, she herself enjoys beverages, which are arguably even more detrimental to one's health. At that moment, the doors swung open, and Yang Tingting entered, followed closely by the deputy chief physician, Yang Xing, who wore a broad smile as he said, Old sir, are you eating? I was just doing my rounds and took a moment to check on you. Chapter 28. This is the elixir. Yang Tingting, concerned for her grandfather's well-being after he consumed the medicinal wine, discreetly slipped away to seek the expertise of Dr. Yang Xing. She wished for him to examine her grandfather's health, to ascertain whether it was indeed true, as Zhou Zheng had asserted, that her grandfather had taken the concoction without any repercussions. Upon learning that the elderly gentleman had indulged in alcohol, Dr. Yang was taken aback. To allow a patient with heart conditions to partake in drinking was akin to courting disaster. Miss Yang, how could you permit such a thing? Your grandfather has a heart condition. Drinking is the last thing he should be doing. As family, you ought to have intervened. Doctor. Yang felt that Yang Tingting was being grossly irresponsible, potentially endangering her grandfather's life. Yet, being the daughter of the vice mayor, he hesitated to voice his concerns too harshly. He could only shake his head in dismay and accompany Yang Tingting to the hospital room to conduct the examination. On their way, Yang Tingting advised Dr. Yang, stating that her grandfather had a stubborn temperament and preferred gentle persuasion over bluntness in conversation. Dr. Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, as the father of the vice mayor, he too was cautious about speaking too candidly. Upon entering the room, Dr. Yang greeted the elderly gentleman with a smile, announcing his presence for the checkup. The grandfather, recognizing Dr. Yang as his attending physician, greeted him warmly. Dr. Yang, have you eaten? Not yet. I haven't finished my shift, Dr. Yang replied. The elderly gentleman, being a kind-hearted soul, insisted, then let us share a meal together. No, thank you, Dr. Yang quickly declined. I appreciate your hospitality, but I am currently on duty and unable to partake. Once you recover, there will be ample opportunities for dining together. For now, allow me to conduct your examination. I have several other patients to attend to. Zhou Zheng observed Yang Tingting and surmised that her concern over her grandfather's drinking had prompted her to request Dr. Yang's examination. He bore no ill feelings towards her apprehension. After all, the elderly gentleman was Yang Tingting's beloved grandfather, and her worries were entirely justified. Initially, the grandfather was in high spirits and was about to request more wine from Zhou Zheng when he learned of the impending examination. His mood soured slightly. However, understanding that it was Dr. Yang's professional duty and that the doctor acted in his best interest, he reluctantly vacated the dining table. Very well, Dr. Yang. Let us proceed promptly. Dr. Yang instructed the grandfather to recline on the bed, measuring his blood pressure and heart rate. Although there was a readily available monitoring device, the elderly gentleman had removed it, preferring to operate at his own whim. As the examination unfolded, Dr. Yang found himself incredulous at the readings he was obtaining. Doctor, how did the results appear? Yang Tingting inquired with concern from the side. Please hold on for a moment, Dr. Yang, unable to trust the initial measurements, repeated the tests. Just as the grandfather began to display signs of impatience, Dr. Yang finally spoke, his expression a mixture of disbelief. The old gentleman's heart rate and blood pressure are nearing normal values. After all, he is an elderly patient with a history of heart disease, who had a cardiac episode yesterday and nearly succumbed. Yet upon waking, he consumed alcohol, and astonishingly, his physiological indicators appear to have improved significantly. Yang Tingting is equally astonished. Dr. Yang, is this for real? You must have made an error in your measurements, right? Miss Yang, I have taken the measurements twice. There is no mistake. The old gentleman's condition seems to be recovering remarkably well. At this rate, he could be discharged in a few days. Is that truly the case? That would be splendid. While Yang Tingting rejoices, a sense of doubt lingers within her. She is well aware of her grandfather's health condition. It seems implausible that he could recover to a normal state so soon after emerging from the ICU. Moreover, Dr. Yang had previously mentioned that there were 2 blocked vessels in her grandfather's heart. Why is he recovering so rapidly? Could it possibly be due to the medicinal liquor provided by Zhou Zheng? Is there really a benefit to consuming such a tonic? Old sir, your recovery is quite remarkable. After a few more days of rest, I will conduct a comprehensive examination. Suddenly, the old gentleman chuckled. I think that's unnecessary. I know my body best. After just 1 sip of alcohol, I feel invigorated. The medicinal liquor that Xiao Zhou prepared for me is akin to a miraculous elixir that has cured my ailments. Yang Xing looked on in disbelief. Isn't this a fallacy? How could a patient possibly recover by drinking alcohol? Yet, he could not fathom why the old gentleman had recuperated so swiftly. He could only admonish, Old sir, even if the medicinal liquor is beneficial, moderation is key. I know. The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Xiao Zhou, pour me another glass. The concoction you prepared is a true remedy for me. Of course. However, old sir, we must agree that while the medicinal liquor is excellent, it should be consumed in moderation, as excessive intake could be detrimental to your health. I understand. I will heed your advice. Zhou Zheng stood up to pour a little more medicinal liquor into a paper cup, and in that moment, the fragrance in the room intensified. Yang Xing couldn't help but twitch his nose. I wondered why it smelled so delightful. So, it's the aroma of the medicinal liquor. Could it truly be effective? May I ask your name and your profession? Yang Xing inquired, turning to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng rose to introduce himself. Hello, Dr. Yang. My name is Zhou Zheng, and I am a police officer. Oh, hello, Officer Zhou. Would it be possible for me to sample the medicinal liquor you prepared? Yang Xing gazed at the amber liquid in the glass bottle. His interest piqued. Certainly, Zhou Zheng poured a small amount into a paper cup and handed it to Yang Xing. He took it, first inhaling deeply. As the robust aroma of the alcohol mingled with the scent of the herbs filled his senses, instantly uplifting his spirits. Unable to resist, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Immediately, a wave of warmth radiated from his abdomen throughout his entire body, opening every pore and inducing an indescribable sense of comfort. After consuming the medicinal wine, Yang Xing felt the fatigue of a long day's work evaporate, leaving him invigorated and remarkably at ease. He was inwardly astonished, thinking to himself, this is no ordinary medicinal wine, it is a miraculous elixir. Even individuals with heart conditions could benefit from it. If it were properly packaged and introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Excitedly, he inquired, Xiao Zhou, where did you acquire this medicinal wine? It's a family recipe, came the reply. Oh, well, you all enjoy your meal. I need to check on other patients. Yang Xing fabricated an excuse to exit the ward. He took out his phone and dialed an old classmate. His classmate, Huang Long, was a prominent figure in the health supplement industry. Old Huang, Mr. Huang, it's me, Yang Xing. I have a business proposition and was wondering if you might be interested. Chapter 29 Supporting Chu Yunyao's entrepreneurial journey. After Yang Xing departed, Yang Tingting turned around. She was both curious and astonished by Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. Could it be that her grandfather's sudden improvement in health was a result of the medicinal wine? Is the efficacy of the concoction you prepared truly that remarkable? Zhou Zheng nodded. He had also taken a sip of the wine earlier and felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, warmth enveloping his entire being, as if the damaged cells within him were being rejuvenated, leaving him feeling utterly relaxed. The secret formula provided by the system was indeed exquisite. This was merely a medicinal wine brewed from common herbs. If it were crafted according to the standard of the secret formula, its effects would surely be even more extraordinary. Thus, Zhou Zheng brimmed with confidence. Zhou Zheng, may I have a sip of the medicinal wine? Yang Tingting's eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. She yearned to experience the sensation of drinking the medicinal wine herself. Certainly. Yunyao, master, allow me to pour you some as well. This elixir is highly beneficial for one's health. Lu Jianjun had long been tempted but had held back. Firstly, it was still his working hours. and consuming alcohol was not permissible. Secondly, this was a concoction Zhou Zheng had prepared for the elder, and he hesitated to ask, "Little Zhou, it is currently my working time. Drinking would constitute a breach of protocol." Zhou Zheng chuckled. "Master, it is nearly 8 o'clock. You have long since finished work. Go ahead. It's perfectly fine." As he spoke, he poured a modest amount of medicinal wine into 3 paper cups. "Zhou Zheng, I cannot drink alcohol, so I shall refrain from it." Chu Yunyao tugged at Zhou Zheng's sleeve, expressing her concerns. She was naturally sensitive to alcohol. Even a single sip would render her flushed. Hence, she seldom indulged. "Yunyao, this wine does not intoxicate. Moreover, just a tiny sip won't harm you." "Very well then." Chu Yunyao nodded, placing her complete trust in Zhou Zheng. The elder was elated, surrounded by so many companions partaking in the wine, though the only drawback was that he could only take a sip or two. "Come now, everyone, raise your glasses and let's toast." Zhou Zheng stood and proclaimed, "This toast is dedicated to the elder's swift recovery." Everyone stood in unison, exclaiming, "To the elder's swift recovery." "Excellent. I thank you all." The elder, having longed for this moment, seized the opportunity to down his drink in one go. The others followed suit. Zhou Zheng had not poured much. Even the teetotaler Chu Yunyao managed to finish her sip without hesitation. Refreshing. As the medicinal wine coursed through him, the elder's face radiated satisfaction. Yang Dingting, Chu Yunyao, and Lu Jianjun were all astonished. They too felt the profound effects of the medicinal wine on their bodies. Particularly Yang Dingting, who had harbored some concern for her grandfather, now felt utterly at ease, having experienced the change within her own body. "Zhou Zheng, this is truly remarkable. After just a sip of the medicinal wine, I feel completely rejuvenated and invigorated," Yang Tingting expressed genuinely. "Do you now believe in the efficacy of the medicinal wine I have crafted?" My apologies, Zhou Zheng. I was somewhat skeptical of you earlier." "Haha, it's all right." Zhou Zheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, Zhou Zheng, I have a humble request. I hope you can share the recipe for the medicinal wine with me, so I can brew it for my grandfather in the future." Before Zhou Zheng could respond, the elder spoke with a serious demeanor. "Since the medicinal wine possesses such miraculous effects, I believe it must be a closely guarded secret of young Zhou. To simply ask for the recipe is to place him in a difficult position." Yang Tingting interjected, "Grandfather, I am merely doing this for your sake." She then cast a pleading glance at Chu Yunyao. "Yunyao, Zhou Zheng is your husband. Perhaps you could persuade him to share the recipe with me?" Chu Yunyao shook her head. "Tingting, although Zhou Zheng and I are married, the secret of the medicinal wine belongs to him. Whether or not to share it is his decision, and I will not impose upon him. Moreover, your request was somewhat inappropriate." Upon hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng felt a warmth in his heart. He would never part with the recipe for the medicinal wine. Being overly accommodating is not the way to go. The recipe is a treasure. If Chu Yunyao were to request it for her dear friend Yang Dingting, it would place him in a difficult position. Fortunately, Chu Yunyao did not entertain Yang Tingting's request and declined to ask Zhou Zheng for the recipe, which brought him comfort. "Tingting, the recipe for the medicinal wine is a family heirloom. I cannot share it with others. However, if the elder wishes to enjoy the wine, I can certainly prepare it for him. In the future, I intend to have Yunyao manage the medicinal wine business and embark on her entrepreneurial journey, for I believe it is too much of a disservice to have her working for someone else." Chu Yunyao felt a surge of emotion. As the daughter of the Chu family, she had been exposed to business acumen from an early age and possessed a keen sense for commerce. Given the extraordinary effects of Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine, if produced in bulk and marketed effectively, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. The recipe is akin to a golden goose, exceedingly precious and not meant for dissemination. "All right, Zhou Zheng, my apologies for being overly eager and presumptuous." Yang Tingting suddenly felt a pang of regret. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "In the future, if you require medicinal wine, you may ask Yunyao." "Yunyao, what do you think?" Chu Yunyao nodded. "I believe that would be fine. Tingting is my close friend. Why don't we prepare some medicinal wine for the elder to use free of charge?" "That won't do." The elder shot her a stern look. "You must charge for it. There are costs involved in preparing the medicinal wine, aren't there?" "Grandfather, you can have it at cost price." Chu Yunyao was not one to be overly sentimental. Feelings aside, business is business. "All right, I will order £10 first. Once I leave the hospital, I will promote it to my old friends." This was precisely the outcome Chu Yunyao desired. The old gentleman was once a cadre and the father of a former deputy mayor. With his endorsement, the medicinal wine is assured to sell. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Yunyao, you must hasten to have your family as Zhou Zheng prepare the medicinal wine. I can hardly wait. He then instructed, Ting Ting. Please provide Yunyao with the funds for the wine, and I shall reimburse you later. Yang Ting Ting playfully retorted, Grandfather, what are you saying? I have my own money. Purchasing the medicinal wine will be my way of honoring you. She then turned to Chu Yunyao, inquiring, Yao Yao, how is the pricing of the medicinal wine determined? How much per pound? This question left Chu Yunyao at a loss. She was unaware of the costs associated with producing the medicinal wine, nor did she know the appropriate selling price. She cast a pleading glance towards Zhou Zheng, who was equally uncertain about the pricing, as the medicinal wine prepared for the old gentleman had been cobbled together at a cost exceeding 1,000. If they could procure the raw materials, the expenses might be mitigated. Old gentleman, at present, I cannot set a price. I shall leave this matter to Yunyao, and we can determine it once she has it organized, Zhou Zheng suggested. Very well. The old gentleman nodded. Let us all enjoy our meal. After indulging in a hearty feast, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun took their leave, with Chu Yunyao accompanying Zhou Zheng back to his hospital room. In the corridor, they were intercepted by Yangxing Zhou Zheng. I have matters to discuss with you, he stated, gesturing towards a man adorned in luxury brands beside him. Allow me to introduce, this is Wu Di, the owner of Wu's Health Group. Chapter 30. The calculated strikes of the abacus. The Wu Health Group is a prominent enterprise that has flourished in Jiangbei, with its founder, Wu Di, having risen from humble beginnings to establish a thriving company specializing in health products. In the realm of overall wellness, he has made remarkable strides, accumulating wealth that surpasses that of Wang Feng. Recently, his old classmate Yang Xing called to inform him about a newly formulated medicinal liquor at the Jiangbei First Central Hospital, which purportedly boasts extraordinary effects, even suitable for patients with heart conditions. Furthermore, this concoction has yet to be launched on the market. Wu Di, with his keen business acumen, immediately recognized this as an immense opportunity. Without hesitation, he instructed his driver to prepare the car and rushed toward the hospital. Upon meeting Yang Xing, Wu Di eagerly inquired about the details. Excitement bubbled within him as he envisioned the potential of this miraculous liquor, should it prove to be as extraordinary as Yang claimed. Acquiring the formula could double his fortune. Wu Di promised Yang a handsome reward upon the successful acquisition of the formula. As they conversed, they made their way toward the elder's hospital room, only to unexpectedly encounter Mr. Zhou Zheng and his entourage in the corridor. Hello, Mr. Zhou, Wu Di exclaimed, extending his hand with a beaming smile. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Despite Wu Di's status as a prominent businessman, he was unfamiliar with him. After a courteous handshake, Zhou inquired, Mr. Wu, are you looking for me? Is there something you need? Mr. Zhou, I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that you possess a secret formula for a medicinal liquor, and I have come specifically to propose a transaction. What kind of transaction? Zhou Zheng questioned. I wish to purchase the formula from you, Wu Di stated plainly. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, glancing at Yang Xing, silently contemplating the latter's rapid disclosure. Yang, too intimidated, averted his gaze from Zhou's piercing eyes. Zhou shook his head. Mr. Wu, I apologize, but this is a family heirloom. I cannot part with it. Wu Di, unfazed by Zhou's refusal, understood that an immediate agreement would raise suspicions about the formula's authenticity. Mr. Zhou, everything is negotiable. Let us not dismiss the idea outright. Name your price. I have made myself clear. I will not sell the formula, Zhou reiterated firmly. How about 200,000? Wu Di proposed after a moment of contemplation. Mr. Zhou, I am willing to pay you 200,000 for your formula. What do you say? Nearby, Lu Jianjun scoffed quietly, thinking to himself that it was absurd for a significant businessman like Wu Di to believe he could acquire Zhou's secret for such a paltry sum. The value of Zhou's formula far exceeded 200,000. It was an insult. Zhou, who had no intention of selling the formula, having intended it as a gift for Chu Yunyao, offered a polite smile. Mr. Wu, farewell. Wait, Mr. Zhou, Wu Di called out, growing anxious as Zhou attempted to leave. Let us negotiate. I can offer 300,000 for the formula. What do you think? Zhou Zheng, accompanied by Chu Yunyao, walked past without a glance back. Observing Zhou Zheng's figure, Wu Di remarked, Mr. Zhou, I advise you to reconsider. Lacking resources. Even if you embark on the venture of producing medicinal liquor, it would be exceedingly challenging to promote. Furthermore, as a public servant, engaging in business is not permissible. It would be wiser to monetize your secret formula. That is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Zhou Zheng chuckled softly, turned around, and replied, Boss Wu, you are correct. Yet I have never intended to venture into business myself. He gestured towards Chu Yunyao beside him. The business of medicinal liquor will be managed by my wife. Your wife? Is she capable? Wu Di cast a glance at Chu Yunyao, only then realizing Zhou Zheng's wife was a stunning beauty, somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place her. However, he presumed that Zhou Zheng's wife was, at most, a pretty face, unlikely to succeed in business. Whether she can or cannot is not for you to determine. Zhou Zheng said confidently. If you believe my wife is inadequate for business, that is a grand jest. Wu Di pondered. Who on earth is this enchanting lady? Why is Zhou Zheng so assured? May I ask your name, madam? Chu Yunyao replied graciously. Boss Wu, my name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao? The daughter of the Chu family? Wu Di was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. He was unaware that Chu Yunyao had severed ties with her family. The daughter of the Chu family married? Moreover, entrusting the medicinal liquor business to the daughter of the Chu family undoubtedly signifies superior capability, as her familial resources and connections far exceed his own. No wonder Zhou Zheng exuded such confidence. Just a moment ago, he had contemplated acquiring Zhou Zheng's secret formula for a mere few $100,000, but now, he felt utterly foolish, akin to a clown. With the Chu family entering the medicinal liquor business, their power could increase significantly, making it entirely plausible for them to ascend as the wealthiest in Jiangbei. Zhou Zheng and his companions returned to the hospital room. Chu Yunyao had much to convey to Zhou Zheng, yet, in the presence of Lu Jianjun, it was not convenient. Glancing at the wall clock, she noticed it was nearly 9. She addressed Lu Jianjun. Brother Jianjun, you've accompanied Zhou Zheng in the hospital for quite a while. You haven't returned home, have you? Lu Jianjun nodded. As police officers, we often work day and night. I have become accustomed to it. Brother Jianjun, why not return home tonight? I shall look after Zhou Zheng. Lu Jianjun hesitated. He certainly wished to go home, having not seen his wife and children for several days, and longed for their company. However, with Hao Aigua's orders to ensure Zhou Zheng's safety, returning home would be akin to shirking responsibility. Little sister, that might not be appropriate. Caring for Zhou Zheng is my duty and responsibility. Zhou Zheng interjected. Master, it's all right. With Yunyao here, you may return home. Lu Jianjun remained hesitant, furrowing his brow as he said, but tomorrow the city bureau leaders will visit the hospital for your commendation ceremony. I'm certain the director will arrive early. If he discovers my absence, I would be in a dire situation. Zhou Zheng smiled gently. Master, why are you so stubborn? Wouldn't it suffice for you to arrive a bit earlier tomorrow morning? Indeed. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat foolish. All right, master. Let us head home. Please remember to bring 2 portions of breakfast for Yunyao and me in the morning. Well, that is fine. Thank you, sister-in-law. I shall take my leave now. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and exited the ward. At that moment, the ward transformed into a private realm for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao took a sip of medicinal wine, although she was not intoxicated. Her inability to drink made her cheeks flush a rosy hue, further enhanced by the soft glow of the light. Zhou Zheng found himself entranced. Noticing Zhou Zheng's gaze, Chu Yunyao felt a tinge of shyness. Zhou Zheng, why are you looking at me? Under the light, the beauty becomes increasingly captivating. The ancients do not deceive me. Yunyao, you are simply exquisite. Zhou Zheng uttered a corny compliment, causing Chu Yunyao to blush even more, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Zhou Zheng, do you truly wish for me to manage the medicinal wine? Zhou Zheng replied earnestly, yes. Yunyao, do not go to work anymore. I possess a secret recipe, and I fully support your entrepreneurial aspirations. However, the recipe requires numerous precious herbs, and it seems we currently lack the funds to procure them. Chu Yunyao, intrigued by the medicinal wine, preferred business over employment, given her family's trading background. Zhou Zheng, perhaps I should consider asking my best friend for a loan? No need. Zhou Zheng suddenly recalled something. He took out his phone and tuned into a certain channel on CCTV. The draw for tonight's double color ball is about to commence. Chapter 31. 20-fold fortune cannot overcome the directors. While Zhou Zheng supported Chu Yunyao in her ambition to become an entrepreneur, and naturally, she did not wish to work for others. Having severed ties with her family and lacking financial resources, she reluctantly sought employment. Now that Zhou Zheng was backing her entrepreneurial pursuits, she yearned to succeed and prove to her parents that even after leaving the Chu family, she could achieve remarkable accomplishments and lead a fulfilling life. However, Zhou Zheng could only offer her the secret recipe. Everything else was up to her. At present, the most pressing issue was the lack of financial backing, as brewing medicinal wine required an abundance of precious herbs. It was said that a century-old wild ginseng had skyrocketed in price to over 1 million. Chu Yunyao possessed only a few thousand yuan. And combined with the 10,000 yuan given by Yang Tingting to Zhou Zheng, it was far from sufficient, rendering further endeavors impossible. In her anxious state, Chu Yunyao noticed Zhou Zheng pulling out his phone and tuning into a certain channel on CCTV to watch a program. Furrowing her brow, she wondered what show could be so captivating. Hello, dear viewers, we are back with the live draw for the double color ball. It turned out he was watching the lottery draw. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but shake her head. Yunyao, come quickly and watch the double color ball draw. Zhou Zheng, did you purchase a lottery ticket? Of course, Yunyao. Just yesterday, I had an incredible stroke of luck and won over 10,000 yuan from a scratch-off. Before leaving, I bought 100 yuan worth of double color ball tickets. If I win the grand prize, which is at least 5 million for a single ticket, then 50 tickets would amount to 250 million. And after taxes, there would still be 200 million left. If I win the grand prize, I will use the money to establish a health supplement company for you. Coupled with my medicinal wine recipe, you will undoubtedly thrive and achieve new heights. Perhaps then, your parents will see that you have not suffered while being with me, which might ease the tension in your relationship. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao felt a warmth in her heart. He truly considered her in every aspect. Although it was merely a hypothetical scenario, it touched her deeply. However, winning from a scratch-off did not guarantee a win in the double color ball, as the odds of winning the grand prize were infinitesimal, nearly equivalent to 0. Not to mention winning 50 grand prizes, even winning one was akin to a miracle. Thus, Chu Yunyao did not harbor any belief that Zhou Zheng would win the grand prize, and she even thought he might not win anything at all. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her doubts, wishing not to dampen his enthusiasm. She moved closer to join him in watching the draw. Zhou Zheng, while fixated on his phone screen, retrieved a double color ball ticket from his pocket. On the screen, the staff activated the lottery machine, and a multitude of numbered balls was tossed around like roasted chestnuts. Soon, the first number was drawn, 18. Zhou Zheng glanced at his ticket and noted he had this number. The second number was 09. The third was 25. The fourth number, the fifth number, the sixth number, one after another, they were all drawn, and they were all winners. Zhou Zheng could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, a 20-fold stroke of luck is not to be underestimated. Had the blue ball been drawn, it would have guaranteed no less than 200 million in hand. Yunyao, with just one more number, could have struck the grand prize, an astounding 50-fold first prize. Chu Yunyao was equally exhilarated. Though she belonged to the illustrious Chu family, and several hundred million should not ordinarily evoke such excitement. The element of chance in this game undeniably elevates one's adrenaline, compelling even the most stoic to feel a surge of exhilaration. On the mobile screen, the staff activated the machine to stir the blue balls, and soon enough, one was propelled upward. The moment of suspense had arrived as the ball rolled out. Zhou Zheng could scarcely believe his eyes. Alas, the blue ball was incorrect. He shook his head in resignation. Even 20-fold luck could not surmount the director's will. He was utterly defeated. Yunyao, the blue ball is incorrect. We haven't at the first prize. Zhou Zheng's expression was tinged with disappointment. After all, he had matched the first 6 numbers and was convinced that the first prize was within reach, only to falter at the last hurdle, a most disheartening outcome. Chu Yunyao felt a twinge of disappointment as well. However, she had not harbored excessive hopes, thus her discontent was not as pronounced as Zhou Zheng's. Zhou Zheng had won the second prize, which she viewed as a stroke of extraordinary fortune for him. She consoled him, saying, Zhou Zheng, do not be disheartened. Although we did not secure the first prize, you matched 6 red balls, which equates to 50 second prizes. That is indeed commendable. Zhou Zheng reflected on this. Though he had not won the first prize, the second prize was still a reward, certainly better than leaving empty-handed. On the mobile screen, the host began to announce the national winning results. No one had won the first prize, but the second prize had surged, with over 80 winners, each receiving an average of 78,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng had won 50 prizes, amounting to 3,900,000. With taxes deducted leaving him 3,120,000. Although he had narrowly missed the first prize, winning over 3 million in the second prize was a consolation of sorts. With a mere investment of 100 yuan, he had garnered over 3 million. What more could one desire? Yunyao, you're right. 3 million is no small sum. I believe it is sufficient for procuring the initial materials for crafting medicinal wine. Subsequently, Zhou Zheng began to calculate the necessary materials and their approximate cost for brewing the medicinal wine. To concoct the secret recipe for the medicinal wine, One would require a single root of a century-old wild ginseng, cordyceps, deer antler, musk, and several other precious Chinese herbs. Adding it all up, the investment for just the materials would be no less than 1,500,000. This did not even include the cost of the alcohol itself. The recipe stipulated that the alcohol should be of high quality, solely derived from pure grain distillation, at 50 yuan per gene for pure grain liquor. That would amount to an additional 250,000 yuan, though, in comparison to the rare herbs. This was a mere pittance. With an investment of 1,750,000, one could repeatedly brew approximately 5,000 gene of wine. If sold at 1,000 yuan per gene, that could yield around 5 million, with a profit of over 3 million, a rather enticing prospect. Naturally, this does not imply that the materials would be rendered useless after brewing 5,000 gene that could indeed be reused, albeit with diminished efficacy. Yet their medicinal properties would still persist. Chu Yunyao organized her thoughts and proposed that initially, there was no need to invest heavily in hardware. A large vat capable of holding 100 gene of liquor would suffice, and the venue could simply be set up in the rented apartment. Regarding pricing, she felt that Zhou Zheng's proposed figures were overly conservative, with the price of Fei Tian soaring to 3,000 per bottle. Such an extraordinary medicinal wine should certainly be priced even higher. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Yunyao, are you suggesting selling a pound of liquor for over 3,000? He questioned, incredulous at the steep price. Chu Yunyao shook her head. 3,000 is a benevolent offer without considering foreign currency. My intention is to first penetrate the high-end market. Those with power and wealth will dismiss your medicinal wine if priced too low. I plan to create some tasting wines at 1 and 2 liang, which I will gift to prominent individuals in society. Once they recognize the efficacy of the medicinal wine, they will naturally come to us for purchases and endorse our product. Yang Tingting's grandfather knew many retired officials, and she herself was acquainted with several affluent individuals. Zhou Zheng. This business is actually quite straightforward, she concluded. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that running a business was indeed simple for those with wealth and influence, as resources were abundant. For an average person, it would be a challenge. He preferred to leave the business affairs entirely to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you handle it as you see fit. I'll share the secret recipe for the medicinal wine with you, and here is this lottery ticket. Take it to claim your prize tomorrow as initial capital. Chu Yunyao, without pretense, accepted the ticket and joked, Zhou Zheng, are you not afraid that I might abscond with the secret recipe and the ticket? Zhou Zheng chuckled lightly, replying, 3 million is merely a drop in the bucket for a wealthy heiress like you. If you truly intended to flee with the ticket and recipe, you wouldn't have so resolutely married me for the sake of a promise. Chu Yunyao acknowledged Zhou Zheng's cleverness. Zhou Zheng, if the company flourishes, you can be the chairman, and I will serve as the general manager, working under your guidance. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, I've already stated that what is mine is yours. And what is yours is mine. Given my position within the system, I cannot engage in business, so you will handle all matters related to it. Chapter 32, Conspiracy in a luxurious private room at the Kaisheng nightclub in Jiangbei City. A girl clad in a deep V-neck black dress knelt before a white marble coffee table, her back to the large screen. Meticulously, she arranged the fruit platter on the table, pouring dark red liquid into a series of small glass cups arranged in a neat matrix. Upon completing her task, she glanced at the guests seated behind the table, awaiting their instructions. On the sofa, 3 men were seated. Hong Hao occupied the right side, Wang Feng the left, while a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s sat between them. Sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a deep blue jacket, he exuded an air of sophistication. At that moment, the man with the glasses was singing to the large screen, his voice echoing, "Don't ask me where I come from. My hometown is far away." Although his singing was quite ordinary, he was utterly absorbed, lost in the moment. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was shamelessly flirting with a provocatively dressed girl sitting beside him. The girl, her cheeks flushed, bit her lip, her expressions varying. Unable to contain herself, she implored, "Big brother, sing another song." She eagerly handed the microphone to Wang Feng. "Damn, can't you see my cousin is singing?" Wang Feng retorted, "Big brother, your voice is quite nice. I bet you sing beautifully." The girl, desperate to escape his advances, showered him with flattery. Wang Feng, aware of his limitations, replied, "With this broken voice of mine, I am in no way comparable to my cousin." The man singing was indeed Wang Feng's distant relative, Wei Hui, the deputy director of the political department at the city bureau, a mid-level official with significant influence despite his modest rank. Wang Feng had invited Wei Hui to the nightclub not only to rekindle their familial bond, but also to seek his assistance in dealing with Zhou Zheng. As Wei Hui concluded his song, he was met with enthusiastic applause. The accompanying hostess gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Big brother, you sang so beautifully. Even better than the stars." She leaned in closer, drawn to Wei Hui's refined demeanor, which radiated a charm far superior to Wang Feng's. However, Wei Hui discreetly evaded the hostess's advances and, in a gentlemanly manner, remarked, "Miss, do you appreciate literature? I would be delighted to engage in a profound conversation with a cultured beauty." Wang Feng silently scorned, thinking, "What is my cousin trying to prove? These girls are paid to entertain. Why flaunt your intellect? Do you expect their admiration and affection?" Though he held these thoughts, Wang Feng dared not express them. Glancing at his IWC watch, he noted the hour was late. It was time to discuss matters of importance. "Cousin, I have something to discuss with you." Wei Hui surveyed the girls beside him. "Fingxi, this is not the place for such conversations." Aware of Wei Hui's cautious nature, Wang Feng waved his hand and instructed the three singing girls, "You may leave for now." "Sir, we still need to keep track of the time," one of them replied. "Damn it. Do you think I care about your few measly coins? Just get the hell out." Three young ladies, sensing the guest's anger, promptly stood up and discreetly slipped away. Wei Hui reclined against the plush sofa, perplexed, and inquired, "Fengzi, what has incited such fury within you? Who has provoked you?" "Dear cousin, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. There is a fellow named Zhou Zheng who has driven me to the brink of exasperation." "Zhou Zheng?" Wei Hui pondered, the name striking a chord of familiarity. A realization dawned upon him. The intern officer at the Qiaobei police station bore the same name. Naturally, by tomorrow, he would surpass his internship and ascend to the rank of third-level police inspector. The higher-ups had already given him, the deputy director of the political department, a heads-up, and he had facilitated the entire process. Wei Hui felt a twinge of envy, but then again, Zhou Zheng had apprehended a Class A wanted criminal, earning first-class merit. Could it be that the Zhou Zheng Wang Feng spoke of was indeed the one from Qiaobei? Yet, with such a vast world, the name Zhou Zheng was undoubtedly common. It was not certain that the Zhou Zheng Wang Feng referenced was the same individual. "Fengzi, do enlighten me. Spare me the inquiries, and simply share your tale." "Cousin, it is as follows." Wang Feng recounted the discord between himself and Zhou Zheng in a concise manner. Upon concluding, Wei Hui furrowed his brow. What a coincidence. The Zhou Zheng who had crossed paths with Wang Feng was indeed the one from Qiaobei. "Cousin, I must have Chu Yunyao as my bride. That Zhou Zheng fellow has somehow bewitched her with his flowery words, and you must advocate on my behalf." Wei Hui's expression darkened. He thought to himself that Wang Feng was becoming increasingly inept. After failing to win over a woman, he now sought Wei Hui to intervene. What was he thinking? Was he to play the matchmaker? "Fingxi, there are plenty of women out there. Why must it be Chu Yunyao? I understand your desire for a powerful alliance, but she has already formed a connection with Zhou Zheng. Are you truly contemplating forcing her into marriage with you? The Chu family is immensely wealthy and influential. They are not to be trifled with." Wang Feng took a sip of red wine and replied, "Cousin, I do not intend to coerce Chu Yunyao. I wouldn't dare. I merely wish for you to apply pressure on Zhou Zheng, compelling him to step aside. As a leader in the political department, it should be a simple task for you to handle a grassroots officer like him." Wei Hui's eyes darted for a moment before he sighed heavily. "Fingxi, while it is true that I could exert control over such a junior officer, do you realize that this lad has just been awarded first-class merit and is riding high on his success? I am hesitant to confront him directly. Furthermore, with the formidable influence of the Chu family, should Chu Yunyao discover my meddling, she may harbor resentment towards me, and I would be inviting trouble upon myself." Wang Dengfeng chuckled, thinking that this cousin of his was attempting to play both sides, wanting to be a scoundrel while maintaining a facade of respectability. For money, he would stop at nothing. Wasn't it merely a matter of wanting him to offer something beneficial? "Cousin, do not fret. Chu Yunyao's parents would be thrilled to see her part ways with Zhou Zheng. There is no need for you to be concerned about the Chu family. Moreover, I shall ensure that your efforts are not in vain. In the city's Hongju community, I possess a 3-bedroom apartment that has been beautifully decorated but remains unoccupied. It is conveniently located near the police station, making your commute effortless. Why not move there?" Wei Hui felt a flicker of intrigue within. His residence is quite distant from the police station, making his daily commute rather arduous. He is in need of a property closer to the municipal office. The house that Wang Feng mentioned is valued at no less than 2 million. Wei Hui couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement and patted his chest, declaring, "Fengzi, since you've come to me, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. Let us meet tomorrow morning. I'll make time to have a conversation with Zhou Zheng." Anyone daring enough to covet my brother's woman clearly has no aspirations for progress. What does it matter if he has received first-class honors? I shall still deal with him. Excellent. Wang Feng raised his glass. You truly care for me, big cousin. Once the matter is settled, I will deliver the keys to you. We are in this together. Hee, Fingzi, we are relatives. If I don't assist you, who else would? They clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Wang Feng downed his drink, a dark smile spreading across his face. Zhou Zheng, I wonder how long you can keep this up? Chapter 33. The vice mayor asserts that the task assigned by the elder must be completed at the first central hospital of Jiangbei City. The elder lay in bed, thoroughly satisfied after a hearty meal, brimming with vitality and devoid of any weariness. Having indulged in medicinal wine, he felt invigorated. The concoction prepared by Zhou Zheng was indeed remarkable. I am truly fortunate to have such a delightful remedy. The medicinal wine not only nurtures the body but also satisfies one's craving for alcohol. The elder believed it was tailor-made for him. Ting. Please hide the remaining medicinal wine well, lest someone swipes it away, the elder instructed Yang Tingting with a hint of concern. When Zhou Zheng and his companions departed, they left the remaining wine behind. The elder cherished this elixir, fearing its loss. Yang Tingting glanced at the glass bottle containing less than a few ounces of medicinal wine. Her thoughts racing. Grandpa, if someone didn't know better, they might mistake it for iodine. Who would steal it? Besides, with so little left, even if offered for free, no one would take it. The elder rolled his eyes in response. Free, you say? You are quite generous. Ting. Do you comprehend the value of the medicinal wine Zhou Zheng has concocted? What? Is this medicinal wine truly valuable, Grandpa? The elder nodded sagely. It can no longer be measured by mere monetary worth. As a heart disease patient who narrowly escaped death, I am revitalized after consuming a mere 1 or 2 sips. I feel rejuvenated, as though I have been reborn. Many of my old comrades suffer from poor health. They spend considerable sums annually on maintenance, enduring great discomfort. If they knew they could alleviate their suffering with this medicinal wine, they would pay any price. The value of money pales in comparison to the relief from their ailments. Yang Tingting silently agreed, recognizing the wisdom in her grandfather's words. She had witnessed the plight of his friends, many of advanced age now confined to wheelchairs, grappling with mobility issues and daily discomfort. If a few sips of medicinal wine could grant them a second spring, it was certain they would not hesitate to purchase it. It seemed Zhou Zheng's secret recipe was worth its weight in gold. Yet, Dr. Yang's warning about the elder's heart condition and lingering risks cast a shadow over her thoughts. As the elder lay in bed, he increasingly viewed Zhou Zheng as his savior, not only for restoring his life, but also for providing the medicinal wine to rejuvenate his health. Ting, inform your father that I have found my benefactor. Please ask him to express his gratitude to Zhou Zheng in person. Didn't he mention wanting to prepare a banner of appreciation for my savior? Once it's ready, we shall present it to Zhou Zheng together. Understood, Yang Tingting replied, pulling out her phone to call Vice Mayor Yang. In the office of the Vice Mayor of Jiangbei City, despite it being 9 o'clock at night, Yang Zishan remained engrossed in work at his desk. Suddenly, the phone rang, and he lifted his weary eyes to check the caller ID. Ting. Yang Zishan's heart stirred with concern. Could it be that the old gentleman had encountered some misfortune? He hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, Ting. Why are you calling me so late? How's your grandfather? Dad, there's no need to worry. Grandpa is just fine. He has been sleeping since the afternoon and woke up in the evening to eat a bit and even had a little wine. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Zishan grew anxious. Ting, how could you allow him to drink? He has a heart condition. Dad, please don't panic. Let me explain. The wine he consumed was a medicinal concoction prepared by Zhou Zheng, and a small amount does not affect his condition. In fact, it is quite beneficial for his health. Is that so? Dad, this is a serious matter. I wouldn't lie about it. It's true. Grandpa is feeling much better now, and Dr. Yang has examined him. All his indicators are returning to normal. That's wonderful. Yang Zishan sighed with relief, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. Can a patient with heart disease truly consume medicinal wine? The efficacy of this concoction seemed almost miraculous. Ting, who is this Zhou Zheng? If his medicinal wine is as remarkable as you say, we should prepare some for your grandfather. Dad, it's quite a coincidence. This Zhou Zheng is actually Yao Yao's husband, and he was the kind-hearted person who brought Grandpa to the hospital. There was an abundance of information in Yang Tingting's words, overwhelming Yang Zishan momentarily. Wait a moment, Ting. You've shared too much information. I need to process this. As the deputy mayor, Yang Zishan's mind was quite sharp, and he quickly pieced together the details. The young man named Zhou Zheng had saved the old gentleman's life, performed his good deed anonymously, and was also the husband of Tingting's friend, Chu Yunyao. Yang Zishan could not fathom how the young heiress of the Chu family suddenly acquired a husband, but he had no time to ponder that. Then, because of the connection between Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting, Zhou Zheng reappeared, and the old gentleman recognized him, leading to the miraculous medicinal wine that greatly improved his health. Tingting, since you've encountered your grandfather's benefactor, you must express your gratitude appropriately. I did, Dad. Grandpa mentioned that he wants you to thank Zhou Zheng in person and also reminded you to fulfill your promise of presenting him with a banner sooner rather than later. Yang Zishan nodded. Indeed, he had made such a promise. However, he had a meeting to attend in the morning and would be busy with an inspection in a neighboring city in the afternoon. He could only try to fulfill the old gentleman's request right after the meeting. Tingting, I will do my utmost to complete Grandpa's task tomorrow morning. But do you know where this Zhou Zheng lives? Yang Tingting replied, Zhou Zheng is in the hospital. He is injured and staying in the ward just below Grandpa's. Yang Zishan's eyes widened in shock. What happened? The man who saved Grandpa is injured and hospitalized? If he has been wronged, I will do everything in my power to ensure justice is served. Dad, you might not know. I heard from Yao Yao that Zhou Zheng is an officer at the police station who apprehended a Class A wanted criminal during his shift last night and sustained some minor injuries. Yang Zishan inquired with concern, is it serious? Not at all. Just a small injury. He is as lively as ever. That's good to hear. Tingting. How about this? You go and order a banner on behalf of your grandfather and me to present to Zhou Zheng. I will definitely find time to visit him in the hospital tomorrow morning. All right. I will convey this to Grandpa, by Dad. Yang Tingting ended the call and relayed Yang Zishan's intentions to the old man, who nodded in approval. Tingting, you should go make that banner now. Yang Tingting sighed in exasperation, but the shops for making banners are all closed. Nonetheless, she did not argue with her grandfather. Instead, she made a call and managed to contact the owner of a banner shop. The owner assured her that they could deliver it the following morning. After negotiating the price and paying a deposit, she finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Yang Zishan hung up the phone and suddenly recalled that the city police department had reported today that a trainee officer named Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station had captured a Class A wanted criminal and was to be awarded a first-class merit. It occurred to him that this Zhou Zheng must be the one who saved the old man. Zhou Zheng is indeed a rare talent. I must meet him, Yang Zishan thought to himself. Chapter 34. The white-clad police inspector. Zhou Zheng's aspirations. The shrill sound of an alarm clock pierced through the tranquil morning, jolting Chu Yunyao from her hazy slumber. With a swift motion, she silenced the alarm and, for a fleeting moment, contemplated sinking back into the comforting embrace of sleep. Suddenly, realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Today marked her first day at the Panhai International Trade Company, and tardiness was not an option. In a heartbeat, the memory of last night flooded back. She had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Zhou Zheng about the promotion of medicinal wines, ultimately deciding to embark on an entrepreneurial journey instead of reporting to work. Shaking her head with a smile, she then noticed a figure sprawled on the floor, Zhou Zheng himself. She recalled that their conversation had carried on until she had inadvertently succumbed to sleep. The room contained but a single bed, suggesting that Zhou Zheng, in a display of chivalry, had relinquished it for her comfort while he took to the floor. Observing her own attire, Chu Yunyao felt a wave of gratitude. Zhou Zheng had not taken advantage of their shared space while she was unconscious. Yet, she couldn't help but chastise him internally. How could such a strikingly beautiful girl be so vulnerable before him, and he harbor no ulterior motives? In truth, Zhou Zheng was indeed not devoid of thoughts. Chu Yunyao's beauty was irresistible to any man. However, he believed in maintaining a moral compass, hoping that, given time, she would willingly gravitate towards him and fall in love. Still, the experience of restraint was not without its challenges, as he lay on the floor, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity before finally succumbing to sleep. Feeling a pang of guilt for occupying Zhou Zheng's hospital bed, Chu Yunyao found herself wide awake. Rising from her makeshift nest, she approached him and knelt down beside him. Zhou Zheng, you should take the bed. Her long, silky hair cascaded down, the tips brushing against his face, eliciting a playful tickle. As his eyes fluttered open, Zhou Zheng was met with the sight of Chu Yunyao's stunning visage. Yunyao, you're awake? He inquired. Yes, I am. She replied gently. You really should sleep on the bed. The floor is hard and cold. It's not good for your health. What time is it? Zhou Zheng asked. It's almost 7. She answered. Oh no. It's so late. I can't afford to sleep any longer. With that, he sprang up from the floor, realizing that soon the leaders from the municipal bureau would arrive to present him with a first-class honor, necessitating his preparation. Zhou Zheng, it's still early. Why not rest a bit longer? She suggested. I can't. I suspect my men should be returning shortly. He replied, just as Lu Jianjun knocked on the door and entered, carrying a bag of steaming breakfast. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao in their respective positions, one seated and the other crouched, Lu Jianjun paused for a moment, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, I didn't see anything. You two carry on, but do hurry up. I have a feeling the director is on his way. With that, he turned and exited the room. Chu Yunyao's face flushed crimson, and Zhou Zheng wore a similarly flustered expression. Mentor, please come back. It's not what you think. We're already up. Zhou Zheng called after him. Oh, is that so? I hope I haven't interrupted anything between you two, Lu Jianjun replied. Halting to place the breakfast, he carried onto the table. I have brought you all some steamed dumplings and soy milk. Please enjoy them while they are still warm. I wonder if they will suit your taste? The last sentence was directed at Chu Yunyao. After all, Zhou Zheng, as Lu Jianjun's apprentice, would eat whatever his master provided for breakfast, and he was not picky by nature. However, Chu Yunyao was quite different. Lu Jianjun himself was uncertain whether this seemingly refined beauty would appreciate steamed dumplings. I adore steamed dumplings. Thank you, Brother Jianjun, Chu Yunyao replied, unabashedly taking a dumpling and devouring it without a hint of ladylike decorum. She did not forget to invite Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun to join her. Brother Jianjun. Zhou Zheng, you must try some too. They are quite delightful. Zhou Zheng handed a cup of soy milk to her, inserting a straw. Yunyao, take a sip of the soy milk. Don't choke. Chu Yunyao accepted the soy milk and playfully offered a dumpling to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng, here's a dumpling for you. Their playful exchange almost resembled a feeding session. Lu Jianjun sighed as he observed them, feeling as though this wave of affection, despite the savory dumplings, had imparted a sweetness to his meal. After finishing their breakfast and taking a brief respite, Chu Yunyao expressed her desire to bid farewell to Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Firstly, she had acquired the secret formula for the medicinal wine and had devised a plan with Zhou Zheng for future endeavors, prompting her to take swift action. Secondly, the leaders from the municipal bureau were soon to arrive, and she felt her presence here might be somewhat inconvenient. Zhou Zheng, Brother Jianjun, I must take my leave, she announced. Oh dear, sister-in-law, why the hurry? Stay a little longer, Lu Jianjun urged, wishing for Chu Yunyao to witness the glorious moment when Zhou Zheng would be awarded first-class merit by the bureau chief. This would undoubtedly elevate Zhou Zheng's status in her eyes. Lu Jianjun was truly thoughtful regarding Zhou Zheng's standing within the family. Brother Jianjun, aren't the leaders from the municipal bureau coming to see Zhou Zheng? I'm not part of the system, so it might be inappropriate for me to stay, Chu Yunyao replied. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. What is inappropriate about it? You are Zhou Zheng's wife, a police officer's spouse. So you are one of us, ha ha ha. While they were conversing, Lu Jianjun's phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Director Hao, he quickly answered. Hello, Director. Jianjun, Chief Ma is on his way to the hospital. You all need to prepare immediately, the director informed him. Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Wait, Director, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? I'm accompanying Chief Ma and can't leave. No time to chat. The convoy is about to enter the hospital. A considerable number of municipal leaders are coming, so tell Zhou Zheng to be alert when he meets them. Understood, Director. Lu Jianjun hung up the phone and turned to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, quickly put on your police uniform and tidy yourself up. Chief Ma is almost here. Zhou Zheng nodded, hurriedly shedding his hospital gown and donning his police attire. Chu Yunyao, without hesitation, assisted Zhou Zheng in getting dressed and even applied a touch of makeup, ensuring he looked slightly more spirited than usual. At that moment, the door swung open, and Hao Igua shot a discreet glance inside before addressing the individuals behind him. Director Ma, esteemed leaders, please enter. Director Ma was the first to step into the hospital room, followed closely by several prominent figures clad in white coats, their epaulets adorned with gleaming olive branches and crosses. Upon seeing the police inspector's uniform, Zhou Zheng felt a stir of emotion within. This was the level that the Chu family aspired for him to achieve within 3 years, although he had not formally consented. Yet, deep inside, he harbored an unwavering determination. He had set a personal goal to rise to at least the rank of third-level police inspector within that time frame. Is this Comrade Zhou? I didn't expect you to be so young, Director Ma remarked, extending his hand. Hello, I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng first offered a salute to Ma Xiaojun, then extended his hand, firmly clasping Ma Xiaojun's in a resolute handshake. Chapter 35. The director personally awards first-class merit. Ma Xiaojun held Zhou Zheng's hand and spoke with great enthusiasm. Comrade Zhou Zheng, I have heard of your valiant capture of an A-level fugitive, during which you were grievously injured. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, you steadfastly subdued the suspect. Such a spirit of self-sacrifice is truly commendable and serves as an exemplary model for all of us in the police department. The Qiaobei precinct can take pride in nurturing talent like you. Zhou Zheng felt somewhat bewildered. The capture had not unfolded in such a dramatic manner. Although the appearance of the fugitive Yang Jie had been rather sudden, the operation itself was far from perilous. He noticed the beaming smile on the face of Director Hao Igua and thought to himself that Director Hao must have embellished the circumstances when recounting the event to Director Ma. Nevertheless, Zhou understood Hao's good intentions. If the capture had been too uneventful, it would not have highlighted his achievements effectively. Director Ma, you flatter me. Zhou Zheng began to engage in the exchange. Capturing criminals is our duty as police officers. If there were any risk, we wouldn't proceed. And that would not be fitting for the uniform we wear. Well said. Ma Xiaojun clapped Zhou Zheng on the shoulder, a look of approval gracing his face. Comrade Xiao, how is your recovery coming along? Following this, Director Ma kindly inquired about Zhou Zheng's injuries and treatment. Conveying the deep concern of all the leaders and colleagues at the municipal bureau, he urged Zhou to relax and focus on his recovery, assuring him that he should restore his health and strive for further achievements. Moved by Director Ma's words, Zhou Zheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the care shown by his leaders and colleagues. He pledged to actively pursue treatment and to recover quickly, so he could return to his duties in good health and serve the people, demonstrating his appreciation for the organization as support through his actions. His eloquence flowed effortlessly, rivaling that of Ma Xiaojun, who had years of experience in leadership. Director Hao Igua nodded in acknowledgement, thinking to himself that Zhou's demeanor and eloquence were too valuable to waste in a non-leadership role. Coupled with his considerable abilities, it would be a matter of time before he soared to greater heights. Although it was their first encounter, Ma Xiaojun took a liking to the young man and took the unprecedented step of introducing him to other leaders at the municipal bureau. Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is Deputy Director Chen Xiaobo. This is Discipline Inspection Group Leader Wang Zhanliang. This is the Director of the Political Department, Jiang Hai. And this is... After saluting and shaking hands with each of these high-ranking officials, Zhou Zheng felt encouraged by their words and their genuine concern for his well-being, which conveyed a nurturing warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Soon, the moment of recognition arrived, filled with excitement, in light of Zhou Zheng's outstanding performance. And following discussions among the municipal bureau leaders and requests to higher authorities, he was awarded first-class merit. A reward of 20,000 yuan was granted. Immediately, Ma Xiaojun personally placed the first-class merit medal on Zhou Zheng's chest and handed him a large red certificate. Zhou Zheng received the certificate with both hands and, with a solemn expression, offered a respectful salute. Applause echoed through the room as Director Ma took the lead, followed by the leaders from the municipal bureau who joined in the clapping. Lu Jianjun, standing nearby, was so enthusiastic that his hands nearly turned crimson. He felt immense pride in having such an exceptional apprentice. Chu Yunyao also extended her delicate, fair hand, clapping while gazing affectionately at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was simply outstanding. As an intern police officer, he had earned first-class merit, and the bureau chief, along with various leaders, personally presented him with the award. Chu Yunyao felt a swell of pride within herself as well. Subsequently, the director of the political department announced that Zhou Zheng would conclude his internship prematurely, ascending to the status of a formal police officer. Jiang Hai produced a pair of third-level police shoulder insignias and personally replaced the 2 stripes of the intern rank on Zhou Zheng's uniform. Ma Xiaojun remarked, Comrade Zhou, congratulations. You are now a formal people's police officer. The third-level insignia, adorned with 1 stripe and 1 star, was certainly more visually pleasing than the 2 stripes of an intern. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's heart swelled with excitement. The third-level rank marked the beginning of his journey as an official police officer, the first step of a long march, and his sights were set on the esteemed figure before him, though he understood that this target was merely a stepping stone, not the destination. Finally, the ceremony came to a close. The leaders of the municipal bureau, despite their heavy schedules, made a special trip to the hospital to present Zhou Zheng with the first-class medal and lingered for a considerable time, granting him ample honor. 2 journalists from the Qiaobei Evening News were present, capturing the moment with their cameras. Zhou Zheng's capture of an A-level fugitive would undoubtedly headline the next day's edition. After offering Zhou Zheng a few words of encouragement, Ma Xiaojun and the municipal leaders prepared to take their leave. However, the entrance was congested with onlookers, eager to witness the commotion. After all, the sudden arrival of numerous police officers, including several esteemed figures, naturally drew the attention of passers-by. Haoiwa quickly called out to Lu Jianjun to disperse the crowd. "Comrades, please clear the way, clear the way." The onlookers, seeing the dignitaries preparing to depart, made way. At that moment, a striking figure entered the hospital room, holding a deep red silk banner. It was Yang Tingting, who had just received a call informing her that the banner had been delivered to the hospital. She had settled the outstanding payment and was now heading straight to Zhou Zheng's room. Unexpectedly, she encountered the municipal leaders led by Ma Xiaojun. Seeing Ma Xiaojun in his white shirt, Yang Tingting felt no fear. Instead, she greeted him warmly. It was worth noting that Yang, as the deputy mayor, was Ma Xiaojun's superior, and their families had a close relationship, so she displayed no signs of trepidation. "Uncle Ma, what brings you here?" Ma Xiaojun's face lit up with a smile upon recognizing Yang Tingting, the deputy mayor's daughter. "Oh, Tingting. We have an outstanding grassroots police officer among us who was injured while apprehending an A-level fugitive. I brought the leaders from the municipal bureau to visit and present him with a first-class merit medal." "You're referring to Zhou Zheng, aren't you?" Yang Tingting replied, her expression calm and unflustered. After all, Chu Yunyao had already informed her that Zhou Zheng was likely to receive the honor of first-class merit. However, the presence of so many officials at the municipal bureau, most notably the leaders, took her by surprise. It seems that the municipal bureau holds Zhou Zheng in high regard. Ma Xiaojun's face displayed a look of curiosity. "Tingting, do you know Zhou Zheng?" "Indeed." Yang Tingting nodded affirmatively. "Uncle Ma, you may not be aware, but Zhou Zheng is my grandfather's savior. Have you seen this banner? It was specially commissioned by my grandfather. Initially, he intended for my father to present it to Zhou Zheng in person, but due to his unavailability, I took on the task." Chapter 36. The vice mayor presents a banner to Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting's words stirred a tempest within Ma Xiaojun's heart, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He was perplexed by the nature of Zhou Zheng's assistance to the Yang family that warranted such a commendation from Vice Mayor Yang. Had Zhou Zheng truly saved the life of Yang Tingting's grandfather? This revelation left Ma Xiaojun momentarily speechless, as he contemplated inquiring further from Yang Tingting. However, before he could, she had already approached Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, I heard that Director Ma from the Jiangbei City Bureau awarded you a first-class merit medal. Congratulations." Zhou Zheng smiled in response. "Thank you, Yang Tingting. Congratulations to you as well. What does this banner signify?" Zhou Zheng inquired. Yang Tingting replied, "You saved my grandfather's life. While I lack the authority to bestow medals, this banner is a token of gratitude from old Yang." With that, she placed the banner into Zhou Zheng's hands. The reporter from Jiangbei Evening News, initially preparing to leave, quickly retrieved his camera upon realizing there was still a story to capture and began snapping photographs. Emblazoned in bold vertical letters upon the deep crimson banner were the words, "Guardian of the People, Acts of Valor." In the lower right corner, inscribed in golden letters, were the words, "Presented by Yang Zishan." The leaders from the municipal bureau paused, recognizing the name, their curiosity piqued. "Old gal, who is Yang Zishan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't the boss's boss named Yang Zishan? How could it not sound familiar? Wait, are you saying this banner was gifted by Vice Mayor Yang? The young woman presenting it is his daughter. Did you not see the director greet her earlier? Well, Zhou is quite remarkable indeed." As the crowd murmured, an elderly gentleman entered the room. Unperturbed by the throng of police officers, he called out, "Tingting, has the banner arrived?" Yang Tingting turned to see her grandfather, her expression shifting with concern. "Grandfather, why did you come out on your own?" "The banner has been delivered to Zhou Zheng. There is no need to dwell on it." "That's good." The old man nodded. "I was feeling a bit stifled in the hospital room. Besides, my health has improved significantly. It's refreshing to get some fresh air." "Old leader." Ma Xiaojun suddenly approached the elderly gentleman, a delighted smile gracing his face. The imposing figure in the white shirt stood tall, though he unconsciously bent slightly before the elder. Upon seeing Ma Xiaojun, the old man also smiled. "Oh, I thought it was someone else." "Little Ma." "Little Ma?" The crowd gasped in surprise. To address Director Ma in such a familiar manner suggested that this elder was indeed quite distinguished, raising questions about his identity. In no time, Ma Xiaojun clarified the mystery for his colleagues. "Everyone, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman. This is old Yang. I once served as his secretary at the provincial department." And Vice Mayor Yang, as his son gasps of astonishment filled the room as Ma Xiaojuan's revelation sank in. It was no wonder that the elder referred to Director Ma as Little Ma. It seemed he had grown accustomed to the title from their past association. Moreover, his son is the Deputy Mayor Yang. Goodness, this old man certainly has a remarkable background. The crowd hurriedly shook hands and greeted the esteemed elder. The old gentleman, however, remained modest, waving his hand. Just call me Old Yang. I am merely a retired man, not a leader at all. The crowd chuckled, thinking to themselves, this is just his humility. We must not be ignorant. None dared to address him as Old Yang. What a joke. Although he may be retired, his son holds a significant position as deputy mayor. The elder turned to Ma Xiaojun and inquired, Xiao Ma, what brings such a grand assembly here? Old Yang, we have a grassroots police officer who captured a Class A wanted criminal and was injured in the process, currently hospitalized. We are here, firstly, to extend our condolences to this brave officer, and secondly, to present him with a first-class merit medal. The elder nodded thoughtfully. A first-class merit? Excellent. It has been a long time since anyone from the municipal bureau has received such an honor. Ma Xiaojun eagerly agreed. Indeed. What makes it even more commendable is that this officer is still in his probationary period. He achieved this distinction just 3 months into his service, which is truly remarkable. Is that so? He is indeed an exceptional talent. Xiao Ma, you must cultivate such individuals well in your bureau. I dare say he may very well become one of the top 10 young police officers in the nation. Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. The top 10 young police officers are selected annually from across all police forces, with only 10 spots available, making the competition fierce. Jiangbei City has not seen anyone recognized in this category for a decade. In his 3 years at the Jiangbei Bureau, Ma Xiaojun had never considered this possibility, having given up on it deep down. However, the elder's words reignited his hopes. Zhou Zheng was indeed the youngest and most outstanding officer he had encountered, with an incredibly bright future ahead. Perhaps they should cultivate him according to the standards set for the top 10 outstanding young police officers? In truth, the elder had already surmised that Ma Xiaojun was there to award Zhou Zheng the first-class merit medal, acknowledging Zhou's excellence. That was why he had spoken so favorably of him in front of Ma Xiaojun. Old Yang, what brings you here? I recently suffered a heart attack while taking a stroll, and thankfully, a kind young man saved me and brought me to the hospital. How could I not express my gratitude? Initially, he intended to have Zishan personally thank the young man, but since Zishan was perpetually busy, he could only send Tingting in his stead to present a banner of appreciation. Upon seeing the banner in Zhou Zheng's hands, Ma Xiaojun realized that it was Zhou Zheng who had saved Old Yang. The young man not only possessed excellent professional skills, but was also a warm-hearted individual, prompting Ma Xiaojun to regard him with even greater esteem. Furthermore, having saved Old Yang would undoubtedly pave a broader path for Zhou Zheng's future. Although Old Yang had long since retired, his son was a powerful deputy mayor, and even if that were not the case, many of his friends or their children had achieved success. After all, do you think Old Yang became a deputy director without merit? Upon reaching this point, Ma Xiaojun found himself harboring a tinge of envy towards Zhou Zheng. Remarkably, it seemed that Zhou Zheng was destined to avoid a decade's worth of missteps. All right, Xiao Ma, I shall not impede your endeavors any further. Do attend to your affairs. This was an unmistakable dismissal. Ma Xiaojun had initially intended to reminisce with the elder about their past camaraderie, but upon hearing the elder's words, he dared not linger. Very well, Yang Lao. We shall take our leave, he declared. Xiao Zhou, take good care of your injuries. Farewell. In an unprecedented turn, Ma Xiaojun bid Zhou Zheng goodbye once more. Zhou Zheng responded, Director Ma, esteemed leaders, farewell, allow me to see you off. There is no need. Please return. Ma Xiaojun politely declined. Yet Zhou Zheng insisted on escorting them, for they were all leaders from the municipal bureau, and he could not appear aloof. Unbeknownst to him, the elder abruptly grasped his arm. If Xiao Ma has said no need for an escort, then let it be. Xiao Zhou, I have something to convey to you. Chapter 37. Zhou Zheng. The treasurer of the police station Zhou Zheng was momentarily detained by the old gentleman, and he could only offer a sheepish smile to Ma Xiaojun, who nodded in understanding. A twinge of envy stirred within Ma Xiaojun. It was evident that Zhou Zheng shared a profound familiarity with Elder Yang, one that transcended the ordinary. After all, Zhou Zheng had once rescued the old man. Once the leaders from the municipal bureau departed, tranquility returned to the room. Old sir, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Can you please release me? I assure you, I won't flee. The old gentleman chuckled apologetically and loosened his grip on Zhou Zheng's deformed sleeve. Xiao Zhou, when will you prepare that medicinal wine for me? The old man can hardly wait. Zhou Zheng replied, but, old sir, didn't we have some medicinal wine left over from last night? Surely. It can last a few days if consumed slowly. The old gentleman's expression soured. Indeed, we had about 3 taels left last night. But no matter how frugally I consume it, it will only suffice for 3 days. What then, when the supply runs out? Xiao Zhou, do you know the meaning of foresight? During the times of calamity, had I not prepared in advance, my family would have perished from hunger. The old gentleman's discourse drifted further afield, yet his intent was clear. The supply of medicinal wine must not be interrupted. You must give me a definitive answer. When can I expect new medicinal wine? Zhou Zheng found himself unable to provide a precise response. The timeline for the new medicinal wine depended on Chu Yunyao's progress. Thus, he turned his gaze toward her. Yunyao, according to your plan, when will the first batch of medicinal wine be ready at the earliest? Chu Yunyao pondered for a moment before responding. Based on the formula, the herbs must steep for a minimum of 3 days. If we can gather all the ingredients today, we can drink it in 3 days. Zhou Zheng calculated that, if all went smoothly, they should be able to meet the deadline. After all, the preliminary ingredients required were merely a large vat, along with the necessary herbs and high-proof grain alcohol. The herbs would be placed in the vat, high-proof alcohol poured in, sealed, and left to steep for 3 days. As for humidity and temperature, the secret recipe did not specify, and Chu Yunyao overlooked those details. Rest assured, old sir, the medicinal wine will be ready on time. Really? Indeed, Zhou Zheng affirmed confidently. I have entrusted this task to Yunyao. She will attend to it immediately. If all goes well, we shall have new medicinal wine in 3 days. Excellent. The old gentleman turned to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, don't just stand there. Get moving. The old man is counting on this medicinal wine for vitality. You must take it seriously. His words carried a weight of urgency. Chu Yunyao, not daring to delay, nodded in agreement. Grandfather, I will prepare everything right away. Good, good. That is my good child. If you encounter any difficulties, speak up, and the old man will find a way to resolve it, even if it means pulling some strings. Yang Tingting, standing nearby, chimed in playfully, Grandfather, aren't you usually averse to pulling strings? I recall an instance when father promised a friend to take care of a small matter, and when you found out, you scolded him terribly. The elderly gentleman furrowed his brow, only to break into a smile shortly thereafter. Haha, Tingting. You truly deserve to be your father's closest confidant. You still remember this matter? I have lived a life of integrity, never having taken the back door, nor permitting your father to do so. However, this time is different. For my sake and for the ailing comrades who suffer from illness, I shall indulge in a bit of nepotism. Who would dare to speak ill of it? The old man exuded an aura of authority without anger, embodying the essence of leadership. Yang Tingting playfully stuck out her tongue. Grandfather, I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? Besides, isn't Yao just in charge of procuring medicinal herbs? As long as the funds are sufficient, what difficulties could arise? The elder nodded in agreement. Tingting, if you are not too busy, please assist Yunyao in her preparations. Chu Yunyao quickly waved her hand. No need, Grandfather. I can manage on my own. I will strive to prepare the medicinal wine today. Zhou Zheng, I shall take my leave. Zhou Zheng nodded. Indeed. Yunyao, for purchasing medicinal herbs, head to the renowned herbal medicine street. Their selection is quite comprehensive. Understood. Chu Yunyao bid farewell to everyone and drove off in her Panamera. First heading to the lottery center to exchange her ticket for cash. Only with funds could she procure the necessary items. The elder continued to converse with Zhou Zheng for a while, not merely engaging in idle chatter, but imparting invaluable insights regarding working within the system, secrets that were seldom shared with outsiders. Lu Jianjun, nearby, listened intently, eager to absorb the knowledge. Zhou Zheng undoubtedly benefited greatly, although he found some of the advice questionable, such as the notion of not being a leading bird, as those who stand out often face adversity. Now, armed with advantages, Zhou Zheng felt no need to conceal his brilliance. He aspired to ascend to the rank of police supervisor in the shortest time possible and could not afford to take a leisurely approach. He had his own considerations, though he would not disclose them to anyone. After a while, the elder grew weary, and Yang Tingting assisted him back to his hospital room for rest. Only Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun remained. Lu Jianjun, brimming with envy, remarked, Xiao Zhou, you have achieved first-class merit, and even received an award from Director Ma himself. Not to mention saving the father of Deputy Mayor Yang. Your future is boundless. I believe your accomplishments rival those of Director Ma. In 20 years, you shall undoubtedly don a white shirt. Zhou Zheng thought that waiting 20 years to wear a white shirt was far too slow. 3 years was the time frame he deemed acceptable. On the surface, he remained composed. Master, perhaps I was just fortunate to have captured an A-level fugitive and coincidentally rescued Deputy Mayor Yang's father. Nevertheless, I adhere to the motto do good deeds without asking for a reward. Luck is bestowed by heaven, but the actions we take are within our control. Lu Jianjun nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhou well said. However, you are merely in your 20s. How can you speak with such gravitas? Zhou Zheng chuckled and plopped down onto the hospital bed. Hiki, Master, I just met with the leaders from the Municipal Bureau, and under their influence, I have adopted a more formal tone. It may take some time to adjust. Lu Jianjun pointed at Zhou Zheng with a grin. Haha, Xiao Zhou. You, my dear, may share such words with me, but do ensure they remain unheard by others. Should they reach the ears of our superiors, it could spell trouble. Zhou Zheng, without lifting his head, replied, Understood, Master. Lu Jianjun recognized that Zhou had not truly absorbed his words. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to repercussions. Just as he was about to impart some earnest advice, he paused, considering that Zhou had the support of Deputy Mayor Yang. As long as he did not commit any grave mistakes, who would dare challenge him? Thus, he decided against further discussion. At that moment, the door swung open, and Hao Aigua entered. Director, the director has returned. Hao Aigua nodded, his face betraying an uncontainable excitement. Xiao Zhou, I just sent Director Ma off. And at the hospital entrance, he held my hand and spoke at length. He praised your fearless capture of the A-level wanted criminal, as well as your selfless act of saving old Yang. He also commended our Qiaobei police station, and most importantly, he intends to allocate 2 additional police vehicles to us. Xiao Zhou, you truly are a treasure to our Qiaobei station. Chapter 38. A sense of achievement. What? The chief is actually allocating new patrol cars to our Qiaobei police station? Lu Jianjun was taken aback. It is well known that across the city, numerous police stations are facing a shortage of personnel and patrol vehicles. While there are ways to address personnel shortages by hiring auxiliary officers or waiting for recent graduates from the police academy, the situation with patrol cars is different. Although the Municipal Bureau claims to have some surplus, it is hardly enough to meet the needs of every station. The allocation is often dependent on which station can present its case most persuasively or demonstrate significant achievements. Only then will the Bureau consider increasing the number of patrol vehicles. Qiaobei Police Station, with its limited jurisdiction and fewer officers, has been struggling under the weight of this scarcity. During busy times, the delay in dispatching officers can be significant, and at times, officers have no choice but to use their personal vehicles for duty. Hao Aigua had voiced these concerns to the Municipal Bureau numerous times, but the response was typically dismissive, urging them to resolve their difficulties on their own. Every station was short-staffed, not just Qiaobei. The prospect of receiving additional patrol cars without just cause was met with skepticism. Other stations would surely protest. On one occasion, Hao Aigua had an argument with a logistics supervisor, who retorted with a level of sarcasm. If you want patrol cars, then earn them through merit. If Qiaobei can achieve something significant, I'll personally see to it that you receive them. Hao Aigua was left speechless, feeling defeated as he exited the bureau, muttering in frustration. What significant achievements could a police station like theirs hope to accomplish? They were not a criminal investigation team. If they were unwilling to provide support, then so be it. Was this not a deliberate provocation? However, despite his anger, he felt utterly powerless. Now, with Zhou Zheng achieving first-class merit, surely the Municipal Bureau would graciously allocate patrol cars to Qiaobei? Hao Aigua felt a sense of vindication. This recognition was due to Zhou Zheng's efforts. To his astonishment, Chief Ma decisively announced the allocation of 2 patrol cars to Qiaobei. My goodness! Upon hearing Ma Xiaojuan's words, Hao Aigua was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost shedding tears of happiness. 2 patrol cars. When had the Municipal Bureau ever been so generous? Of course, Hao Aigua understood that this was all thanks to Zhou Zheng. Not only had Zhou Zheng earned first-class merit, but he had also saved the father of Vice Mayor Yang, who was once Ma Xiaojuan's superior. It would be unreasonable for Chief Ma not to consider Qiaobei in this context. After bidding farewell to Ma Xiaojun and the other municipal leaders, Hao Aigua hurriedly returned to the hospital room, eager to share this joyous news with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. He also made sure to praise Zhou Zheng, who had truly become a treasure for the Qiaobei station in Hao Aigua's eyes. Gently grasping Zhou Zheng's hand, he said, Little Zhou, There's nothing more to say. Just focus on your work here at Xiaobei. This position will eventually be yours. Lu Jianjun, overhearing Hao Aigua's words, was left in a state of shock, unable to close his mouth. As far as he could remember, the station chief had never spoken to anyone in such a manner. This indicated that Zhou Zheng was being groomed for the next station chief position. It is worth noting that Zhou Zheng held the rank of a third-level police officer. While the chief position typically required at least the rank of a police supervisor, Zhou Zheng was still quite a distance from that level. Had such an expectation been placed upon him so soon? Lu Jianjun was unaware that Hao Aigua had far-reaching plans beyond his imagination. Exceptional talent often tends to change jobs and can easily attract competition from other departments. Hao was merely providing Zhou Zheng with a sense of reassurance, fearing that Zhou might entertain other thoughts. Should Zhou succumb to temptation and transfer to another department, it would constitute the greatest loss in the history of Xiaobei. Zhou Zheng was uncertain about the authenticity of Director Hao's words, suspecting a certain exaggeration. Nevertheless, the position of a director held little allure for him. A director was merely a secondary police supervisor. His aspirations were set on becoming a police monitor, aiming for a rank above that of a deputy bureau chief. Such internal musings were best kept to himself. Since Hao Aigua had broached the subject, Zhou felt compelled to reciprocate with some courteous remarks. Thank you, Director, for your kindness. I will continue to work diligently to bring more honor to Xiaobei. Well said. I have high hopes for you, Xiao Zhou, Hao Aigua exclaimed, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile. Zhou then ventured, Director, may I propose a matter for discussion? Hao Aigua, brimming with confidence, replied, What is it? Just speak your mind. Anything within my capacity, I shall agree to. Director, considering that the city bureau leaders have visited and the award ceremony has concluded, might I be discharged from the hospital? Zhou Zheng expressed his aversion to the hospital's antiseptic scent. Since he had not sustained any injuries, remaining in the hospital felt unnecessary. Hao Aigua's demeanor grew serious. Xiao Zhou, has your injury truly healed? Zhou Zheng yearned to assert that he had not been injured at all, but hesitated, fearing Hao Aigua might doubt him. He acquiesced, saying it was just a minor injury. It hardly matters. I can walk and run. See, Director, I can even skip. As he spoke, Zhou Zheng rose from his bed, demonstrating his mobility by walking, running, and occasionally skipping to convince Hao Aigua. However, Hao Aigua's concern grew rather than dissipated, prompting him to summon Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, did Zhou Zheng's test results indicate any brain injury? Suppressing a laugh, Lu Jianjun nearly burst out. He thought to himself that Zhou Zheng's antics were rather exaggerated, resembling a performance by Chef Fan. Hao Aigua shot Lu Jianjun a disapproving glance. Jianjun, what are you laughing at? I am asking you a question. With a forced seriousness, Lu Jianjun replied, Director, Zhou Zheng's mind is certainly intact. You have seen his behavior in front of the city bureau leaders. He might simply be going a bit stir-crazy after a few days in the hospital, exhibiting some unusual behavior, which is quite normal. Hao Aigua's expression darkened. Well then, Xiao Zhou, no more jumping around. I believe you are fine. However, let's keep you under observation for another day. Jianjun, continue to look after Zhou Zheng. Tomorrow, arrange for a doctor to conduct a checkup. If all is well, he may be discharged. Zhou Zheng, feeling somewhat disgruntled, asked, Director, do I really have to stay in the hospital for another day? Yes, Xiao Zhou. Comply with the orders. Now, I must take my leave. I have to hand over the police vehicle at the city bureau. Half a year in the east, half a year in the west. I am indeed curious to see the expression on the face of that leader who confronted me last time. Hao Aigua departed with a face full of anticipation. Master, I have troubled you again, forcing you to accompany me in the hospital. Lu Jianjun's face showed signs of anger. Xiao Zhou, it is rather unkind of you to say that. You are my disciple, after all. Moreover, this work is quite leisurely. Far more comfortable than working at the police station. Zhou Zheng retorted, however, Master, working at the police station has its own schedule. Here in the hospital, you must remain with me constantly. I can already tell that you are restless. Lu Jianjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled, Oh, you caught me, didn't you? The truth is, today is my daughter's birthday. She is hoping I will take her to the amusement park this afternoon. But it is no matter. Her mother can celebrate the birthday with her just as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng instantly felt displeased. Master, why did you not mention this sooner? I do not require your company here. You must go. Lu Jianjun insisted. No. I returned home briefly last night. It would be inappropriate to leave my post again. Zhou Zheng, aware of Lu Jianjun's stubbornness, pondered for a moment and devised a plan. Master, how about this? You go to the amusement park with your child now. And in the evening, I will come to your home to celebrate her birthday with you. Is that appropriate? What if the director comes and finds me absent? I would surely be reprimanded. Lu Jianjun replied, You make a valid point. You know him well. Very well, let it be so. You go ahead, master. I shall purchase the cake, and in the evening, please ask my sister-in-law to prepare a few more dishes. All right, Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Chapter 39. Unwelcome visitors. After Lu Jianjun departed, Zhou Zheng retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Yunyao's number. Hello, Yunyao. Where are you? Zhou Zheng. I just exited the welfare lottery center. I have collected my prize, which amounts to 3,112,000 after taxes. Upon leaving, the Red Cross asked for a donation, but I declined. If one truly wishes to assist others, the funds should be delivered directly to those in need. Zhou Zheng nodded, acknowledging Chu Yunyao's clarity of thought. Yunyao, you are absolutely right. If we come into wealth in the future, how about we periodically purchase a truckload of educational and daily necessities and personally deliver them to remote mountainous regions? Zhou Zheng, that is a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support it. I must head to the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs now, so I shall hang up if there is nothing else. It was evident that Chu Yunyao was quite invested in the medicinal wine business, moving briskly along her way. Wait, Yunyao. What is it, Zhou Zheng? Is there something else? Well, today is my master's daughter's birthday, and I intend to present her with a cake. However, I am uncertain which bakery produces exquisite cakes. Zhou Zheng, having lived for over 20 years, had never celebrated a birthday himself nor developed the habit of purchasing cakes for others. He was entirely ignorant of the cake shops in Jiangbei City. Naturally, for his master's daughter's birthday, he wished to procure a quality cake. Hence his request for Chu Yunyao's assistance. He presumed that a child from a wealthy family would surely possess discerning taste. Zhou Zheng, you have indeed asked the right person. When it comes to cakes, I usually order from a renowned bakery in the capital and have it air freighted. However, Jiangbei City does have several commendable bakeries. There is an old-fashioned bakery in the southern part of the city that uses traditional cream. Though its designs are rather mundane, it evokes the flavors of my childhood. For something more upscale, one must consider Häagen-Dazs in the new urban area, which employs only the finest imported ingredients. Its cakes are among the best in Jiangbei in terms of both appearance and taste, though the only downside is that they are a bit pricey. Zhou Zheng mused. How expensive could a mere cake be? Children would surely grow tired of the traditional flavors. Perhaps he should just order from Häagen-Dazs. Yunyao. How about we order an 8-inch cake from Häagen-Dazs? It should be priced around several hundred, right? That would certainly be insufficient. An 8-inch birthday cake from Häagen-Dazs costs 8,888. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Over 8,000 for a birthday cake? Is the cream made of gold, or is the cake itself crafted from gold? How could it be so exorbitant? Chu Yunyao chuckled softly. This bakery is reputed to be the Hermes of the cake industry. It is indeed not inexpensive. Then let us choose another shop. No need. Let us stick with this one. I have accumulated over 100,000 points on my Häagen-Dazs membership card, which can be redeemed for an 8-inch cake. So, just provide me with Jianjun's address. Very well, Yunyao. I have arranged to dine at my master's residence this evening. How about we go together? Would that be appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? You are my wife, and you know my master. It won't be awkward at all. All right then. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunyao acquiesced. Let us proceed with that plan. You continue with your tasks, and I shall call you when the time comes. Zhou Zheng placed his phone down on the hospital bed, his gaze fixed upon the immaculate white ceiling. The thought of being discharged tomorrow filled him with a flicker of excitement. He would finally escape this environment saturated with the odor of medicinal herbs. Zhou Zheng could not help but begin envisioning his future. If the medicinal wine could unlock new opportunities, he would amass considerable wealth. With that fortune, he would first rent a luxurious apartment. Feeling a twinge of guilt that Chu Yunyao resided in a dilapidated community, even though she had never voiced a complaint. He also needed to find time to visit his grandmother, who was in the ICU at Hexia Hospital in the capital, clinging to life. He wondered if she was aware of her own lineage. Yet, even if she were cognizant, it was likely she could not articulate it. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng recalled his mastery of acupuncture. Perhaps treating his grandmother could restore her consciousness. This thought ignited a sense of eager anticipation for his trip to the capital. The remaining task was to capture more criminals, to achieve accolades and promotions, for that was the sole path to swift advancement. He pondered whether his 20-fold luck had already expired. Even if it had, he need not worry, for he still possessed a lifetime's worth of double luck. Moreover, there was the possibility of earning another 20-fold luck reward in the future. Zhou Zheng's mind raced. Although the road ahead might be fraught with challenges, a bright future awaited him. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door pulled Zhou Zheng back to reality. Is someone there? He climbed out of bed, seated himself, and called out, "Please enter." The door opened, revealing a figure. A man in his 40s, clad in an administrative jacket, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. An impeccably groomed hair slicked back, exuded an air of sophistication. Zhou Zheng found the man somewhat familiar but could not recall who he was. "Comrade Zhou Zheng," the middle-aged man exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he approached and extended his hand for a firm handshake. "Xiao Zhou, how are you? Is your injury healing well?" Zhou Zheng felt bewildered. Who was this individual? He seemed to know him intimately, yet Zhou Zheng had no recollection of him. It was indeed perplexing. "Much better. I shall be discharged tomorrow." "Thank you for your concern," Zhou Zheng instinctively replied. "Ah, that is splendid news." The middle-aged man appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression exaggeratedly exuberant, as if Zhou Zheng were a cherished friend. "May I inquire your identity?" Zhou Zheng finally could not contain his curiosity and asked. The middle-aged man wore a glum expression, mistakenly believing himself to be well known at the municipal bureau, only to discover that Zhou Zheng was unaware of his identity. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. A grassroots police officer with merely 3 months of experience would not be acquainted with the deputy director of the political office. Thus, he introduced himself. "I am Wei Hui. Working in the political office of the municipal bureau, they all call me Director Wei." Zhou Zheng thought to himself, "This is peculiar. The director of the political office. Jiang Hai visited earlier today and even shook my hand." He pondered further and realized there indeed was a Wei Hui, but he was merely a deputy director. It seemed that Wei Hui was rather fond of embellishing his title, conveniently omitting the word deputy. What puzzled Zhou Zheng was why this man had come to visit him in the hospital, as they had no prior connection. "Oh, so you are Deputy Director Wei. Please have a seat," Zhou Zheng offered, but Wei Hui's demeanor soured instantly, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. "How dare a mere grassroots officer speak to me so politely? If it weren't for that apartment in the city center, I would not have bothered to see you at all." A hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his face, only to be quickly replaced by a forced smile. Zhou Zheng astutely noted the change in Wei Hui's countenance and thought to himself, "This Wei Hui does not come with good intentions. Those with benevolent motives do not arrive uninvited." Chapter 40. An overt threat. "Comrade Zhou, I had originally intended to visit you alongside Director Ma and other leaders from the municipal bureau, but due to pressing work commitments, Director Jiang has delegated me to come in his stead." Wei Hui approached with an unabashed grin. In reality, he was merely one of 3 deputy directors, and his presence at the hospital to confer honors upon Zhou Zheng was unwarranted. The attendees were all heads of various departments, making his attendance quite inappropriate. Presuming Zhou Zheng was oblivious to the underlying circumstances, he proceeded to embellish his narrative. "As soon as I wrapped up my work, I rushed over here. Deputy Director Wei, I am truly grateful for your time amidst your busy schedule to visit a grassroots officer like myself. I am genuinely touched." Zhou Zheng, unaware of Wei Hui's ulterior motives, merely offered some pleasantries in return. "Gratitude is unnecessary. As a leader, it is my duty to show concern for grassroots officers." "Little Zhou, how old are you this year? How many family members do you have? Where is your hometown? Do not be anxious, and do not regard me as a superior. I simply relish the opportunity to connect with grassroots police officers." Wei Hui feigned sincerity. Zhou Zheng could only respond to each inquiry, managing the conversation. Suddenly, Wei Hui changed his tone. "Little Zhou, I have heard you are married. Your wife is from the prestigious Chu family of Jiangbei." Zhou Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the crux of Wei Hui's visit? He chose to respond nonchalantly, revealing, "Yes, my wife is the daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yunyao." "Ah, little Zhou, how did you end up marrying Chu Yunyao? Ordinarily, I would congratulate you on this union, but I find myself concerned. Chu Yunyao is a daughter of the Chu family. As a grassroots officer, marrying her, such a mismatch, can only lead to trouble. Mark my words, if you cannot handle Chu Yunyao, it would be best to part ways with her sooner rather than later. I could introduce you to a female officer that would be far more suitable." Wei Hui, who was not adept at moral persuasion, preferred to exert authority. However, having just been awarded first-class merit, he sought to employ a gentler approach, hoping Zhou Zheng would reconsider his path. Yet, Zhou Zheng found Wei Hui's words not only distasteful but utterly perplexing. Who arrives to counsel someone on divorce? Furthermore, they were not acquainted. What pretense was this concern? It was absurd. This man was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Deputy Director Wei, I appreciate your concern. If there is nothing else, I kindly request you take your leave. The municipal bureau is quite busy. And I wonder if Director Jiang would take issue with your personal matters during work hours? Zhou Zheng's words rendered Wei Hui momentarily speechless. What do you mean, little Zhou? How can you speak like that? What do you mean by handling personal matters during work hours? I came to the hospital to show concern for a subordinate and engage in a heartfelt conversation. What is wrong with that? Zhou Zheng retorted sharply. Deputy Director Wei. I am an officer from the Qiaobei police station, and my superior is Director Hao Aigua, not you, the deputy director of the political office, correct? Moreover, I have no desire to engage in a heart-to-heart with you. Bang. Wei Hui could no longer contain himself and slammed the table in frustration. In the municipal bureau, the grassroots police officer was met with courtesy by everyone, yet when confronted by Zhou Zheng, he was filled with anger. Zhou Zheng, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. You must part ways with Chu Yunyao or face dire consequences. Wei Hui, losing patience, expressed his true feelings without restraint. Zhou Zheng realized that Wei Hui had revealed his true intentions, evidently targeting his relationship with Chu Yunyao. It was clear that someone was manipulating this situation from the shadows. One name sprang to mind, Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng, however, refused to show any signs of weakness in front of Wei Hui. What is this, Deputy Director Wei? As a mere subordinate, you presume to meddle in my personal affairs? You certainly overstep your bounds. Wei Hui, incensed by Zhou Zheng's fearless demeanor and mocking words, unleashed his usual authoritative tactics. Zhou Zheng, as the deputy director of the political department, I control your promotions and evaluations. Cross me, and you shall reap the consequences. Take my advice. Wise individuals recognize the times. Leave Chu Yunyao, and I shall overlook your insolence, treating you as a comrade. Otherwise, you may as well resign yourself to stagnation. Did Wang Feng send you? Zhou Zheng interjected unexpectedly. Wei Hui, caught between his desires and the need for propriety, vehemently denied it, his face betraying his unease. Wang Feng? I do not know him. I shall ask you once more. Will you leave Chu Yunyao? Zhou Zheng, keenly aware of the puppet master behind this scheme, regarded Wei Hui with calm defiance. And what if I refuse? Wei Hui's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he retorted, It seems you have no aspirations for advancement. You will remain a mere grassroots officer forever. Do you believe you might even lose that position? Wei Hui was not exaggerating, should he choose to target Zhou Zheng. The latter's prospects would indeed be bleak, as the power of assessment lay firmly with the political department. Yet, Zhou Zheng's indomitable spirit would not allow him to abandon Chu Yunyao, nor would he yield to Wei Hui's threats. He boldly challenged, Deputy Director Wei. Your arrogance is astounding. Do you think the municipal bureau is your personal domain? Wei Hui, looking down from his lofty position, declared with hubris, Zhou Zheng. The bureau is indeed my domain. If I wish to retaliate against a grassroots officer like you, it is but a trivial task. Before he could finish his sentence, an unfamiliar yet recognizable voice interrupted. Who dares to threaten a police officer so brazenly? The door, slightly ajar, swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue administrative jacket, accompanied by a young aide carrying a thermos and a handbag. It was Yang Zishan and his secretary, Xiao Wu. Having just concluded a morning meeting at the government, Yang Zishan had rushed to the hospital, first visiting the top-level intensive care unit to check on his father. Noticing his father's significant recovery, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The elder remarked that his swift recovery was largely due to Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. Moreover, the young Zhou had even saved his life. He is a warm-hearted and capable young man. The elder even contemplated having Yang Zishan speak to Ma Xiaojun to properly nurture Zhou Zheng. Yang Zishan, surprised by the elder's continuous mention of Zhou Zheng, particularly coming from someone who seldom advocates for others, was taken aback. It is indeed rare for the elder to take note of a young individual, indicating that Zhou Zheng is truly a talent. Originally, he had come to the hospital to visit Zhou Zheng and express his gratitude in person. After chatting with the elder for a brief moment, he descended to Zhou Zheng's ward. Just as he arrived at the door, he overheard someone brazenly proclaiming that the municipal bureau belonged to his family, threatening Zhou Zheng, who had saved the elder's life. What audacity! Yang Zishan's expression changed instantly as he pushed the door open. Deputy Mayor Yang? The arrogant Wei Hui, upon seeing Yang Zishan, resembled a mouse encountering a cat, abruptly silencing his earlier bravado. Suddenly struck by an unsettling chill as he realized that his earlier boastful words had likely reached the ears of Deputy Mayor Yang. Chapter 41 The Price of Arrogance. Do you know me? Yang Zishan inquired upon realizing that Wei Hui recognized him. No. I don't know you. Wei Hui hastily waved his hands. He had just spoken some audacious words to Zhou Zheng, words that should never see the light of day, and to his dismay, they had caught the attention of Vice Mayor Yang. This was indeed a dire situation. Wei Hui's regret was profound, his insides twisted with remorse. He could only hope that Vice Mayor Yang did not recognize him, but deep down, he was anxious. They had met before during Yang's visit to the municipal bureau. Then how do you know my surname? And that I am the vice mayor? Yang Zishan's piercing gaze bore down on Wei Hui. Wei Hui felt as though he were a zombie under the relentless assault of glutinous rice, his body aching from the sharpness of Yang's scrutiny. I saw you on television. Wei Hui stammered. And what brings you here? Yang Zishan swiftly discerned Wei Hui's unease, his relentless questioning aimed at unveiling the truth. I came to visit a patient, but I must have entered the wrong room. Farewell, Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui thought that if he lingered any longer, he would surely expose himself. Seizing the opportunity while Yang had not fully recognized him, he made a hasty exit. At that moment, Zhou Zheng also realized that the person before him was the vice mayor, the father of Yang Dingting, and the son of the elderly man he had rescued. As Wei Hui attempted to slip away, Zhou Zheng interjected, Vice Mayor, he is lying. His name is Wei Hui, the deputy director of the political department at the municipal bureau. He specifically came to the hospital to meddle in my personal affairs, and when I refused to comply, he threatened me with retaliation, claiming that the bureau is his family business, and that dealing with grassroots police officers is as simple as drinking water. Zhou Zheng embellished the account, recounting the events to Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui seethed inwardly, you traitor, Zhou Zheng. How could you betray me in front of the leadership? Have you no honor? He despised Zhou Zheng, but as he reflected on his earlier arrogance, he realized that Zhou had every right to report him to the vice mayor. The deputy director of the political department, Wei Hui? Yang Zishan nodded, his memory sparked. Yet, the municipal bureau was vast, and he could not possibly know every individual. Wei Hui, you've risen in the ranks, haven't you? As a mid-level leader in the police bureau, you interfere in the private lives of grassroots officers, and when they refuse, you threaten them with retaliation? You boldly declare that the bureau is your family's domain? Huh, is this how you conduct yourself as a leader? Do you possess any sense of organizational discipline? Truly, you are something else. Vice Mayor Yang's laughter was devoid of anger, yet it sent a chill down Wei Hui's spine. Vice Mayor, I was momentarily blinded by foolishness. It is not as you think. I meant no harm. Wei Hui's mind was in disarray, struggling to articulate a defense that fell pitifully short. Yang Zishan turned to his secretary, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please call Ma Xiaojun. I must inquire how Director Ma manages his subordinates. How can someone so brazen and lawless be allowed to rise to the position of deputy director of the political department? What kind of leadership is this? Yang Zishan's anger was palpable. Zhou Zheng saved the old gentleman's life, and the elder was eagerly anticipating the medicinal liquor he was concocting. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Zheng had rendered a significant favor to the Yang family. Moreover, he had just been awarded a first-class merit. How audacious of Wei Hui to retaliate against Zhou Zheng. Such arrogance raises questions about his suitability for a leadership role. He is unworthy even of being a grassroots officer. For both personal and professional reasons, Vice Mayor Yang was determined to take down Wei Hui. Xiao dialed Ma Xiaojun's number, and it was quickly connected. Vice Mayor Yang. The call has gone through, Xiao announced, handing the phone to Yang Zishan. With a face as dark as thunder, Yang Zishan took the phone. Hello. This is Yang Zishan. Vice Mayor Yang, this is Ma Xiaojun. What instructions do you have for me? Ma Xiaojun. How on earth are you managing your position as the director? Are you still capable of performing your duties? Yang Zishan's abrupt inquiry sent Ma Xiaojun into a state of alarm. Although he held significant authority as the head of the bureau, the sudden questioning from his superior made anyone uneasy. Vice Mayor Yang, what is the matter? What matter? Does Wei Hui in your bureau know about the situation? Yes, he does. What is going on? What is going on? He barged into Zhou Zheng's hospital room, meddled in personal affairs, openly threatened him, and retaliated, even asserting that the bureau belongs to him. That cannot be. Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. Wei Hui was generally quite low-key, and moreover, he had no connections with Zhou Zheng. Ma Xiaojun, I witnessed it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Am I to fabricate lies? If you cannot handle your responsibilities as director, it would be wise to step aside. Yang Zishan's fury was palpable, and Ma Xiaojun shuddered, realizing the folly of doubting the vice mayor's words. Did he still wish to retain his position? Clearly, Wei Hui had found himself in the crosshairs of Yang Zishan's ire. This fool has stirred up trouble for me. He is courting disaster and dragging me down with him. Ma Xiaojun's resentment toward toward Wei Hui grew. His mind raced. And he quickly responded, Vice Mayor Yang, rest assured. Individuals like Wei Hui, who are detrimental to our ranks, will be dealt with promptly, one by one. I will summon him back to provide a full account to the organization. Yang Zishan's tone softened somewhat as he replied. I believe it would be prudent to involve the discipline inspection team. Ma Xiaojun felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed that Yang Zishan intended to bring Wei Hui to ruin. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, or he too would face repercussions. Yes, Vice Mayor Yang. I will notify the discipline inspection team immediately. After Yang Zishan hung up, Wei Hui, who had been listening intently, realized the gravity of the situation. If the discipline inspection team was involved, his fate was sealed. Trembling like a leaf, he answered his ringing phone. Is this Wei Hui? I am the deputy head of the City Bureau's discipline inspection team. You are required to clarify certain matters at the designated time and place. Report your location and remain on standby. We will dispatch a vehicle to collect you. A shiver ran down Wei Hui's spine. He was now under scrutiny from the discipline inspection team, and everything was over for him. He numbly relayed the location of the first hospital in Jiangbei City. The deputy leader of the disciplinary inspection team instructed him to wait at the hospital entrance, warning that any attempt to flee would have consequences he must bear alone. Wei Hui moved like a soulless automaton as he exited the ward. Escape had never crossed his mind. Where could he possibly run to? Even if he managed to flee, he would still be apprehended eventually, living in constant dread. At that moment, his phone rang once more. Without even glancing at the screen, he answered the call. Hello, cousin. It's Wang Feng. How's it going? Have you dealt with Zhou Zheng yet? If so, I'll bring you the keys to the Hongju residential complex in the city right away. Hello? Cousin, are you there? Suddenly, Wei Hui's eyes reddened, and he unleashed a torrent of vitriol into the phone. Wang Feng, you fool. You've ruined my life. I've lost my job, and if this continues, I might end up in prison. Chapter 42. The heartfelt understanding at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Jianjun and his wife emerged from the amusement park with their child. They had a daughter named Lu Yan, who was 8 years old this year. Today was Lu Yan's birthday, and her parents had promised to take her to the amusement park for a day of fun. Lu Yan understood that ultimately. It was her mother who would take her out to play, as her father, a busy policeman, seldom had the opportunity to celebrate her birthday in its entirety. However, today, much to her delight, her father unexpectedly found the time to be present at the amusement park. He explained that he had been fortunate enough to have the support of an uncle named Zhou Zheng, which allowed him to accompany her. Lu Yan suddenly felt immense gratitude towards Zhou Zheng, and she resolved to thank him in person if given the chance. The family of 3 enjoyed their time from noon until 4 o'clock, reluctantly leaving the amusement park. Yuhong, my apprentice Zhou Zheng is coming to our home for dinner tonight. Let us go to the market and buy some ingredients, Lu Jianjun said to his wife, Wang Yuhong. She nodded in acknowledgement. I know, you've mentioned it several times. Hearing you talk about your apprentice all day makes me a bit envious, she replied with a chuckle. Lu Jianjun smiled as he rode their covered electric tricycle, taking his wife and child to the market. After purchasing the groceries, they headed to a cake shop to buy a birthday cake. As they passed the H. Agendas cake shop in the new city district, the lavish decor and the eye-catching array of extravagant birthday cakes in the display window captivated Lu Yan's attention. Dad, I want to try a cake from this shop. Wan Xiaoming from my class has had it and said it's delicious, she exclaimed. Lu Jianjun was acutely aware that he could not afford a cake from H. Agendas. With a sigh of resignation, he responded, Little Yan, I promise to buy you one next month when I receive my salary. For now, let us choose a regular cake. But Dad, I won't have another birthday next month, Lu Yan replied, momentarily stunned. Wang Yuhong interjected, Little Yan, be a good girl. All cakes taste the same. There is no need to insist on this particular one. All right then, Lu Yan agreed with a nod. Though her eyes reflected disappointment as she gazed longingly at the colorful birthday cakes in the window, her mouth watering at the sight. Wang Yuhong noticed this scene and felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. As a homemaker without a source of income, the family relied solely on Lu Jianjun's salary. Years ago, when Lu Jianjun's parents fell ill and required hospitalization, their savings were entirely depleted, leaving the family in dire straits. To this day, they still resided in the outskirts of the city. In pursuit of a home in the city, Wang Yuhong diligently saved 2/3 of Lu Jianjun's monthly salary in a bank account, using the remainder for household expenses, resulting in a life of constant financial strain. Lu Yan, being perceptive, understood her parents' hardships, and thus, she never made unreasonable material demands. While waiting at a traffic light at an intersection, a black Mercedes-Benz S550 pulled up beside them. The rear window rolled down, and a chubby little boy leaned out to greet Lu Yan. Lu Yan, seated upon an electric tricycle, tilted her head and caught sight of a plump boy, promptly responding to him. Lu Yan, look, my father bought me a Haagen-Dazs cake, the little boy exclaimed, proudly displaying a beautiful birthday cake at the window of the tricycle. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with envy as she beheld the exquisite cake, identical to the one she had seen in the boutique's display earlier. Wang Xiaoming, I recall today is not your birthday, is it? Indeed. But my father said that as long as I wish for a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, he can purchase one for me every day. Lu Yan, would you like a piece? I can share some with you. Lu Yan hesitated momentarily before replying. No, today is my birthday as well, and my father is taking me to buy a birthday cake. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and a Mercedes surged ahead. Lu Jianjun, observing the luxurious car's retreating figure, glanced back at his daughter, whose eyes betrayed a hint of envy, and felt a pang of sadness. The wealthy revel in their opulence, celebrating birthdays daily and indulging in extravagant Haagen-Dazs cakes, while the less fortunate find even a humble cake to be a luxury. Father, the light is green. Let us hurry along. Honestly, I prefer the small cakes I used to have for my birthdays, Lu Yan remarked. This further deepened Lu Jianjun's distress, for he understood that his daughter longed to taste the Haagen-Dazs cake. She simply wished to spare her parents the burden of worry. His daughter's thoughtfulness was truly heart-wrenching. Sighing, Lu Jianjun mechanically pedaled the electric tricycle to a modest bakery, where he purchased a 4-inch cake for his daughter. Lu Yan cradled the small, rather unremarkable cake, a radiant smile illuminating her face. An hour later, the family arrived at their home located on the outskirts of the city. Oh no, I forgot to buy some wine, he lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration. Yuhong, lend me 200 yuan. I shall fetch 2 bottles of wine. Wang Yuhong glanced at their WeChat balance, her expression conflicted. Jianjun, I have only 200 left, and your salary is still 5 days away. This is our family's budget for the next 5 days. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head in dismay. What should we do? Xiao Zhou is my apprentice. It would be inappropriate to host him without wine. Suddenly, Wang Yuhong's eyes lit up with an idea. Jianjun, don't we have a jar of homemade liquor that my father brewed? There's plenty, at least 200 jin. We could use that to entertain your apprentice. Lu Jianjun shook his head. That wouldn't he do. Homemade liquor lacks the finesse. Jianjun, do you still care about appearances in front of your apprentice? That jar has been stored for 6 years. It's not inferior to those that cost 100 or so yuan. Very well, Lu Jianjun conceded reluctantly. Wang Yuhong opened the yard gate, and the family entered. Lu Yan clutched her beloved little cake, unwilling to let go. Lu Jianjun and his wife busied themselves with chopping vegetables, washing greens, and stewing meat. The scene then shifts to Jiangdu City First Hospital. Yang Zishan addressed the situation in Weihu, and after a brief conversation with Zhou Zheng in the hospital room, he expressed genuine concern for Zhou's well-being, inquiring whether he faced any difficulties in his life or work. He assured Zhou that, should there be any challenges, he, as the deputy mayor, could represent the organization to assist him. These words were heartfelt and not mere formalities typical of leaders visiting subordinates. Zhou Zheng understood that this was a gesture of gratitude for having saved the elder. However, he refrained from making any requests, stating that he had no difficulties to speak of. Yang Zishan was indeed apprehensive about Zhou potentially presenting an unreasonable demand, yet felt a sense of relief when Zhou did not seize the opportunity to ask for favors. This young comrade demonstrated strong principles, awareness, and capability, marking him as a worthy candidate for further development. Yang Zishan exchanged contact information with Zhou Zheng and, urged by his secretary, departed the hospital. At 6 p.m, Zhou Zheng appeared at the entrance of Jiangbei First Hospital, now dressed in casual attire. Shortly thereafter, a white Panamera approached from a distance and came to a halt beside him. Amidst the envious glances of passers-by, Zhou opened the door and took his place in the passenger seat. The Panamera roared to life and merged onto the main road, swiftly driving away. Observing the weary yet resolute demeanor of Chu Yunyao in the passenger seat, Zhou Zheng remarked, Yunyao, you've worked hard today. Chu Yunyao smiled gently in response. It's not hard work per se. I've had a full day, which feels quite fulfilling. Zhou, I have procured all the medicinal herbs needed for the herbal liquor. However, I was unable to find 100-year-old wild ginseng. I only managed to acquire one that is around 50 years old. Zhou Zheng nodded in understanding. That is fine. The last batch of medicinal liquor given to the elder also used 50-year-old ginseng, and its effects were commendable. Chu Yunyao continued. I plan to categorize the medicinal liquor into 3 tiers: high-end using the 100-year-old wild ginseng, mid-range with the 50-year-old, and the lower tier with ginseng aged 20 to 30 years. This way, we can appeal to a broader consumer base. However, Chu Yunyao suddenly appeared troubled. I cannot find the large urns required for brewing the liquor at the moment. The orders I placed online will not arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest, which means the production of the first batch of medicinal liquor will have to be postponed. Chapter 43. Chu Yunyao's musings. Zhou Zheng consoled Chu Yunyao, saying, "Yunyao, it's all right, do not fret. It is quite commendable that you managed to procure all the medicinal herbs for the infused liquor in just a day." Chu Yunyao shook her head. "I am not anxious myself, but Ting Ting is in a hurry. The old gentleman's medicinal wine only lasts 3 days. If he discovers the new brew is delayed, he will surely be displeased. Then Ting Ting will come complaining to me." Zhou Zheng chuckled lightly. "So that's the reason. Fear not, if it comes to it, I can revert to my old methods, sourcing individual herbs to prepare the medicinal liquor from the market. That is how I concocted the last batch the old gentleman enjoyed." Chu Yunyao's eyes brightened with understanding. "I see now. I thought you had prepared it in advance given how swiftly you produced it last time. If necessary, we can temporarily offer the old gentleman the blended liquor." Zhou Zheng had alleviated a dilemma for Chu Yunyao, granting her a sigh of relief. After all, she was close friends with Yang Tingting, and it would be uncomfortable not to fulfill the promise made to the old gentleman. Chu Yunyao continued, "Zhou Zheng, this time I only managed to procure 50-year-old wild ginseng. I plan to categorize this medicinal liquor as mid-range, but we shall give it an elegant name, perhaps calling it masterclass medicinal wine. As for the pricing, I intend to set it at 2,000 yuan per pound." "My heavens!" Zhou Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. He calculated quickly, "Yunyao, if one set of medicinal herb materials produces 5,000 pounds of high-efficacy wine, priced at 2,000 per pound, that batch could yield 10 million yuan. He then inquired, "What was the cost?" Chu Yunyao replied, "The raw materials for the herbs cost over 800,000 yuan, the pure grain liquor approximately 250,000, and the bottles and packaging, calculated at 10 yuan per pound, would amount to 50,000. Roughly estimating, the total cost is around 110,000 yuan. Of course, after producing 5,000 pounds of the high-efficacy liquor, we can still brew an additional 2,000 pounds of lower-efficacy liquor, which we could price at 200 per pound, yielding an additional 400,000 yuan. This could be considered our way of giving back to society." Zhou Zheng thought to himself, the profits were staggering, nearly tenfold. A shrewd merchant. Good-hearted Zhou Zheng felt a pang of conscience. He believed that even 2 times the profit was already a substantial return. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "Zhou Zheng, in business, one must prioritize profit. Furthermore, we are earning the wealth of the affluent. If you feel uneasy about the extent of our profits, you could always donate a portion to those less fortunate. This way, we would be redistributing wealth." While driving, Chu Yunyao reveled in her visions for the future. This was merely mid-range liquor. Later, we would introduce high-end liquor brewed from century-old ginseng, which we could label as masterclass medicinal wine, priced significantly above Feitian, perhaps at 4,000 yuan per pound. A fitting price point. We are merely at the outset, functioning as a humble medicinal liquor workshop. Once our notoriety rises, I shall proceed to register a trademark, construct a factory, establish a company, and even export overseas to earn foreign currency. I plan to employ hunger marketing strategies and celebrity endorsements, followed by financing and a public listing. Zhou Zheng, your name might one day grace the list of the affluent." Zhou Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. No, Yunyao. You are the boss. I shall not partake in such ventures." Chu Yunyao chuckled. "Have you ever seen a boss driving themselves? I am merely your employee, Zhou. You are the true proprietor." Zhou Zheng understood that Chu Yunyao was jesting and responded with a smile. "Chu, you should remain the boss. I will be your driver. As long as we are together, I shall take the wheel." "Excellent." Chu Yunyao was invigorated. "But I wonder about your driving skills, Comrade Zhou." Zhou Zheng asserted. "I am an experienced driver. No one who has ridden with me has failed to commend my driving." "Is that so? I must certainly experience your skills one day." "Not a problem. I assure your satisfaction." As they exchanged laughter, they finally arrived at the home of Lu Jianjun, located at the outskirts of the urban-rural fringe. Chu Yunyao inquired, "Zhou Zheng, why does your master reside here?" "It is quite distant from the Qiaobei police station. The commute alone takes nearly an hour." Zhou Zheng shook his head. "Truthfully, this is my first visit to my master's home. I had no idea he lived here. By the way, when is the cake you ordered arriving? Can it be delivered here?" "Not an issue. I have arranged a time with the bakery staff, and they should be en route now. That is good to hear. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yunyao, let us disembark and head inside together. Chu Yunyao responded and exited the driver's seat, then opened the rear door. Zhou Zheng, could you assist me with something? As Chu Yunyao bent down to retrieve items from the back seat, her curvaceous figure exhibited a remarkable silhouette. Zhou Zheng was momentarily captivated. Truly, she is a goddess. Her figure is simply unparalleled. What are you dawdling for? Take it. Chu Yunyao turned to hand Zhou Zheng a paper box with a handle. Yunyao, what is this? Zhou Zheng examined the box's weight. It was not heavy. This is the result of my labor today. A complete set of precious medicinal herbs for brewing liquor. Valued at several $100,000. I was uneasy leaving it in the car, so it is best to bring it to your master's home. Next, Chu Yunyao retrieved 2 exquisite shopping bags from the back seat, one containing snacks for children and the other holding several boxes of unknown contents. Chu Yunyao explained. The bag contains imported snacks for children, and this plastic bag holds a set of Lancme cosmetics and a Ferragamo belt. It is my first visit to your family's home, so I must prepare some gifts. Zhou nodded in agreement, revealing the delicate sensibilities of a young woman. And it was evident that Chu Yunyao had invested considerable thought into this. The courtyard gate stood ajar, and Zhou Zheng, taking the lead, pushed open the weathered iron door, beckoning Chu Yunyao to enter. This was a typical residence found in the outskirts, featuring a private courtyard with 4 main rooms flanked by 2 auxiliary rooms on either side. The yard was modest, its cement surface uneven, while the walls and buildings bore the marks of time, exuding a sense of nostalgia. Master, Zhou Zheng called out as he strode inside. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the west wing. They were Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong, both donning aprons as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Xiaozhou, Yunyao, you've arrived. Come in, come in. Oh, may you quickly prepare tea for my apprentice and sister-in-law. Wang Yuhong wiped her hands on her apron, inviting Zhou Zheng into the house. Xiaozhou, Jianjun often speaks of you. Come. Step inside. Sister-in-law will make you some tea. Zhou Zheng promptly replied, Sister-in-law, please don't trouble yourself. Do not treat me as an outsider. Chapter 44. The master is a good man. Just 2 stubborn A group entered the room. Zhou Zheng pointed to the elegant Chu Yunyao beside him, saying, Sister-in-law, allow me to introduce you to my wife, Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, greet your sister-in-law. Chu Yunyao's pretty face broke into a radiant smile as she graciously called out, Hello, sister-in-law. Oh, this young lady is astonishingly beautiful, as if she has stepped out from a painting. Please, take a seat. Take a seat. Chu Yunyao, dressed in exquisite attire, exuded both beauty and an air of nobility. Such a striking and poised young woman could easily belong to a wealthy family, more suited to a prestigious office in a high-end CBD or a lavish 5-star hotel, making her presence in the current surroundings feel somewhat discordant. Wang Yuhong, encountering such a beauty for the first time, felt a wave of nervousness, her hands awkwardly clasped together. After a moment, she picked up a cloth and meticulously wiped down the chairs in the living room, apologetically saying, The house is a bit messy and the conditions are humble. Please don't mind it. Sister-in-law, just call me Yunyao. And please, don't be so formal. I'm not that delicate. Saying this, she placed the items she was holding on the ground and sat down on the chair without a hint of hesitation. Wang Yuhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even the poor have their pride, and she feared that this seemingly refined young woman might look down upon them. Accompanying Zhou Zheng to visit, Chu Yunyao caught Lu Jianjun off guard. Seeing Chu Yunyao fitting in with such ease and without any sense of superiority brought him comfort. Silently praising Zhou Zheng for marrying such a wonderful wife, Wang Yuhong retrieved disposable cups to brew tea for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng then picked up a paper bag from the floor, opened it, and addressed Lu Jianjun, saying, Master, I invited Yunyao to celebrate the child's birthday, and she was thoughtful enough to bring a pile of gifts. Here are some snacks for the child. Additionally, this is a set of Lancme cosmetics for sister-in-law. And this belt is for you, master. Goodness, you didn't have to bring anything. Wang Yuhong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Lancme cosmetics. Though she was just over 30, the rigors of life had aged her prematurely, making her appear nearly 40. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, and Wang Yuhong was no exception. However, she scarcely had time to tend to her appearance, let alone the means to purchase high-end cosmetics. Each day, she faced the world barefaced, managing household chores, and time had certainly left its marks on her face. Nevertheless, she recognized that Lancme's products were quite expensive, and swiftly declined. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Chu Yunyao gently urged, Sister-in-law, this set of cosmetics is not worth much. And it was purchased with Zhou Zheng's money, a token of his goodwill. Then, I shall accept it. She hesitantly replied. But I have never used such things. I wouldn't know how. Wang Yuhong was utterly enamored with the exquisite cosmetics set before her, despite her verbal protests. Her eyes betrayed her as they lingered on the beautifully packaged products. Chu Yunyao insisted, Sister-in-law, you simply must accept this gift. Your skin deserves some tender care, and I shall teach you how to use it. I have ample experience in this area. Wang Yuhong's face lit up with anticipation at this prospect. Zhou Zheng then presented a Ferragamo belt to Lu Jianjun. Master, why not try it on and see if it fits? Lu Jianjun refrained from accepting the belt, his expression darkening. Xiaozhou, this cosmetic set and belt must hold considerable value. You've just begun your career, earning meager wages while supporting a family. We cannot accept these gifts. He shot a disapproving glance at Wang Yuhong, who was unable to tear her gaze from the Lancme cosmetics. Yuhong, please set those cosmetics aside. No, Jianjun, you. Wang Yuhong stammered, caught in embarrassment, clutching the cosmetics as if they were a lifeline. Master, what are you doing? I can afford this. Xiaozhou, do not feign grandeur with me. I am well aware of your circumstances. What money do you truly have? Return the cosmetics and the belt, and use your funds wisely. Master, have you forgotten? I captured a top-tier fugitive and received a bounty of 100,000, plus an additional 20,000 reward from the bureau. Lu Jianjun scratched his head, momentarily forgetting that the young man indeed had funds. However, he admonished, even with money, one should not spend recklessly. You must have a mind for daily living. I understand, Master. I have it all under control. Please accept my heartfelt gesture. At that moment, Chu Yunyao tore open the packaging of the cosmetics with a flourish. Sister-in-law, let me show you how to use these. This one is for hydration. And this one is. As she spoke, she cast a triumphant glance at Lu Jianjun. Well then, there is no returning them now, Lu Jianjun thought to himself, his expression darkening as he realized his sister-in-law was both gentle and resolute. After a brief pause, he chose not to pursue the matter further, awkwardly stating, by the way, there's meat simmering in the kitchen. I'll go check if it's ready. He turned and walked away. Sister-in-law, why is Jianjun like this? He is as stubborn as an old relic, Wang Yuhong remarked, watching his retreating figure. He values his pride and is set in his ways. All his previous apprentices have been promoted elsewhere, while he remains stagnant. Moreover, Xiaozhou is his disciple, and he believes a master ought to provide for his students, not accept gifts from them. Zhou Zheng murmured, the master is a good man, albeit a bit inflexible. At that moment, a young girl with 2 braids emerged from the bedroom, cradling a modest birthday cake in her hands. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces, she appeared visibly nervous and turned to retreat into the bedroom. Wang Yuhong quickly called out, Xiaoyan, come here. We have guests. Lu Yin glanced at Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, slowly lowering her head as she approached her mother. Wang Yuhong remarked, this is Uncle Zhou Zheng. And this is Aunt Yunyao. Quickly greet them. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt. Oh, how obedient little Yin is. Zhou Zheng affectionately ruffled Yang Yan's hair as he stood up. Yang Yan gazed at Zhou Zheng and suddenly inquired, Uncle, is your name Zhou Zheng? Indeed. He replied, then I must express my gratitude to you. Zhou Zheng, puzzled, asked, why is that? This is our first meeting, after all. Today is my birthday. And my father said it is thanks to you that he has the time to accompany me to the amusement park. This is the first complete birthday I have spent with my father that I can remember. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of emotion in his heart. Little Yin, for your next birthday, ensure that your father spends the entire day with you, and I shall come as well. All right? All right. Yang Yan's tender voice resonated throughout the room. Chu Yunyao opened a box and took out imported snacks. Little Yin, these are gifts from Uncle and Aunt. Thank you, sister. Yang Yin said obediently. Why do you call me sister? Because you are both young and beautiful. So, of course, I must call you sister. Chapter 45. A surprise for you. Lu Yin praised Chu Yunyao for her youthful beauty, affectionately calling her sister. This compliment filled Chu Yunyao's heart with joy. She embraced Lu Yin tightly, as if she were holding her own beloved daughter. Xiaoyan, come, enjoy some delicious treats. She reached for a handful of imported snacks. Choose whichever you like. These are all gifts from your sister. Before her lay an array of exquisitely packaged snacks that dazzled Lu Yan's eyes. Sister, these snacks must be expensive, right? How did you know? Well, they aren't that pricey. Wang Xiaoming from our class often brings snacks to school. and he once gave me one that had a similar package. I savored that snack for 3 days. Chu Yunyao inquired, why so long? Did you not enjoy it? Not at all. It was simply too delicious, and I didn't want to finish it all at once. Gently ruffling her hair, Chu Yunyao said, Xiaoyan, this time feel free to indulge. There is plenty for you. She possessed a VIP card for this snack shop. With a balance of over 20,000 remaining, she contemplated notifying the shop to deliver snacks to Lu Yin weekly, reasoning that 20,000 worth of snacks would surely last a while. Chu Yunyao helped Lu Yin open a bag of snacks and handed it to her. Lu Yin finally set aside the birthday cake she had been cherishing and took the snacks, her mouth watering with anticipation. Yet, she held the snacks up to Chu Yunyao's lips. Sister, you eat first. With a smile, Chu Yunyao replied, Xiaoyan is wonderful, I won't eat. You enjoy. Mom, you try a bit. Uncle too, Lu Yin insisted, asking each in turn before finally taking small bites herself, her face radiating satisfaction. However, halfway through her snacks, she paused and carefully resealed the packaging. What's the matter, Xiaoyan? Are the snacks not to your liking? On the contrary, they are delightful. But, Dad hasn't had any yet, and I want to save some for him to try. Pointing to the snacks remaining in the bag, Chu Yunyao remarked, but there is still plenty left. Sister, I only need one bag for myself. You can take the rest home, Lu Yin replied firmly. Dad always says one should not be too greedy. I feel incredibly fortunate just to have one bag of these snacks. Though Lu Yin expressed herself resolutely, it was evident that she harbored an unquenchable desire for these luxurious treats she had seldom encountered. Lu Yin's thoughtful demeanor tugged at Chu Yunyao's heartstrings, prompting her to say, Xiaoyan, these snacks are all for you. I have more at home. Furthermore, I will ensure that you have unlimited access to snacks in the future, so you can enjoy as much as you desire. How does that sound? Lu Yin looked on in astonishment. So, I would be just like Wang Xiaoming? Who is Wang Xiaoming? Wang Xiaoming is a classmate and close friend. His family is quite wealthy. Whenever he desires a snack, his father buys him in abundance. Just today, I encountered him on the road. Although it wasn't his birthday, he purchased a Häagen-Dazs birthday cake. He claimed he could celebrate his birthday every day if he wished. Lu Yin reminisced about the tantalizing birthday cakes displayed in the Häagen-Dazs store window, instinctively licking her lips. What is the matter, Xiaoyan? Do you wish to indulge in a Häagen-Dazs birthday cake as well? Of course I do. Lu Yin's expression dimmed. But the cakes are too expensive, and my parents can't afford them. Coincidentally, Chu Yunyao had ordered a Häagen-Dazs birthday cake, thinking to herself that this cake was indeed a splendid choice. With a hint of mystery, she said to Lu Yin, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What kind of surprise? You'll find out soon enough. Chu Yunyao teased Lu Yin, then turned to Wang Yuhong, saying, Sister-in-law, come, let me show you how to use this skincare product. All right. Wang Yuhong replied, Xiaoyan, why don't you go play in the yard? The two women settled down together, chattering animatedly about skincare. After a while, Chu Yunyao's phone rang, prompting her to rise and answer the call. Hello? Oh yes, you've arrived? All right, I'll be right there. Zhou Zheng inquired, Yunyao, what is going on? Chu Yunyao replied, the ordered cake has arrived. The owner sent someone to deliver it to the door. Great, let us go get it. Zhou Zheng said. What? You ordered a cake as well? Wang Yuhong, overhearing their conversation, felt a twinge of discomfort. Zhou and Wang had already gifted skincare products and a large bag of luxurious snacks for Lu Yin, which was quite generous. Xiao Zhou Yunyao. We've already bought a cake for Xiaoyan. I think it's unnecessary to spend more. Zhou Zheng responded, Sister-in-law, the cake is already at the door. Besides, it was purchased. Yunyao redeemed it with her membership points. At this point, Zhou Zheng realized how affluent the Chu family was, noting that Chu Yunyao had spent over 100,000 at Häagen-Dazs alone. Moreover, it was Lu Yan's long-desired Häagen-Dazs cake, which she would undoubtedly adore. Wang Yuhong, aware of her inability to afford such an extravagant cake for Lu Yan, felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter and chose to remain silent. Come on, let us go get the cake. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, Chu Yunyao called out as she stepped into the yard to beckon Lu Yan. Sister, I'm here. Lu Yan leaped down from a tree and ran over to Chu Yunyao. Oh dear, Xiaoyan, be careful. A young lady should not be climbing trees. Sister, what do you need me for? Didn't I mention I had a surprise for you? The surprise is here. Sister, what is the surprise? Lu Yan asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Follow me, and you'll see. Chu Yunyao led Lu Yan to the entrance, followed closely by Zhou Zheng and Wang Yuhong. There, they beheld a white van emblazoned with the Häagen-Dazs logo and lettering, with a girl clad in Haagen-Dazs work attire standing before the vehicle. Upon seeing Chu Yunyao emerge, she hurriedly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Miss Chu Yunyao?" "Yes, I am Chu Yunyao," she replied. "The cake you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it." As she spoke, the girl retrieved a two-tiered, 8-inch birthday cake from the vehicle. "Wow, how exquisite!" Lu Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she glimpsed the cake through the transparent packaging. It was indeed one of the birthday cakes she had admired in the window of the Haagen-Dazs cake shop. She was momentarily taken aback. "Is this the surprise my sister mentioned?" Chu Yunyao accepted the cake and handed it to Lu Yan. "Xiao Yan, how do you feel? Are you happy?" "Sister, is this birthday cake for me?" "Of course." "Thank you, sister. You are so kind." Lu Yan exclaimed joyfully, cradling the cake in her arms. "Mom, look. Haagen-Dazs birthday cake. My sister gifted it to me." "Oh dear, Xiao Yan, be careful not to drop the cake." Wang Yuhong quickly stepped forward to take the birthday cake from Lu Yan's hands. Daddy, my sister ordered a large Haagen-Dazs cake for me. Come and see." Lu Yan gleefully dashed toward the courtyard. Watching Lu Yan's retreating figure, Chu Yunyao was flooded with memories of her own childhood birthdays, when her grandmother would bring her the cake she had longed for. Now, she had grown up. No longer the little girl who could be elated for half a day over a cake. Yet her grandmother lay alone in the ICU of the hospital. In that moment, Chu Yunyao was overwhelmed with sadness. Chapter 46. A gentle rub will soothe the pain. "Yunyao, what troubles you?" Zhou Zheng inquired, observing Chu Yunyao's melancholic demeanor. It's nothing." Chu Yunyao hastily adjusted her expression, striving to present a smile. Yet, a faint nostalgia washed over her, evoking a subtle sorrow. Zhou Zheng probed gently, "Are you reminiscing about your grandmother?" "How did you know?" Chu Yunyao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face. "I am like a parasite in your belly. Naturally, I know everything." "Humph, how conceited." Zhou Zheng continued with a serious tone, "You once mentioned spending most of your childhood with your grandmother. Just now, Xiao Yin received the birthday cake she had longed for, and she was overjoyed. Meanwhile, you appear despondent, likely stirred by memories. I surmise that the person who gifted you cakes in your youth was most likely your grandmother." Gently brushing a lock of hair from her forehead, Chu Yunyao regarded him with admiration. "Zhou Zheng, you are quite astute. You guessed correctly. Indeed, for a fleeting moment, I was reminded of my grandmother presenting me with a birthday cake. I still recall that day. It was my birthday, yet my parents, engrossed in business affairs, completely forgot. Upon returning home from school to find no birthday cake, I wept and wailed. My father, already in a foul mood, could not help but scold me, leaving me even more aggrieved. It was my grandmother who reprimanded him, whisking me into her room where, like magic, she produced a cake she had secretly prepared. In an instant, my tears ceased, and I was as jubilant as Xiao Yin is now. Zhou Zheng, I miss my grandmother." Chu Yunyao's voice quivered with suppressed emotion, crystalline tears welling in her eyes before cascading down like scattered pearls. Zhou Zheng tenderly patted her back, speaking softly, "Yunyao, if you miss your grandmother, why not visit her in the capital? I shall accompany you. We can leave at a moment's notice." A warmth blossomed in Chu Yunyao's heart, appreciating the thoughtful presence of this caring gentleman. She wiped her tears and shook her head after a moment's contemplation. "Now is not the right time. Once I establish the medicinal liquor business, I will go. I wish to spend more time with her then." "Very well. From this moment on, you must banish your sorrow. Look at your face. You resemble a weeping kitten." "Really?" Chu Yunyao, concerned about her appearance, fretted at the thought of being seen by Lu Jianjun's family in such a state. Little did she know, Zhou Zheng was merely teasing her. Chu Yunyao fished a pack of tissues from her pocket, extracting one to hastily dab at her face. "Yunyao, you're not cleaning it properly. Allow me." Zhou Zheng offered, seizing the thin tissue from her and gently wiping her face. His fingers glided over her youthful, collagen-rich skin, feeling delightfully supple and smooth, prompting him to linger a moment longer. "Zhou Zheng, is that enough?" "Not yet. There's a little dark spot at the corner of your eye that one T-budge." "What to do then? Let me think for a moment." Zhou Zheng assumed a contemplative expression and soon exclaimed, "Eureka! Yunyao, open your mouth." Chu Yunyao, perplexed, inquired, "Why should I do that?" Zhou Zheng's tone became urgent. "Oh, don't ask. It's obviously to help you wipe away that little black spot." Chu Yunyao was even more baffled. "But what does that have to do with opening my mouth?" "It does indeed. If you open your mouth, I'll tell you. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, my master will come looking for us." Reluctantly, Chu Yunyao opened her mouth, revealing a tiny pink tongue. Zhou Zheng, with a mischievous grin, said, "I'll borrow a bit of saliva to moisten the tissue and help you clean your face." How disgusting. Chu Yunyao's face flushed crimson as she playfully punched and kicked Zhou Zheng, albeit without much force. "You scoundrel, Zhou Zheng. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Hee. "All right, I won't borrow any more. Let me assist you a bit more. My apologies, I mistook it for something dirty. It turns out to be just a mole." Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao felt her cheeks heat up, her anger towards Zhou Zheng intensifying. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Zhou Zheng quickly dashed behind the Palamara, with Chu Yunyao hot on his heels, intent on retribution. The two engaged in a playful chase around the car several times, until Zhou Zheng, in a moment of carelessness, was caught by Chu Yunyao. This time, instead of punches and kicks, she pinched him with 2 fingers at his waist. After doing so, Chu Yunyao felt a surge of delight, her mood significantly lifted from moments before. Zhou Zheng winced in pain, his face contorting into a mask of agony. He clumsily rubbed his waist, exclaiming, "Oh my, that was quite powerful. I nearly broke into a sweat from the pain." "Zhou Zheng, I told you not to mess with me. Now you realize my strength, don't you?" Zhou Zheng, with a thumb raised in mock admiration, replied, "Oh, queen. Truly formidable, indeed." His tone returned to normal as he asked, "Yunyao, is your mood any better now?" "Huh." Chu Yunyao was momentarily taken aback before realizing Zhou Zheng was teasing her, attempting to divert her attention and lift her melancholic spirits. After all, how could he be captured by her? He had once apprehended an A-class fugitive. His skills were beyond question. "Oh, how could you be so foolish? You didn't even try to dodge when I pinched you." Chu Yunyao asked, feeling a tinge of guilt. "Does it still hurt?" "Yes, it hurts. Quite a lot. I must say, Yunyao, have you trained? Those 2 fingers of yours are more potent than a tiger bench. I nearly lost a chunk of flesh from my waist." "Zhou Zheng, I'm so sorry. How about I take you to the hospital?" "Not necessary. Yunyao, just give my waist a rub, and it'll feel better." Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, 2 blushes appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. "Does that mean putting your hand inside my pants? What if I feel shy?" Chu Yunyao hesitated, contemplating. "Is that not acceptable? Then I'll just endure it." Zhou Zheng did not press the matter further. "Wait a moment. Will it truly not hurt after a gentle massage?" Zhou Zheng mused that even the most astute of women could exhibit a lapse in judgment when it came to matters of intimacy. "Indeed," he affirmed with conviction, "perhaps you should try massaging it yourself. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. If you have twisted me, naturally, your hands will alleviate the discomfort more swiftly." Chu Yunyao fell silent. After a brief moment, as if she had made a significant resolution, she nodded. "Very well. However, you mustn't move around. Zhou Zheng, could you come a bit closer?" "Certainly." Zhou Zheng obediently moved beside her. Immediately, a delicate hand, as tender as a young shoot, trembled as it slipped into the waistband of his pants. Zhou Zheng, clad in athletic wear, found her hand entering smoothly. A chill coursed through his waist, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He thought to himself, "Silly girl, I asked you to massage over the fabric, not delve inside." She truly has a kind heart. No wonder it took her so long to gather her courage. In truth, embracing the mistake was quite enjoyable. And Zhou Zheng wore an expression of delight. "Zhou Zheng, is it painful here?" "No, a bit lower." "Here?" "No, a little further down." Chapter 47. Acquiring the skill of melee mastery, Chu Yunyao, overwhelmed by shyness, found herself in an awkward position as she assisted a man for the first time. Though her intentions were merely to soothe the discomfort caused by a twist, the act of reaching into Zhou Zheng's trousers felt undeniably improper. She dared not meet his gaze, nor could she bear to reflect on the placement of her hand. Submissively, she adhered to Zhou Zheng's guidance. A chill ran through her as her cool, smooth fingers glided like a serpent across his skin, prompting him to inhale sharply. "Is this the spot?" he inquired. "Yes." "Then, I shall proceed," she replied, perplexed as to why she struggled to locate the source of his discomfort despite having already pinched the flesh at his waist. Flustered yet exhilarated, she had little time to ponder the matter. She fumbled awkwardly, her fingertips seemingly charged with electricity, eliciting soft sounds of approval from Zhou Zheng. "How does it feel? Is it any better?" he asked, his expression one of triumph as he winked. "It's improved, but not quite sufficient." Just then, Lu Jianjun's voice echoed from the courtyard, calling out, "Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, what are you 2 up to?" Startled by Lu Jianjun's sudden appearance, Chu Yunyao quickly withdrew her delicate hand, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson, resembling a schoolchild caught in mischief. The night had fallen, and Lu Jianjun remained oblivious to the subtle exchange. Approaching them, he announced, "Xiao Shou, I've been looking everywhere for you too. Dinner is ready. Let us eat." "All right," Zhou Zheng replied, feigning nonchalance, while Chu Yunyao remained too bashful to utter a word. Fortunately, Lu Jianjun appeared unaware of anything amiss. Otherwise, the situation might have spiraled out of control. As they made their way to the courtyard, Zhou Zheng glanced back at Chu Yunyao, who, still flustered, met his gaze briefly before averting her eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng noticed a white pentagram shimmering above her head. Intrigued, he reached out as it vanished, and a voice resonated in his mind. "1-star reward activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Melee Mastery, Advanced." In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding various martial arts flooded his consciousness, including techniques from Muay Thai, Bajikwan, Jeet Kune Do, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Heat coursed through his body as his strength surged, and his physique transformed. Within mere seconds of entering the courtyard, he had mastered an array of combat skills and doubled his physical power. Lifting his shirt, he discovered the emergence of 6 well-defined abdominal muscles where there had previously been none, the firmness of his muscles akin to iron. A wave of joy washed over Zhou Zheng. As a top student at the police academy, he had always excelled in physical strength and combat, capable of handling 2 ordinary individuals with ease. Now, with the acquisition of the Melee Mastery, Advanced skill, his musculature had significantly improved, rendering him more aesthetically pleasing and formidable. With a qualitative leap in strength, endurance, and fighting prowess, he waved his arms, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Single-handedly taking on 10 ordinary individuals posed no challenge, and even 3 or 5 knife-wielding criminals would find him a formidable opponent. This newfound skill was undoubtedly effective, transforming his pursuit of wrongdoers into an endeavor akin to having wings. No villain would escape his grasp. With a satisfied grin and a flicker of excitement, he continued to swing his arms, the sound of his fists slicing through the air echoing around him. "Xiao Zhou, what on earth are you doing?" Lu Jianguo suddenly recalled how, in the hospital, Zhou Zheng had danced around like a chef in front of Hao Aigua, desperate to be discharged early. Could it be that his mind had truly faltered? "Xiao Zhou, are you all right?" Lu Jianguo inquired with concern. "Of course, but why are you flailing your arms about? Are you hallucinating? We should return to the hospital tomorrow. I'll take you for a psychiatric evaluation," Lu Jianguo suggested, worry etched across his face. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, he couldn't divulge the truth to Lu Jianguo. "Master, I've spent too long in the hospital. I feel as though my bones have rusted. I simply need to stretch." He glanced around the courtyard, shifting the topic. "Your yard is quite lovely. It's a luxury to be able to exercise here. In the city, we lack such convenient facilities. Even skipping rope requires a trip downstairs." Lu Jianguo was quickly diverted. Upon hearing the mention of the city, he shook his head. Indeed, living in the city can be inconvenient, yet it offers unparalleled access to transportation, shopping, healthcare, and schools. No wonder people flock there. "Xiao Zhou, to be honest, I too wish to live in the city. Even with its inconveniences, it would be better than here. Commuting to work takes me an hour each day. Master, why not purchase an apartment in the city? It would ease your commute and benefit Xiaoyan's schooling." Zhou Zheng proposed. Lu Jianguo frowned, replying helplessly, "Do you think I wouldn't want to? The housing prices are exorbitant. Those of us in the working class simply cannot afford it. It's no joke, I don't even have enough saved for a down payment." Zhou Zheng reflected on this. A modest apartment of about 100 square meters now cost around $1 million, and additional expenses for renovations and furnishings only escalated the total. Lu Jianguo had a family to support. Where would he find the funds for a home? Even if he abstained from all expenses, a decade's worth of wages might still fall short of affording a single dwelling. Zhou Zheng wished to assist his master in purchasing a city apartment. Yet Lu Jianguo was too proud to accept charity, especially since Zhou Zheng himself was also renting. "All right, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Let us eat." The 3 of them entered the living room. A round table, seemingly aged, was laden with an array of dishes: soft-fried mushrooms, stir-fried river shrimp, chive and egg-stuffed pancakes, sweet and sour carp, and braised pork, among others. Although these were humble home-cooked meals and lacked visual flair, their aroma wafted invitingly through the air, filling the space with the delightful scent of food. Lu Yin gazed longingly at the sumptuous spread, her mouth watering in anticipation. Typically, we indulge in no more than 2 dishes during meals, and even on birthdays, the feast is not so lavish. Perhaps this extravagance is yet another blessing from Uncle Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao, please take a seat. Despite the modest conditions, neither Jianjun nor I possess culinary skills, so you two will have to make do with a few bites. Wang Yuhong remarked as she handed chopsticks to the two. Sister-in-law, you still claim you cannot cook? This is absolutely delightful, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice laced with exaggeration. Wang Yuhong's face instantly brightened with joy. Hurry and eat, it will get cold soon. She continued to serve dishes to Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao without pause. After tasting a bite, Chu Yunyao nodded repeatedly. Sister-in-law, the flavor is truly exquisite. If it's delicious, then eat more. Wang Yuhong beamed with pride upon receiving their compliments. Lu Jianjun produced a chipped enamel cup, filled with the homemade liquor brewed by his father-in-law. Xiaozhou, shall we share a drink? He placed a small porcelain cup in front of Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. A drink is fine. After all, today is a relaxed occasion. Chu Yunyao expressed her concern. Zhou Zheng, your injury isn't fully healed. Can you drink? Lu Jianjun, upon hearing this, slapped his forehead. Look at my forgetfulness. I was so focused on entertaining you both that I neglected Zhou Zheng's condition. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. My injury is not a concern. It has healed, and drinking poses no issue. The others, reassured by Zhou Zheng's confidence, felt at ease. Lu Jianjun filled Zhou Zheng's cup before pouring one for himself. Xiaozhou, this is the homemade liquor from my father-in-law. Although it may not be top shelf, it's a high-proof spirit brewed from pure grains, aged for several years, and it has a pleasant taste. Do give it a try? Absolutely, master. Zhou Zheng raised his glass, clinking it against Lu Jianjun's before downing it in one gulp. Indeed, as Lu Jianjun had described, it was smooth on the palate yet robust, leaving a lingering fragrance after swallowing. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Zheng, and he asked, Master, does your sister-in-law's family specialize in brewing liquor? Chapter 48. The business of caring for one's own. Zhou Zheng savored the homemade liquor from Wang Yuhong's family and found the flavor quite delightful, which sparked an idea within him. The concoction of medicinal liquor necessitates a considerable amount of pure grain liquor as its primary ingredient. A complete formula requires 5,000 jin of pure grain liquor, and should the business flourish, the quantity needed would be immeasurable. Why not procure from those we know? Naturally, one ought to support their own kin. Furthermore, Lu Jianjun's family was struggling financially and had aspirations of purchasing a home. Zhou Zheng had long harbored intentions of lending a hand. However, at present, his own capabilities were somewhat limited. The lottery winnings of over 3 million must be reinvested into the medicinal liquor, and whether it suffices is debatable. Although he captured an A-level fugitive, which brought him a total of 120,000 in rewards, the city bureau had already transferred the funds into his account. If he were to directly offer Lu Jianjun money, prideful as he was, Lu Jianjun would certainly decline. Instead, it would be more prudent to acquire Wang Yuhong's homemade pure grain liquor at a premium price, thereby indirectly assisting Lu Jianjun. Of course, Zhou Zheng insisted on purchasing the liquor solely from Lu Jianjun, refusing to deal with Wang Yuhong's father. He had heard that Wang Yuhong had a younger brother, and the thought of her father profiting from the sale, only to funnel the earnings to his brother, was unacceptable to Zhou Zheng. Admittedly, he was overthinking, as he was unaware of how much homemade liquor Wang Yuhong's family possessed. As for Chu Yunyao, it went without saying that she would undoubtedly support his decision. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng inquire whether his father-in-law brewed liquor, Lu Jianjun nodded vigorously. Indeed, my father-in-law has been in the brewing business for 3 generations, and we have a substantial stock of homemade pure grain liquor. While I cannot vouch for its exceptional quality, I assure you it is entirely pure and honest. Zhou Zheng inquired, Master, do you truly have such an abundance of liquor? Lu Jianjun replied, Absolutely. For my wedding, my father-in-law gifted me a vat containing 100 jin, which I have gradually consumed over the years. Recently, he presented me with another vat of 200 jin, which I just opened today. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Having a father-in-law who brews liquor is indeed advantageous, as receiving hundreds of jin is a significant saving on liquor expenses. As for the vat, the phrase was uttered without intent, but caught Chu Yunyao's attention. After all, she was currently in urgent need of a large vat capable of holding over 100 jin. The online order would not arrive for 3 days, which was rather untimely. She quickly inquired, Jianjun, do you have a large vat that can hold 200 jin of liquor? Lu Jianjun responded, Of course. I just mentioned that my father-in-law gifted me a vat of liquor weighing exactly 200 jin. Where else would I store it? Could you take me to see it? Chu Yunyao asked, somewhat impatiently. There's nothing remarkable to see. If you wish to look, it's in the East Room's annex. However, let us wait until after we finish our meal. Very well, then let us dine first. During the meal, Zhou Zheng took the opportunity to further inquire about the brewing practices of Lu Jianjun's father-in-law. The old man has brewed wine his entire life, yet he has not earned much from it. The cost of pure grain liquor is high, and its selling price is steep. It is also sold in bulk, making it suitable for personal consumption, but not for gifting or dining on formal occasions. Many would rather opt for the exquisitely packaged, inferior quality liquor mixed with alcohol available on the market than choose the pure grain brew. After a hearty meal, Chu Yunyao eagerly wished to see the large jar used for brewing the liquor. Lu Jianjun led her and Zhou Zheng to the side room of the east wing. As he opened the door, he found a light cord in the moonlight and pulled it vigorously. With a click, a 60-watt light bulb flickered to life, casting a warm orange glow. In one corner of the room stood a jar large enough for two to embrace. Lu Jianjun approached and forcefully removed its lid. A rich aroma of liquor instantly filled the room, and Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up as well. Yuanyao, sometimes what you seek is right before you. This jar for brewing medicinal wine is precisely what we need. Chu Yuanyao exclaimed, circling the jar brimming with pure grain liquor. Zhou Zheng, I believe this jar is suitable. And didn't you say that self-brewed pure grain liquor is quite good? Why not combine the two? We can simply add the herbs we purchased today and voil. In 3 days, we shall have our medicinal wine. Zhou Zheng nodded, pleased that their thoughts aligned. The two whispered excitedly, leaving Lu Jianjun bewildered. What are you two discussing? Master, Yuanyao intends to purchase this jar of liquor from you, along with the jar itself, Zhou Zheng explained. What? Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Zhou, why do you need so much? If you wish to drink, just tell me. It's available anytime. And why the need for the jar? Chu Yuanyao smiled. Brother Jianjun, I plan to start a business brewing medicinal wine. I've gathered all the materials. I just need the liquor and the jar. Fortunately, you have both, so I need not worry about this. You wish to make medicinal wine? Lu Jianjun recalled the concoction Zhou Zheng had prepared at the hospital, which indeed had remarkable effects, invigorating and even enhancing vitality. He had returned home last night largely due to feeling pent up and wanting to play a game with Wang Yuhong to relieve himself. In truth, Lu Jianjun understood that his pure grain liquor and the jar were not particularly rare. They could be found anywhere. However, he realized that Chu Yuanyao and Zhou Zheng were being considerate, hoping to help him earn some money. Brother Jianjun, please name your price for the liquor and the jar. Zhou Zheng urged. Lu Jianjun replied, this jar is not worth much. My father-in-law has plenty. As for the liquor, take it if you wish. I do not need payment. Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jianjun was beginning to feel prideful and was reluctant to ask for money from Chu Yuanyao. Master, Yuanyao is buying your liquor as a business transaction. She cannot take it for free. Just name a price. Besides, you cannot afford to give it away. 200 jin is hardly sufficient, especially if the medicinal wine gains popularity. You would need at least 5,000 jin initially. You establish the price, and henceforth, Yunyao shall be your client. Xiaozhou, what do you mean? 5,000 jin. Lu Jianjun was taken aback. My father-in-law does not even have that much wine at home. Chu Yunyao replied. It's not as if I need all of it at once. I will start with 200 jin. Just quote me a price, and we shall adhere to that agreed-upon price in the future. Very well. Lu Jianjun nodded. My father-in-law usually sells it for 30 yuan per jin, so this jar of wine will be a gift for you, as I haven't spent any money on it. Moreover, the cake you purchased is even pricier than this jar of wine. In the future, when you wish to buy wine, I will take you to my father-in-law's home. There are many winemakers in his village, and if he runs short, he can also procure from others. Oh dear. Zhou Zheng wore a grim expression, thinking that Lu Jianjun was indeed stubborn, unwilling to seize the opportunity for profit. Chu Yunyao shook her head, feigning annoyance. Brother Jianjun, if you only give away this wine and refuse to sell it, I shall be quite displeased. I might as well purchase from someone else. No. Lu Jianjun, noticing Chu Yunyao's pouting demeanor, quickly proposed. How about I sell it for 10 yuan per jin? Chapter 49. No suffering should befall the children. Zhou Zheng was nearly amused by Lu Jianjun's earnestness. Chu Yunyao also shook her head. Jianjun was simply too straightforward. Casting a glance at Zhou Zheng, he inquired, Zhou, how about I offer you a purchase price of 50 yuan per pound? 50 yuan per pound was also Yunyao's psychological price point, which Zhou Zheng was well aware of. Hence, she did not consult him further. 50 yuan per pound? That seems rather exorbitant, Lu Jianjun replied, visibly troubled. How about 8 yuan per pound instead? I truly do not wish to profit at your expense. Zhou Zheng mused to himself. Dear master, how much profit can you possibly make from your liquor? If I were to reveal the profit margin of medicinal wine, it would surely astonish you. Yunyao felt quite helpless. Having been raised in a family of merchants, she understood the age-old dance of sellers inflating prices while buyers negotiate down. Yet, this was her first encounter with a seller who was willing to lower their price on their own accord. Moreover, she discerned that Lu Jianjun was genuinely kind-hearted and somewhat sensitive about appearances. 60 yuan per pound, Yunyao declared once more. Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Oh, why are you raising the price? Zhou Zheng, witnessing the unfolding drama, could not suppress his laughter. The absurdity of buyers raising prices while sellers sought to lower them, even to the point of giving away their goods, was truly an eye-opener. Brother Jianjun, if you refuse to agree, I may just increase it further. All right, fine. We will settle at 50 yuan per pound, Lu Jianjun conceded, his tone laced with resignation, as if he had suffered a substantial loss. 200 pounds of liquor at 50 yuan per pound amounted to, Chu Yunyao calculated, totaling 10,000 yuan. Brother Jianjun, the liquor is 10,000 yuan. And for the large jar, I will charge you 500. Altogether, it comes to 10,500. Please add me on WeChat, and I will transfer the funds to you. Xiaozhou is my apprentice. I should not be profiting from you. Lu Jianjun appeared quite embarrassed. Master, please do not be overly modest. Yunyao is also in business, and she earns significantly more than you do. Besides, even brothers should keep their accounts clear, Zhou Zheng remarked, which seemed to ease Lu Jianjun's discomfort. Yunyao added Lu Jianjun on WeChat, preparing to transfer the funds. Ah, sister-in-law, you need not worry about the money for the large jar. That item is not worth much. All right. Yunyao was unwilling to engage in further back and forth with Lu Jianjun. She had already placed an order online for a large jar with a capacity of 500 pounds, as the 200-pound jar would not last long. The 10,000 yuan was swiftly transferred to Lu Jianjun's phone, and as he gazed at the string of numbers, he felt as if he were dreaming. At that moment, Wang Yuhong arrived with Lu Yin. Daddy, what are you doing? Little Yin, your father is discussing matters with uncle. Go play in the living room for a while. Okay. Daddy. Lu Yin obediently replied, skipping away. Wang Yuhong was about to inquire about their activities when she noticed the group gathered around the wine vat, seemingly engrossed in something. Lu Jianjun handed his phone to Wang Yuhong. Yuhong, take a look. Wang Yuhong glanced at the screen and counted the zeros in the transaction record, astonished as she asked. 10,000 yuan. Where did that come from? Did sister-in-law give it? Wang Yuhong gazed in bewilderment at Chu Yunyao before turning her attention to Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun then succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. My heavens! Wang Yuhong exclaimed in astonishment. You sold 200 jin of liquor for 10,000 yuan? My father only earns about 6,000 from selling the same amount. Jianjun, your pricing is rather steep, isn't it? Zhou and Yunyao are not outsiders. How should I address you? Wang Yuhong began to voice her grievances. Growing up in a family that brews alcohol, she was acutely aware that the current market for loose liquor was not only poorly priced but also difficult to sell. Selling 31 jin was already considered a success. Her own husband was demanding 50 yuan per jin from others. Yuhong, I didn't mean to ask for such a high price. Zhou Zheng, noticing Lu Jianjun's embarrassment, quickly interjected to explain to Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, it's not as you perceive. Master wished to gift this to us, but we cannot accept it for free. To be honest, your family's liquor at 50 yuan per jin is quite reasonable. If we were to purchase liquor of the same quality, it would cost us over 50 yuan. Why would we take away from others' business? Oh. Wang Yuhong finally understood, casting an apologetic glance at her husband. Moreover, sister-in-law, in the future, my Yunyao will continue to procure the loose liquor brewed by your family at the same price of 50 yuan per jin. However, we only recognize master. We do not acknowledge others. Zhou Zheng's meaning was clear. The liquor was brewed by Wang Yuhong's family, and if she were to disregard Lu Jianjun for the sake of her natal family, Zhou Zheng would cease to make purchases. Wang Yuhong nodded repeatedly. Understood. She was not the type to forsake her husband's family for her own. Besides, Zhou Zheng's procurement price was quite favorable, benefiting her natal family as well. Lu Jianjun acted as an intermediary, earning a modest profit, which was quite satisfactory. Wang Yuhong felt pleased. However, How to transport this jar of liquor back to Zhou Zheng's rental apartment posed a challenge. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment and suggested to Chu Yunyao, why not leave the liquor at Master's house? It's more convenient to come and go than from the residential area in the city. Chu Yunyao thought Zhou Zheng was quite bold, although the jar of liquor was not particularly valuable, once mingled with precious medicinal herbs. Its worth could soar to several 100,000 yuan. There was a risk of loss or shortage. Nevertheless, Lu Jianjun and his wife did not seem like unscrupulous individuals. Zhou Zheng reiterated his point, and Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement. Master, I wish to use this jar of liquor to brew medicinal wine, and I would like to leave it here for safekeeping. Lu Jianjun assured her, no problem. Your sister-in-law is home all day except for picking up the children. The liquor will be safe here. That's wonderful. Zhou Zheng replied. Yunyao, please add the medicinal herbs. Certainly. Chu Yunyao exited to the west room and soon returned with a cardboard box. Upon opening the box, a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. With a flourish, she poured a large box of precious medicinal herbs into the jar. All right, let us cover it. Zhou Zheng assisted Lu Jianjun in securing the lid, and Zhou Zheng deliberated, stating that this arrangement was akin to renting a storage space, and it was only fair to compensate Lu Jianjun and his wife for safeguarding the medicinal wine. Zhou Zheng reflected on its kind-hearted nature. Noticing the financial struggles of her master's household, she wished to provide discreet assistance. Yunyao, since we will eventually require help with the bottling of the wine, why not hire my sister-in-law? Zhou Zheng suggested. A spark ignited in his eyes. Zhou, what a splendid idea. Sister-in-law, I intend to use your west room as a temporary storage space, and as we will need help with bottling in the future, would you be willing to assist me? I can offer you a monthly salary of over 5,000. A salary of over 5,000 is considered moderate in Jiangbei, not exorbitant, but for Lu Jianjun's family, it was akin to a timely blessing. Wang Yuhong's eyes gleamed with excitement as she inquired, that sounds wonderful, sister-in-law. What tasks will I be responsible for? As a homemaker, I lack specialized skills. Sister-in-law, it is quite simple. You will only need to fill the bottles with the wine. There are no strict time constraints, and it will not interfere with your responsibilities of picking up the children and preparing meals. That sounds great. Wang Yuhong replied joyfully. Jianjun, I can also contribute financially now. Lu Jianjun, perceptive and astute, recognized that Zhou Zheng and were offering assistance without compromising his dignity. Wine is abundant everywhere. Why choose our household? Labor is readily available. Why specifically hire Wang Yuhong? His eyes glistened with emotion. Xiao, He grasped Zhou Zheng's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, there is no need for words. My actions are not solely for you, but for Xiaoyan. We must not let our hardships burden the children, right? If you encounter any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. However, if you insist on preserving your pride, allow my sister-in-law to speak with Yunyao. Lu Jianjun spoke earnestly. Xiao, among all the apprentices I have taken, you are the one who has touched me the most. I shall say no more, while I may not be able to assist you in other matters. Should you face challenges at work, do not hesitate to reach out. Zhou Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Master, there is indeed a matter at hand. What is it? Speak freely. Please expedite my discharge from the hospital by tomorrow. I have no desire to remain here for even a moment longer. Chapter 50. Zhou Zheng is a benefactor to our family. After negotiating the price of wine with Lu Jianjun, Chu Yunyao turned to Wang Meiyu and inquired, Sister-in-law, how much wine do you have in stock? Wang Meiyu replied, well, I believe we have several thousand pounds in total. However, these wines are categorized by vintage, and I am not entirely certain about the specifics of each type. Let me call my father and ask. Wang Yuhong made a phone call to her family, and after a brief moment, she set down her phone and said, there are approximately 2,000 pounds of 3-year-old vintage, which is what is stored in this large jar, along with 1,000 pounds of 10-year vintage and 100 pounds of 30-year vintage. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao's heart stirred. And you have 30-year vintage. Zhou Zheng, do you know how much a bottle of 30-year Maotai costs? Over 10,000 yuan? Once I acquire the century-old ginseng, I could infuse it with the 30-year vintage to create our most premium product. The price would certainly be on par with that of 30-year Maotai. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Yunyao, your aspirations seem quite lofty. Do you really think a pound of medicinal wine could fetch over 10,000 yuan? No. We should first focus on producing our current medicinal wine and establish our market before venturing into what you deem as premium products. Chu Yunyao smiled. Yes, Zhou Zheng. You are right. I may have been overly ambitious. However, we must indeed create such high-end products. Although Sister Yuhong's family only has 100 pounds of 30-year vintage, Even if we were to proceed, we could only produce about 100 bottles. Wang Yuhong chuckled and said, Yunyao, you may not be aware of the intricacies of winemaking. The 30-year vintage sold on the market is not necessarily wine that has been aged for 30 years. It simply contains some 30-year-old wine. 100 pounds of 30-year wine can be blended to produce a significant quantity. Oh, I see. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao both realized. Wang Yuhong continued. My maternal family has many relatives involved in winemaking. Although the stock of 30-year wine is not plentiful, gathering some should not pose a problem. Chu Yunyao nodded with relief. That is wonderful news. Sister-in-law, I will definitely need 30-year vintage in the future. As my business expands and the demand for wine increases, consider yourself my procurement officer, specifically tasked with sourcing the wine. Alternatively, I could partner with you to establish a winery, and you would be one of the owners. Wang Yuhong was taken aback. How did we go from talking to suddenly becoming business partners? She quickly waved her hands. Yunyao, I can work for you. But while the idea of co-investing in a factory is enticing, I lack the capital, which seems a bit far-fetched. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Sister Yuhong, you are more than capable. Your father brews wine, and your family possesses a considerable amount. Plus, you would be my first employee. And later we could count your technical expertise as your investment. Chu Yunyao's words piqued Wang Yuhong's interest. If what Chu Yunyao suggested came to fruition, becoming a co-owner of a winery would indeed transform her life dramatically. No longer must we meticulously budget and endure hardships for the sake of purchasing a home. Xiaoyan is spared from suffering as well. Of course, the reasons articulated by Chu Yunyao carry little weight. Her ability to express such sentiments primarily stems from the relationship between Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Wang Yuhong feels a profound gratitude towards Zhou Zheng and is relieved that her husband has such an exceptional apprentice. All right, let us conclude for today. We shall take our time, and we will all be well. Chu Yunyao's heartfelt words were directed not only at herself and Zhou Zheng, but also at Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong. Zhou Zheng glanced at his watch, noting the late hour, and informed Chu Yunyao of his intention to bid farewell to Lu Jianjun and his wife. Despite their repeated insistence for him to stay, Zhou Zheng politely declined, stating that it was too late and that both families should frequently visit each other, as there are many days ahead of us. Unable to persuade him to linger, Lu Jianjun and his family escorted Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to the gate. Wang Yuhong handed Zhou Zheng a large bag of boiled salted peanuts. Xiao, Yunyao, we do not have much to offer. These are new peanuts sent from my family, and I have boiled them for you to take home. Zhou Zheng understood that he must accept this gift to ease the minds of his master and his wife, who had already provided them with numerous gifts. After all, it is customary to reciprocate kindness. Thus, he graciously accepted the offering. Sister-in-law, you know I adore boiled peanuts. Wang Yuhong smiled upon hearing Zhou Zheng's response. If you love them, I shall prepare them for you again in the future. Then I thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Jianjun recalled his responsibilities. Should I accompany you back to the hospital? Oh, master, where are you going to the hospital? Whether I return or not is still uncertain. Very well then, let us meet at the hospital at 8 tomorrow morning for an examination. It will also provide the director with a satisfactory report. And then we shall be discharged. Agreed. Zhou Zheng said, Master, sister-in-law, Xiaoyan, you all should return home. We are leaving. Uncle, sister, farewell. Lu Yin was cradled in Lu Jianjun's arms as Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved goodbye with sincerity. Goodbye, Xiaoyan. We shall come to visit you when time permits. The couple waved as they entered the Panamera. With a roar, the Panamera honked and gradually faded into the night. Wang Yuhong observed the two flickering taillights in the darkness and inquired, Jianjun, that car looks so beautiful. It must be quite expensive, right? The Porsche Panamera costs over $1 million. My goodness, it seems Yunyao truly is the daughter of a wealthy family. However, will Xiaozhou be able to sustain this marriage? After all, like you, he is a humble police officer. Lu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? Is Yunyao that kind of person? If she were materialistic, she would not have married Xiaozhou. I suggest you put your mind at ease. Besides, if it were not for Yunyao and Xiaozhou, would we have received 10,000 today? Would you find a job that is both leisurely and pays well? Wang Yuhong nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Indeed. Xiaozhou is truly a benefactor for our family. If he were not your apprentice, would he be so inclined to assist us? You have taken under your wing numerous apprentices, yet it is young Zhou who possesses a true sense of integrity. You ought to nurture your relationship with him diligently. Lu Jianjun, too, was filled with sentiments, letting out a few sighs. This child, Xiaozhou, is indeed a good person. After a moment's reflection, Lu Jianjun seemed to recall something vital. Yuhong, tomorrow when I return to work, You must ensure that the jar containing the medicinal herbs is closely watched. Wang Yuhong replied. Rest assured, it won't go missing. That jar is rather inconspicuous, and who would steal wine without reason? What do you know? Lu Jianjun leaned closer to her ear and whispered, the wine is of little consequence. What truly matters are the valuable herbs within. Wang Yuhong inquired. How much could a small box of herbs possibly be worth? Xiao Zhou mentioned to me that it could be valued at around 700,000 to 800,000. Good heavens! Is it truly that expensive? Wang Meiyu exclaimed, taken aback. Glancing around, she quickly pulled Xiaoyan and Lu Jianjun into the courtyard, promptly closing and locking the door. Jianjun. With 700,000 to 800,000 in valuables to guard, how am I to sleep peacefully at night? Chapter 51. The plump peanuts. Chu Yunyao drove her Panamera. Emerging from Lu Jianjun's residence, swiftly merging onto the main road. Zhou Zheng retrieved the boiled peanuts gifted by Wang Meiyu. His sister-in-law was truly generous, providing such an abundance of boiled peanuts. Opening the plastic bag, he extracted a single nut. Its shell cracked open to reveal 3 plump kernels glistening with a soft pink sheen. Zhou Zheng promptly popped them into his mouth, savoring the delightful crunch. Instantly, a hint of cinnamon fragrance filled his palate. Delicious! Zhou Zheng exclaimed in admiration, quickly peeling another. As Chu Yunyao navigated the car, the enticing aroma of the boiled peanuts wafted into her nostrils, igniting her desire to partake. However, Zhou Zheng was engrossed in his own enjoyment, seemingly oblivious to her presence, which irked her slightly. After a brief moment, as if by some unspoken connection, a plump peanut was offered to her lips. Yunyao, try this. It's truly delightful. Zhou Zheng encouraged. Chu Yunyao swallowed her retort, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being fed peanuts by him. Hesitating for a moment, she finally opened her mouth to accept the offering. Yet, her aim was slightly off, and she inadvertently nibbled at Zhou Zheng's fingertip. A flush crept across her cheeks. Oh dear, I licked his finger. She could only blame her eagerness, though her overly long tongue might have contributed. Zhou Zheng felt the soft touch of her mouth against his finger, causing him to flinch slightly. The air within the vehicle seemed to thicken with tension, and silence enveloped them. Chu Yunyao, though embarrassed, reminded herself that if she remained composed, the awkwardness would be Zhou Zheng's burden. Thus, she bravely shattered the silence. Ah, Comrade Zhou, did you not claim to be my subordinate? Whenever we travel together, you should be my driver. How can a boss drive while the employee sits idly munching away? Zhou Zheng chuckled softly. President Chu, I had a drink today, so I think it prudent for you, my esteemed boss, to take the wheel. Let us temporarily swap roles. I shall experience the sensation of being in charge. As he spoke, he raised another peanut to his mouth. Frustration bubbled within Chu Yunyao at Zhou Zheng's playful demeanor. Observing that the road ahead was clear, she suddenly pressed the accelerator. The Panamera surged forward, causing Zhou Zheng to involuntarily lurch backward, and a peanut comically lodged itself in his nostril. Ha ha. The car erupted with Chu Yunyao's melodic laughter, while Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. This woman, one must never provoke her lightly. She is vengeful. As twilight descended, the streets grew sparse with vehicles, and before long, Chu Yunyao had reached the city center. Zhou Zheng, where are you headed? Back to the hospital? She inquired. And you? Yunyao? Zhou Zheng countered. I'm going home. Why not forego the hospital and return home together? Chu Yunyao suggested. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Perhaps I should still go to the hospital. If the nurse comes to check on me tonight and finds me missing, it could lead to complications for our Bridge North station. Very well. Chu Yunyao's voice betrayed a hint of disappointment. As I turned the corner ahead, I offered to take you to the hospital. Just as her words fell, the phone rang. Chu Yunyao took a moment to glance at the caller ID. It was Yang Tingting. She then connected the call through the car's Bluetooth. Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, where are you? On my way to the hospital. Is something the matter? What brings you to the hospital? I'm taking Zhou Zheng back. Oh, when did you all leave? What is going on? Spill the beans. Tingting, stop joking around. I'm driving. If you have something to say, please be quick. All right. I'm at the hospital keeping my grandfather company. That old man insists on having a caregiver, and he wants me to go back. I'm worried and bored. So I thought of calling you for some company. It's perfect timing since you're bringing Zhou Zheng to the hospital. It's like we're in sync. Don't leave tonight. Let us play cards until dawn. Don't forget to buy a deck of playing cards. No, Tingting, what about the old man? He has a caregiver to look after him. If anything comes up, he can call me. It's settled then. I'll wait for you both in Zhou Zheng's room. Bye. Chu Yunyao sighed softly, contemplating her plan to draft a business proposal for medicinal wine and organize her thoughts. It seemed her evening was destined to be unproductive. Zhou Zheng too felt a wave of frustration. Am I just a patient destined to accompany two beautiful women for an all-night card game? Is this reasonable? The car sped towards the first hospital of Jiangbei City. After parking, the two exited the vehicle. Zhou Zheng, you go ahead. I'll stop by the convenience store at the entrance that's open 24 hours to grab a few things. Zhou Zheng inquired. Yunyao, what are you buying? Are you hungry? Not particularly, but I do need to get some snacks and a few decks of cards. Knowing Tingting's penchant for late-night energy. Chu Yunyao shook her head. It appeared that tonight would indeed extend until dawn. Yunyao, I'll accompany you, Zhou Zheng offered. No need. You've had a long day. Go upstairs and rest for a bit. Otherwise, you won't be able to relax. All right then. Chu Yunyao headed to the convenience store, while Zhou Zheng ascended alone to his private room. He noticed the door slightly ajar, with the lights inside turned off. Didn't Tingting say she would be waiting in the room? He pondered. Why is it dark? Could she have not arrived? With a sense of curiosity, Zhou Zheng pushed the door open and stepped inside, intending to find the light switch, when a shadow suddenly emerged. Ah! The shadow emitted a strange noise. Startled, Zhou Zheng instinctively struck out. In the dim light filtering through the moonlight, he recognized the face of the shadow. It was Tingting. It turned out she had been hiding in the darkness, attempting to prank him. Given Zhou Zheng's current strength, which had doubled compared to before, a strike of that nature could have landed Tingting in the hospital. In a flash, he quickly retracted his hand. However, it was already too late. Although most of the force had been retracted, his palm remained firmly imprinted on Tingting's chest. He even felt a soft bounce beneath his hand. Fortunately, the other party was unharmed. You, Chu Yunyao, dared to assault my chest. Are you perhaps envious of my endowments? With a resounding clap, Tingting declared as she switched on the power. Where was Chu Yunyao now? Zhou Zheng. Tingting's delicate face flushed crimson. Oh dear, this is mortifying. Where is Yunyao? Out shopping. She will be here shortly. Zhou Zheng also felt quite awkward, concerned that he might have inadvertently harmed Tingting, and only relaxed upon confirming her well-being. Thankfully, she was AQ. Had she been an A, she would undoubtedly have been injured. To alleviate the tension, Zhou Zheng lifted the boiled peanuts he held in his hand and said, Tingting, these peanuts are plump and pink. Would you care for some? Tingting seemed to have recalled something. Her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Chapter 52. Young people should learn moderation. Chu Yunyao was not mistaken. Tingting was indeed a night owl, insisting on dragging Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao into an entire night of playing dodiju. Zhou Zheng, being a police officer, could not partake in games with stakes, finding the game rather dull without any incentives. Tingting devised a new rule. Whoever lost would have a sticker placed on their forehead. Unbeknownst to Zhou Zheng, his inadvertent transgression had sparked Tingting's irritation, leading her to target him during the game. When allied with Zhou Zheng, she faltered, yet when she partnered with Chu Yunyao, she mercilessly challenged Zhou Zheng, resulting in his forehead being plastered with an array of stickers. Eventually, with no space left on his face, the stickers adorned his body, rendering him a veritable spectacle by morning. As dawn broke, Tingting, having tired of the game, took Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao out for breakfast, even bringing a portion for the elder. Upon exiting the breakfast establishment, Zhou Zheng glanced at the time, noting it was nearly 8, and bid farewell to the two. Intending to seek out Lu Jianjun in the hospital lobby, he anticipated Lu Jianjun would arrive early. At 7:50 a.m., Zhou Zheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, made his entrance into the lobby of the inpatient building. As expected, he soon spotted Lu Jianjun. Master, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, waving as he approached. You're here early? Lu Jianjun replied, not at all. I just arrived as well. Have you had breakfast? Yes. My sister-in-law made me some flatbread with egg. Lu Jianjun's gaze fell upon Zhou Zheng's dark circles, and he immediately comprehended the situation, imparting a serious tone. Young man, one must learn moderation. While your sister-in-law is indeed lovely, you ought to take care of your own health. A man's body cannot be compared to a woman's. There are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. As Lu Jianjun rambled on, Zhou Zheng was left bewildered. Master, why do you say this? With a knowing smile, Lu Jianjun replied, Oh, Zhou Zheng, do not feign ignorance. I too have been young, and am not here to mock you. Just look at those dark circles. You were up all night, weren't you? Zhou Zheng, taken aback, inquired, Master, how did you know? With a sense of pride, Lu Jianjun declared, Did I not mention that I have been in your shoes before? It's quite evident. You must refrain from staying up late. Moderation is key. Otherwise, when you reach my age, you will realize that the reckless indulgences of youth must eventually be repaid. and you will find yourself powerless to act. Do you understand? Zhou Zheng focused on the aspect of staying up late, saying, Master, my late-night escapades aren't entirely my fault. Originally, Yunyao and I planned to enjoy our time alone. But Yang Tingting insisted on including us in the game. Despite playing all night, I could hardly keep up with her, and Yunyao is no help, continuously dragging me down. After such a night, I truly suffered. Master, you cannot imagine how many stickers I ended up with. Lu Jianjun's expression darkened further with each word, incredulous that they had spent the entire night engaged in such folly. It was no wonder Zhou Zheng appeared so haggard. Xiao, you, please refrain from speaking. Lu Jianjun interrupted Zhou Zheng. As your mentor, I must admonish you. Such unbecoming behavior should not be repeated. Furthermore, keep your distance from that Yang Dingting. You are a public servant, and I do not wish for you to face disciplinary action due to issues of conduct. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. No, Master, Yang Tingting is quite close to Yunyao. I cannot simply avoid her. Besides, what does playing a knight of Dodiju have to do with conduct? What? Lu Jianjun was momentarily stunned. You played cards? Engaged in a knight of Dodiju? But why then did you use so much paper? Playing Dodiju without stakes is rather dull. Yang Tingting proposed that the losers stick notes on their forehead, which naturally resulted in a considerable amount of paper being used. To the extent that we tore up an entire magazine. Zhou Zheng looked up at Lu Jianjun. Master, what did you think we were playing? Lu Jianjun's face flushed instantly. Goodness, I misinterpreted. It seems I let my imagination run wild. I thought you had been playing Run Fast all night. To mask his embarrassment, he swiftly changed the topic. Xiao, let me take you to see a doctor for a checkup on your back. If all is well, you can be discharged. Upon hearing the word discharge, Zhou Zheng perked up and urged, there is no time to lose. Master, let us hurry. The two sought out the attending physician, explained their purpose, and the doctor, fully aware of the situation, conducted a cursory examination before recommending discharge based on the findings. Lu Jianjun scurried about, swiftly completing the discharge formalities. The two exited the Jianbei First Hospital and took a bus to report at the Chaobei police station. As they entered the station's courtyard, a police car screeched to a halt behind them. The door swung open, and two officers escorted a suspect from the rear seat. They looked up and spotted Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, Xiao, you two have returned? Xiao, I heard you received a first-class merit. Congratulations. Zhou Zheng quickly responded with humility. Thank you. In truth, it was merely luck. Enough of that, Xiao, do not be modest. You are quite the figure at our Chaobei station now. A first-class merit is no small feat. You are the first in the entire precinct. Presently, Zhou Zheng's achievement of first-class merit was common knowledge among all the officers at the station, and naturally, everyone was envious. After all, the merit was awarded rather effortlessly. Just for a night shift, an A-level wanted criminal practically delivered themselves. Officer Shally expressed his envy. Xiao, the next time you are on duty, make sure to call me. I wish to bask in your fortunate glow. Unlike us, who chased down a petty thief through 3 streets and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Lu Jianjun shot him a glare, displeased. You two should not even think about it. Get back to your duties. Last time, he missed out on a commendation simply for taking a brief nap. What a splendid opportunity it was. Regrettably, he did not seize it. He resolved firmly that such a situation must never recur. The two officers dared not contest Lu Jianjun, escorting the thief into the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun then ascended to the second floor and knocked on the door of the director's office. Knock, come in. Director, we have returned. Zhou Zheng is no longer in serious condition. I have assisted him with his discharge paperwork. Haigua looked up and, upon seeing Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun, could not help but display a look of delight. Little Zhou has been discharged? Indeed, Director. Good. I am relieved to hear that. Haigua nodded in satisfaction, gesturing toward the chairs across from him. Well then, you two need not stand. Please take a seat. Zhou Zheng replied. Director, we shall not sit. I hope to commence work as soon as possible. Chapter 53. A daunting task upon hearing that Zhou Zheng was eager to immerse himself in work. Haigua felt a sense of reassurance. Zhou Zheng had been awarded first-class merit and received personal commendations from Director Ma and other leaders of the Municipal Bureau. He belonged to that category of individuals who, despite their youth, could rest on their laurels for years to come, even if they were to become complacent in the future. Yet, upon his discharge from the hospital, he was determined to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his duties. What a remarkable spirit! Such awareness at a young age is truly impressive. Director, does the arrest team have any tasks? Are there wanted criminals to capture? I wish to participate. Zhou Zheng was singularly focused on achieving merit, believing that only through such accomplishments could he rise through the ranks and swiftly reach his aspirations. Most matters handled by the police were trivial, such as neighbors quarreling over garbage left at the entrance, misplaced takeout, or fierce disputes over public parking spaces. In these instances, the police could only mediate. Although it required considerable effort, it yielded little recognition. Therefore, to truly earn merit, one needed to engage in arrest operations. After all, the arrest team dealt with individuals who had already been identified as criminal suspects. Though relatively hazardous, it offered a greater opportunity for recognition. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Haoigwa furrowed his brow. While he appreciated Zhou Zheng's upward drive, the singular focus on capturing wanted criminals for grand achievements was a concerning mindset, prone to fostering a desire for immediate success. After all, the first-class merit Zhou Zheng had received was significantly influenced by luck. Based on Zhang Aigua's experience, Zhou Zheng needed to temper his ambitions. Furthermore, how many wanted criminals could realistically fall to the lot of the precinct's officers? After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat and said, Xiao Shou, your eagerness for advancement is commendable. How about I assign you a daunting task? Zhou Zheng's interest piqued at the mention of a task. Director, what is the task? Xiao Huang's mother is ill. He has taken leave to care for her at the hospital. I need you to assist by patrolling the district. What? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Haoigua's words sounded serious, but it turned out he was merely being assigned to patrol the area. This Zhou Zheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Falling silent, Haoigwa looked up and asked, What? Are you dissatisfied with this task? Not exactly, Zhou Zheng hesitated. Director, is there a more challenging task available? Patrolling the district feels rather unchallenging. Haoigwa thought to himself that Zhou Zheng had fallen into the common trap of youthful arrogance. What would you like to do instead? Lu Jianjun noticed the somber expression on Haoigwa's face and quickly nudged him with his elbow, signaling him not to bargain with the director. Zhou Zheng promptly understood and declared loudly, Director, to be fair, I have yet to patrol the district, and I believe this task is quite acceptable. Now let us more like it. Haoigwa responded and then said to Lu Jianjun, Jianjun, accompany Zhou Zheng. If he has any questions, you can guide him. Lu Jianjun readily agreed. Director, of course, I need not be reminded. Zhou Zheng is my apprentice. How could I not be attentive? Very well. You two may proceed to Chaoyang Road. Just ensure you do not stray from the designated area. Understood, Director. We shall take our leave. Lu Jianjun exchanged a glance with Zhou Zheng, and the duo exited the director's office. Noticing Zhou Zheng's somewhat despondent demeanor, Lu Jianjun offered, Little Zhou, what troubles you? Patrolling the streets is indeed our duty as police officers, serving the people just the same. Why the gloom? Zhou Zheng reflected inwardly, pondering how patrolling could possibly lead to apprehending any criminals. Even if there were petty thieves lurking about, they would hardly remain foolish enough to commit their misdeeds in the presence of law enforcement. However, as a member of the Qiaobei precinct, he knew he must adhere to his superior's directives. He waved dismissively, Master, I am fine, merely experiencing a slight sense of disillusionment. I had anticipated that after receiving a first-class merit and an early promotion, the director would assign me a more challenging task, yet here I am, merely patrolling the streets. Lu Jianjun, being a seasoned officer, discerned the underlying sentiment and pulled Zhou Zheng aside, speaking softly, Little Zhou, in truth, the director means well. He fears that with your young age and recent accolades, you may become overly proud. Assigning you to patrol is his way of helping you gain some perspective. Do not overthink it. Patrolling has its merits, and you might even capture a criminal. When I first joined the Qiaobei precinct, I patrolled for an entire year. Zhou Zheng inquired, and how many criminals did you apprehend, Master? Lu Jianjun chuckled sheepishly, not a single one, but I did wear out 4 pairs of shoes. Zhou Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words. The pair donned their uniforms and set off in a brand-new police car. As Lu Jianjun drove, he remarked, Little Zhou, this vehicle is likely a new addition from the city bureau for our precinct. See, the protective cover on the back seat has yet to be removed. There is a certain comfort in driving a new police car, and our precinct surely benefits from your good fortune. Next time we return, you shall take the wheel. I cannot always play the role of your chauffeur. Lu Jianjun continued to chatter, while Zhou Zheng remained silent, stealing a glance at him. Lu Jianjun noticed Zhou Zheng had drifted off to sleep. With a sigh, he thought, such youthful stamina. He can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. All that playing cards has taken its toll. Before long, they arrived at the intersection of Chaoyang Road. Lu Jianjun parked the car and roused Zhou Zheng. Little Zhou, wake up. We have arrived and it's time for work. Zhou Zheng blinked awake. Oh, I'm sorry, Master. I had no pressure while patrolling and inadvertently dozed off. Lu Jianjun admonished lightly, you ought to refrain from late-night card games. Now, step out. The two alighted, adjusted their caps, and straightened their attire, proceeding along the sidewalk. As they walked, Lu Jianjun began to introduce the area. This street is Chaoyang Street, stretching 3 kilometers. It can be considered the most bustling part of our jurisdiction. This thoroughfare is alive with a constant flow of people and vehicles, and it may also be home to thieves and other nefarious characters. A few days ago, a colleague apprehended a lecherous man who had been surreptitiously photographing a girl's skirt. Zhou Zheng strolled along, his gaze flitting from one passerby to another, pondering the possibility of encountering a thief or a scoundrel, thus rendering his outing not entirely fruitless. However, after half an hour of wandering, he had yet to discover any nefarious characters. Xiao Shou, take a break. I shall visit the restroom, Lu Jianjun remarked, gesturing towards a public toilet not far off. Master, you go ahead. I will wait for you beneath this tree, Zhou Zheng replied. Very well. Lu Jianjun hastily made his way to the restroom. While Zhou Zheng stood idly beneath the grand tree, suddenly, a figure sprinted towards him at an astonishing speed. The individual was moving so swiftly that they failed to change direction upon reaching Zhou Zheng, colliding squarely with the tree beside him. With a resounding thud, the impact left the person dazed and sprawled on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Is he incapable of turning? How could he crash into a tree? He mused, realizing the severity of the collision. It could very well necessitate a visit to the hospital. He rushed forward to investigate. The individual who had collided with the tree appeared to be in their 40s. Sporting a stubbly beard and shifty little eyes that widened with fear upon spotting Zhou Zheng in his police uniform. Comrade, are you all right? Is everything fine? Zhou Zheng inquired. At that moment, a middle-aged woman came rushing from a distance, breathless as she shouted, Quick! Catch the thief! Someone has stolen my bag! Chapter 54, Waiting for the thief. The man lying on the ground, upon hearing the distant cries of a woman, became increasingly flustered and struggled to rise. In his frantic movement, a modest Gucci handbag slipped from his grasp. Even the most oblivious of individuals would comprehend the situation. This middle-aged man was indeed a thief. Fortune had smiled upon him, as he unexpectedly encountered the robber while waiting for Lu Jianjun to finish using the restroom. Don't move, Zhou Zheng commanded, extending a hand to effortlessly flip the thief onto his stomach, exposing his back to the ground. With the enhanced prowess granted by his close combat mastery advanced, his strength had doubled, rendering the thief, who weighed just over 100 pounds, easily manageable. Subsequently, Zhou pressed a knee against the thief's legs, rendering him utterly immobile, especially after the collision had left him dazed. With a swift motion, Zhou produced handcuffs from his waist and secured the thief's wrists behind his back. Satisfied, he brushed off his hands, having accomplished his task. It was at this moment that the middle-aged woman, panting heavily, hurried over. Huff, huff, she gasped, kicking the thief twice. This is what you get for stealing my bag. I'll make you pay for this. Eventually, she turned to Zhou and said, Officer, thank you. This is the one who took my bag. What kind of bag? Zhou inquired, intentionally probing to prevent any fraudulent claims. It's a Gucci monogram bag. Zhou nodded and retrieved the handbag from beneath the thief. Is this it? Yes, officer, she exclaimed. Here you go. Open it and check if anything is missing. The woman accepted the bag and, upon inspecting its contents, exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, the thief had merely stuffed the bag into his coat and fled, not having the time to sort through his ill-gotten gains. Officer, everything is intact. I cannot thank you enough for apprehending this thief and returning my bag. She expressed her gratitude profusely. Zhou waved his hand dismissively, stating solemnly, It's no trouble. It is our duty as police officers. In reality, it appeared he had done little more than stand beside a tree for a while. As bystanders gathered, drawn by the spectacle of a thief being captured, they began to hurl accusations at him. At that moment, Lu Jianjun emerged from the public restroom. He had taken 2 minutes for a task that should have only required a minute and a half due to a slight delay caused by prostate issues. Noticing the crowd gathered around the tree, he felt a twinge of concern. What has happened? He hurriedly approached, parting the throng to find Zhou kneeling over the captured thief. Xiao Shou, what is going on? Lu Jianjun asked upon seeing Zhou. Master, I've caught a bag snatcher. Zhou replied. What did you say? You caught a bag snatcher? When did this happen? Just now, while you were in the restroom. Lu Jianjun wore a look of astonishment. Is this for real? In just a matter of minutes, they apprehended a bag snatcher? He feared that Zhou Zheng, eager to achieve recognition, might mistakenly seize the wrong individual, so he crouched down and quietly inquired. Xiao Shou, are you certain he is the thief? Master, I am indeed certain. The victim is right here, Zhou Zheng replied, gesturing towards a middle-aged woman. At that moment, the woman was vehemently pointing at the thief, exclaiming, "Officer, this man stole my bag. Thanks to this officer, the thief has been caught and my bag returned." Only then did Lu Jianjun find belief in the situation. Yet, he felt perplexed and asked, "Xiao Zhou, I recall you were standing right here while I went to the restroom. How did you manage to capture this bag snatcher?" "Master, it was simply luck. While I awaited your return, this ruffian snatched the bag and, in a panic, sprinted towards me at breakneck speed. He wasn't able to make a sharp turn and collided with a tree, stunning himself momentarily, and then I subdued him." Lu Jianjun couldn't help but exclaim a curse at Zhou Zheng's recounting. The thief crashed into the tree right beside Zhou? This fool, who had just stolen a bag, was even more foolish than a pig. Simultaneously, he genuinely marveled at Zhou Zheng's extraordinary fortune. It was as if fate had conspired to deliver the thief directly into their hands. After years of service, he had never encountered such an absurd situation before. First, a wanted criminal had approached Zhou Zheng inquiring about his criminal record, and now a bag snatcher had knocked himself out against a tree right in front of him. Incredible! Had Zhou Zheng become a vessel of good luck? Criminals were practically presenting themselves on a silver platter. Where was the rationale in this? Lu Jianjun felt a tinge of envy. The last time he was on duty, he had dozed off for a moment and missed an A-level wanted criminal. Now, he had again missed a bag snatcher due to a trip to the restroom. Had he not vowed to avoid such mistakes? Lu Jianjun felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased that his apprentice had apprehended the bag snatcher. This outing had not been in vain. "Xiao Zhou, I need not say more. Just one word. Excellent," Lu Jianjun said, giving a thumbs up. Bystanders whispered among themselves. "Wow, this officer is incredibly lucky, standing by a tree waiting for his colleague. And the bag snatcher just walks right into him? I've never seen such a foolish thief, crashing into a tree right before a policeman. What a spectacle. This is hilarious. I must share this on social media. Has anyone else ever seen a case of waiting for a thief to stumble into your grasp?" Lu Jianjun declared, "Xiao Zhou, our patrol has concluded. Take this fellow back to the station." "Understood, master." Zhou Zheng patted the bag snatcher on the back. "Can you get up?" At this moment, the thief had regained his composure, though the large bump on his forehead caused him to wince in pain. "Ouch. Officer, I'm feeling dizzy and nauseous. I suspect I may have a concussion from the impact. I need to go to the hospital for an examination." "Stop pretending. Your voice is quite robust. Get up," Zhou Zheng said, as he effortlessly lifted the bag snatcher from the ground. Due to Zhou Zheng's considerable height advantage over the bag snatcher, he inadvertently exerted too much force. The thief was hoisted into the air, his feet suspended above the ground. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonished gasps. "Wow, this young officer possesses remarkable strength." It was rather fortunate for the bag snatcher to have collided with a tree. Had he been brought down by this young officer, the consequences would have been far more dire. Lu Jianjun was equally astounded by Zhou Zheng's power, remarking on the vigor of youth. "Madam, we kindly ask you to accompany us to the police station to provide a statement," Lu Jianjun reminded the middle-aged woman whose bag had been stolen. Naturally, she complied wholeheartedly. The group boarded the police vehicle, with Zhou Zheng at the wheel, and returned to the Qiaobei police station. Just as Hao Aiguo emerged from the restroom, he witnessed a police car hastily entering the yard. A few individuals disembarked, namely Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun, and others. Curiously, he inquired, "Hey, Jianjun, Xiao Zhou, weren't you assigned to patrol the district? How is it that you have returned so swiftly?" "Chief, Zhou Zheng has apprehended another criminal." Chapter 55. Unexpected gains. What are you saying? Zhou Zheng apprehended a criminal? Hao Aiguo was naturally taken aback. He understood that it was no easy feat for police officers to spot wrongdoers while patrolling their designated areas. After all, any criminal intending to commit an offense would think twice upon seeing a uniformed officer. No one would be foolish enough to engage in wrongdoing right in front of the police. With a mix of surprise and curiosity, Hao Aiguo inquired, "What was the crime?" "A mugger snatching a bag on the street," came the reply. "A mugger?" Hao Aiguo furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, this young man possesses audacity. Brazen enough to rob in the presence of law enforcement. Who else could they possibly catch if not him? He patted the shoulders of Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng. "Jianjun, Xiao Zhou, well done. I will make sure to award you extra points in this month's assessment." Lu Jianjun's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Director, it was Xiao Zhou who caught him. It has nothing to do with me." Hao Aiguo questioned, perplexed. "Weren't you both patrolling together? How could this not involve you?" Lu Jianjun, feeling somewhat downcast, explained, "Director, here's the thing. I was patrolling with Zhou Zheng, but I urgently needed to use the restroom. When I emerged, Zhou had already apprehended the mugger. Is it really that straightforward? Haigwa exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Shou, you are indeed skilled. Jianjun, it appears your apprentice surpasses you. Zhou Zheng quickly waved his hands in modesty. Director, I truly did not do much. The mugger, in his panic after the crime, collided with a tree, and I happened to be waiting under that very tree for my mentor. What? The mugger ran into a tree? Haigwa paused for a brief second before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Xiao Shou, you are remarkable. It seems you were destined for a career in law enforcement. This criminal practically delivered himself to you. He then cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Jianjun, sighing inwardly, Jianjun, your luck is rather unfortunate. The last time you were on duty with Zhou Zheng, he apprehended a Class A wanted criminal without your involvement. And now, he has caught a mugger without you again. Meanwhile, the mugger stood nearby, feeling utterly frustrated. He thought to himself, wasn't it because I accidentally ran into the tree that they managed to catch me? I was the long-distance champion back in school, but it was too late for regrets. After all, he had collided with the tree. At that moment, Deputy Director Wu Tian approached, carrying a thermos. Old Hao, what are you discussing? Ah, Old Wu, come here. I have an intriguing story to share. Haigwa beckoned. What is it? Wu Tian asked, looking bewildered. Haigwa briefly recounted the circumstances of Zhou Zheng's apprehension of the mugger. Wu Tian listened, equally astonished. Wow, Xiao Shou's luck is simply remarkable. In all my years as a police officer, this is the first time I've heard of someone lying in wait for a thief. Xiao Shou, if your fortune continues like this, I foresee you in a white shirt before long. Zhou Zheng felt a stir of excitement within him. The figure in white indeed serves as his aspiration. However, he ought to exhibit a modicum of humility. Wu, however, could not dare to claim such a title. Enough of that. Xiao Zhou, there's no need for your modesty. Haigwa glanced at the bag snatcher and the woman from whom the bag had been taken. We shouldn't waste time. Jianjun, you and Xiao Zhou should take a statement from the victim and allow her to leave. Furthermore, afterward, you two should interrogate this bag snatcher, and once that is complete, continue your patrol in the afternoon. Understood, Director. The two first secured the bag snatcher in a detention facility and then took the statement from the middle-aged woman. Once the statement was concluded, the woman inquired, Officer, may I leave now? Yes, you may. Walk safely. Thank you, Officer. She expressed her gratitude before departing. Lu Jianjun turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Xiao Shou, let us proceed to interrogate the bag snatcher. You haven't participated in an interrogation of a suspect yet, have you? I will conduct the questioning while you take notes. Learn as much as you can. Absolutely, Master. Zhou Zheng understood the good intentions of Haigwa and Lu Jianjun, which were to swiftly cultivate him into a competent police officer with solid professional skills. The two escorted the bag snatcher to the interrogation room, securing him on a small iron stool. They activated the camera in the corner, and the interrogation formally commenced. Zhou Zheng sat behind the interrogation table, opened his laptop, and prepared to record. Lu Jianjun cleared his throat and inquired, What is your name? Ma Ermao. Where are you from? Majiakan, Qinglin Town, Jiangbei City. You know why you were arrested, don't you? Explain why you stole someone's bag. The exchange continued, with the bag snatcher, Ma Ermao, surprisingly cooperative. Zhou Zheng typed diligently, recording the dialogue. Suddenly, Lu Jianjun's phone rang. Preoccupied, he considered hanging up, but, upon glancing at the caller ID, noticed it was his father-in-law, and thus had to stand up. Xiao Shou, I'll step outside to take this call. Keep an eye on him. Understood, Master. Zhou Zheng nodded. Once Lu Jianjun exited, the interrogation room fell into silence. Zhou Zheng, feeling somewhat bored, noticed Ma Ermao glancing around restlessly when suddenly he sighed deeply. Officer, could you spare me a cigarette? Ma Ermao asked, somewhat dazed. Although Zhou Zheng did not smoke, he always carried a pack for emergencies. Nodding, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, handed it to Ma Ermao, and kindly lit it for him. Ma Ermao took a puff, seeming to regain some vigor. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou Zheng struck up a conversation with Ma Ermao. Have you ever had a criminal record before? No, Ma Ermao shook his head. This is my first time stealing a bag, and I got caught. Then why did you steal a bag? With arms and legs. Wouldn't it be better to do something else? I had no choice. I was scammed when I tried to hire a prostitute. If I had known, I wouldn't have arranged it online. I could have just gone to the Wanjiakal bathhouse to find someone. I find myself devoid of funds, compelled to resort to desperate measures to snatch a bag. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng could not help but feel a stirring within. This fellow is also engaging in prostitution. How convenient. Now we can add the crime of solicitation to the list. Zhou Zheng, maintaining a facade of calm, inquired further, what is your intention behind this robbery? Are you seeking to procure the services of a courtesan? No, my goods have run out. I wish to gather some money to restock. Goods? What kind of goods? Rock candy, of course. Zhou Zheng's heart suddenly raced uncontrollably. Ma Ermo may very well be a drug addict, perhaps even a dealer. After a brief conversation, there was an unexpected revelation. Ma Ermo, in a state of confusion, divulged everything. Indeed, according to his confession, he is a drug addict who supports his habit through dealing, frequently obtaining supplies from an individual named Wang Chang. At that moment, Lu Jianjun returned from a phone call. Before he could even take a seat in the interrogation room, Zhou Zheng eagerly relayed the information he had gathered. Lu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Xiao Zhou, are you saying that Ma Ermo not only committed robbery but is also involved in prostitution, drug use, and trafficking? Yes. He admitted to all of it voluntarily and even named his supplier. Chapter 56. A third-class merit. Lu Jianjun found it hard to believe. He had merely stepped out to take a phone call, and Ma Ermo had divulged everything? It was well known that Zhou Zheng was a complete novice with no experience in interrogation techniques. Furthermore, drug traffickers were acutely aware of the gravity of their crimes and typically remained tight-lipped, fiercely resisting any attempts to extract information. Even seasoned detectives would find it exceedingly challenging to pry open their lips. If Ma Ermo truly was a drug dealer, how could Zhou Zheng manage to extract a confession in just a few fleeting minutes? Most astonishingly, Ma Ermo had voluntarily provided information, including details about his suppliers. Lu Jianjun stroked his chin, struggling to accept Zhou Zheng's account. Xiao Zhou, I shouldn't be questioning you, but this situation is utterly baffling and somewhat illogical. Moreover, I wonder if that scoundrel is even telling the truth. Zhou Zheng nodded, sharing the sentiment that everything had unfolded too smoothly. Yet, he attributed it to a stroke of luck. The beginner's package had increased his luck factor 20-fold, though he was uncertain whether this augmented luck truly had any effect. Nevertheless, even the original twofold increase had significantly elevated his fortune compared to the average individual. He knew he must keep the existence of his cheat from Lu Jianjun. Master, why not interrogate Ma Ermo once more? Lu Jianjun readily agreed, settling into his chair, but before he could utter a word, Ma Ermo suddenly discarded his cigarette butt, his countenance contorting as his body began to convulse. Lu Jianjun had encountered several addicts before and recognized these symptoms as those of withdrawal. Could it be that everything Ma Ermo had said was indeed true? Given his current state, further interrogation was futile. After placing Ma Ermo in a holding cell, Lu Jianjun removed a small camera from the corner of the room, which contained the interrogation footage. Upon reviewing it closely, he found Zhou Zheng's claims to be entirely accurate. Ma Ermo had indeed confessed without any coercion. Considering Ma Ermo's withdrawal symptoms, it could be deduced that most of his statements were likely credible. Lu Jianjun felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had thought Zhou Zheng had merely apprehended a petty thief, but it turned out this individual was entangled in far more serious matters. Xiao Zhou, you have achieved a significant accomplishment once again. Come, let us seek out the director. With the camera in hand, he hurriedly made his way toward Director Hao Aigua's office, Zhou Zheng trailing behind. Upon reaching the door, Lu Jianjun knocked. Inside the office, Director Hao Aigua was engaged in conversation with Wu Tian. Hearing the knock, he called out, "Come in." As the door creaked open, Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng entered in succession. Director Hao Aigua inquired, "Hey, weren't you two supposed to be taking statements from the victim and interrogating the thief? What brings you here?" Lu Jianjun replied, "Director, have you completed the interrogation?" What? Finished already?" Hao Aigua glanced at the wall clock, astonished that only a few minutes had passed. How could they have concluded so swiftly? Not only has the interrogation concluded, but the petty thief Ma Ermo has also been apprehended. His misdeeds extend beyond mere theft. He has engaged in solicitation, substance abuse, and even drug trafficking. Hao Aigua could no longer contain himself, springing up from his chair. "Jianjun, did I hear you correctly? The thief we just captured is also a drug dealer?" "Indeed, Director." Hao Aigua was taken aback. He had initially believed they had caught a mere pickpocket, only to discover he was a drug trafficker as well. Well done, Jianjun. To have taken down a drug dealer in such a short span of time is quite impressive. Director. Lu Jianjun wore a look of bitterness as he waved his hand dismissively. It was my interrogation, not yours? Hao Aigua shifted his gaze to Zhou Zheng. Could it be that Zhou conducted the interrogation? Yes, while I stepped outside to take a call, Zhou had already finished questioning by the time I returned. Lu Jianjun handed the camera to Hao Aigua. Take a look. All the interrogation footage is recorded here. With a hint of skepticism, Hao Aigua accepted the compact camera and pressed the play button, while Deputy Director Wu Tian leaned in closer. So why did you resort to theft? You have hands and feet. Surely there are better ways to earn a living? It's just that I lost my merchandise. I needed to gather some money to restock. The brief footage played out in mere minutes. Haigwa and Wu Tian exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. In all their years on the force, they had never encountered such a cooperative suspect. If all criminals were this amenable during interrogations, how much time could be saved? How many major cases could be solved? Such fortuitous circumstances had befallen Zhou Zheng. Mao had transformed from a mere thief into a drug trafficker. Zhou Zheng's accolades had escalated from a verbal commendation to a third-class merit. Should they uncover Mao's suppliers and dismantle this drug trafficking network? It would truly be a monumental achievement. Contemplating this, Haigwa's face radiated with joy. He extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Zhou, well done. I believe you may very well earn a third-class merit this time. Having recently received a first-class merit, another in just a few days? Zhou, I am thoroughly impressed." Deputy Captain Wu Tian jested. "Zhou, perhaps I should shadow you from now on. Whatever you do, I shall do as well. Your luck is simply extraordinary, and I'd like to bask in it." Zhou Zheng waved his hands modestly, replying, "Directors, as you've stated, this is all merely luck." Haigwa remarked, "Ah, Zhou, luck is also a form of skill. Others may wish for such fortune, but where could they possibly find it? Just look at your mentor Jianjun. His luck is woeful, and he has been with you without reaping any rewards." Lu Jianjun felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration, retorting, "Director, why bring me into this?" "Ha ha." Haigwa chuckled. Jianjun was understandably agitated. If I were in his position, I would feel the same. However, Jianjun, do not lose heart. For Zhou Zheng is your apprentice. Having spent so much time together, fortune will surely favor you in due time. That aside, let us focus on the task at hand. You may continue with your duties. I shall call Old One from the narcotics team and have him bring his team here. The remaining tasks can be entrusted to the narcotics unit. "Yes, Director." Lu Jianjun responded before making his way outside. However, Zhou Zheng remained unmoved. Haigwa took out his phone and, noticing Zhou Zheng's reluctance to leave, inquired, "What is it, Xiao? Do you have something else to say?" "Director, Mao has already identified his supplier. Given that drug traffickers are particularly vigilant, we must act swiftly. If we delay, the opportunity may slip away. Once the narcotics team arrives, it may be too late. Why don't we, at Qiubei Station, go after them ourselves?" "What?" Haigwa was taken aback by Zhou Zheng's audacious suggestion. Drug traffickers are notoriously ruthless and often armed. The 2 firearms at Qiubei Station may not suffice against such adversaries. No, that's far too dangerous." "Why not?" Zhou Zheng insisted passionately. "We are also police officers. Are we to presume ourselves vastly inferior to the narcotics team?" "Director, the merit is right before us. Shall you simply hand it over?" Wu Tian's eyes lit up. "Director, I believe Xiao Zhou has a point. We possess crucial information. Why should we simply relinquish it to the narcotics team? Wu, the drug traffickers are merciless, and I fear our officers may not be able to handle the pressure. What if the suspects escape? Who will bear the responsibility?" "Director, with Xiao Zhou, our lucky charm. You need not worry." Chapter 57, The Capture Indeed, when Zhou Zheng suggested that the officers from the Qiubei precinct apprehend drug traffickers. Haigwa momentarily felt a twinge of temptation. However, with years of experience as a police officer and station chief, he was inherently cautious, weighing the potential consequences. What if the drug dealer escaped? What if there were casualties among the officers? If something were to go awry, it would be beyond the capacity of a mere station chief to bear. Such specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to professionals. The apprehension of drug dealers naturally required the narcotics team to intervene. Yet, Zhou Zheng had a different perspective. This was an opportunity to garner merit. To relinquish it would be an egregious waste. Nonetheless, Haigwa was engulfed in doubt, unable to reach a decision. Ultimately, it was the words of Deputy Chief Wu Tian that swayed him. He asserted that Zhou Zheng, possessing an auspicious disposition, would undoubtedly succeed in capturing Mao's supplier. Zhou Zheng further embellished the narrative, stating that Mao had indicated his supplier, Wang Chang, resided in a room at the Lijing Hotel year-round, rising only around noon. Casting a glance at the wall clock, Zhou Zheng continued, "It is now 11:15. If we delay any longer, Wang Chang will awaken and could potentially realize that Mao has been captured, which would be disastrous. Moreover, Wang Chang is alone. We merely need a few individuals to handle him." Haigwa hesitated for a brief moment before decisively slapping the table. "Very well. With such determination among you all, As the station chief, I shall not lag behind. Let's proceed. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian also rose. Chief, I will gather the officers. Wait. Hao Aiguo waved his hand, stopping Wu Tian. Old Wu, for this operation against Wang Chang, we prioritize quality over quantity. I propose we take only the 4 of us. For against one should be manageable, right? Do we have confidence, comrades? Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. Excellent. Then prepare to depart. Old Wu, inform instructor Wang Lin to open the equipment room so everyone can collect their gear. After all, we are apprehending a drug dealer, and Wang Chang is not insignificant. He may be armed. Hao Aiguo refrained from deploying a large contingent of officers primarily to mitigate the risk of casualties. Furthermore, this operation was inherently the responsibility of the narcotics team. The precinct's involvement might be seen as overstepping their bounds, and he preferred to keep a low profile. A high-profile operation that ended in failure would inevitably lead to severe repercussions from the narcotics team, making it difficult to resolve. For individuals were just right, not too many. Not too few. Aside from Xiao Shou, who was a novice, the rest had over a decade of experience in law enforcement. Zhou Zheng, regarded as the team's lucky charm, was certainly of utmost importance. Instructor Wang Lin opened the equipment room, and Hao Aiguo distributed bulletproof vests to everyone. Make sure to wear them underneath your clothing, he instructed. After a few more reminders, he directed the instructor to open the safe, which contained 2 small-caliber pistols and 2 fully loaded magazines. With only 2 handguns available, Hao Aiguo and Wu Tian would each take one, as those wielding firearms would be the first to engage during the capture. As the director and deputy director of the Qiaobei police station, they undoubtedly must lead the charge, a sentiment they possess. Director, what mission are you about to undertake? Inquired the instructor, Wang Lin, a woman in her 30s, with wide, perplexed eyes. Typically, firearms are only issued during the apprehension of exceptionally dangerous criminals. Throughout this half-day, there had been no mention of any apprehension tasks. Instructor, we are going to apprehend drug traffickers. Apprehend drug traffickers? Isn't that the responsibility of the narcotics team? It's far too perilous. Can we, as civilian police, manage such a task? Hao Aiguo's eyes widened as he echoed Zhou Zheng's sentiments. Why can't we? Civilian police are also law enforcement officers. What the narcotics team can accomplish, we can as well. Civilian police are no less capable than any other branch. Wang Lin thought to herself, wondering what had prompted such fervor from the director today. She hesitated to voice her curiosity in front of others. Just be cautious. If things go awry, quickly call for backup. Understood. Instructor, rest assured, we have our koi. With that, he patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Everything will go smoothly. Koi. Wang Lin blinked, perplexed once more. What does that mean, director? How's Zhou our koi? Hao Aiguo feigned mystery. All right, we'll discuss it when we return. As the others donned their bulletproof vests, Hao Aiguo removed his jacket, put on his vest, and concealed his Type 64 handgun in a leather holster at his waist, covering it with the hem of his clothing. Instructor, we're off. Director, please take care. Got it. The 4 exited the equipment room and climbed into Hao Aiguo's domestic vehicle. Setting the navigation for the Lijing Hotel, he pressed the accelerator. Driving out of the Qiaobei police station, Jianjun tuned the 4 walkie-talkies to the same frequency. Next, let us deliberate our apprehension plan. My initial strategy is to first inquire at the front desk for Wang Chang's room number and confirm whether he is present. If he is, Zhou and Jianjun will guard the hotel entrance while Old Wu and I proceed to make the arrest. If anyone has differing opinions or additions, please speak up. Director, we have no objections. Very well. Director, I have a differing opinion. Before Hao Aiguo could finish, Zhou Zheng interrupted. Zhou, what is your differing opinion? Please share. Director, I request to ascend and apprehend the drug trafficker Wang Chang. Hao Aiguo shook his head. No, you lack apprehension experience and are still a newcomer. It should be Old Wu and me who go up. Director, I have been officially confirmed, and besides, I have independently apprehended an A-level wanted criminal. Isn't that experience? Zhou Zheng's assertion left Hao Aiguo momentarily speechless. After so many years in law enforcement, he had never participated in the capture of an A-level wanted criminal. Zhou Zheng had accomplished such a feat on his own. Did anyone else present possess such remarkable prowess? No. Thus, Zhang Aiguo truly found himself at a loss for rebuttal. It was the first time Wu Tian had witnessed the director encountering a setback with his subordinates, and he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Old Hao, how about this? Given your advanced age and diminished agility, why don't I and Zhou Zheng apprehend Wang Chang while you and Jianjun guard the entrance of the hotel? Hao Aiguo's eyes widened in indignation. Nonsense. I am the director. How could I possibly remain behind? Do you not understand that age only enhances one's vigor? All right then, I shall join Xiao Zhou in capturing Wang Chang, while you and Jianjun oversee the hotel entrance. Lu Jianjun interjected, Director, perhaps it would be better if I went instead. Enough. Let us not debate further. You shall heed my command. With Hao Aigua's resolute tone, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun fell silent. The atmosphere within the vehicle descended into a hushed stillness. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by Zhou Zheng's mobile phone ringing. He retrieved his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Yunyao? Chapter 58. If I were Zhou Zheng, I would have laid low long ago. Zhou Zheng connected the call to Chu Yunyao. Hello, Yunyao? The gentle and familiar voice of Chu Yunyao resonated through the receiver. Zhou Zheng, what are you up to? At work, I presume? Indeed. I'm back at work after my discharge. Really? Have you been released from the hospital? Yes. My mentor accompanied me for a checkup, and thankfully, there were no issues, so I was discharged. Zhou Zheng could hear her playful complaints. Your director is quite something, allowing you to dive straight into work right after being discharged. How inconsiderate. Stealing a glance at Hao Aigua, who was driving beside him. Zhou Zheng wondered if the director had overheard Yunyao's remarks. He quickly replied, It's not the director's fault. It was my request to return to work immediately. Zhou Zheng, you really ought to take a couple of days to rest after your discharge. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, if I only rest, how can I prove my worth? How can I impress your parents? Of course, he could not voice these thoughts. Instead, he chuckled and said, You know me. I can't sit idle. Working helps me channel my abundant energy. Yunyao, why did you call? Is there something you need? Actually, I visited the street of precious medicinal herbs this morning to search for a century-old ginseng, and I managed to find one. Really? How did it go? Did you secure it? Not yet. This century-old ginseng was purchased by a man named Lui about a month ago for 1,300,000. I found his contact information and intended to discuss the acquisition price with him, but he is currently out of town and will return in a few days. What should be our bottom line for purchasing the century-old ginseng? Please provide me with a figure. Understood, Yunyao. You handle the business matters as you see fit. There's no need to consult me. All right then. It's almost noon. What time do you finish work? I'll come pick you up, and we can go for a meal together. I'm afraid I might have to work overtime during lunch. How about this? You have lunch with Yang Tingting, and we can cook dinner together at home tonight? Zhou Zheng refrained from disclosing to Chu Yunyao that he was about to embark on a mission to apprehend drug traffickers. Firstly, he did not wish to worry her. Secondly, such operations were confidential, not to be shared even with family. Very well, I shall hang up now. Wait. Zhou Zheng seemed to recall something suddenly and continued. Yunyao, if you have time this afternoon, could you visit a real estate agency to look for an apartment in a more upscale community? We should consider moving in a few days. Although the medicinal wine business had yet to stabilize, Zhou Zheng had faith in Chu Yunyao's capabilities. He wished to expedite their relocation, as living in an old community was somewhat unfair to her. Moreover, given that Zhou Zheng often worked night shifts, the security in their current community was virtually non-existent, which made it unsafe for Chu Yunyao to be home alone at night. Chu Yunyao understood Zhou Zheng's intentions. She too desired to move into a more refined neighborhood and live in a better environment. However, the medicinal wine business had not yet turned profitable. Although they still had 2 million, that money belonged to Zhou Zheng, and a significant portion would also be needed for the acquisition of the century-old ginseng. However, it is settled then. I must attend to my business now. Farewell, Yunyao. With that, Zhou Zheng abruptly ended the call, not allowing her a chance to say more. Hao Aigua, while driving, laughed jovially and inquired, Xiao Zhou, what is this? Is your girlfriend checking up on you? No, it is my wife. Your wife? Apart from Lu Jianjun, who was privy to the situation, both Hao Aigua and Wu Tian were taken aback. Xiao Zhou, when did you get a wife? I recall you were still single when you reported to the Qiaobei station. Indeed, Director. I got married a few days ago. We only registered our marriage. We did not hold a ceremony. Heavens, you are quite efficient, aren't you? To alleviate the tense atmosphere in the vehicle, Hao Aigua curiously asked, What does your wife do? Currently, she is unemployed and is in the process of starting her own business. No job? Hao Aigua furrowed his brow. Xiao Zhou, you didn't hastily register your marriage with her, did you? Being a person within the system, you ought to find someone with a stable job, shouldn't you? Lu Jianjun, who knew much more about Chu Yunyao than Hao Aigua did, interjected, Director, I have met Zhou Zheng's wife. She is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also comes from a wealthy family. She is truly a match for Xiao Zhou. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. He had not disclosed Chu Yunyao's background to Lu Jianjun. How did you know her family is affluent? Well, it's obvious, Lu Jianjun replied confidently. Chu Yunyao drives a Porsche Panamera worth over $1 million. At such a young age, how could she afford that? It must have been bought by her family. Thus, her family should be quite well off. All right, master, you were quite accurate in your deduction. Chu Yunyao? Wu Tian murmured from the back seat. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't there a daughter from the Chu family in Jiangbei named Chu Yunyao? Xiao Shou. Your wife isn't the daughter of the Chu family, is she? Realizing that Wu Tian had figured it out, Zhou Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. My heavens! The three individuals in the vehicle were astonished. The Chu family of Jiangbei is one of the 4 great affluent families in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zheng had unwittingly become the favored son-in-law of the Chu family. Initially, Hao Aiguo felt that Zhou Zheng marrying an unemployed girl was somewhat unworthy. However, it now appeared to be quite a valuable match. Lu Jianjun also had an epiphany. No wonder Chu Yunyao had extravagantly purchased gifts at his home and ordered an over 8,000 yuan birthday cake. It turned out she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Such trivial expenses were mere pocket change for her. Yet, he pondered why she chose to start her own venture instead of managing her family's business. Lu Jianjun couldn't quite comprehend it but refrained from questioning Zhou Zheng about it. Xiao Zhou, if I were the favored son-in-law of the Chu family, I would have long since reclined in leisure, who would still risk their life to catch criminals. Wu Tian said with a face full of envy. Old Wu. How can you say such a thing? Hao Aiguo replied, looking displeased. The Chu family remains distinct, as does Zhou Zheng. Are you suggesting that Zhou Zheng, a man who has been honored with first-class merit, should resort to living off others? Wu Tian chuckled awkwardly. Captain, that's not my intention, naturally. Xiao Zhou would never do such a thing. As for myself, well, that's another story. Hao Aiguo scoffed lightly. Look at your lack of ambition. The car sped along, finally arriving at the Lijing Hotel. After finding a suitable parking spot, each of the 4 received a walkie-talkie before disembarking. Everyone perked up, adjusting their phones to silent mode. Jianjun, you go to the front desk and inquire about which room Wang Chong is in and whether he has gone out today. If necessary, you may reveal your identity, but make sure to keep it confidential. Understood, Director. The 4 entered the lobby, and Lu Jianjun headed straight to the front desk. Chapter 59. The capture of drug dealer Wang Chong. Luli, at the age of 30, serves as the receptionist at the Lijing Hotel. Today is her shift, and she stands at the front desk, adorned in a professional outfit, her face illuminated by a warm smile. She absent-mindedly touches the exquisite gold bracelet on her wrist. Valued at over 10,000 yuan, feeling a sense of delight. Earning only a few thousand yuan a month, she would never splurge on such an extravagant piece. This lavish gift was bestowed upon her by General Manager Wang, a frequent guest at the hotel. Wang returns home late each night, often sleeping until noon. Although Luli is unaware of the specifics of Wang's business dealings, she is keenly aware of his affluence. When he encounters her during her late-night shifts, he engages her in cheerful conversation and occasionally presents her with gifts, the most extravagant being a branded mobile phone, understanding that nothing comes without a price. Luli is fully cognizant of Wang's intentions, and soon they become involved with one another. On this day, as she is on the day shift, Luli arrives early in the night to rendezvous with Wang in room 1202. After indulging in his affections and receiving yet another gold bracelet, she contemplates further intimate exchanges. But the demands of her job pull her back to reality. Just as Luli is basking in her contentment, a man approaches her. Excuse me, do you have a room available? He inquires. With a professional smile, Luli responds, we are fully booked. I am looking for some information. Is Wang Chong residing at the Lijing Hotel? Wang Chong. Luli's heart skips a beat. Her benefactor, Wang, shares that very name. After a moment's hesitation, she replies. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know. Could you please check? He urges, displaying a sense of urgency. Apologies, sir. But that information is private, and we cannot disclose it. Lu Jianjun scans his surroundings, his impatience palpable. The director stated I could reveal my identity. He flashes his police badge before Luli's eyes. I am a police officer. Please cooperate. Startled, Luli quickly responds, of course, officer. Please hold on while I check the records. As she pretends to peruse the computer, her heart races with anxiety. The police's inquiry about Wang is undoubtedly troubling. Should she fabricate an excuse to deter the officer? Yet, if there were any issues, the police would certainly not let her off easily. Conversely, if she divulges Wang's whereabouts truthfully, she feels a pang of guilt, remembering his past admonitions to keep his secrets. Have you found anything beautiful? Lu Jianjun prompts impatiently. Oh. I haven't located anything just yet. In that fleeting moment, Lu Li makes a choice that spares both parties from offense. Officer, I have indeed found him. Wang Chang is currently at our hotel and has been residing in room 1202 for an extended period. Is he present in the room now? Lu Jianjun inquires. I'm unsure, but his room has not been cleaned today, she replies. Understood, Lu Jianjun nods, assessing from Lu Li's words that Wang is likely still inside. Please keep this matter confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Understood? Of course, officer. You can trust me. Although Lu Li appeared calm on the surface, she was, in reality, exceedingly anxious. After Lu Jianjun departed, Lu Li hesitated for a moment before sending a message to Wang Chang. Mr. Wang, someone from the front desk was looking for you. She intentionally left the message ambiguous, leaving it to fate whether Wang Chang would grasp its significance. Lu Jianjun approached Hao Aigua and the others, whispering, Director, Wang Chang is in room 1202. The front desk is unsure if he has left, but I suspect he is still in his room. Hao Aigua nodded. Good. Regardless of whether he is present or not, we must proceed upstairs. Everyone, take your positions and be cautious. Xiao Zhou, let us head upstairs. Yes, Director. As the elevator required a room card, the two decided to ascend the stairs. The 12th floor was not excessively high. Upon entering the stairwell, Zhou Zheng took the lead, beginning his ascent. Zhang Aigua closely followed. Initially, Zhang Aigua found it easy to keep pace with Zhou Zheng, unaware that Zhou Zheng had intentionally slowed down to accommodate him. By the time they reached the 9th floor, Zhang Aigua felt his legs grow heavy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to keep up. Zhou Zheng seemed to be pulling ahead rapidly, prompting Zhang Aigua to gasp, Xiao Zhou, slow down. Who? Wait for me. Hearing the call, Zhou Zheng halted and glanced back, noting the distance between them had widened. Director, I'll wait for you. No need to rush. Hao Aigua internally sighed. How can I not be anxious? Zhou Zheng's physical stamina far surpassed his own, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he exerted himself to reach Zhou Zheng. Upon arriving, he found Zhou Zheng unfazed and breathing steadily, a stark contrast to his own labored breaths. Are you not tired, Xiao Zhou? Not really. I don't feel fatigued. Should I carry you up? Hao Aigua retorted with a frown. No need. This young man, Xiao Zhou, was indeed a marvel of endurance. With only 2 floors remaining until the 12th, Zhou Zheng slowed his pace to accompany Hao Aigua as they reached the door of room 1202. Hao Aigua placed a hand on the holstered handgun at his waist and whispered to Zhou Zheng, knock on the door. Pretend we are hotel staff to lure him out. Once inside, we'll assess the situation, proceed with caution. Understood. Zhou Zheng knocked rhythmically on the door. Moments passed without a response from within. Was Wang Chang not in his room? An unsettling intuition struck Zhou Zheng. It seemed Wang Chang might sense impending danger. He exchanged a glance with Hao Aigua. If it comes to it, we should force the door. Agreed. Without further deliberation, Hao Aigua resolved to breach the door to discern the situation. Xiao Zhou, step aside. Let me break it open. With a few paces back, Hao Aigua charged forward, slamming his shoulder against the door with great force. With a resounding thud, the hotel doors stood resolutely firm. Yet the recoil left Hao Aigua wincing in pain at his shoulder. How perplexing. It wouldn't he budge? He rubbed his shoulder, grimacing. Director, allow me, Zhou Zheng said, pulling Hao Aigua aside and summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful kick. With a loud bang, the door swung open. Incredible, Hao Aigua exclaimed, taken aback by Zhou's surprising strength. However, there was no time for astonishment. Urgency prevailed. He drew his pistol, gripping it firmly as he dashed inside. The room was small, and the disarray was immediately apparent. Garments strewn across the floor, the unmade bed a testament to chaos. Yet, there was not a soul in sight. Hao Aigua ventured into the bathroom, gun drawn, but found it empty. A wave of frustration washed over him. Damn it! Had Wang Chang fled? Or had he never been here at all? Zhou Zheng reached out to touch the disheveled bedclothes, and found them still warm to the touch. Director, he was just here. The blankets are heated. He must have just departed. Hao Aigua quickly activated his radio, alerting Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun to be on guard. Wang Chang had escaped. At that moment, Zhou Zheng noticed the window was ajar. A gust of wind stirred the half-drawn curtains. He stepped forward, peering out. There, he spotted a middle-aged man, his face round and unkempt, clad in only shorts and a tank top, barefoot and shivering as he clutched an air-conditioning unit. Wang Chang, Zhou Zheng shouted. Chapter 60. He is incredible. Last night, Wang Chang had a tumultuous evening with the receptionist Lu Li, gifting her a gold bracelet, leading Lu Li to almost wish to call him daddy. Despite Lu Zi's ordinary appearance, Wang Chang had invested substantial sums in her, no less than 100,000 yuan. For that amount, One could certainly find younger and more beautiful companions than Lu Li. Yet, Wang Chang was not foolish. He had his own motives. Engaged in a perilous business, he exercised utmost caution, and rather than see Lu Li as merely his mistress, he regarded her as his informant. After experiencing Lu Li's warm-heartedness, he slept soundly until 11 o'clock in the morning. While reclining in bed, engrossed in his phone, he suddenly received an ambiguous message from Lu Li. "Someone is looking for you at the front desk." Instantly, he became alert. This was Lu Li's warning to him, suggesting that someone might be a threat. Without the time to inquire further, he decided that even if he misunderstood the message, it was better than being cornered by enemies or the police in his room. In a panic, Wang Chang hurriedly got up, hastily dressing, and stuffed a replica M1911 pistol from beneath his pillow into his shorts, preparing to escape. The moment he opened the door, he realized that there must be guards at the hotel entrance, and the corridors and elevators might also be unsafe. He could not afford to flee through the conventional routes. Reluctantly, he opened the window and peered down. The 12th floor was still quite high. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "They have arrived?" A cold sweat broke out on Wang Chang's forehead. He was certain that the individuals outside were police officers, not his enemies, as only the police would concoct a ruse, pretending to be hotel staff to gain entry. What to do? Wang Chang was in a frenzy. He had a pistol. Should he carve a path through bloodshed? His eyes widened as he contemplated confronting the police at the door. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he recoiled. In his imagination, the hallway was filled with officers clad in bulletproof vests, armed with submachine guns. He, with his slight frame, would not withstand even a single volley. Compared to a submachine gun, his pistol's firepower was woefully inadequate. In a direct confrontation, he would surely be reduced to a mere target. Yet, he did not wish to surrender without a fight. Gritting his teeth, he climbed out the window, cautiously making his way onto the small platform beside the air conditioning unit. The platform was mostly occupied by the unit itself, leaving only a narrow gap less than 10 centimeters wide. Wang Chang clung to the air conditioning unit, balancing on the edge of the platform, hoping that the police would assume he had fled, thereby allowing him to evade capture. However, plans often falter with unforeseen changes, and he was soon spotted by a young officer. The officer, upon seeing him, shouted his name. Wang Chang involuntarily responded, and despair flooded his heart. Hearing the commotion, Haoigwa rushed over. "Director, Wang Chang is outside, on the air conditioning platform. Is it this kid? It must be him. He even responded when I called his name. Xiaozhou, step aside, let me take a look." Zhou Zheng retreated 2 steps, while Haoigwa, gun in hand, leaned partially out of the window. Catching sight of Wang Chang's contorted visage, Wang Chang remained silent. Haoigwa, undeterred by his lack of response, was convinced that this young man was indeed the drug dealer they sought. After all, what sensible person would be seeking thrills on the 12th floor? Dressed only in shorts and a tank top, while perched on an air conditioning unit? "Wang Chang, we are from the Qiaobei police station, and you know precisely why we are looking for you. There is no escape. Surrender now, and I will pull you back inside." Yet, Wang Chang still did not utter a word. Upon realizing that the individuals confronting him were police officers, regret flooded Wang Chang's mind. Had he known they were merely law enforcement, he would have opened the door and faced them head-on. As long as they were not members of the narcotics team or armed police, he would not have felt the desperate need to hide atop an air conditioning unit. But now, it was too late for such thoughts. "Wang Chang, what is it? Do you still intend to resist? Do not harbor any illusions. Do you not see the current situation?" Seeing Wang Chang's continued silence, Haoigwa's tone grew increasingly stern. "Come back down obediently, and I assure you of your safety." In his heart, Wang Chang scoffed at the notion, fully aware that returning would result in immediate arrest. His extensive drug dealings warranted multiple death penalties, once captured. He faced only a grim fate, making it impossible for him to comply. Casting a glance around, he noticed a thick rainwater pipe next to the air conditioning unit, leading straight down to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. Even if he were to fall to his death today, he would never allow himself to be captured by the police. "Officer, I possess a wealth of information on drug trafficking and users. Whether you can seize me depends on your capabilities." With that declaration, Wang Chang began to maneuver towards the rainwater pipe. He intended to take a gamble, grasping the downspout and sliding to the ground. However, fearing that the police might open fire, he deliberately made his earlier statement, implying that he held significant information, and that capturing him alive would serve their best interests. Shooting him would be a grave mistake. "Wang Chang, do not move. If you do, I will shoot." Seeing Wang Chang shifting precariously in the air, Haoigwa genuinely feared he might fall. His threat to shoot was merely a tactic to halt Wang Chang's actions. In truth, he had no intention of pulling the trigger. Firstly, if Wang Chang were to be killed, it would lead to an untenable situation for him. Secondly, Wang Chang had not made any threatening moves that endangered the officers' lives. Firing his weapon would result in a considerable amount of paperwork. Seemingly seizing on Hao Aigua's hesitation, Wang Chang ignored him, focusing intently on his task. Remarkably, he successfully latched onto the rainwater pipe, securing himself like a large gecko. "Officer, farewell." Wang Chang gritted his teeth and began to slide downward. Damn it! Hao Aigua aimed his pistol at Wang Chang but soon despondently lowered it. He retreated and called out to Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun over the radio. "Old Wu, Jianjun, the suspect Wang Chang has slipped down the rainwater pipe. Hurry to the back entrance of the Lijing Hotel and cut him off." After finishing his words, he called out to Zhou Zheng. "Xiaoxiu, hurry. Let us go downstairs to chase Wang Chang." "Hey, Xiaoxiu, where have you gone?" Hao Aigua looked around the room, but there was no trace of Zhou Zheng. "Xiaoxiu, where are you?" "Director, I'm outside." A voice called from outside the window. Hao Aigua leaned out again and saw that Zhou Zheng had somehow climbed onto the rainwater pipe, poised to leap. "What on earth?" "Xiaoxiu, are you out of your mind?" Hao Aigua was taken aback. Zhou Zheng was a prized asset of the Qiaobei police station, and he could not afford to lose him. Furthermore, apprehending a suspect must be conducted with personal safety as a priority. This was far too perilous. "Xiaoxiu, come back." "Director, when the arrow is on the string, it must be released." "I'm going down," Zhou Zheng declared, his body beginning to slide downward. "Oh, Xiaoxiu, don't." Zhou Zheng disregarded the warning, leaving Hao Aigua in a frenzy, utterly helpless. While he lamented Zhou Zheng's recklessness, he was also astonished by his audacity. Such a perilous act would only be undertaken when one was driven to desperation. Wang Chang's actions could be understood, but Zhou Zheng was different. He was simply too bold. As Hao Aigua sighed, he stamped his foot and turned to dash downstairs. Wang Chang, risking a fall, clung to the drainage pipe in his escape, moving with remarkable swiftness. Fortune smiled upon him, as he miraculously did not fall, safely sliding down to the ground. Although he had temporarily evaded capture, his hands were grievously lacerated by the jagged pipe, a sight too brutal to bear. Nevertheless, compared to being apprehended, these injuries were trivial. Upon landing, Wang Chang wiped the blood from his hands and plunged into the small alley behind the hotel. Chapter 61. What kind of life can one afford with just a few thousand a month? Zhou Zheng had acquired the skill of the king of close combat, significantly enhancing his fighting prowess and physical attributes beyond measure. Just as Wang Chang managed to safely land by clutching onto the rainwater pipe, Zhou Zheng was equally capable. Moreover, bolstered by a stroke of fortune, his hands emerged unscathed, merely stained with Wang Chang's blood, which was rather unpleasant. Thud. Upon descending to the second floor, he leaped down, landing firmly. Observing Wang Chang dashing into a narrow alleyway, Zhou Zheng shouted, "Wang Chang, halt. You cannot escape." Wang Chang, upon hearing the voice, glanced back to see a young police officer, the first to spot him, standing not far away. Apparently, he too had descended via the rainwater pipe. In stark contrast to Wang Chang's disarray, the officer appeared calm and composed. Wang Chang was taken aback. Another expert? At that moment, he had no desire to engage in combat and turned to flee, for the police reinforcements could emerge at any moment. Zhou Zheng, witnessing Wang Chang's retreat, pursued closely behind. The two raced through the deserted alleyway, one in front of the other. Wang Chang exerted every ounce of strength, running like a frightened animal, but soon felt as if his heart might burst and his lungs were about to explode. He had hoped to shake off Zhou Zheng. Yet the young officer relentlessly pursued him, drawing ever closer with each passing moment. In a panic, Wang Chang veered into a side alley. Ahead, a tall wall blocked his path. The wall rose about 4 meters, its top littered with sharp shards of glass, making it impossible for him to scale. Damn it! A dead end? Wang Chang cursed his misfortune. It was too late to turn back. Zhou Zheng had already positioned himself at the alley's entrance. "Wang Chang, you cannot escape." "Surrender." "Impossible." Wang Chang glared, wiping the sweat from his brow. The blood on his hands smeared across his face, and coupled with his contorted features, he appeared fearsome and grotesque. "You filthy officer, what kind of life can you lead with just a few thousand a month? I'll fight you." With a wild shriek, he charged at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's combat skills surpassed those of an ordinary person. As Wang Chang approached, he deftly sidestepped, using his right foot to trip Wang Chang's left leg with a swift motion. Thud. Wang Chang crashed to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Zhou Zheng, keen to test his king of close combat skills, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Dazed, Wang Chang struggled to his feet, flailing wildly with his fists. Zhou Zheng executed a technique from the 8 Extremes fist, raising his arms to block Wang Chang's punches while simultaneously stepping forward, driving his forehead into Wang Chang's face. With a howl of agony, Wang Chang collapsed to the ground, his nasal bone shattered, and all 4 of his front teeth lost. Blood pouring forth from his mouth and nose. I was taken aback. Zhou Zheng was equally astonished. I never anticipated that a casual display of skill could wield such formidable power. Observing Wang Chang rendered motionless by a single strike, Zhou Zheng felt a lingering sense of exhilaration. He activated the intercom to summon Hao Aigua and the others. Director. This is Zhou Zheng. I have captured Wang Chang. Soon, Hao Aigua's voice crackled through the intercom. Xiao, where are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. At the fork in the alley behind the Lijing Hotel, there's a dead end. Director, please hurry. All right. Xiao, be careful. We will be there momentarily. After concluding the call, Zhou Zheng noticed that Wang Chang was regaining his composure, having been momentarily stunned by the encounter. Realizing he could not overpower this young officer, Wang Chang's eyes darted as he pleaded, Officer, let's negotiate. I have money, lots of it. If you let me go, I'll give you $1 million. Zhou Zheng shot him a glare. What do you take me for? Not a chance. How about $2 million? I can offer you $2 million. Wang Chang continued to beg, acutely aware that once the reinforcements arrived, his chances would vanish completely. It's just you and me here. No one knows about our transaction. How about it? $2 million would allow you to live quite comfortably, at least enough to purchase a nice apartment in Jiangbei. Shut up. If you speak again, I will take you down. As Zhou Zheng remained impervious to his pleas, a cruel smirk emerged on Wang Chang's face. Zhou Zheng retrieved his handcuffs and crouched down to apprehend him. To his shock, a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Zhou Zheng's heart raced. Damn. I was careless. I didn't expect this guy to be armed. Wang Chang struggled to rise. Maintaining a distance of 2 meters, the gun still aimed at him. This individual was too formidable. What if he attempted to wrest the firearm away? It was prudent to keep his distance. After all, within 7 steps, the gun was both accurate and swift. Naturally, one might wonder why Wang Chang didn't draw his weapon against Zhou Zheng immediately. He had his own reasoning. Initially, firing at Zhou Zheng could attract a horde of officers. Holding the gun without firing was akin to wielding a mere stick. Moreover, he believed he could best Zhou Zheng unarmed. Now, cornered like a trapped beast, he felt no further reservations. He was prepared for a desperate struggle. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the mouth of the alley. Hao Aigua, accompanied by Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun, arrived promptly. Upon witnessing Wang Chang brandishing a gun at Zhou Zheng, the trio was instantly alarmed. Both Hao Aigua and Wu Tian drew their Type 64 pistols, aiming at Wang Chang. Their hearts racing with trepidation. Wang Chang, put down the gun. For heaven's sake, put it down. Officer, are you foolish? You think I'll just drop my weapon? What do you intend to do? If you release me, I assure you I won't fire at any of you. Impossible. Hao Aigua resolutely shook his head. Very well. Let this young policeman accompany me to death. A cruel smile crept across Wang Chang's face. It was as if he were counting to 3, ready to fire together. Taking a scapegoat along with him, I wouldn't lose out. You bastard. Hao Aigua was firmly held by Wang Chang. He would never stand idly by and watch Zhou Zheng be killed. Nor did he wish to let Wang Chang off so easily. In that moment, he was at a loss for how to decide. Lu Jianjun stepped forward and declared, Wang Chang, I am his mentor. If you have the guts, come at me. Wang Chang immediately retaliated with a threat, stay put, don't move. If you do, I will shoot. At that moment, Zhou Zheng was filled with an urgent anxiety. He cursed his own carelessness, having thought Wang Chang would be easy to handle, only to discover he was armed. If only he had acted decisively from the start. Incapacitating Wang Chang, they would not be in such a passive predicament. He vowed never to make such a mistake again. So, will you let me go? Will you let me go? Wang Chang's voice grew increasingly frantic, the agony in his face and hands driving him to rage. Bang! He fired a shot in front of Lu Jianjun, the splattered dirt stinging Lu Jianjun's legs. Lu Jianjun, anxious, gritted his teeth, yet remained silent and did not retreat. Hao Aigua and Wu Tian, however, dared not fire. They feared that a missed shot would cost Zhou Zheng his life. Damn! This madman Wang Chang is losing it. Zhou Zheng realized they could not afford to wait any longer. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly lunged at Wang Chang, willing to take a bullet to subdue him. He was clad in a bulletproof vest. As long as he wasn't shot in the head, his life would be secure. Moreover, with a stroke of luck on his side, he believed he wouldn't be that unfortunate. Xiao, don't! Hao Aigua and the others exclaimed in alarm. Without hesitation, Wang Chang pulled the trigger aimed at Zhou Zheng's head. Chapter 62. The Coy Physique, Turning Misfortune into Fortune. Haigua and the others were taken aback as they witnessed Zhou Zheng, disregarding his own safety, resolutely charged towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang's eyes glimmered with malice as he unhesitatingly aimed his gun at Zhou Zheng's head. At such a close range, even shooting with eyes closed would guarantee a hit. Although Zhou Zheng was a master of close combat with formidable physical prowess, he was not invulnerable. A bullet to the head would spell certain death. Haigua's hand trembled around the gun, instinctively wanting to shoot Wang Chang. However, the proximity between Zhou Zheng and Wang Chang left him paralyzed with fear of accidentally harming Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was doomed. At that moment, anguish filled his heart, accompanied by profound regret for having attempted to apprehend Wang Chang at the Lijing Hotel. What a promising individual Zhou Zheng was, with a bright future ahead. Now on the brink of demise in this unknown dead end, Lu Jianjun sprinted a few steps, yearning to shield Zhou Zheng from the bullet. As a mentor, it was natural for him to want to protect his disciple in times of peril. Yet, he was too far away to intervene in time. Xiao Xiao. Lu Jianjun felt a tumult of emotions and despairingly shut his eyes. Click. A faint sound emanated from Wang Chang's handgun. Contrary to expectations, the sleek black imitation pistol did not discharge a bullet after the trigger was pulled. Instead, the bullet jammed. Damn. Wang Chang furiously squeezed the trigger. Yet the weapon seemed to have been subverted by Zhou Zheng, producing only futile clicking sounds. At this moment, Zhou Zheng had closed the distance to Wang Chang. Momentarily bewildered by Wang Chang's futile attempts to fire, without a moment to ponder, Zhou Zheng executed a powerful shoulder charge, colliding forcefully with Wang Chang's chest. Crack. Instantly, 6 of Wang Chang's ribs shattered. Ah! He screamed, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring several meters away. Thud. He crashed to the ground, rendered immobile. And his imitation pistol was nowhere to be found. Having learned from past experiences, Zhou Zheng remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down until the danger had passed. He rushed forward, kneeling on Wang Chang, firmly twisting both of his arms behind his back. Click. A rose gold handcuff snapped onto Wang Chang's wrist. This sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, from the moment Wang Chang attempted to shoot until he was subdued. Zhou Zheng required no more than 2 seconds. By the time Haigua and the others grasped the situation, Zhou Zheng had already completed his mission. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. The 3 were jolted from their stupor, hastening to his side. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Zhou Zheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. Wang Chang's gun didn't fire, so I am unscathed. Seeing Zhou Zheng unharmed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haigua, still shaken, cautioned, Xiao Xiao. You mustn't act so impulsively in the future. Had Wang Chang's gun gone off, it would have been disastrous for you. If anything were to happen to you, how would we explain it to your sister-in-law? Yes, Director, I will certainly be more careful in the future. Zhou Zheng now finds himself gripped by a sense of dread. Initially, he had resolved to endure a bullet in order to apprehend Wang Chang, convinced that as long as he avoided a fatal strike, it would all be worth it. Yet, the thought of being hit in a vital area loomed ominously. Wang Chang had aimed directly at his head. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The gun in Wang Chang's hand failed to discharge. Wu Tian discovered Wang Chang's imitation Type 54 pistol tucked away in a corner of the alley. Upon inspection, the matte black finish of the pistol gleamed with a deep blue luster, appearing to be in remarkably good condition. A closer examination of the rifling revealed minimal wear, and the unfired bullet was devoid of any apparent defects. Holding the imitation Type 54 pistol, Wu Tian approached Haigua. Director, this firearm is quite new. A replica from Monkey Country, and the quality is commendable. Moreover, it has fired fewer than 200 rounds, making it a fine specimen. I've checked the bullet as well. The unfired one shows no issues. Haigua tilted his head, inquiring, Lao Wu, what exactly are you trying to convey? Director, this pistol has an exceptionally low failure rate. Just moments ago, Wang Chang fired it at the ground without a hitch, yet it misfired when aimed at Xiao Xiao. I can only conclude that Xiao Xiao's luck is unparalleled. Surely he must be blessed with the fortune of a lucky fish. Haigua pondered the situation. Zhou Zheng had miraculously escaped a dire predicament due to Wang Chang's weapon malfunction. What could this possibly indicate? It could only suggest that Zhou Zheng was extraordinarily fortunate, able to turn misfortune into fortune. From the moment he apprehended the A-level wanted criminal until now, each success seemed to stem from sheer luck. If one were to attribute it to luck once or twice, it could be understood, but if it were a consistent pattern, it transcended mere fortune. It was as if he was under divine protection. This too was a testament to his capabilities. As the others expressed their astonishment, a hint of envy flickered in their eyes. Hao Aiguo waved his hand decisively. All right, comrades, Wang Chang is in our custody. Let us disband. In this operation, Xiao Zhou deserves the utmost credit, and I shall commend you upon our return. Zhou Zheng waved his hand modestly. Director, it cannot be said like that. This operation was a collective effort among the four of us, and the merit belongs to everyone. There is no question of primary credit. Although Zhou Zheng was indeed eager for recognition and promotion, he understood the virtue of humility. Life in the underworld is not merely about violence. It involves the complexities of human relationships, and the same holds true within the system. Hao Aiguo noted Zhou Zheng's sense of propriety and reluctance to claim sole credit. However, in this mission, his three companions had played more of a supporting role. From the moment Wang Chang was identified to his eventual capture, it was predominantly Zhou Zheng's achievement. Furthermore, the information regarding the drug dealer Wang Chang had been extracted by Zhou Zheng during his interrogation of Ma Ermao. Thus, the entire chain of events was intrinsically linked to Zhou Zheng. Even if one wished to usurp his credit, it would be an impossible endeavor. The merit was something he could not relinquish even if he wished to. Hao Aiguo remarked, we shall discuss the matter of credit later. For now, let us escort Wang Chang back to the Qiaobei station. Understood, Director. Lu Jianjun and Mu Tian moved to seize the sprawled Wang Chang on the ground. Yet, Zhou Zheng hoisted Wang Chang up with a firm grip. Wang Chang hung his head, seemingly oblivious to his fate, as blood trickled slowly from his mouth and nose, creating a gruesome spectacle. Hao Aiguo inquired, Xiao Shou, how is he? He can't be dead, can he? Zhou Zheng reached out to check Wang Chang's breathing. Director. He is not dead, he is merely unconscious. Perhaps we should take him to the hospital. This fellow possesses a wealth of information about drug traffickers, and it would be a shame if he were to perish. Wu Tian suggested, Director, shall Jianjun and I take him to the hospital? Hao Aiguo nodded in agreement. Very well, you two go ahead. But keep a close watch. Ensure this fellow doesn't escape. Rest assured, Director. Wu Tian affirmed, signaling to Lu Jianjun. Let us go to the hospital, Jianjun. Absolutely. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian took hold of the barely conscious Wang Chang from Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng eagerly volunteered, Director. May I accompany my mentor and the others? Hao Aiguo waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Shou, I think it's best if you stay behind. Come back to the police station and take a rest. The vehicle that had arrived was driven away by Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng and Hao Aiguo hailed a cab, returning to the Qiaobei police station. Upon exiting the taxi, Hao Aiguo asked, Xiao Shou, you were silent during the ride. What were you pondering? Zhou Zheng replied, I was considering that once Wang Chang regains consciousness, we might extract further information from him, such as the identities of his suppliers and clients. Then, we could follow the leads and apprehend these drug traffickers in one fell swoop. Good heavens! Hao Aiguo exclaimed, startled by Zhou Zheng's audacity. This operation to apprehend Wang Chang had nearly gone awry. Although it ended without incident, it was a close call. Xiao Shou. Our police are often thrust into the fray with little preparation. I believe we should entrust the remaining matters to the narcotics team. Chapter 63. As if under a spell, Hao Aiguo possessed an inherently cautious nature. The decision to apprehend Wang Chang was largely influenced by the instigations of Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian, which stirred his resolve. Otherwise, he would have promptly alerted the narcotics team. Behind substantial profits often lurk significant risks. One must possess the necessary fortitude to undertake such precarious endeavors. Should one pursue thieves or ruffians, the police might manage adequately. However, capturing drug traffickers without the collaboration of other law enforcement units proves to be exceedingly strenuous. Had it not been for Zhou Zheng's valor and fortuitous disposition, the consequences could have been dire. Consequently, Hao Aiguo did not possess the inclination to interrogate Wang Chang regarding his connections, nor did he wish to place his officers in perilous situations for the sake of apprehension. It was prudent to leave specialized tasks to those who were adept at them. Moreover, the Qiaobei precinct had already detained 2 drug dealers, a commendable feat in itself. Albeit achieved through Zhou Zheng's efforts, nonetheless, it still reflected positively on the precinct's accomplishments. Hao Aiguo felt content. Little Zhou, do not overthink this. Upon returning to the office, I shall contact the narcotics team to have Ma Ermao and Wang Chang taken away, he stated. Please reconsider, Director. This is a remarkable opportunity, Zhou Zheng began, but Hao Aiguo interrupted with a wave of his hand. Enough, little Zhou. It is getting late. Let us head to the canteen for a meal. Afterward, we shall rest briefly before continuing our patrol in the afternoon with Jianjun. Seeing that Hao Aiguo had made his decision, Zhou Zheng could no longer persuade him and could only nod in disappointment. Upon returning to his office, Hao Aiguo picked up his teacup, disregarding its coldness, and drank heartily. The earlier incident with Wang Chang firing at Zhou Zheng had unsettled him, and he still felt a lingering apprehension. Little Zhou was indeed a formidable asset, blessed with extraordinary fortune. The Qiaobei precinct was fortunate to have such an exceptional comrade. Furthermore, having captured 2 drug dealers, he might even be eligible for a second-class merit award. A second-class merit, while not as prestigious as a first-class, it remains a significant accolade for law enforcement officers. After quenching his thirst, Haoai sat in his office chair and picked up the desk phone to call Director Ma Xiaojun. Hello, Director Ma. This is Old Hao from the Qiaobei precinct. Here's the situation. Our comrade Zhou Zheng apprehended a pickpocket during patrol today, and through interrogation, it was revealed that this thief was also a drug dealer. Haoai succinctly recounted the events. On the other end, Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. What? Zhou Zheng apprehended 2 drug dealers? His astonishment was compounded by a tinge of anger. Old Hao, why didn't you notify the narcotics team immediately upon discovering Wang Chang's whereabouts? Were there any injuries during the capture of Wang Chang? In response to Ma Xiaojun's inquiries, Haoai had already prepared his answers. Director Ma, the situation was urgent. By the time the narcotics team arrived, it would have been too late. We acted out of necessity, but fortunately, we apprehended the drug dealer Wang Chang without incident, and no one was harmed. Of course, this was largely due to Zhou Zheng. Without him, Wang Chang might have indeed escaped. Was it all Zhou Zheng's doing? Ma Xiaojun's eyes brightened. This young police officer had just apprehended a Class A wanted criminal, earning himself a first-class merit, and now he had captured 2 drug traffickers as well. Truly impressive. Moreover, he had a debt of gratitude towards Old Yang, making him a worthy candidate for further cultivation both personally and professionally. Indeed, I did not misjudge Comrade Xiao Shou. He is a promising talent. Old Hao, you must ensure he is well taken care of. Director Ma, rest assured, I will see to it that Xiao Zhou is guided properly. Furthermore, I will notify the narcotics team to come to the Qiaobei station to collect the drug traffickers. Very well. Old Hao. Ma Xiaojun hesitated before speaking. Your department has achieved merit again. I believe a collective third-class merit is unavoidable. Director Ma. The credit primarily belongs to Zhou Zheng. He was the one who captured them. The rest of us merely assisted in a minor capacity. Please allocate the recognition to Zhou Zheng accordingly. Old Hao, when did you become so selfless? Haoai replied, I do not wish to be noble. I too desire recognition, but we cannot shamelessly demand it. Director Ma, please do not mock me. You know me well. Pragmatism is my guiding principle. Very well. We shall deliberate on the specifics of the merits within our leadership team. For now, let it be as it is. At the first hospital of Jiangbei City, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun drove Wang Chang to the emergency room. The doctor, seeing the injured man covered in blood and unconscious, quickly engaged in urgent medical treatment. Lu Jianjun, feeling uneasy, stood by to observe. Hey, officer, please wait outside. Also, remove his handcuffs. It will hinder our treatment. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. This man was a notorious and ruthless drug trafficker, and he needed to keep a close watch on him. What if he escaped? The doctor pointed to Wang Chang, who lay on the medical stretcher, barely alive. Officer, he is in a deep coma. Do you really think he can run away in this condition? Furthermore, your presence is affecting our work. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Jianjun nodded. All right, I will wait outside. But let me unlock one of his handcuffs. He released the handcuff from Wang Chang's left wrist and secured it to the medical stretcher before stepping out. Soon after, Wang Chang, wearing an oxygen mask, was wheeled out by the doctors. Doctor, how is he? Officer, this man has at least 6 broken ribs, internal injuries, is coughing up blood, and is passing blood from below. His arms bear numerous wounds, deep enough to expose bone. We must operate immediately, otherwise, his life hangs in the balance. Oh, very well. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian exchanged startled glances upon hearing the doctor's words. Goodness. Zhou Zheng's strike was terrifyingly effective, incapacitating Wang Chang entirely. Yet, one could argue that this drug trafficker deserved his fate. Had it not been for the valuable information he possessed, it would have been better had he perished. After Wang Chang was taken into the operating room, several uniformed police officers appeared in the corridor outside. The leader, a short-statured man with a dark complexion, called out in a booming voice upon spotting Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun from a distance, Old Lu, over here. This makes it easier for me to find you. Wu Tian looked up, astonished. Was he that the captain of the drug enforcement team, Wan Lishan? A jolt of apprehension coursed through him. How did Old One find his way here? Did he discover that they had not informed the drug enforcement team and had taken it upon themselves to apprehend the drug traffickers? Was he here to demand an explanation? Naturally, anxiety brewed within him, though his face remained impassive. Well, what brings Captain Wan here? Wan Lishan approached and remarked, I was notified by your director, Old Hao, that you were here. Impressive. Even the officers at the police station can apprehend drug traffickers. I, Old Wan, am thoroughly convinced. Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. From Wan's tone, it seemed there was no intent to reprimand, and Hao Igwa had likely managed to smooth things over. All right then. Since the brothers from the drug enforcement team have arrived, we shall withdraw. Wait. Wan Lishan called out to Wu Tian. Where is the drug trafficker Wang Chang? Wu Tian pointed, in the operating room. He is undergoing surgery, 6 ribs are broken. He is vomiting blood and has blood in his urine. It's likely that though his life is saved, he will be incapacitated. Goodness. Which of your brothers dealt such a heavy blow? No one was injured, was there? Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Of course, no one was hurt. Wang Chang was captured by our officer Zhou Zheng from Qiaobei Station, and his injuries were naturally inflicted by Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng? Wan Lishan inquired, is he the young comrade who was recently awarded a first-class merit? How did he manage to capture Wang Chang? Wu Tian began recounting the story, explaining how Jianjun and Zhou Zheng were patrolling the streets when Zhou Zheng bravely charged at Wang Chang, fearlessly confronting him at gunpoint and ultimately apprehending him. Wan Lishan listened, his eyes widening in astonishment. This young Zhou. He struggled to find the right words to describe Zhou Zheng, capable, courageous, and fortunate. As if he were endowed with extraordinary powers. Suddenly, Wan Lishan's mind began to churn with thoughts. A talent as exceptional as Zhou Zheng should undoubtedly be integrated into the drug enforcement team. It would be a pity for him to remain merely a police officer at the station. He resolved to have a word with Director Ma at the opportune moment. Chapter 64. He is my husband, so of course I must care for him after finishing her call with Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao had no intention of seeking out Yang Tingting for a meal. The girl had been occupied with caring for old Master Yang at the hospital, and it wouldn't be considerate to encroach upon her time. Just as she set her phone down, as if by some unspoken connection, Yang Tingting's call came through. Chu Yunyao mused that thoughts of the devil are indeed a summons. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered the phone. Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, do you have some time? Shall we go out for a meal? Yang Tingting's voice crackled with excitement over the line. Chu Yunyao smiled, reflecting on her dear friend's ability to sync so perfectly with her thoughts. Sure, Tingting. I just called Zhou Zheng to invite him to dinner, but he was unavailable. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting immediately exclaimed, Well, Yunyao, why didn't you invite me to dinner? Zhou Zheng turned you down, and yet you didn't think of me? Must I take the initiative to call you? Is our friendship so flimsy? Chu Yunyao chuckled softly. This girl often displayed a childlike mentality and was somewhat petty, though she bore no malice. Zhou Zheng is my husband, so naturally, I reached out to him first. As for you, I was concerned about interrupting your care for old Master Yang. Yang Tingting thought to herself that Chu Yunyao was sounding increasingly like Zhou Zheng's devoted follower. Yet, such thoughts were best left unspoken. Although Yang Tingting could joke freely with Chu Yunyao, she knew where to draw the line. Yunyao, you ungrateful friend. I can hardly be bothered to lecture you, she paused before adding, but I have good news. I'm temporarily free. My aunt has returned from abroad and is taking care of old Master Yang. In her words, she wants to fulfill her filial duty and allow me a few days of respite. Understanding dawned on Chu Yunyao. No wonder Yang Tingting's voice brimmed with excitement. Her extroverted nature must have felt suffocated after several days in the hospital. Sure enough, Yang Tingting continued chattering away. Yunyao, I can finally breathe fresh air. For the next few days, you belong to me. We shall go shopping, watch movies, and enjoy milk tea together. Chu Yunyao interjected, Tingting. Aren't you planning to return to work? Your job. Before she could finish, Yang Tingting interrupted. Oh, Yunyao, why do you sound like a capitalist? Work? What work? I've taken a long leave already. Chu Yunyao, genuinely concerned, cautioned, but does your boss approve? Besides, your job is quite good. If you don't show up for too long, you might be replaced, and that would be a significant loss. Yang Tingting grew somewhat impatient. All right, Yunyao, I appreciate your intentions, but it's really not a big deal. If the manager doesn't want me, then I won't work there anymore. But does he dare to dismiss me? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yunyao agreed. Yang Tingting was the daughter of the deputy mayor. Not even the manager, let alone the owner of the company, would dare to dismiss her casually. Even if she does nothing, she must be generously compensated for serving as a company mascot. Whether this young lady attends work is truly inconsequential. I find myself merely worrying without cause. All right, Tingting, I am currently near the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. Where are you? I'm still at the first hospital of Jianbei, just arrived at the entrance. So, what shall we eat? Where shall we meet? Yang Tingting pondered for a moment. Naturally, we should indulge in a grand feast. Let us rendezvous at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant on Chaoyang Road. Very well. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yunyao set off in her Panamera. Upon arriving at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant and parking, Yang Tingting had been waiting for a considerable time. Yao. I'm here. Yang Tingting stood on the steps at the entrance, smiling and waving to Chu Yunyao, her arms swaying like $2 billion bills. Here I come. Here I come. Chu Yunyao approached Yang Tingting, and before speaking, she let out a yawn. Lu Tingting pouted in displeasure. Yao, what is this? Are you tired upon seeing me? How little you must desire my company. Stop it. Chu Yunyao, not wishing to engage in a verbal spar, replied curtly. It's because of you. Last night, you dragged me and Zhou Zheng to play a whole night of dodiju. You, the night owl, are not tired. But I am utterly exhausted. Zhou Zheng has to work during the day, and you've exhausted him too. Oh my. Yang Tingting widened her beautiful eyes, exclaiming dramatically, Yao. Are we still good sisters? Why do you mention Zhou Zheng in every other sentence? Your concern for him is making me jealous. Hearing Yang Tingting's words, Chu Yunyao's face flushed slightly as she gently pushed her. Tingting, what are you saying? Zhou Zheng is my husband. Naturally, I must care for him. Are you not hungry? So many words. Shall we skip the meal? No. Seeing Chu Yunyao's mock anger, Yang Tingting quickly grasped her arm in a pleading manner. Yao. I am already starving. Let us not discuss anything else and just eat, shall we? The two entered the restaurant, seeking a quiet corner to begin ordering their meal. Yang Tingting's aunt works for a foreign company, earning millions annually, thus she is quite the elite. When she returned to the country and met Yang Tingting, she gifted her a considerable amount of money as a greeting gift. Consequently, Yang Tingting now possessed an unexpected windfall. And she generously declared that she would treat for this meal, ordering a sumptuous spread of sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fin, and bird's nest. Although Chu Yunyao hailed from a wealthy family, she had severed ties with them and had to be frugal. Seeing Yang Tingting order such an extravagant array of dishes, she could not help but decline. Tingting, this is too lavish. Besides, we cannot possibly eat so much. Yang Tingting appeared indifferent. If we cannot finish, we'll pack it up to take home for Zhou Zheng. You would do that even if I didn't mention it. She then displayed an exaggerated expression. Wait, Yunyao. When did you become so frugal? Are you still the same Chu family young lady who dined in Hong Kong one evening and was feeding pigeons at Paris Square the next morning? Chuckling softly, Chu Yunyao smiled awkwardly. Tingting, I find myself financially constrained. Although Zhou Zheng provided me with 3 million to embark on a venture, I must also be prudent in my daily expenses. My current lifestyle starkly contrasts with my previous one. Yet, inexplicably, I feel quite fulfilled. Wow. Zhou Zheng bestowed upon you 3 million. He must be quite affluent. He seems to be quite a remarkable individual. Yang Tingting fixated on the sum. But how can a mere police officer possess such wealth? Where does his money originate? Chu Yunyao was reluctant to disclose Zhou Zheng's lottery winnings to Yang Tingting. All right. Enough inquiries. Let us hasten to our meal, Chu Yunyao remarked, knowing she would soon be sated. Suddenly, she recalled Zhou Zheng's suggestion for her to explore properties in a better neighborhood that afternoon, with the intention of renting an apartment if suitable. Thus, she picked up her phone to browse real estate listings online. What are you so engrossed in, Yao? Yang Tingting inquired. Having finished her meal and wiping her mouth with a napkin, Zhou Zheng suggested I rent an apartment in a more desirable area. I'm just looking up the layouts and rental prices for reference, Chu Yunyao replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting suddenly clapped her thigh. Stop searching. I have a ready solution. How about a spacious 3-bedroom apartment spanning 180 square meters at Hanlin Garden? Hanlin Garden is indeed a prestigious community in Jianbei, known for its exquisite environment, stringent security, and exceptional property management. However, the living costs and rental prices are notably high. Tingting, I had no idea you owned a property in Hanlin Garden, Chu Yunyao remarked. Yang Tingting responded, given the exorbitant prices there, how could I possibly afford to buy? The apartment belongs to my aunt. Her family of 3 resides abroad, and the place has remained vacant. This time, they entrusted me with the keys and codes, suggesting I find an opportunity to rent it out. Yao, this is fortuitous. Renting my aunt's apartment would be just perfect. Chapter 65. Is tonight the night with Zhou Zheng? Chu Yunyao hesitated slightly. The residences in Hanlin Garden were quite expensive. And naturally, the rent was no small sum. She had not prioritized renting in Hanlin Garden. However, Yang Tingting was quite enthusiastic. Yao, have you eaten enough? Once you're satisfied, let us go look at some apartments. Wait, Ting, are we renting a house for you or for me? Why does it seem like you're more eager than I am? Yang Ting chuckled shyly. To be honest, Yao, as the saying goes, no profit. No early rise. My aunt said she wouldn't take a single cent of the rent from me. She'll give it all to me. So, why wouldn't I be so invested? Besides, your family, I can trust renting to you. My aunt advised me to consider who I'm renting to. And not just anyone. A look of understanding spread across Chu Yunyao's face. However, she still wished to save some money. If the rent is too high, then we won't go to Hanlin Garden. Ting, may I ask how much the rent is? Oh my, when did Miss Chu become so particular? Yang Ting exclaimed dramatically. You used to buy things without even asking the price, always paying directly. Come on, let's self-check out the place first. We can discuss the rent later if we like it. After settling the bill, Yang Ting pulled Chu Yunyao out of the restaurant. Unable to resist, Chu Yunyao had no choice but to follow her to see the apartment. Yao, I didn't drive, are you? I am. It's parked over there. Perfect. We won't need a taxi then. You go get the car. I'll wait for you at the restaurant entrance. All right. Before long, a white Panamera rolled up, and Yang Ting opened the passenger door to get in. The car roared to life and made its way toward Hanlin Garden. Upon arriving, they parked and stepped out at the entrance of the complex. The security guard, taken aback by the sight of such stunning young women, couldn't help but stare. These two beauties were simply radiant, especially the slightly taller one. One could only wonder which fortunate man would benefit from their charm. Yang Ting waved in front of the facial recognition device, and the side gate swung open. Yao, let us go. Building 1, Unit 1, Room 1001. Reaching the first unit, Yang Ting pressed the elevator button while explaining. This unit has 2 elevators serving 2 apartments, totaling 16 floors. It's not crowded, and access is quite convenient. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 1001. Yang Ting entered the password, and the security door opened with a click. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a spacious living room of several dozen square meters, which connected to a balcony, creating an even more open atmosphere. The balcony was crafted entirely of floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing ample light to flood the room, leaving no shadows. Yao, did you notice that chandelier on the ceiling? It cost over 300,000. Over here is the kitchen, and here is the bathroom, that is the master bedroom, and this is the guest room. Yang Ting played the part of a real estate agent, guiding Chu Yunyao through the apartment while explaining each feature. Chu Yunyao smiled and remarked, Ting, I never expected your eloquence to be so remarkable. You would make a splendid real estate agent. Yang Ting waved her hand dismissively, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Helping my aunt to rent out her property, I naturally have to put in my utmost effort. Besides, all the rental income goes to me. Where else could I find such a delightful opportunity? Well then, Yao, are you satisfied? It was evident that a considerable sum had been invested in the house's decoration. Though not overly lavish, it exuded a sense of taste. Particularly striking was the fact that the home was fully equipped with appliances that bore little sign of prior use, appearing almost brand new. Chu Yunyao was, of course, exceedingly pleased and nodded her head. Ting, the house is indeed quite nice, and I am content. However, let us discuss the rent. If it is too exorbitant, I cannot afford it. Yang Ting was momentarily at a loss for words. How had the young lady of the Chu family become so frugal? Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Chu Yunyao had no money at hand and wished to avoid extravagant expenditures, thus necessitating a more economical approach. Yao, I am aware of your current difficulties. My earlier comment about collecting rent was merely in jest. If you were satisfied, just move in, and let us waive the rent. That is out of the question. Chu Yunyao promptly shook her head. Ting, while we are indeed close friends, even blood relatives must keep accounts clear. Rent must be paid. Otherwise, I would prefer to rent elsewhere. Yang Ting, unable to argue further, reluctantly agreed. Very well, then, you may pay a nominal amount. While browsing online for rental listings, Chu Yunyao had come across the rental rates for properties in Hanlin Garden. The monthly rent was approximately 50 yuan per square meter. This particular residence spanned 180 square meters, resulting in a monthly rent of 9,000 yuan. Ting, let us set the rent at 9,000 yuan a month. What? 9,000 yuan is far too much. Yang Ting immediately protested. How about this? I'll give you a discount and round it down, so you can pay 4,000. Absolutely not. Chu Yunyao was resolute, unwilling to take advantage of the 5,000 yuan discount, insisting on paying 9,000. Ting, I will transfer the money to you. Chu Yunyao took out her phone and transferred 9,000 yuan to Yang Ting. After all, securing such a property for that amount was indeed a great value. Although Yang Tingting was reluctant to accept Chu Yunyao's money, she understood that any further resistance would only irritate her friend, so she reluctantly accepted the payment. Yao Yao, the house is somewhat dusty, as my aunt's family has not lived here for quite some time. I will call a cleaning service to tidy things up. You need not worry about it. Additionally, we should visit the property management office shortly to input your information into their system for convenience. There is also a parking space available in the basement, where you can park your car. There is a parking space? Chu Yunyao thought to herself that the 9,000 yuan spent was indeed worth it. Yang Tingting truly was a wonderful sister. With the cleaning service on the way, if they acted swiftly, she would be able to settle in that very evening, and Chu Yunyao felt a sense of anticipation. Yang Tingting took out her mobile phone and called the housekeeping company that frequently cleaned her home, requesting a staff member to come over for cleaning. After finishing the call, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and with a teasing expression, she asked, Yao Yao, aren't you going to mention the rental situation to your partner, Zhou Zheng? As Chu Yunyao opened the windows to let in some fresh air, she shook her head and replied, No, I plan to surprise him tonight. What? Are you planning to use this place as a wedding suite? Do you wish to consummate your relationship with him? Yang Tingting retorted playfully. Oh, spare me. You can't possibly say something so absurd. Feigning indignation, Yang Tingting exclaimed, Oh really? How dare you call me a dog? Just wait, I'll devour you whole. With that, she lunged playfully at Chu Yunyao. Stop it, Tingting. Are you being lewd? Chu Yunyao protested. What? And you accuse me of being lewd? Why are you pinching my backside? As the two were playfully tussling, the door next door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Upon seeing her neighbor's door ajar, she stepped inside to take a look. May I ask who you are? Chu Yunyao inquired, eyeing the woman. The middle-aged lady's eyes widened upon seeing Chu Yunyao. This young lady is truly beautiful, not only stunning but also possessing grace. She would be a perfect match for my son. A smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Hello, I'm the owner of apartment 1002 next door. Is this place yours? No, I'm just a tenant, Chu Yunyao replied candidly. Oh, I see. Then we shall be neighbors. My surname is Huang. You can call me Aunt Huang. The woman introduced herself, then continued, What should I call you, dear? My name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao. What a lovely name. May I call you Yunyao from now on? Chu Yunyao felt a bit taken aback, thinking to herself that this woman was rather familiar, treating her as if they were old friends. However, choosing not to offend, she merely nodded politely. Fortunately, Aunt Huang did not linger too long. She took out her phone and began snapping pictures of the room, claiming that the decor was quite tasteful and that she might consider a similar style for her own home in the future. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunyao, every photograph Aunt Huang captured included her in the frame. All right, you two carry on with your activities. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. I live right next door. After all, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative, Aunt Huang said, turning to exit with a sense of triumph swelling within her. Once inside her own home and shutting the door, she exuberantly called out, Son, your mother has found you a girlfriend. Chapter 66 The entanglement between the mother and son. Next door in room 1002 resides the esteemed Huang Shufan, a widow who has single-handedly raised her son, Lin Hao, after the untimely demise of her husband. Lin Hao, a diligent and ambitious young man, has consistently excelled in his studies, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious 211 university. His academic journey led him abroad, where he developed a gaming software that was subsequently acquired by a company, netting him over 20 million yuan. Reflecting on his mother's solitary existence back home, the dutiful son returned to China, laden with wealth, and purchased an extravagant residence in the heart of the city at Hanlin Garden. Huang Shufan beams with pride for such an accomplished son, her greatest aspiration being for Lin Hao to find a beautiful partner and marry, ideally to present her with a grandchild within the year. However, Lin Hao's standards are exceedingly high, despite Huang Shufan's efforts to introduce him to numerous young women. None have captured his interest, leaving him still unattached. Huang Shufan, now somewhat obsessed with the idea of a daughter-in-law, cannot resist the urge to encourage any appealing young woman she encounters to pursue a relationship with her son. On this occasion, fate intervened when she chanced upon Chu Yunyao. At first glance, Huang Shufan was utterly captivated. Chu Yunyao's stature, appearance, physique, and poise were nothing short of extraordinary. Huang Shufan's heart leaped with the thought that her son would surely be enamored with Chu Yunyao. Elated, she rushed home, calling out to Lin Hao as she entered, I have found you a girlfriend. At that moment, Lin Hao was shirtless, clad only in athletic shorts, diligently performing bench presses on the Smith machine. Though he was a scholar, his true passion lay in fitness and martial arts. Now that he enjoyed financial freedom, he devoted more time to training. His rigorous regimen resulting in a well-defined physique. "Son, are you listening to me?" Huang Shufan inquired, approaching him. Lin Hao remained silent, focusing intently on lifting the weights. His mother, consumed by her desire to see him married, had become almost obsessive, introducing him to any girl she could find. Lin Hao, weary of the relentless matchmaking, had grown indifferent to his mother's suggestions. "Stop your workout for a moment." Huang Shufan feigned annoyance, tapping the Smith machine. Reluctantly, Lin Hao paused, racked the weights, and sat up, exasperated. "All right, Mom, what girl do you have in mind this time? Just so you know, if she is not my type, I want to meet her." "Oh, you cheeky boy." Huang Shufan gazed fondly at him. "This time, I guarantee you will be pleased." With that, she retrieved her phone, displaying a photo she had just taken. "Son, take a look. What do you think?" Lin Hao accepted the phone and glanced at the image, suddenly captivated. The girl in the photograph donned a sleek black office outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her fair complexion and delicate features were striking, reminiscent of morning dew, pure and crystalline. Most notably, her ethereal grace stirred something within Lin Hao, igniting a yearning in his heart. This was the embodiment of his ideal partner. Lin Hao was immediately intrigued and eagerly inquired, "Mom, who is that girl? Where did you meet her? What does she do? How old is she?" Observing her son's impatience, Huang Shufan chuckled. "Oh, you little rascal, you two have moments of urgency? Mom, please just tell me." Huang Shufan replied, "This girl is named Chu Yunyao. She is our new neighbor who just moved in next door. I happened to run into her while I was out buying groceries. I don't know much else about her yet, but my son, this is fate. You must seize this opportunity." Lin Hao's face fell with disappointment. "Mom, you mean you don't even know her? You have no idea about her situation. She looks extraordinary. I wonder if she would even be interested in me?" Huang Shufan encouraged him. "Son, where has your confidence gone when it comes to dating? We have a house and an Audi. You are handsome and accomplished. She is likely just an ordinary girl who happens to be attractive. If she were truly wealthy, she wouldn't be renting. Be confident, my son. It's us who might not find her suitable, not the other way around." Lin Hao reflected on this, realizing that he was indeed exceptional, having surpassed most of his peers, and he had no reason to feel inferior. "Son, that girl has just rented her place and probably needs to clean up before moving in. Why don't you tidy yourself up? And I will take you over to lend a hand and get her contact information. That way, you'll be acquainted. In the evening, invite her out for dinner at a fancy restaurant like Fisherman's Wharf. Drive our A6. Most girls appreciate a touch of luxury, and you'll surely win her over." Huang Shufan continued to offer her son advice, all in the hopes of holding her grandson soon. Lin Hao could hardly contain his excitement to meet Chu Yunyao. He first took a shower, then donned a shirt and suit. It was important to dress formally for a first encounter as a sign of respect. He put on his Rolex Datejust watch, feeling good about his appearance as he checked himself in the mirror, ready to depart. "My son is truly handsome." Huang Shufan praised him, leading him out the door. The door to room 1001 was wide open, and several uniformed cleaners were busily at work. Chu Yunyao and Ludingting stood on the balcony, pointing at something in the distance while chatting. Huang Shufan, with her son in tow, entered without reservation, calling out, "Yunyao, Annie is here again." Chu Yunyao and Ludingting turned simultaneously. Lin Hao felt a stirring in his heart. Both girls were beautiful, but his preference clearly leaned towards Chu Yunyao, who stood out even more. "Hello, Auntie. Is there something you need?" Chu Yunyao inquired politely. "Oh, nothing much. We are neighbors now, and I wanted to introduce my son to you." Huang Shufan turned to Lin Hao. "Who is this lovely lady?" "Oh, this is my friend Ludingting," Chu Yunyao replied. Huang Shufan dismissed Ludingting, focusing solely on her objective, and beckoned Lin Hao. "Son, come here. Allow me to introduce my son." Lin Hao, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, who has returned from Australia. The house next door is one he purchased outright. "My son is exceptionally accomplished and has already attained financial independence. Yunyao, I hope you two can become acquainted." Chu Yunyao, initially perplexed, began to comprehend the ulterior motives of the overly familiar Aunt Huang. "Hello, I am Lin Hao. It is a pleasure to meet you. We shall be neighbors." "So I look forward to your kindness," he said, extending his right hand. He deliberately wore his Rolex Datejust on his right wrist, ensuring that it would be prominently visible during their handshake. However, Chu Yunyao disregarded the Rolex and did not reciprocate the handshake. Frowning slightly, she offered a perfunctory greeting. "Hello." Then, turning to Yang Tingting, she said, "Tingting, I suddenly remembered that I need to purchase some daily necessities. Shall we go?" The two women ignored Huang Shufan and Lin Hao, turning to exit. Huang Shufan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hao, who quickly remarked, "Ladies, where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Chapter 67. A surprise for you. Lin Hao obstructed the path of the two ladies like a persistent adhesive plaster, shaking the Audi car keys in his hand. "Well," Yang Tingting feigned an exaggerated expression, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "For rings? Audi keys?" Lin Hao nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "See? Women are indeed materialistic. The sight of 4 rings makes their eyes sparkle." He waved his hand, attempting to adopt a nonchalant demeanor. However, Yang Tingting interjected, "I wonder if the handsome guy drives an A8 or an R8. Lin Hao's face flushed crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless. His vehicle was neither an A8 nor an R8, but rather an A6, a model that paled in comparison to the two she mentioned. "What's the matter? Lost your tongue?" If it were a car beneath the A6, then that would be understandable. But if the handsome gentleman seeks to flaunt his wealth to pursue my dear Yao Yao, he certainly needs further refinement, Yang Tingting thoughtlessly remarked, holding no affection for Lin Hao whatsoever. The mother-daughter duo had approached solely to engage with Chu Yunyao, leaving him neglected and inciting her indignation. Yang Tingting's heart brimming with resentment, she could not help but utter a couple of jibes. Chu Yunyao, wishing to avoid conflict with her newly acquainted neighbors, particularly sought to distance herself from Lin Hao. It was evident what the intentions of this mother and daughter were, and she felt a strong aversion in her heart. She gently tugged at Yang Tingting's arm. "All right, Tingting, let us leave." Yang Tingting turned to the leading middle-aged cleaning lady and instructed, "Aunt Li, please close the door after we leave, and don't let just anyone in." "Understood, Miss Yang." The implication was clear. She wished for Huang Shufan and her son to vacate the premises. Huang Shufan and her son felt awkward as they watched the two depart, prompting them to exit the room as well. "Mom, I sense no hope. That girl, Chu Yunyao, didn't he even glance my way?" the son lamented. Huang Shufan, equally frustrated, reflected that typically, girls introduced by matchmakers would be warm and cordial, addressing her as aunt with great enthusiasm. She had never experienced such coldness before. "Son, don't lose heart. I believe they are merely putting on an act. What are the A6? Can they afford it? Besides, you are so outstanding. No girl could remain indifferent. Chu Yunyao might just be shy in front of her friends. Quickly go downstairs to fetch the car and wait for them at the community entrance. I have a feeling that Chu Yunyao will reluctantly accept your invitation." "All right, I shall give it a try," Lin Hao replied, taking the elevator down and jogging to retrieve his car. He drove his Audi A6 to the community entrance, and indeed, he arrived just in time. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for a taxi. Lin Hao, suddenly brimming with confidence, pressed the accelerator to approach. "Ladies." However, Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting crossed the pedestrian lane and boarded a white Palame coupe, departing swiftly. Lin Hao was left utterly astonished, his enthusiasm deflated in an instant. It is rather amusing how he flaunted his wealth with the Audi A6, completely oblivious to the fact that a beautiful woman beside him was driving a Panamera, leaving him feeling like a mere jester, utterly humiliated. Inside the Panamera, Yang Tingting jested while driving, "Yao Yao, that mother and son next door seem to have ulterior motives towards you. That fellow named Lin Hao isn't bad looking, and he just purchased a property in Hanlin Garden. Have you considered him? Haha. Enough of that. Tingting, how can you make such jokes? I am Zhou Zheng's wife. Please refrain from making such comments in the future." Chu Yunyao furrowed her brow, an expression of indignation crossing her face. Were it not for Yang Tingting driving, she might have unleashed a flurry of punches. Noticing Chu Yunyao's displeasure, Yang Tingting quickly responded, "Oh, come on, Yao Yao, why are you so sensitive? I was just joking. That mother and son, truth be told, even I wouldn't look at them. Flaunting wealth with an Audi A6 is simply laughable. All right, let us not dwell on them." The sunlight was rather blinding, prompting Yang Tingting to don her sunglasses. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she exclaimed, "By the way, Yunyao, how is the medicinal wine coming along? My grandfather has been pestering me, saying he is running low on it, and if he can't get a refill, he might just perish from it. I am truly at my wit's end." Chu Yunyao's expression darkened. Yang Tingting had become increasingly unrestrained in her speech, shedding any semblance of ladylike demeanor. However, knowing her true nature, it was understandable. Her refined image was merely a fade. The medicinal wine is progressing as planned. It has been steeping, and in 2 days, it will be ready. It should suffice for the old gentleman. That's good to hear. Yang Tingting continued, "These days, my grandfather has been frequently calling his old companions, boasting about a miraculous medicinal wine that is particularly beneficial for health, even suitable for those with heart conditions. In a couple of days, during his 70th birthday celebration, he intends to let his old buddies sample it. Yao, my grandfather has already made quite the claim. So please ensure he doesn't spill the beans, or he will certainly come after me with questions. Rest assured, Ting Ting, I have prepared 200 pounds of the first batch, and it will be ready on time. While driving, Yang Ting Ting nodded. Yes. Yao, on the old gentleman's birthday, you and Zhou Zheng should join us. Let us make it a lively affair. Should we really attend? Chu Yunyao hesitated. What's inappropriate about it? Zhou Zheng saved my grandfather's life. He has long wanted to find an opportunity to express his gratitude. Inviting you both was a specific request from him. He also wishes to introduce Zhou Zheng to his old friends. Although those old men have long retired, they were once leaders within the system, and their descendants are now in various positions of authority. I believe this is also a way for my grandfather to show appreciation to Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao understood. Her grandfather was leveraging his birthday as an opportunity to widen Zhou Zheng's network through his own resources, facilitating a smoother path for Zhou Zheng in the future. Naturally, Chu Yunyao would not refuse anything beneficial for Zhou Zheng's prospects. All right, Ting Ting, please convey a message to the old gentleman. I assure you that Zhou Zheng and I will be punctual. Excellent. This way, I can fulfill my obligations. Yang Ting Ting let out a sigh of relief and inquired, Yunyao, what did you summon me for? Just some daily necessities and bedding items. If all goes smoothly today, Zhou Zheng and I will be able to settle into Hanlin Courtyard tonight. Oh. Yang Ting Ting murmured softly, a twinge of melancholy stirring within her for reasons unknown. As night descended, the streets illuminated with vibrant lights. After convening with Lu Jianjun in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng patrolled Chaoyang Road briefly, but everything appeared normal. Time's up, Xiao Shou. Let's call it a day. Lu Jianjun stretched his sore legs and beckoned Zhou Zheng to get into the car heading back to the police station. Zhou Zheng felt somewhat unfulfilled. Where were the rogues? The thieves? Why had none emerged? Shaking his head, he opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Lu Jianjun pressed the accelerator, and the police vehicle made its way towards the Qiaobei police station. On the journey, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Yunyao. He answered the call. Hello, Yunyao. From the receiver, Chu Yunyao's voice resonated with a blend of exhaustion and excitement. Zhou Zheng. Have you finished your shift yet? I'm about to wrap up, Yunyao. Where are you? At home. No. Zhou Zheng. I'm heading to Qiaobei police station to pick you up. I have a surprise for you. Chapter 68. A star soon to adorn my shoulder. Hey, Yunyao. What surprise do you have for me? Zhou Zheng inquired, bewildered. However, the only response from the phone was a busy signal. Chu Yunyao had already ended the call. Zhou Zheng shook his head, perplexed by Yunyao's mysterious demeanor. What's up? Did your sister-in-law call to check on you? Lu Jianjun, driving alongside him, teased. Master. It's not that serious, Zhou Zheng chuckled. Yunyao asked when I would finish work. She wants to pick me up at the police station and mentioned she has a surprise for me. I can't quite fathom what she is hinting at. A surprise? Lu Jianjun remarked with envy. You young folks really know how to have fun, always managing to create a bit of romance and excitement in life. Unlike us, who find ourselves in midlife with parents to care for and children to raise, burdened by the weight of daily life, where surprises are a rarity. Just the other day, I received a modest bonus and thought to suggest a romantic dinner and a movie to your sister-in-law. She shot me a look and said, what romance? Slow down on that. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He had merely expressed a few words, yet his master's reaction was quite pronounced. It seemed that the inevitabilities of midlife were not limited to merely steeping goji berries in thermoses. The pressures of life, the responsibilities of family, compounded by a rigid routine, had shattered the idyllic visions of life that once danced in their minds before marriage. There were no surprises, no romance, and certainly no smiles from fate, only the mundane trifles of daily existence and the entanglements of endless worries. Zhou Zheng found himself reflecting on his marriage with Chu Yunyao. After 3 years, whether they would ultimately be together remained an enigma. Nevertheless, he held a firm confidence. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Xiao Zhou, why the silence? Missing your sister-in-law? Lu Jianjun jested, accelerating as they approached the Qiaobei police station. In no time, they arrived at the station's entrance, where the day's work had come to a close. Officers were changing out of their uniforms, heading home in succession. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun disembarked, completed the handover of duties in the main office, and donned their civilian attire, preparing to leave for the day. Zhou Zheng stood at the entrance, awaiting Chu Yunyao's arrival. Officers passing by greeted him warmly, as he had recently apprehended an A-list fugitive, earning commendations and becoming somewhat of a local celebrity at Qiaobei. One female officer, blushing, even extended an invitation for dinner, which Zhou Zheng politely declined. Xiao, why aren't you heading home after work? Hao Aigua suddenly appeared before him. Director, I'm waiting for someone, Zhou Zheng replied. Hao Aigua, with a smile, asked, who are you waiting for? Surely not your sister-in-law? Director, you were right, Zhou Zheng said. As Hao Aigua gave him a thumbs up. Xiao, you're quite impressive. Having your sister-in-law personally pick you up from work, that's quite a privilege. Among all the male colleagues at the Chiobei station, you were the first. Zhou Zheng smiled shyly, deliberately boasting, she insisted on picking me up. I couldn't possibly dampen her enthusiasm, could I? Hao Aigua lightly thumped his shoulder. You rascal, enjoying the benefits while pretending to be humble. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, Ma Ermao and Wang Chang have already been handed over to Old Wan from the narcotics team. Zhou Zheng nodded. Although he had known this for some time, hearing it again inevitably stirred some disappointment. Yes, my mentor mentioned it to me this afternoon. Hao Aigua, sensing Zhou Zheng's disheartenment, patted his back reassuringly. Xiao, I understand you were hoping to use Wang Chang as a breakthrough to catch his superiors. But as the station chief, I must also consider the safety of our comrades. Take today's arrest of Wang Chang, for instance. It was exceedingly perilous. I know you're often fortunate, managing to turn calamity into safety, but what if luck doesn't favor you one day? You're still young. With plenty of opportunities to achieve merit, it's not necessary to snatch cases from other departments. Zhou Zheng lifted his head and smiled at Zhang Aigua. Chief, I understand. That's good to hear. Hao Aigua nodded. I've reported the arrest of Wang Chang to Director Ma. The commendation should be issued shortly, likely a third-class merit. In just a few days, to receive one first-class and one third-class merit is indeed a rare achievement in our police station. And even across the entire city's police force. At this rate, earning the title of one of the top 10 outstanding police officers in the nation is not an unattainable dream. Xiao, I foresee another star will soon adorn your shoulder. Hao Aigua's words surprised Zhou Zheng. He had just been promoted from a trainee officer to a third-level sergeant. And typically, advancing to a second-level sergeant would take 3 years. The fact that Hao Aigua could say this suggested he might be considered for an exceptional promotion, indicating that he had been identified as a key candidate for development. This was precisely what Zhou Zheng desired. His goal was to ascend to the rank of police supervisor within 3 years. Without notable achievements or exceptional promotions, that would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Zhou Zheng's spirits lifted considerably. He earnestly declared, Chief, I will continue to strive towards the goal of becoming one of the top 10 outstanding young police officers in the nation. Very well. Your determination is commendable. And it shows that the higher-ups have not misjudged you. I must take my leave now. Just as Hao Aigua was about to turn away, a white Panamera rolled up. Its striking design immediately captured the attention of Hao Aigua and several off-duty officers. As the Panamera halted, the driver's side window slowly descended, revealing the stunning face of Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng greeted him, her radiant smile captivating everyone in the vicinity. Who is this enchanting beauty driving the Panamera? She is truly beautiful. I did not notice, but she is greeting Xiao. I suspect she is Zhou Zheng's girlfriend. No wonder the police flower from the household registration department, Xiao, took the initiative to invite Zhou Zheng to dinner, only to be declined. It turns out Zhou Zheng has such a beautiful and affluent girlfriend. Xiao is not only outstanding in his work, earning commendations and rewards, but he is also blessed with such romantic fortune, truly a winner in life. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Zheng took a couple of steps forward, waving to Chu Yunyao, signaling her to get out of the car. Hao Aigua had not yet left. He had never met Chu Yunyao, so it would be remiss not to introduce them. Chu Yunyao understood, unfastened her seatbelt, and opened the door to step out. Although surrounded by off-duty officers, she was not at all shy, confidently approaching Zhou Zheng's side. Standing together, they appeared remarkably well-matched in both height and appearance. The onlookers could not help but conjure the phrase golden boy and jade girl in their minds. Several readers have privately messaged the author, hoping for additional chapters. While the book's performance is average and additional chapters do not yield significant profit, the author also needs to make a living. However, the author feels reluctant to decline the reader's generous gifts, as earning money is not easy for anyone. After much contemplation, the author has decided that if the number of free gifts reaches 1,000, an additional chapter will be added. To encourage more gifts, readers can click the prompt button, which leads to the gift section. By selecting support with love and watching advertisements, each account can do this 3 times a day. And the author will tally and announce the results daily. Chapter 69. This is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Allow me to introduce you to Director Hao of the Qiaobei Police Station, Zhou Zheng announced. He then turned to Hao Aigua, saying, Director, this is my wife. Chu Yunyao. Hao Aigua, aware that Zhou Zheng had married, was not particularly surprised. However, the surrounding officers were taken aback by the revelation. What? His wife? When did Zhou Zheng get married? I had no idea he even had a girlfriend. Wow, I can't believe Xiaoshou has already tied the knot. And his wife is a stunning heiress. He certainly kept that under wraps. Oh, how enviable. Why don't I have such good fortune? The murmurs among the officers were quite audible, and Chu Yunyao caught snippets of their chatter. Nevertheless, she remained composed, greeting Hao Aigua with a warm smile. Hello. Director Hao. Hao Aigua was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, is this truly Zhou Zheng's wife, the esteemed daughter of the Chu family? She was indeed beautiful, radiating an extraordinary charm. Zhou Zheng was indeed fortunate. After a brief moment of surprise, he responded with a hearty smile, Sister-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Hao Aigua. Chu Yunyao smiled gently, her expression radiant. Director Hao, I have often heard Zhou Zheng speak highly of you. He mentioned that the two people who have treated him best at the station are his mentor, Lu Jianjun, and you. I must express my gratitude on his behalf for your care and attention. Is that so? Hao Aigua's face creased with delight. Although he recognized that her words were somewhat embellished, receiving thanks from the daughter of the Chu family was still gratifying. Oh, not at all. As the director, it is my duty to look after Zhou. He is an excellent officer, truly outstanding in every aspect, and has even received first-class honors. The leaders at the bureau hold him in high regard. His future is indeed promising. Hao Aigua took the opportunity to praise Zhou Zheng, both to elevate his standing and to ensure he made a good impression on Chu Yunyao. Given the stature of the Chu family, he sensed that she commanded considerable presence, and he was concerned that Zhou Zheng might struggle to meet her expectations. By the way, sister-in-law, I've heard you are starting a business? Hao Aigua inquired, employing the familiar conversational techniques often used by leaders when engaging with officers' families. Yes, Director Hao. I am venturing into the medicinal wine business. Medicinal wine? Yes, a special recipe with remarkable health benefits that strengthens the body and promotes wellness. In a couple of days, when the new batch is ready, I will ask Zhou Zheng to bring you a couple of bottles to try. That sounds wonderful. At my age, my health is declining day by day. If your medicinal wine proves effective, I shall become your loyal customer. The two continued their pleasant conversation, drawing closer in rapport. Hao Aigua waved his hand dismissively. As the hour grew late, it seemed prudent not to delay the young couple any further. You should head home now. Farewell, Director. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved as they prepared to depart. Suddenly, the officers observing began to tease. Xiaoshou, how could you be so ungrateful? Such a significant occasion as your marriage, and you didn't even inform your colleagues at the station. Indeed, we could spare a few hundred for a gift. Why weren't we notified? Zhou Zheng, this is quite excessive, not inviting us to the banquet or even offering a piece of wedding candy. The jesting grew more spirited. Though it was all in good fun, a mere playful ribbing of Zhou Zheng. Seeing Zhou Zheng's discomfort, Hao Aigua's expression darkened. What is all this? A raucous commotion? Are you also reluctant to head home? If you wish to stay, then feel free to volunteer for overtime at the station. The crowd quickly quieted down. Hee, Director. We were just amusing ourselves with Xiaoshou. No need to take it so seriously. We're leaving now, truly. At that moment, Chu Yunyao stepped forward. A woman of stature from the prominent Chu family of Qiaobei, well-versed in handling such situations with grace. Greetings, everyone. I am Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng's wife. In truth, we did not hold a ceremony for our marriage. We had agreed to inform everyone when we formally celebrate. Nevertheless, we acknowledge our oversight. And I have come today to distribute wedding candies. Really? How splendid. The crowd's spirits lifted immediately. Wedding candies, though not particularly precious, were a delightful token. And everyone was eager to partake in the joy. Chu Yunyao opened the rear door of the Palamara and retrieved a large bag of red-wrapped candies, estimating it to weigh at least 10 pounds. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. How had Yunyao acquired so many candies? Had she planned this all along? Hao Aigua was equally astonished, noting that Chu Yunyao had only intended to pick up Zhou Zheng and had not originally planned to distribute candies. Otherwise, she would have done so right away. Moreover, the candies were hastily gathered in a large bag, lacking the customary small red pouches, clearly a last-minute decision. He couldn't help but admire Chu Yunyao's quick thinking. Truly, as the daughter of the Chu family in Qiaobei, she was resourceful and conducted herself with an ease that left no room for criticism. Chu Yunyao handed the bag of candies to Hao Aigua. Director Hao, Zhou Zheng and I have other matters to attend to. Could you kindly assist in distributing these candies? Of course, no problem. You two go on with your business. Haiguo accepted the large bag of candies and began to hand them out, eliciting cheers and excitement from the gathered crowd. Chu Yunyao gestured for Zhou Zheng to enter the vehicle, opening the driver's door and taking her seat. Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door, ready to climb in. When he was met by the gaze of a long-haired beauty, her large eyes fixed on him. It was none other than Yang Tingting. "Oh my, Yang Tingting," Zhou Zheng exclaimed, taken aback by her unexpected presence in the car. Yang Tingting's cheeks flushed, silently questioning his audacity, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Merely casting him a sidelong glance. "Surprised to see me?" Zhou Zheng promptly closed the door and settled into the back seat. Chu Yunyao started the Panamera. Honked the horn to bid farewell to the others. Inside the car, Zhou Zheng inquired, "Wait, Yang Tingting, have you been in the car the whole time?" Yang Tingting replied with annoyance, "Yes, I came along with your Yao Yao to pick you up from work. Who would have thought that I would suffer losses on both ends? The large bag of candy I just bought has been commandeered by your wife." It turned out that the celebratory candies Chu Yunyao distributed to the police officers at Xiaobei were originally meant for her grandfather's birthday, and she cleverly repurposed them as wedding treats. Upon learning the situation, Zhou Zheng said, "Yang Tingting, let me buy you another bag of candy." Yang Tingting waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I'm close friends with Yunyao. A bag of candy is no big deal. I'll just buy another one tomorrow." "Zhou Zheng, I helped you out and got you out of a tight spot. How do you intend to thank me?" Chapter 70. Are you hungry? Yang Tingting half-jokingly suggested that Zhou Zheng should express his gratitude to her. Zhou Zheng took it seriously and asked, "Yang Tingting, how should I thank you?" Yang Tingting rolled her eyes at him, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Figure it out yourself. Do I really need to teach you this?" She then proposed, "How about I, along with Yunyao, treat you to a lavish meal?" Having achieved a first-class merit, with the bounty and rewards from the Municipal Bureau totaling a substantial 12,000. Zhou Zheng felt a bit more confident. Moreover, he specifically mentioned inviting Yang Tingting alongside Chu Yunyao, which pleased Chu Yunyao upon hearing it. "Go on. What do you wish to eat? Today, you can sharpen your knife and feast upon me." Zhou Zheng exclaimed. "You're being overly dramatic, Zhou Zheng. I certainly don't need you to treat me to a grand meal. I'm quite tired of the food from restaurants. Yunyao mentioned your culinary skills are quite commendable. So why not host me at your home?" Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao, with her brows slightly furrowed as she drove, interjected, "Tingting, let us dine out instead. Zhou Zheng hardly rested last night and has worked all day today. Let us not burden him with cooking at home." Upon hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yang Tingting reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, "Yao Yao, you truly forget your friends in the presence of a handsome face. I merely wish to savor Zhou Zheng's cooking, and you are concerned about tiring out your little son-in-law? I have spent the entire day accompanying you to view houses, helping you move, and shopping." Chu Yunyao shot a glance at Yang Tingting. "You cheeky girl. Your mouth is rather swift. I intended to surprise Zhou Zheng, but now that you've spilled the beans, it's all ruined." Realizing her fault, Yang Tingting playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue, instantly retreating. "What? Moving houses?" Zhou Zheng inquired, perplexed. "Yunyao, what do you mean by that?" Originally, Chu Yunyao had planned to lead Zhou Zheng to their new home as a surprise. Seeing no way to keep it a secret any longer, she explained, "Zhou Zheng, I have rented an apartment in Hanin Garden. I moved all the usable items from my previous rental there without consulting you, intending to surprise you. But alas, it was revealed by Tingting." "Really?" Zhou Zheng responded with delight, as he had long wished to rent an apartment in a more upscale neighborhood. His current rental was quite shabby. Although Chu Yunyao did not mind, he felt somewhat guilty. Hanin Garden is considered a prestigious community in Xiaobei, offering significantly better surroundings and facilities. Hanin Garden, that's a splendid choice. Yunyao, you have an excellent eye. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao realized a potential issue. The rented apartment was quite large, a 3-bedroom unit, while there were only the two of them. "Zhou Zheng, I rented a 3-bedroom apartment for 9,000 a month. Isn't that a bit excessive? It seems a bit much for just the two of us." "Not at all. Not at all." Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "Yunyao, a 3-bedroom apartment is just perfect, in case you have relatives or friends visiting. The spare bedroom can serve as a guest room. Furthermore, when we have children in the future, a 3-bedroom layout will be just right. If we have 2 children, it might not suffice." Zhou Zheng's last remark was purely jesting. If the two truly come together in 3 years, perhaps they would have already purchased a home of their own. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao's fair complexion flushed with 2 shades of crimson. "Who said anything about children? Nonsense. Tingting is still around. Just moments ago, she had been effortlessly conversing with the director and a group of officers at the stations. But now she had switched to the demeanor of a shy young girl. Yang Tingting, standing nearby, felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. While it was one thing to show affection, discussing having children, did these two possess no sense of propriety? She retorted with annoyance. Are you aware that I'm in the car? No matter. I'm merely a piece of air. You might as well pretend I'm invisible. Zhou Zheng chuckled awkwardly, eager to change the subject. Today marks the first day in our new home. This evening's meal must be enjoyed here. I shall showcase my culinary skills. Yang Tingting. You must eat and drink well. Yang Tingting felt a slight balancing of her emotions. Now that's more like it. Zhou Zheng, you must make a good impression. If you wish to capture Yao Yao's heart, you must first win over her appetite. I should mention that Yao Yao is quite the foodie, and I shall benefit from it too. Chu Yunyao shot Yang Tingting a glance. You troublesome Tingting, you're at it again. Yang Tingting chuckled. Yao Yao. Tonight we shall indulge until we're inebriated. I wonder how well your Zhou Zheng can hold his liquor. Comrade Zhou, as it's your first time hosting me, you must ensure I am well entertained. The wine must be exceptional, or I shall leave you a poor review. Chu Yunyao subtly hinted to Zhou Zheng. Tingting can handle a whole kilogram of liquor. Who could possibly keep up with her? Perhaps it's best to forego the drinking altogether? Zhou Zheng's interest was piqued. Tingting can drink that much? I can barely manage 3 taels myself. It seems I must avoid a drinking contest with her tonight. Yunyao. A little drinking one tea hurt. Just don't overdo it, Zhou Zheng advised. Yang Tingting felt triumphant, finally having gained the upper hand, and proudly proclaimed, TCH. Look at the lack of courage from you two. You're afraid even before drinking. The trio bantered merrily as they arrived at the Hanlin Garden community. Chu Yunyao parked the car in the underground garage and first took Zhou Zheng to the property management for entry identification before leading him to the door of their newly rented apartment. She entered the password. Ding, click. The security door opened in response. Chu Yunyao switched on the living room lights, and instantly, the chandelier emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating the living room as if it were broad daylight. Chu Yunyao inquired, Zhou Zheng, what do you think of this apartment? Zhou Zheng glanced around with fleeting interest. Not bad, not bad. To be truthful, this apartment is indeed commendable. It is well ventilated, and the decor is understated yet sophisticated. Indeed. The upscale apartment surpasses the rental accommodation he previously inhabited by a considerable margin. In one corner of a bedroom rests the leather suitcase bequeathed by Grandpa Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng nodded, realizing that Chu Yunyao had indeed taken great care, not neglecting to place her most cherished possession in her own room. Yunyao, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, and you, Yang Tingting, have also worked hard. Now, it is time for me to showcase my culinary skills. Please, ladies, bear with me for a moment. A warm meal will soon be ready. Zhou Zheng removed his outer coat and stepped into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and bright, impeccably clean, with various utensils meticulously arranged. Upon opening the double-door refrigerator, he found it stocked to the brim with vegetables, meats, and fish. Zhou Zheng nodded in approval. This truly felt like living well. At that moment, Chu Yunyao entered, expressing her concern. Zhou Zheng, you've worked diligently all day. Are you hungry? Perhaps you'd like to have something to eat now? Chapter 71. I have indulged in countless cups. How shall you respond, my dear? Chu Yunyao entered the kitchen to check on Zhou Zheng, concerned for his well-being and wishing to ensure he wasn't tea-hungry. She suggested preparing a meal for him. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of warmth at her words, playfully teasing her. What kind of noodles are we having? Chu Yunyao blinked her beautiful eyes, replying, just the usual hot soup noodles. I'm not adept at anything more complex. By the way, Tingting and I packed some seafood from the Fisherman's Wharf seafood restaurant for lunch, including a few abalones and sea cucumbers. That could make for a delightful seafood noodle dish. Zhou Zheng chuckled, finding Chu Yunyao's occasional silliness utterly charming. Gazing at her lovely face, he said, Yunyao, thank you. But I'm not hungry at the moment. Let us save your seafood noodles for another time. Now, why don't you go and keep Tingting company? I need to start cooking. Chu Yunyao remained where she was, showing no intention of leaving to join Tingting. She was far too familiar with that girl and felt no need to treat her as a guest. How about we cook together instead? You've mentioned before that a man and a woman working together makes the task less tiresome and more efficient. This way, it's not only enjoyable but also productive. With Chu Yunyao by his side, Zhou Zheng had little room to decline. Cooking together could strengthen their bond, and amidst their interaction, there was a chance for her to earn a star reward. It seemed a win-win situation. All right, Yunyao, let us cook together, and you shall be my assistant. Chu Yunyao, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of cooking, readily agreed to assist. Zhou Zheng surveyed the ingredients in the refrigerator and quickly devised a menu. Braised pork. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, oyster sauce lettuce, kung pao chicken, and a duck blood vermicelli soup, 6 dishes and 1 soup. Which would surely be too much for 3 people. They would need to prepare smaller portions. Without further ado, Zhou Zheng donned an apron and rolled up his sleeves. Yunyao, please wash the lettuce and tear it into large pieces for later use. Also, clean the carrots and bell peppers and peel the potatoes after giving her instructions. He retrieved a piece of marbled pork belly from the refrigerator and began to prepare the braised pork. He heated the pot, scorching the skin of the meat until it turned a dark, crisp hue. Then meticulously cleaned the skin before cutting the meat into 4-centimeter cubes and rinsing them with warm water. Next, he boiled water with a blend of star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried tangerine peel to create a fragrant broth. He then caramelized sugar in the pot, adding the pork and aromatics, and once the meat changed color, he incorporated soy sauce, cooking wine, and the prepared broth, followed by a touch of honey and salt. Covering the pot, he simmered it over high heat for 10 minutes, adding a splash of fragrant vinegar and chicken essence before reducing the heat. By this time, Chu Yunyao had completed all her tasks. She had never prepared so many ingredients at once, and beads of sweat glistened on her brow. Zhou Zheng turned around and, taking a paper towel from the box, gently wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Though it was his first time assisting Chu Yunyao in this manner, the gesture felt as natural as if he had done it 1,000 times before, executed with an ease and familiarity that surprised even him. Chu Yunyao's face flushed slightly, her heart fluttering with a blend of shyness and a touch of sweetness. Yunyao, you must be tired. Let me handle the rest. You should go to the living room and rest for a while. However, Chu Yunyao shook her head. I'm not tired. Watching you cook is a pleasure in itself. I would also like to learn from you, so I can make it myself whenever I crave it in the future. Very well. Zhou Zheng did not press further and continued to chop vegetables and meat. He was eager to showcase his culinary skills before Chu Yunyao, employing his finest techniques. The shredded potatoes were sliced uniformly, each piece perfectly even, demonstrating his finesse. Chu Yunyao observed Zhou Zheng's deft movements and striking profile, realizing that a man who could cook was indeed attractive. As the braised pork simmered in the pot for an extended period, it underwent a transformative process, and soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it smells amazing, Chu Yunyao exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Zhou Zheng nodded. He had learned this particular method of making braised pork from a renowned Shandong chef through a video and had practiced it numerous times, never once failing. His confidence was unwavering. Once he finished preparing a few dishes, the duck blood vermicelli soup was ready, and the braised pork was cooked to perfection. Lifting the lid to reduce the sauce, an indescribably delicious fragrance enveloped the entire kitchen. Yunyao, would you like to taste it first? Yes. Unable to contain herself, Chu Yunyao disregarded her ladle-like demeanor and grabbed a spoon with eagerness. Unceremoniously, she scooped up a gleaming piece of braised pork, trembling slightly as she took a small bite. The pork melted in her mouth, releasing a rich, meaty flavor that delighted her palate and uplifted her spirits. Most importantly, the balance of savory and slightly sweet, with a hint of subtle acidity, made it utterly irresistible. This is so delicious. As a wealthy heiress, Chu Yunyao had tasted many delicacies. Yet this was her first experience of such exquisite braised pork, absolutely divine. Zhou Zheng, you must try a bite. Good things are meant to be shared, after all. Which only amplifies the joy. She offered the remaining piece of braised pork on her spoon to Zhou Zheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a bite, confirming the familiar delightful taste that never failed to please. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao blushed, realizing that feeding him the pork she had already tasted felt akin to an indirect kiss. Especially as Zhou Zheng licked the spoon. What are you two up to? Yang Tingting unexpectedly appeared in the kitchen, drawn by the enticing aroma. Her stomach had been growling with hunger, and the rich fragrance intensified her appetite. Upon entering, she spotted Chu Yunyao feeding Zhou Zheng, both of them seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. Oh, I see. I was wondering why it was taking so long to serve dinner. Turns out you two have been sneaking bites in the kitchen, she exclaimed. You're enjoying it so much, and I'm here starving. Do you have no conscience? Honestly, Yang Tingting continued to chide Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng for hiding away in the kitchen, flaunting their affection. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao scooped up another piece of braised pork and playfully shoved it into her mouth. Go ahead and eat, the words struck deeply, leaving Yang Tingting nearly breathless. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened as a delightful aroma of meat filled her mouth, an irresistible delicacy that lifted her spirits immensely. Zhou Zheng, feeling somewhat awkward, waved his hand and announced, Let us eat. Yang Tingting, unwilling to engage in a contest of wills, decided to satisfy her hunger first. The main allure was Zhou Zheng's cooking, particularly the braised pork, which was an exquisite pleasure with every bite. At the dining table, Yang Tingting devoured her meal with abandon, not raising her head. Zhou Zheng looked up and noticed a white star appearing above Chu Yunyao's head. A reward had arrived? Without overthinking, he reached out and tapped it lightly. Ding! A 1-star reward has been activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Alcohol Immunity. Alcohol Immunity? This skill seemed quite impressive, allowing one to drink as much as desired without becoming inebriated. However, Zhou Zheng was not particularly excited about this ability, as he did not engage in business dealings where such a skill would be beneficial. As a police officer, he seldom drank, and even during his off time, he preferred to abstain, fearing that he might be called upon for sudden duties while intoxicated. The sole advantage of this skill was that he could indulge in drinks after work without fear of inebriation, as even 1,000 cups would not affect him. After relishing a few dishes and satisfying her palate, Yang Tingting, though still wanting more, set down her chopsticks. From beneath the table, she retrieved 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. Zhou Zheng, it's time for you to drink with me. I mentioned it in the car. Today we drink until we're intoxicated. Chu Yunyao quickly interjected, Tingting. Zhou Zheng can't drink. Even if we're tied together, you're still no match for him in terms of drinking capacity, so let us keep it light. Yang Tingting resolutely replied, no way. Today we must drink to our heart's content. After all, you two are always flaunting your affection in front of the single dog. Zhou Zheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, smiled slightly and gestured for Chu Yunyao to remain calm, thinking to himself, oh, Yang Tingting, are you not just inviting me to the feast? I am immune to 1,000 cups. How will you respond? 1,000 free gifts will unlock an additional chapter. Currently, there are 106. Thank you. And special thanks to the readers who send flowers and likes. Click the update button to access the gift section. Each account can contribute 3 times a day, with the author tallying the results daily. Chapter 72. Which official can withstand such a test? Chu Yunyao was unaware that Zhou Zheng had developed an immunity to alcohol. She merely feared that he might feel unwell if he drank too much. Yet, if he abstained entirely, Yang Tingting would persist in her insistence. Observing Zhou Zheng's eagerness, she shook her head and rose to fetch 3 petite glass cups, each holding a mere 10 milliliters. These diminutive vessels were typically utilized for toasting at weddings, appearing formidable yet only yielding a modest 2 liang of liquor after 10 cups. Yunyao, do you look down upon someone? These cups are far too small. Yang Tingting remarked, her gaze brimming with disdain. She preferred to drink from larger cups, a habit inherited from her grandfather, as anything less would not suffice to satiate her thirst. Yang Tingting, that is enough. Don't go overboard. What is wrong with small cups? Chu Yunyao shot her an annoyed glare. Using larger cups makes it easier to overindulge. What if you drink too much? How will I explain to Uncle Yang? Fine, Yang Tingting conceded, not wishing to clash further with Chu Yunyao. If it's small cups, it's small cups. I'll just drink more. Chu Yunyao filled the 3 cups with liquor. Yang Tingting raised 1 cup and declared, Yunyao, Zhou Zheng, today marks your new home. Congratulations. After exchanging a few words of blessing, she downed her drink in 1 gulp. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao followed suit. Come, let us refill. Another toast. This is what we call double happiness. With the potent liquor consumed, Yang Tingting became increasingly boisterous, alternating between cups while Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao obliged her. Before long, 10 cups had been downed. Chu Yunyao, not accustomed to drinking, flushed crimson, her heart racing. Yang Tingting, though her cheeks also bore a rosy hue, was reveling in the moment. In stark contrast, Zhou Zheng remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as if he had merely sipped 10 small cups of warm water. In truth, Zhou Zheng's tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. Without the skill of alcohol immunity bestowed by the system, he would have been red-faced long ago. This skill is remarkable. It feels as though drinking is as effortless as hydrating. Zhou Zheng mused inwardly. I cannot continue. I have reached my limit, Chu Yunyao, possessing strong self-discipline, promptly withdrew from the fray upon realizing she could no longer drink. She persistently signaled to Zhou Zheng, urging him to stop, regardless of Yang Tingting's scorn, advising him against excessive indulgence for the sake of pride. However, Zhou Zheng remained resolute, unfazed by her concerns. With his alcohol immunity, he could drink until dawn without a hint of inebriation. As they neared the bottom of the bottle of high-proof liquor, both had consumed nearly half a jin. Yang Tingting's complexion deepened in hue, while Zhou Zheng maintained his calm composure. Chu Yunyao was taken aback, astonished by Zhou Zheng's remarkable tolerance. Yang Tingting, unwilling to concede, clamored for larger cups, and Zhou Zheng accepted her challenge without hesitation. The outcome was inevitable. Yang Tingting succumbed, collapsing onto the table. Her face as flushed as a monkey's backside. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng appeared to be craving more. Zhou Zheng, do you feel nothing after consuming so much? Chu Yunyao inquired. Astonished. Just a moment ago, you claimed you couldn't hold your liquor? Zhou Zheng took a bite of his dish and, in a leisurely manner, remarked. That was merely my humility. Who could have known that silly Yang Tingting would take it to heart and insist on drinking with me? Does she possess the capability for such a challenge? However, should she overindulge, I would be tasked with escorting her home, unwittingly creating trouble for myself. Chu Yunyao waved her hand dismissively. Let us not send her home. She can stay here for the night. Otherwise, if Uncle Yang finds out, she will face a reprimand when she sobers up tomorrow. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. All right. Our home has 3 rooms. And I thought that extra room would surely come in handy. Chu Yunyao rose to assist Yang Tingting to the bedroom for rest. However, to her surprise, the foolish girl was utterly inebriated, rendered completely limp and unmanageable. Panting heavily, Chu Yunyao found herself unable to lift Yang Tingting. Yunyao, allow me to help. Oh. Zhou Zheng stepped forward. His strength was considerable, and he effortlessly hoisted Yang Tingting up. Yet, like a spineless creature, she slumped against Zhou Zheng. A fragrant aroma mingled with the scent of alcohol wafted into Zhou Zheng's nostrils. As he inadvertently glanced down, he caught a glimpse of the deep, snowy expanse at her collar. Goodness, he quickly averted his gaze. He internally vowed never to drink with Yang Tingting again. Indulging too much could lead to unforeseen consequences. What official could withstand such trials? Zhou Zheng draped one of Yang Tingting's arms over his shoulder and, with Chu Yunyao's assistance, guided her to the bed in the bedroom. Chu Yunyao removed Yang Tingting's shoes and carefully tucked her under the covers before they quietly exited, gently closing the bedroom door behind them. Returning to the living room, Zhou Zheng, with good intentions, suggested, Yunyao, as Yang Tingting's close friend, I believe it is essential for you to advise her against excessive drinking. What if she were to encounter ill-intentioned individuals while intoxicated? Chu Yunyao nodded in affirmation. You are correct, Zhou Zheng. Once she awakens, I will certainly counsel her. However, Tingting usually takes pride in herself. She wouldn't drink with strangers or overindulge. Today, with no outsiders present, she may have simply let her guard down. Indeed, that is reassuring. Chu Yunyao suddenly inquired, by the way, Zhou Zheng, Tingting mentioned today that in 3 days, it will be old Master Yang's birthday. He has extended an invitation for us to attend his celebration, which will also be graced by several leaders. Will you be attending? Of course, why would I not? Zhou Zheng replied. Old Master Yang holds considerable influence and is the father of Deputy Mayor Yang, with an invitation to such a gathering. Zhou Zheng had no reason to decline. After all, rapid advancement requires a network. Relying solely on hard work is insufficient. Chu Yunyao had already assured Yang Tingting of Zhou Zheng's participation, fearing he might hesitate or decline. Upon hearing his agreement, she breathed a sigh of relief. Very well. Please make arrangements in advance to ensure you have time. Understood. The medicinal wine will be ready in 2 days. I have already placed an order online for a collection of exquisite small bottles to store the tasting wine, which I plan to present to my father on his birthday. He will certainly promote us in return. Zhou Zheng gazed into Chu Yunyao's eyes and said, Yunyao, these past few days, you have tirelessly run around for the medicinal wine. I truly appreciate your efforts. Haha, what have I struggled with? I find it quite fulfilling, far more enjoyable than sitting in an office at the Chu Group. Chu Yunyao replied. Zhou Zheng was uncertain whether she spoke sincerely or merely feigned it, yet she appeared to be in good spirits. Yunyao, once the medicinal wine is on track, I will request a few days off from work so we can visit Grandma in the capital together. Yes, thank you, Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao gazed affectionately at Zhou Zheng. Their eyes met, and an electric spark seemed to ignite in the air. Chu Yunyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, her graceful neck curving like that of a swan. Zhou Zheng longed to embrace Chu Yunyao, yet he feared being too forward and startling her. After all, they had a 3-year agreement. Although they were married, they maintained a respectful distance. Yunyao, this is my first time in this neighborhood. Why don't we take a stroll downstairs to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings? Zhou Zheng broke the tranquil atmosphere. Chu Yunyao appeared slightly disappointed but concealed it from Zhou Zheng. Collecting her emotions, she softly replied, All right, let's change and head downstairs. The two returned to their respective rooms to change into casual attire and sneakers before taking the elevator down. The night was enchanting, and the decorative lights in the community sparkled brilliantly. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng had a bold idea. Yunyao, he said, placing his right hand on his waist and gesturing toward the crook of his arm, come in. Chu Yunyao was taken aback. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean? Come here. Step inside. Chapter 73. The first intimate encounter with the goddess Chu Yunyao was momentarily taken aback, only to comprehend Zhou Zheng's intent. He wished for her arm to slip into the curve of his embrace. Although they were legally married, having obtained their marriage certificate, their relationship had remained within the bounds of propriety, devoid of any intimate contact. Initially, they were still unfamiliar with each other, despite the brevity of their acquaintance. A tentative understanding had begun to blossom in each of their hearts. Chu Yunyao found Zhou Zheng to be quite satisfactory. Yet his sudden desire to entwine their arms caught her off guard. "Yunyao, why are you shy? We are husband and wife," Zhou Zheng gently teased. "You have mentioned that aside from refraining from sharing a bed, other affectionate gestures are permissible." No, Chu Yunyao hastily refuted. "I simply did not react in time." As she spoke, she extended her left arm and nestled it into Zhou Zheng's embrace. Their arms intertwined, and her body leaned closer to him, enveloped by a wave of robust masculinity that filled her senses. A peculiar exhilaration surged within Chu Yunyao, mingled with an overwhelming sense of security, her heart racing uncontrollably. The inherent attraction between the sexes drew her nearer to Zhou Zheng, as if compelled by an unseen force. In this first intimate encounter with the goddess, Zhou Zheng felt the delicate softness of Chu Yunyao's form, particularly as her gentle curves pressed against his arm, stirring a delightful sensation within him. They ambled along, and numerous residents of the community, out for a stroll, cast envious glances their way. "That young couple is so sweet." "It is truly enviable," one remarked. "Wow, the girl is stunning, even more beautiful than a celebrity. Is she a resident of our community? How come I have never seen her before?" Another mused. "I think that young man is exceptionally handsome. I am smitten." In a shadowed corner of the community, a mother and son observed Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, their demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the other residents. Lin Hao's eyes seemed ablaze with fury, seething with resentment. "Mom, no wonder Chu Yunyao ignores me. She already has a boyfriend," he spat, his frustration palpable. To be fair, Zhou Zheng was undeniably more attractive than Lin Hao. The latter, aware of this truth, could only seethe in impotent rage, watching helplessly as he consumed the proverbial dog food of their affection. "Son, do not be disheartened," Huang Shufan urged, casting a venomous glance at Zhou Zheng. "My son is the best. You excel beyond all your peers, far surpassing that boy. So, son, pursue Chu Yunyao boldly. She will surely recognize your exceptional qualities in comparison." Her confidence was bewildering, her words spitting forth with fervor. However, Lin Hao harbored doubts. "Mom, she drives a car worth over $1 million. I feel she is wealthier than I am. My advantages seem trivial now. Wouldn't pursuing her only lead to humiliation?" Yet, Huang Shufan remained undeterred. "Son, if Chu Yunyao is affluent, that only means you should strive to win her over. Surely, she understands the merit of a strong alliance." The young man beside her was clearly not affluent, perhaps even a gold digger. Could it be that you cannot compete even with a pretty boy? Regardless of whether they were merely friends or married, I firmly believe you could win over Chu Yunyao's heart. "Really?" Huang Shufan's impassioned words stirred Lin Hao's emotions. He thought to himself, although I may not be as handsome as that young man, my physique, shaped by years of diligent exercise, surpasses his, and I possess greater wealth. Even if it requires financial persuasion, I will ensure that Chu Yunyao regards me with admiration. "Very well, mother, I shall give it a try. Let's go. I'll accompany you to provide support. I refuse to believe that together, we cannot outmaneuver a pretty boy." The two took a shortcut, arriving ahead of Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, then looping back to feign a chance encounter. "Ah, Yunyao, up for a stroll?" Huang Shufan greeted Chu Yunyao with unabashed enthusiasm. "Hello, Chu Yunyao." Lin Hao attempted to present himself as refined and courteous, offering her a greeting as well. A glance at Zhou Zheng revealed his disdain. Who are these two? Zhou Zheng, unfamiliar with the mother and son duo, assumed they were friends of Chu Yunyao and inquired. Chu Yunyao felt quite awkward, uncertain of how these two had appeared. During the afternoon while tidying her room, Huang Shufan and Lin Hao had been an unwelcome presence, prompting Chu Yunyao to deliberately step out to avoid them. Unexpectedly, she encountered them again while taking an evening stroll in the neighborhood. "Allow me to introduce," Chu Yunyao said resignedly. "This is Aunt Huang from next door, our neighbor." To rid herself of their relentless pursuit and dissuade them, she added, "Aunt Huang, this is my husband, Zhou Zheng." "What? Husband?" Huang Shufan was taken aback. Just moments before, she had assured Lin Hao that even if Chu Yunyao were married, she could still be won over. Yet, the reality that Chu Yunyao indeed had a husband complicated matters, although she was not ready to concede. Lin Hao felt even more disheartened, consumed by resentment. Why should this Zhou Zheng be the one to embrace the beauty? What made him superior to me? Huang Shufan's initial discomfort quickly transformed into calmness. Well, since we are neighbors and happen to be out for a walk, shall we join together? No, thank you. Chu Yunyao firmly declined. Husband, let us go. She deliberately clung tightly to Zhou Zheng's arm, her body pressing against him, observing their retreating figures. Huang Shufan signaled to her son Lin Hao. Son, go after her. Pursuing a girl requires a shameless spirit. Lin Hao nodded, resolute in his decision. He sprinted a few steps to walk alongside Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao intended to explain something to Zhou Zheng, but he smiled and gestured for her to remain silent, indicating he understood the situation. A girl as beautiful and charismatic as Chu Yunyao naturally attracted attention from the opposite sex. Zhou Zheng felt no jealousy nor misinterpretation of her actions. The vicinity was public space, and he had no intention of confronting Lin Hao or driving him away. If he wished to linger as a third wheel, so be it. Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed and his heart racing. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, he felt a mix of sorrow and resentment. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into a small square in the district, where a crowd had gathered. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao approached with keen interest. In the center of the throng stood a smith machine, where a burly man was live-streaming while engaging the onlookers. Moments later, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao grasped the situation. The muscular man, named Li Weigang, was a fitness coach and internet celebrity, conducting a live event in the community. He offered rewards for bench pressing 100 kilograms. 5 repetitions earned 500 yuan, 10 repetitions garnered 1,000, and so on, with no upper limit. Though no rewards were given for fewer than 5 repetitions. Soon, several intrigued young men stepped forward to try their luck. Yet none managed to bench press more than 5 times. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Possessing the skills of a close combat champion, his physical prowess had significantly improved. And he wondered where his limits lay. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with possibility. Bench pressing? Wasn't that his forte? His personal best was 39 repetitions at 100 kilograms. A remarkable feat among amateur fitness enthusiasts. Surely, that dandy Zhou Zheng would be no match for him. Imagining the admiration of his goddess, Lin Hao thought, Zhou Zheng, are you brave enough to challenge me in bench pressing? Let us see who can lift more. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao furrowed her brows and interjected, darling, don't pay him any mind. Lin Hao, clad in a sleeveless shirt displaying his well-defined muscles, was clearly a fitness aficionado. This young man was evidently trying to put Zhou Zheng in an awkward position. How about this, Yunyao? If Zhou Zheng can do one more than me, I'll give him 500 yuan. What do you say? Not interested, Zhou Zheng replied, deliberately exhibiting a look of disdain. 500 yuan? How trivial. If it were 5,000, I might consider it. 5,000 it is. Lin Hao blurted out. He believed that regardless of the stakes, whether 500, 5,000, or even 50,000 yuan, he was already in an invincible position. Upon reaching 1,000 gifts, an additional chapter will be added. Currently, there are 152 gifts. Many thanks to the readers who have sent flowers and likes. Press the update button to access the gift section. Select Powering with Love. Watch an advertisement. Each account can do this 3 times daily, and the author will tally and announce the results each day. Chapter 74. Posturing before Zhou Zheng. Lin Hao, brimming with inexplicable confidence, sought to challenge Zhou Zheng in a bench press contest, aiming to lift 100 kilograms. He perceived Zhou Zheng as merely a pampered man, who had ensnared Chu Yunyao with sweet words. Today, he was determined to make Zhou Zheng appear foolish and humiliated, transforming him into a jester. Should Zhou Zheng decline the challenge, he would be deemed cowardly. If he accepted and lost, Lin Hao would relish in his embarrassment. Moreover, with numerous residents from the community present, Zhou Zheng would undoubtedly feel ashamed, while Lin Hao would astonish the onlookers, perhaps even causing Chu Yunyao to regard Zhou Zheng with disdain and see Lin Hao in a more favorable light. When Zhou Zheng proposed 5,000 yuan for each bench press, Lin Hao readily agreed. In front of women, discussing money necessitated unwavering resolve, even in defeat. He could afford the loss, and he firmly believed he would not falter. 5,000 was inconsequential. He was financially secure and prepared to play. With wealth comes confidence. And with his assured prowess, Lin Hao gazed at the stars at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhou Zheng, it was clear, was not a rival. He appeared to be someone who seldom engaged in fitness, while bench pressing was a routine exercise for Lin Hao. Chu Yunyao was also a regular at the gym. Fitness enthusiasts were easily recognizable to her, and for them, performing bench presses was as mundane as breathing. Anyone who could not manage a dozen or so repetitions would be deemed lacking. It was implausible that Zhou Zheng, who likely had never encountered the bench press, could surpass Lin Hao's capabilities. Knowing he would lose, to compete would be sheer folly. Chu Yunyao earnestly tried to dissuade Zhou Zheng, but he merely smiled. Yunyao, it's all right. Our unit often holds training sessions. And I've handled bench presses before. I can manage a set of 10 at 75 kilograms, Zhou Zheng reassured her. Lin Hao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of triumph. This was a surefire win. Only 10 repetitions at 75 kilograms? Zhou Zheng was undoubtedly doomed. Zhou Zheng, what's your decision? If you're a man, let us compete. If you win, the money is yours. If you lose, you must admit, brother, I concede. It's a guaranteed victory. Simple as that. Lin Hao escalated the stakes, enticing Zhou Zheng to take the bait. All right, let us have at it. But, Zhou Zheng pondered, stroking his chin. Does this count as gambling? As a law enforcement officer, he needed to be cautious, ensuring he did not violate any regulations. This was a wager between friends, albeit with stakes involved, and the definition of gambling was rather ambiguous. What constitutes gambling? Lin Hao questioned. Gambling is engaging in activities for profit, either through collective betting or as a profession. We're merely friends having some fun. This is not gambling. Lin Hao, seemingly well-versed in the law, gestured towards the live-streaming influencer. Li Wei Gang. Look at Brother Gang. He allows challenges for bench presses, rewarding those who reach a certain number of repetitions. If this were gambling, the platform would have shut him down ages ago. What we're doing isn't the same, is it? Lin Hao rambled on, anxious that Zhou Zheng might back out, thereby thwarting his opportunity to flaunt his bravado. Great. If it's not gambling, then I will compete. Zhou Zhengxin remarked that if Lin Hao was eager to deliver money to him, he would graciously accept it. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao instinctively clutched his arm, still reluctant to let him go. Zhou Zheng winked at her, offering a reassuring glance. Yunyao, do not worry. I will work extra hours to earn some pocket money for you. Lin Hao scoffed internally, thinking to himself how this fellow was quite adept at sweet-talking. What audacity to presume he could outdo him. At that moment, many residents of the community participated in a bench press challenge. Aside from 2 regular gym-goers who claimed Li Weigang's rewards, no one else managed to bench press more than 5 times. Many were self-aware, lacking even the desire to attempt it. After all, 100 kilograms was quite hefty, and none had trained for it. Li Weigang, holding a stack of cash, noticed the atmosphere growing tense and began to call out, Dear brothers and sisters, is there anyone willing to give it a try? If you bench press 500 times, this 500 is yours, and for each additional rep, you earn 100 more, with no upper limit. I'll give it a shot. Lin Hao signaled to Zhou Zheng, indicating he would go first. Zhou Zheng waved him off nonchalantly, eager to witness Lin Hao's prowess as a fitness expert. Oh, brother, have you trained before? Li Weigang asked. His interest piqued upon catching sight of Lin Hao. Yes, brother Gang, I developed a fondness for fitness while studying in Australia. I was a frequent visitor to the gym, though I've trained less since returning home. He intentionally emphasized his time studying abroad, hoping to impress Chu Yunyao with his supposed advantage. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were engrossed in their own conversation, oblivious to his efforts, which left Lin Hao somewhat disheartened. Is that so? What is your name, brother? Li Weigang inquired. Lin Hao dispelled his displeasure and replied, My name is Lin Hao. How many repetitions of a 100-kilogram bench press can you typically manage? Li Weigang pressed on. Perhaps around 30 on a good day, Lin Hao downplayed, intending to astonish others later. 30, quite impressive, Li Weigang exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. As a professional fitness coach, his record stood at 48. To achieve 30 was commendable for an amateur fitness enthusiast. You understand the rules, correct? Yes, Lin Hao replied indifferently, unconcerned about the substantial prize money. Excellent. Let us begin. Lin Hao nodded, shedding his tank top to reveal his robust physique. Although slightly smaller than Li Weigang, the visual impact was still striking, eliciting soft gasps from the surrounding residents, particularly the women. Satisfied with their reactions, Lin Hao positioned himself beneath the Smith machine. Aligning his chest with the barbell, Li Weigang eagerly stood at his head, ready to offer assistance. All right, Lin Hao, when you are ready, we shall start. I will keep count. Lin Hao was already poised for action, his muscular arms gripping the barbell. With a confident declaration, he proclaimed, Let us begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Li Weigang stood nearby, keeping count. Before long, Lin Hao completed 30 bench presses, seemingly with energy to spare. The onlooking residents gasped in astonishment. After all, many had attempted to feat themselves, struggling with the formidable weight of 100 kilograms, with some unable to lift even a single repetition. Wow, this guy is incredible. One bystander remarked. 30 in one go? Goodness, don't his arms ache? Li Weigang, however, wore a look of disbelief. Thinking to himself that Lin Hao was not being truthful, as he had previously claimed his maximum was 30. Yet here he was, pushing beyond that limit. At 39, Lin Hao reached his threshold, but today, eager to impress Chu Yunyao, he held his breath and pushed through to 48. This impressive number matched Li Weigong's personal best, leaving him astonished that Lin Hao had equaled his record. Lin Hao attempted to continue, but his body had reached its limits, a sweet taste filling his mouth, and he knew that any further effort might lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, he ceased, and with Li Weigong's assistance, he racked the barbell. As he stood, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. He steadied himself and gestured towards the center, signaling, "Now, commence your performance. When the gifts reach 1,000, an additional chapter will be added. Currently, there are 152 gifts. Many thanks to the generous readers for their flowers and applause." Click the update button to access the gift section. Select to support with love, watch advertisements. Each account can do this 3 times daily. And the author will tally and announce the results each day. Chapter 75, quite persistent, isn't it? Brother Lin, impressive. 48 repetitions. Li Weigang exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lin Hao had achieved 48 bench presses, and according to the game's rules, Li Weigang was obligated to reward him with 4,800 yuan. Without hesitation, he produced a stack of cash and handed it to Lin Hao. Brother Lin, this is your reward, 4,800 yuan. Count it. Lin Hao accepted the money, barely glancing at it, and waved his hand dismissively. No need. I trust you, Brother Gang. He was indifferent to the money, focused solely on outshining Zhou Zheng. Brothers. Just now, this Brother Lin completed 48 bench presses and won 4,800 yuan. Li Weigang announced to the live stream. Wow, this kid is impressive. He matched Brother Gang's record. The comments flooded in, 4,800 yuan? I want that too, but I lack the strength. Let us reward Brother Gang with a carnival to help him recover. The barrage of comments thickened, and the number of online viewers surged to over 10,000. This was precisely the effect Li Weigang desired. If a fitness coach managed 48 bench presses, it would not generate such excitement. Only an unexpected passerby could truly shine in this scenario. At this moment, Li Weigang felt no regret over the 4,800 yuan. He even hoped for another impressive stranger to appear. Zhou Zheng nodded upon witnessing Lin Hao's achievement of 48 bench presses. No wonder this guy was so boastful and self-assured. He indeed possessed some skill. It was his turn now. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng approached. Chu Yunyao realized she could not stop Zhou Zheng and reluctantly allowed him to proceed. Zhou Zheng, it's your turn. Lin Hao leaned against a tree, barely standing. Although he had just basked in glory and received 4,800 yuan, he felt a deep ache in his chest and a sweetness in his throat, as if he had sustained internal injuries. Nevertheless, it was worth any cost to surpass Zhou Zheng in front of Chu Yunyao. I know, Lin Hao. Keep your eyes wide open, Zhou Zheng said, his expression calm as he approached Li Weigang. Brother Gang, I want to give it a try too. Oh, here comes a handsome guy, Li Weigang exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Zheng's striking appearance. What is your name, handsome? Zhou Zheng. Brother Zhou, have you practiced bench pressing before? Li Weigang inquired. I have some experience, though not extensively, Zhou Zheng replied honestly, as he rarely trained bench presses at work. Oh? How many can you do with 100 kilograms? I've never attempted 100 kilograms. I've only done 75 kilograms and managed about a dozen repetitions. Li Weigang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a skilled individual to create a thrilling moment in the live stream, but it seemed a weaker contender had arrived. However, given that Zhou Zheng had trained with 75 kilograms, he could likely manage a few repetitions with 100 kilograms. All right. Zhou Zheng, let us cut to the chase and begin. Do you need to remove your outer clothing? No need. Zhou Zheng uttered a phrase and reclined beneath the smith machine. Li Weigang hurriedly positioned himself in front of Zhou Zheng. It was imperative to safeguard a novice like Zhou Zheng, who had never attempted a bench press of 100 kilograms. Should he falter, an accident could easily ensue. Zhou Zheng, are you ready? We shall commence after a countdown of 3. Zhou Zheng nodded affirmatively. Ready. Good. 3, 2, 1, begin. 1, 2, 3. As Li Weigang counted, he kept a vigilant eye on Zhou Zheng, fearful that he might struggle and inadvertently injure himself. 10, 11, 12. Li Weigang was taken aback. Zhou Zheng's physique, though well-proportioned, did not resemble that of a seasoned gym-goer. Performing 10 reps at 100 kilograms was already commendable. Yet it appeared he could continue. 30, 31, 32. As the count reached the 30s, not only Li Weigang but also the onlookers were astounded. They had presumed Zhou Zheng to be a novice who would falter after a few attempts, yet he was demonstrating remarkable prowess. Lin Hao could scarcely believe his eyes. How could this young man manage over 30 repetitions? It seemed implausible. His physique did not indicate he was a fitness enthusiast, so how could he achieve such numbers? Was this individual endowed with innate strength? Though Lin Hao felt a twinge of anxiety, he masked it well. I managed 48 presses. And this fellow has only just surpassed 30. I still hold the advantage. He reassured himself inwardly. However, Lin Hao was soon confronted with reality as Zhou Zheng reached 48 presses, equaling the records held by Li Weigang and Lin Hao. 49. He had now surpassed Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression darkened. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He silently screamed within, yet he could not deny the unfolding truth. 68, 69, 70. Zhou Zheng continued unabated, his expression relaxed, devoid of the strain typically associated with physical exertion. Not a bead of sweat adorned his brow. The barbell seemed weightless in his hands. Goodness, he has shattered the world record. This fellow is a veritable monster. Li Weigang couldn't help but be moved. He pondered just how many repetitions Zhou Zheng could perform, and one thing was certain, Li Weigang would be financially drained. Nonetheless, he could afford it without regret. It was Zhou Zheng's extraordinary strength and endurance that left him utterly astonished. 118, 119, 120. Upon reaching 120, Zhou Zheng halted abruptly. It was not due to fatigue but rather a calculated assessment of his limits. He estimated he could manage another 30 repetitions before reaching his threshold, possessing stamina roughly 3 times that of a professional trainer. Effortlessly, Zhou Zheng racked the barbell and sprang to his feet, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had not exerted himself at all. My dear brother, you are truly remarkable. Among all the distinguished individuals I've encountered, both domestically and internationally, you stand out as the finest. Have you ever considered participating in the World Bench Press competition? I am certain you would secure the championship. However, Zhou Zheng shook his head, indicating his lack of interest. Li Weigang felt a twinge of regret but refrained from persuasion, acknowledging that everyone has their own aspirations. Here, brother. Take this. It's 10,000 yuan. I'm tipping you an additional 20 bills. Li Weigang handed over cash, a brilliant stack that dazzled the eyes, ensuring a visually captivating livestream. Zhou Zheng gladly accepted the 12,000 yuan, expressing, thank you, my friend. Not at all, brother. With this 12,000 yuan reward, how do you plan to spend it? Li Weigang inquired, seeking conversation. I intend to give it to my wife as pocket money. She can spend it however she wishes. Wow, brother, you are a wonderful husband. Li Weigang commended Zhou Zheng with a thumbs up. Chu Yunyao rushed over, using her sleeve to wipe away the non-existent beads of sweat from Zhou Zheng's forehead. Zhou Zheng, how are you? Are you tired? Not at all, not in the slightest. Zhou Zheng replied. Wow, you are incredible. How come I never knew you were so enduring? Chu Yunyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at Zhou Zheng's earlier performance. Chuckling softly, Zhou Zheng thought to himself that she wouldn't know of his endurance unless she had experienced it. Dear, you take this money. Without waiting for a response, he pressed the money into Chu Yunyao's hands and guided her to Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, it is time to fulfill our agreement, is it not? Upon receiving 1,000 gifts, an additional chapter will be added. Currently, we have reached 202 gifts. I extend my gratitude to all for your generous gifts. Special thanks to the readers who have sent flowers, likes, and blades urging for updates. By clicking the update button, you can send gifts. Expressing love through energy is free, and each account can click 3 times daily. Chapter 76, is it infuriating to buy a car for your rival with your own money? Lin Hao, unwilling to become a laughingstock before the crowd, retreated to a secluded corner, leaning against a tree, his heart bleeding. Coupled with the internal injury sustained from forcing himself to complete 48 push-ups in a bid to show off, he felt faint and almost collapsed. He had intended to embarrass Zhou Zheng, only to find himself the true jester. Reflecting on it, it was evident that if Zhou Zheng did not possess absolute confidence, he would not have so eagerly accepted the challenge. Damn it! Such overconfidence, underestimating his opponent, filled Lin Hao with regret. Chu Yunyao, dismayed by the relentless entanglement between Huang Shufin and Lin Hao, felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing Zhou Zheng bring Lin Hao to his knees. It was akin to savoring a refreshing slice of ice-cold watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Lin Hao, what are you doing? Accept your loss. You've lost and should honor your promise, she taunted, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead, a smirk gracing her lips. Typically kind-hearted. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but revel in Lin Hao's misfortune, delivering a kick to the already downed. What? Do you wish to renege on your debt? How could I possibly do that? I never said I wouldn't honor my promise. Lin Hao stammered. Zhou Zheng had completed 120 push-ups while Lin Hao managed only 48, a difference of 72 push-ups, amounting to a debt of 360,000 yuan. Although his assets totaled 20 million, the loss of 360,000 would still sting significantly, especially when it was to his rival, Zhou Zheng. Lin Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Let us not waste time. Here is a card number. A total of 360,000, please transfer it. Chu Yunyao instructed. She was acutely aware that Zhou Zheng, as a public servant, might face scrutiny if such a sum suddenly appeared in his account. Moreover, if Lin Hao transferred the money to Zhou Zheng and then reported him, it would spell trouble. With meticulous thought, Chu Yunyao decided that Lin Hao should transfer the funds to her account instead. Lin Hao, never one to hesitate when it came to financial matters in front of a woman, gritted his teeth through the discomfort, unwilling to lose face. No problem. It's merely 360,000, I'll pay. He feigned nonchalance as he transferred the sum to the bank account provided by Chu Yunyao. Done. The transfer is complete, he announced. Chu Yunyao checked her phone, confirming the arrival of 360,000 yuan. No longer glancing at Lin Hao, she linked her arm with Zhou Zheng's, her tone softening. Zhou Zheng, in just a short while, you've earned 360,000. Plus the 12,000 from Li Wei, that's 372,000. Your overtime is certainly worth it. Haha. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Actually, I could do a few dozen more for an extra profit. Then why not finish it all? Oh, come on. 370,000 is already quite a lot. What more could one need? Besides, I'm a kind person, and I can't bear to make Lin feel too humiliated. Lin Hao felt a surge of rage boiling within him. You kind? Pa, you're just playing the fool and have utterly trapped me. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, however, cast not a glance in his direction, showing no inclination to engage. His envy towards Chu Yunyao stirred discomfort within Zhou Zheng, who contemplated imparting a lesson to the interloper. Since he had come forth voluntarily, it would certainly be impolite to hold back. After this encounter, the young man should surely learn to behave, Zhou Zheng mused. He entwined his arm with Chu Yunyao's. Yunyao, let us depart. Chu Yunyao nodded, inquiring as they walked. Zhou Zheng, what do you intend to do with the 370,000? Yunyao, this sum is your pocket money. Do as you see fit. Chu Yunyao shook her head. That is unacceptable. The entrepreneurial venture she embarked upon, including the secret recipe for her medicinal wine in the initial capital, was all courtesy of Zhou Zheng, with approximately 2 million still in her account. Earmarked for future acquisitions of century-old ginseng and other precious herbs, she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. How could she possibly accept more of Zhou Zheng's money? How about I use this money to buy you a car? Riding an electric scooter daily must be quite inconvenient. You find my car too ostentatious. The mention of a car ignited a spark of interest within Zhou Zheng. For a man, a car is akin to a grand toy. No one can resist its allure. He had previously refrained from purchasing one, not out of an exaggerated sense of environmentalism, but because he had been genuinely financially constrained. Noticing Zhou Zheng's growing enthusiasm, Chu Yunyao pressed on. What brand and type of car do you fancy? Perhaps a BMW 3 Series? It suits the youth quite well. That is too expensive. It is reasonable, not excessively priced. With Lin Hao's funds, acquiring a 325 Li Sport Edition would be more than sufficient. Whenever you have time, I shall accompany you to the dealership. As they conversed, they gradually moved away. Lin Hao, watching their retreating figures, could not contain himself upon hearing that Chu Yunyao intended to purchase a BMW for Zhou Zheng with her own funds. A surge of blood erupted from his throat, and he collapsed to the ground. After a considerable time, a passerby finally noticed him. What on earth is this fellow doing on the ground? Has he had too much to drink? Youngsters have such sound sleep. How enviable for someone like me, plagued by insomnia. Wait, is that blood on the ground? Goodness. Could he be in trouble? Quickly, call for an ambulance. Son, what has happened to you? Huang Shufan, after parting ways with Lin Hao, had been engaged in a brief close dance with a middle-aged man in the community. Without her phone, she was oblivious to her son's situation. Growing concerned, she disengaged from the man's embrace, setting out to search for Lin Hao. To her dismay, she found him lying motionless beneath a tree near the small square. Panic seized her as she noticed a pool of blood beside him. She knelt beside Lin Hao, attempting to revive him through acupressure and cardiac compressions. Yet he showed no sign of response. Without a phone to call for emergency assistance, she turned to the surrounding residents, exclaiming, "Why are you all standing around? Are you going to stand by and watch him suffer? Hurry, call for an ambulance. If anything happens to my son, you will all bear responsibility." Upon hearing Huang Shufan's words, the homeowners felt a profound discomfort. Assisting you in calling for emergency help is an act of kindness. Refraining from doing so is merely fulfilling one's duty. How dare you reprimand others as if they owe you something? What concern do we have regarding whether your son lives or dies? A nurse, who worked at the hospital and intended to step forward to offer assistance in performing CPR, halted in her tracks upon hearing Huang Shufan's remarks. This woman is unreasonable. She might very well turn against someone. Alas, the ambulance eventually arrived, as some well-meaning residents had already called for help before Huang Shufan's arrival. The medical personnel carried the unconscious Lin Hao onto the ambulance, and Huang Shufan naturally followed suit. With its lights flashing, the ambulance sped towards the hospital. Lin Hao was rushed into the emergency room while Huang Shufan anxiously awaited outside. After some time, a doctor emerged. Who is Lin Hao's family? I am. Huang Shufan quickly raised her hand to signal. You may go in. He has regained consciousness. Huang Shufan hurried into the emergency room, where she found Lin Hao lying on the bed, his face pale but, fortunately, his eyes were open. Upon seeing his mother, Lin Hao's facial muscles twitched, and tears streamed down his face as he uttered, Mom. I'm so scared. Chapter 77. Everything feels familiar. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao strolled hand in hand through the community, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Earlier, in front of Lin Hao, Chu Yunyao had provocatively declared her intention to use his lost money to purchase a BMW for Zhou Zheng, deliberately riling Lin Hao. Imagine the irritation one would feel when the person they admire uses their money to buy a luxury car for their rival. However, Chu Yunyao was not merely jesting. She genuinely wished to gift Zhou Zheng a vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao was so infuriated that he had fainted from rage. The wail of an ambulance sliced through the stillness of the night as it entered the community, though the couple remained oblivious to the true circumstances. Assuming an elderly resident had fallen ill. As they meandered along the path, they resembled a pair of lovers deeply infatuated with one another. The subtle fragrance emanating from Chu Yunyao enveloped Zhou Zheng, igniting a warm sense of comfort within him. He yearned for a future where they could remain together, forever entwined. Despite the 3-year agreement looming over them, Zhou Zheng felt optimistic. If, after 3 years of cohabitation, Chu Yunyao had not come to recognize or develop feelings for him, it would only indicate his unsuitability for romance and his destined solitude. The community boasted vibrant greenery, with lush plants adorning the pathways. The dim lighting rendered the area a sanctuary, rarely frequented by others, making it feel as though it belonged solely to them. As they walked, Chu Yunyao began to tire. The night emboldened her, and she boldly rested her head on Zhou Zheng's shoulder, gazing up at the twinkling stars, reminiscent of her childhood evenings spent with her grandmother. Leisurely strolling and resting her head on her grandmother's shoulder to gaze at the heavens above, just as she did now. Everything felt strikingly familiar. Yunyao, are you tired? Zhou Zheng inquired. Chu Yunyao nodded. The previous night, they had engaged in an all-night game of landlord with Yang Tingting, and the day had been filled with errands for precious medicinal herbs and house hunting, leaving them thoroughly exhausted. Desiring to preserve the beauty of the moment, Zhou Zheng nonetheless suggested. The hour is late. We should return and rest. Chu Yunyao replied, reluctantly lifting her head from his shoulder, both feeling a subtle sense of loss. Suddenly, a ring-tone pierced the air. Chu Yunyao's phone was ringing. She released Zhou Zheng's arm and retrieved her phone, noticing the caller ID displayed a certain Wang Hua. Wang Hua was a merchant from the street known for its rare medicinal herbs, and part of the precious materials, such as cordyceps, deer antler, and musk, that Chu Yunyao used for her medicinal liquor came from him. Indeed, she was one of Wang Hua's significant clients. Regrettably, while his goods were of commendable quality, they were not comprehensive, lacking even wild, century-old ginseng. In a reciprocal gesture, Wang Hua had provided Chu Yunyao with vital information regarding Lu Jun, another merchant from the same street, who possessed a century-old ginseng. Chu Yunyao had previously attempted to contact Lu Jun, only to be met with the news of his business trip and a reluctance to sell the prized ginseng. She informed Wang Hua to keep her updated should any news from Lu Jun arise. At that moment, Wang Hua made a phone call, most likely to inform her that Lu Jun had returned to Jianbei. Chu Yunyao promptly answered the call. Hello, Miss Chu, came a rugged voice from the receiver. Hello. Do you have news about Mr. Lu? Haha, Miss Chu, you were quite astute to have guessed correctly. Indeed, Lu has returned to Jianbei. He even made a trip to the herbal medicine street this evening, but he left in a hurry. I inquired further and heard that his mother is seriously ill and hospitalized. Is that so? Chu Yunyao frowned upon hearing the news. It was a good thing that Mr. Lu was back. She could visit him to negotiate the price for the century-old ginseng. However, with his mother in the hospital, Lu Jun would likely be preoccupied with family matters, making things rather complicated. Mr. Wang, do you happen to know which hospital Lu Jun's mother is in? Chu Yunyao felt it was imperative to visit Lu Jun, as his mother's illness provided a perfect excuse to meet him. She is at the Jianbei Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, on the third floor of the inpatient department. A few of us who deal in herbal medicine plan to visit Lu's mother early tomorrow morning. All right, I understand. Thank you. Chu Yunyao hung up and Zhou Zheng inquired, Yunyao, who called? It was Wang Hua from the herbal medicine street. He informed me that Lu Jun has a century-old ginseng in his possession. Lu was away on a business trip but has returned today. Oh, Zhou Zheng nodded, then asked, have you negotiated the price for the century-old ginseng? Do we have enough funds? Chu Yunyao shook her head. It's not a matter of whether we have enough. Lu Jun's mother is gravely ill, and I fear he may have little inclination to discuss business. Without securing the century-old ginseng, my subsequent plans cannot proceed. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, don't rush. If it doesn't work out, we can wait. There's no need to acquire the ginseng immediately. Chu Yunyao, however, countered. Zhou Zheng, business waits for no one. The century-old ginseng is rare. If we delay too long, I risk losing the opportunity to purchase it altogether. I plan to visit the hospital tomorrow under the pretext of seeing Lu Jun's mother, and if the opportunity arises, I shall discuss the acquisition price with him. Well, Yunyao, you are in charge of business matters, but do take care not to overexert yourself. Chu Yunyao nodded. I understand. By the way, when you have a day off, I'll accompany you to the BMW dealership to look at cars. Let's head home now. Chu Yunyao was still considering buying a car for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng replied, there's no rush in buying a car. As for the century-old ginseng, I wonder if 2 million will suffice? Perhaps we should wait until we have gathered all the medicinal materials before discussing the car. After all, Zhou Zheng was accustomed to riding his electric bike and was not particularly eager to buy a car. Upon returning to their new home, Chu Yunyao first opened the bedroom door to check on Yang Tingting. The intoxicating scent of alcohol filled the bedroom as Yang Tingting lay on the bed. One leg straightened and the other bent, deeply immersed in slumber, having kicked the covers off onto the floor. Chu Yunyao shook her head in disapproval. This child was far too restless in her sleep. What would happen if she caught a chill? Perhaps next time it would be prudent to break her leg as a precaution against catching a cold? After covering Yang Tingting with a blanket, she left the door ajar. For the stench of alcohol was overwhelming, and it needed to dissipate. Yunyao, you should get some rest. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Zhou Zheng said as he opened his bedroom door and turned back with concern. Yes, Zhou Zheng, you two should retire early. Good night, she replied. All right, good night. Zhou Zheng said as he closed his door. Chu Yunyao yawned, feeling utterly exhausted and desiring nothing more than to collapse onto her bed. Yet, she possessed a peculiar habit. The more fatigue she felt, the stronger her urge to take a shower became. Thus, she made her way directly into the bathroom. The bathroom in this apartment was spacious, featuring a white bathtub at the back. Chu Yunyao contemplated filling the tub for a relaxing soak, but soon lost patience and opted for a quick shower instead. As she shed her clothes, her reflection revealed a body sculpted like a goddess, particularly her prominent curves, which dazzled the eye. Warm streams of water cascaded from the showerhead, enveloping her lustrous black hair and her alluring figure, akin to countless gentle tendrils massaging her skin, providing immense comfort. She lingered in the shower for quite some time, but as she finished, a sudden realization struck her. She had forgotten to retrieve her sleepwear. Panicking, she glanced around and grabbed a bath towel to wrap around herself, though her long, elegant legs and certain exposed areas remained uncovered, impossible to conceal. Zhou Zheng should be asleep. It would be fine to venture out like this, she murmured to herself as she stepped out of the bathroom. Just as she opened the door, she collided head-on with another person. Chapter 78. Can the wedding night be endured? Zhou Zheng, why are you still awake? Chu Yunyao stepped back a couple of paces and, upon looking up, found Zhou Zheng standing before her. A wave of panic washed over her. After all, she was utterly bare, not even wearing underwear. Although she was wrapped in a bath towel, it failed to conceal her long, elegant legs and the alluring curve of her figure, causing a flush of crimson to bloom on her cheeks. Zhou Zheng had initially intended to plunge into sleep, but was soon roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. Despite triumphing in a drinking contest with Yang Tingting, he had consumed nearly 2 kilograms of liquor. Rising with urgency, he headed towards the restroom, only to unexpectedly collide with a figure, enveloping him in warmth. Yunyao? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Why are you still awake? Are you going to the restroom? I was planning to sleep, but I took a shower just before bed. Chu Yunyao lowered her head in embarrassment, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Zhou Zheng's endowment, which left her feeling even more mortified. Oh my, Zhou Zheng. Noticing her gaze drop, Zhou Zheng, emboldened, dared to glance at her figure. Those long, exquisite legs were utterly breathtaking. Indeed, a goddess is a goddess. Her face was nearly flawless, and her body was equally captivating. Involuntarily, Zhou Zheng sensed a certain swelling of his own confidence. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he thought to himself, could it be that he was unable to withstand the pressures of society? Yunyao, I need to use the restroom. It's getting late. You should hurry back to bed. He mustered his courage and quickly dashed into the restroom, shutting the door behind him. Chu Yunyao replied. Not lingering any longer, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, and swiftly returned to her room, leaning against the door. Her heart raced wildly. It had been too embarrassing. She vowed to prepare her nightwear before bathing in the future. Who would have thought that Zhou Zheng was so extraordinary? She wondered if they ever became intimate. Would they be able to endure their wedding night? What am I thinking? Chu Yunyao felt her legs weaken, staggering to the bed. Attempting to banish the vivid image from her mind, yet it clung to her thoughts stubbornly. Zhou Zheng had finished his business in the restroom. And although their earlier encounter had been awkward, it was merely a natural reaction for a man. After all, as long as he wasn't embarrassed. The discomfort belonged to others. Stepping out of the restroom and washing his hands at the sink, Zhou Zheng yawned. Oh, I'm so tired. I need to get back to bed quickly. I have work tomorrow. He muttered to himself as he turned to leave, only to be met by another figure entering. His first thought was, has Yunyao returned? However, the scent of alcohol wafted into his nostrils, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was not Chu Yunyao but Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting? You're awake? Zhou Zheng asked in surprise. Yang Tingting seemed oblivious to his presence, ignoring him as she walked with closed eyes toward the restroom. In her clumsiness, she accidentally bumped into the restroom door, mechanically stepping back before feeling her way inside, resembling a blind person. The door remained ajar as she went about her business without a care. From a vantage point, one could discern her 2 legs and the white lace panties that had slipped down to her knees. Startled, Zhou Zheng quickly diverted his gaze. Was Yang Tingting truly so audacious? Leaving the door ajar while using the restroom? And completely oblivious to my presence? Upon further reflection, could it be that she was sleepwalking? Moments later, Yang Tingting emerged, thankfully having subconsciously remembered to pull up her pants. Still with her eyes closed, she fumbled her way out. Zhou Zheng nodded. Indeed. She was sleepwalking. Who would have anticipated such a quirk? Luckily, all the lights were on. Had it been in darkness, he might have been taken aback. Zhou Zheng gently followed Yang Tingting back to her room, kindly shutting the door behind her before returning to his own chamber and lying down. If Yang Tingting were to stay here in the future, he mused, he ought to prepare a chamber pot to avoid the embarrassment of late-night restroom visits. The next morning at 6:30, Zhou Zheng's biological clock roused him promptly. After dressing, he stepped out of his bedroom and glanced around the bathroom, calling out, "Is anyone there?" It seemed rather comical to inquire about presence while in his own home, yet he feared an encounter with either Chu Yunyao or Yang Tingting. The thought was too vivid to bear. Receiving no response, he deduced that Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were still asleep and proceeded to wash up. Chu Yunyao, being meticulous, had arranged fresh towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes neatly, evoking a sense of warmth akin to home. Stepping out of the bathroom, he made his way to the kitchen, contemplating what breakfast to prepare. Just before reaching the kitchen, a delightful aroma wafted towards him. Zhou Zheng sniffed the air, enchanted by the scent. In the kitchen, a lovely figure was busy at work. Though clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, it could not conceal her alluring figure. Yunyao, awake so early? Are you making breakfast? Chu Yunyao turned, spatula in hand. Zhou Zheng, you're up. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is almost ready. Is that so? Zhou Zheng felt a surge of excitement as he stepped closer. It smells amazing. What have you prepared? While stirring the noodles in the pan, Chu Yunyao bashfully replied, I'm making seafood noodles. My culinary skills are lacking. They surely cannot compare to yours, so please don't laugh at me. Why would I? Yunyao. The noodles you've made smell delightful. I can hardly contain my salivation. Zhou Zheng spoke with sincerity, acknowledging the appetizing aroma of her dish. Really? Chu Yunyao's face lit up with surprise and joy at Zhou Zheng's approval. If you enjoy it, then eat plenty. I added a good amount of abalone and sea cucumber, highly nutritious. However, you must brush your teeth and wash your face first, then make haste to work after breakfast. Yunyao, I've already washed up. I intended to come to the kitchen to cook, but I see you've beaten me to it. In the future, there is no need to rise so early. It only takes about 20 minutes to reach the Qiaobei station from here. Zhou Zheng anticipated that Chu Yunyao would rise before 6 to prepare breakfast, deeming such an early hour unnecessary. Chu Yunyao chuckled. I feared you might be late for work, so I woke a bit earlier. The Hanlin Garden community is not far from the Qiaobei police station. It was my oversight. The noodles were ready, she instructed. Serve yourself. The bowls are here. I must go rouse that lazy Tian. Very well, off you go. After Chu Yunyao departed, Zhou Zheng filled 3 bowls with noodles and placed them on the dining table. Before long, Chu Yunyao returned, leading the drowsy young Tian into the kitchen. As Tian settled into a chair, she began to grumble, "Yunyao, you are becoming more and more like my mother. I'm not going to work. What is wrong with enjoying a bit of a lion? You're such a dream disruptor." Chu Yunyao shot her a look of exasperation. Tian, do you know what day it is today? What day is it? Young Tian scratched her tousled hair, still feeling the remnants of last night's indulgence, her mind not quite sharp. Is it your birthday or Zhou Zheng's? No, your birthday is in the 12th lunar month. That's still far off. Is it Zhou Zheng's birthday then? What birthday are you talking about? Today marks the day your grandfather, Old Master Yang, is discharged from the hospital. Have you forgotten? Gifts reaching 1,000 will earn an additional chapter. Currently, there are 249. Heartfelt thanks to the vigilant Qin Xiaoxi for her generous support, and to all the readers for their unwavering encouragement. Click the update button. Sending love through gifts is free, and each account can do so 3 times a day. Chapter 79. White lace, oh dear, how could I forget? Yang Tingting ruffled her disheveled hair, suddenly recalling an important detail. Yesterday afternoon, while assisting Chu Yunyao with her move, her aunt called to inform her that grandfather felt well enough to be discharged from the hospital. The attending physician, Yang Xing, advised that he remain under observation for a few more days. However, the old man was adamant about leaving. He insisted that since his medical expenses were fully covered by the government, it would be wasteful to prolong his stay when he was no longer unwell. Having just returned to the country, her aunt was unsure of their father's precise condition and found herself unable to make a decision. Yang Tingting, who had been accompanying and caring for her grandfather during his hospitalization, received the call to discuss whether he should be discharged. Aware that her grandfather still harbored latent heart issues, she realized that his current robust demeanor was merely a result of the tonic wine's effects. Dr. Yang had informed her that examinations revealed the underlying cardiac condition remained, and one must not be complacent. It appeared that while the tonic wine might enhance his physical vitality, it could not rectify the heart ailment. Nevertheless, her grandfather expressed his frustration over the phone, claiming that the hospital's oppressive atmosphere would exacerbate his non-existent ailments. He even threatened to call his son, Yang Zishan, if they insisted on keeping him there. Reluctantly, Yang Tingting agreed to his discharge the following day, reasoning that they could hire a caregiver to closely monitor his health thereafter, an unavoidable measure. Yunyao, having indulged in too much alcohol the previous night, momentarily forgot about her grandfather's discharge, and she was grateful for the reminder from her dear sister. In truth, there was no urgency to attend to the discharge first thing in the morning. Yang Tingting had a bad habit of sleeping until noon if not roused by someone. If it weren't for Chu Yunyao's insistence, she would surely have missed the matter entirely. With a hint of annoyance, Chu Yunyao remarked, "All right, enough of the sentimentality. Finish your breakfast and hurry off to the hospital." "Oh," Yang Tingting exclaimed, plopping down into a chair, her gaze falling upon Zhou Zheng across the table. "By the way, Zhou Zheng, did you get too carried away with drinking last night? I bet you were tipsy long before I was. You couldn't possibly match my drinking prowess." Zhou Zheng chuckled. "Is that so? It seems you truly don't recall the events of last night. After you passed out, it was Yunyao and I who carried you to your room, and then we went for a stroll downstairs. Is that true? You managed to take a stroll after I was inebriated?" Yang Tingting looked incredulous. "Ask Yunyao if you don't believe me." "Yunyao, is what Zhou Zheng said true?" Chu Yunyao nodded. "Indeed, it is true. You, who pride yourself on your impressive alcohol tolerance, are now realizing that there are others who can surpass you. In the future, perhaps refrain from challenging others to drinking contests." Yet, Yang Tingting remained skeptical. "I refuse to believe it. Is Zhou Zheng really that adept at drinking? I consumed at least 1.5 pounds of alcohol. He must have had at least as much, so he couldn't possibly be unscathed." Chu Yunyao shook her head. "This is the truth. After we went downstairs, Zhou Zheng even won 36,000 from Lin Hao next door." "What do you mean? He won 36,000? Yang Tingting was left utterly bewildered. Chu Yunyao succinctly recounted the events from last night, when Lin Hao had provocatively challenged and subsequently lost 36,000. Yang Tingting listened, her mouth agape in astonishment. The story was so vivid and detailed that she could not help but believe it. My goodness! Zhou Zheng consumed such a copious amount of alcohol yet managed over 100 push-ups? Is he even human? The most astonishing part is, he won 36,000. That could purchase a decent car. Ting, what are you babbling about? Quickly finish your meal. Chu Yunyao shot her a disapproving glare. If Zhou Zheng were not human, then what was she? No, Yao. I mean, how's your Zhou Zheng like a superhero? So formidable? You are in for a treat in the future. He get lost despite receiving a reprimand. Yang Tingting remained unfazed, her gaze shifting towards Zhou Zheng. Comrade Xiao Zhou, impressive indeed. I have long held a grudge against that Lin Hao. It serves him right to suffer such a loss. By the way, with such windfall, are you going to treat me to something extravagant? While slurping his noodles, Zhou Zheng mumbled, the money is with Yunyao. She decides how to treat you. I have no objections. Good. A true gentleman, generous indeed. Yang Tingting gave a thumbs up and turned to Chu Yunyao, but before she could speak, Chu Yunyao interjected, don't even think about it. I'm saving this money to buy Zhou Zheng a car. If it's insufficient, Ting, you might need to sponsor me a bit. All right. Now, Zhou Zheng is your one and only. Just pretend I didn't say anything, after all. I haven't said much to you. Yang Tingting appeared disinterested, lowering her head to focus on her noodles. It must be said that Chu Yunyao's cooking skills were quite commendable, as Zhou Zheng devoured 2 large bowls. And even the usually disinterested Yang Tingting managed to finish one. In Yang Tingting's words, it was for the sake of her best friend, but truthfully, the taste was truly delightful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to eat even for the sake of friendship. After finishing their meal, as Chu Yunyao began to clear the table, she inquired, Zhou Zheng, when do you start work? I can give you a ride. Zhou Zheng assisted in the cleanup, replying, it's only 7. Leaving at 7:30 is not too late. Yunyao, there is no need for you to drive me. I can take the bus. It's not far. Let me drive you instead. Buses are not always punctual, and you would have to wait at the bus stop. Chu Yunyao insisted on giving him a ride, but Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, aren't you supposed to visit Boss Liu? Focus on your tasks. I truly don't need a ride. Sighing, Chu Yunyao expressed her concerns about Boss Liu, with his mother gravely ill. It was uncertain whether he would be willing to discuss business with her, leaving her feeling rather pessimistic. I have a foreboding that today's negotiations with Boss Liu will not go smoothly. Zhou Zheng reassured her, Yunyao, don't overthink it. I see a rosy glow on your forehead, and your spirits are high. I predict that there will be good news in the next couple of days. This business deal will surely succeed. Really? Hee. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Influenced by her family background, Chu Yunyao held a slight belief in fortune-telling. After all, many wealthy individuals adhered to such practices. As Lu Dingting observed the 2 individuals tidying up the dishes while engaging in conversation, she felt somewhat dejected by their apparent disregard for her presence. In an attempt to assert her existence, she awkwardly inquired, Zhou Zheng, are you some sort of fortune-teller? Your words sound remarkably plausible. Just a little, Zhou Zheng replied, recalling how he often delved into books on divination during his leisure time. He merely enjoyed the spectacle, yet had acquired a modicum of understanding, sufficient to bewilder the utterly uninformed. Then why not predict my fortune? Do I have any joyful events on the horizon? Zhou Zheng deliberately pinched his thumb against the joints of his other fingers, muttering incantations under his breath. Qian, Can, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, Dui, Xiao, Shang, Jing Du. After a brief moment, he declared, Yang Tingting, have you recently come into a windfall? But it's not particularly substantial, perhaps around several thousand? How on earth did you know? Yang Tingting exclaimed in astonishment. Her aunt had indeed given her a sum of money just yesterday, and she had also received 9,000 yuan in rent from her tenant, Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng had merely overheard this information during his stroll the previous evening. However, Yang Tingting, having indulged to the point of inebriation, was not thinking clearly and genuinely believed Zhou Zheng's prediction to be accurate. I refuse to believe you are that impressive, she challenged, deciding to pose a riddle to Zhou Zheng. As she noticed Chu Yunyao carrying dishes to the kitchen, she boldly asked, dare you to predict the color of my underwear today? White lace. Zhou Zheng replied without hesitation. 1,000 gifts achieved. An additional chapter will be added. Currently, we stand at 295. Heartfelt thanks to all esteemed readers for your unwavering support. Press the update button. Sending love through the gift section is free, and each account can do so 3 times daily. Chapter 80. Collective third-class merit at the Jiangbei First Central Hospital. Although dawn had just broken, a long line of vehicles queued at the entrance for medical consultations. An outdoor stall selling fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tofu pudding thrived nearby, with the servers bustling about tirelessly. Huang Shufan sat at a greasy table in a corner. Before her were 2 steaming bowls of tofu pudding and several fried dough sticks. Last night, her son Lin Hao had coughed up blood and lost consciousness, requiring emergency treatment at the hospital. He had since awakened, but his internal organs were damaged, necessitating hospitalization. The doctor had warned against anger, noting that Lin Hao's discomfort was partly emotional. Huang Shufan understood that her son was upset due to the provocations from Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Lin Hao, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing in life, had never faced such setbacks before. Losing 360,000 was painful, but the humiliation he felt was unbearable, leaving him in despair. Witnessing her son's tear-streaked face filled Huang Shufan with anguish. Her maternal instincts ignited a deep-seated resentment towards Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and she yearned for revenge. At 5 in the morning, after a night of turmoil, Lin Hao finally fell into a deep sleep. Huang Shufan hesitated for a moment, then used her son's phone to make a call, arranging to meet someone at the breakfast stall outside Jiangbei First Hospital. As she waited from 6 until 7, she was on the verge of calling again to urge the person when a three-wheeled vehicle collecting recyclables stopped in front of the stall. A man emerged from the vehicle, his hair streaked with gray and his face weathered, his back slightly hunched. He scanned the patrons at the stall before directly approaching Huang Shufan and sitting down in front of her. Without uttering a word, he began to eat, gulping down the now-cold tofu pudding and shoving the fried dough sticks into his mouth with his grimy hands. Huang Shufan silently observed, knowing full well that this man would not speak while eating. After consuming 4 fried dough sticks, he paused, wiped the grease from his hands, and finally spoke. You finally remembered to contact me? Speak, what is it? I need you to take care of 2 people for me. The hunchbacked man lit a cigarette, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke, and inquired, who are they? Do you have photos? Yes. Huang Shufan opened her phone, revealing candid shots of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and handed it to the hunchbacked man. This couple lives next door to me in Hanlin Garden. I'm not quite sure what they do for a living. After glancing at the images, the man returned the phone coolly. I remember them. I will handle these 2 for you, after which we shall have no further dealings. His icy words sent a shiver down Huang Shufan's spine, recalling his past ruthlessness, which instilled a sense of fear within her. I didn't say to kill them, just teach them a lesson. If you kill them, it could implicate you, and the police might trace it back to me. A faint smile crept across the man's face. My life should have ended long ago. Living an extra decade has been fortunate. Rest assured, once I deal with those 2, I will leave Jiangbei City. The police will not catch me. And even if I were to be apprehended one day, I would not implicate you. I am referring to that incident from 10 years ago. I fear, what will happen to my son if I were to go in? Huang Shufan seemed to recall the unbearable past, her voice trembling even more. I will bear it alone. The man stood up, leaving behind those words, hunched over as he rode away on his tricycle without looking back. Huang Shufan gazed at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. At the entrance of the police station north of the bridge, at precisely 7:45 in the morning, the officers hurried in small groups to commence their duties. A white Panamera sped up, and the passenger door opened as Zhou Zheng exited the vehicle. Yunyao, I've arrived. Please drive carefully. Zhou Zheng called back to Chu Yunyao in the driver's seat. All right, go to work. I'm leaving now. Zhou Zheng nodded, waved goodbye to Chu Yunyao, and turned towards the police station. Originally, Zhou Zheng intended to take the bus to work, but Chu Yunyao insisted on giving him a ride. Relenting to her insistence seemed less pretentious, so he acquiesced. This made Yang Tingting quite displeased, as she continually remarked that Chu Yunyao is neglecting her friends for her husband. Does that make any sense? Does it? As Zhou Zheng stepped into the small courtyard of the police station, several officers happened to witness this scene and looked on with envy. Xiao Zhou, what is this? Did your wife drop you off at work? Indeed. Zhou Zheng nodded, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Oh, how enviable. Your wife picks you up after work and drops you off before. Truly enviable. What you envy is not the ride, but that Xiao Zhou's wife is a beauty. Isn't it? Oh, did you see through me? Zhenggu, let us discuss something. Look at how pitiful I've been single for so many years. Could you have your sister-in-law help introduce me to a girlfriend? I don't ask for much, just someone with half her beauty would suffice. Is that not asking too much? Even half of your sister-in-law's beauty qualifies as stunning. Zhenggu, let your sister-in-law introduce someone to me. I'm not picky, just a woman will do. The officers chattered excitedly, while Zhou Zheng merely smiled without responding. Is it this lively so early in the morning? Are we having a meeting? A familiar voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Hao Igua arriving. Good morning, Chief. The chief has arrived? Indeed. Hao Igua nodded. The officers seemed somewhat intimidated by him, and after greeting him, they scattered. Zhou Zheng also acknowledged Hao Igua, but as he turned to leave, he was called back. Xiao Zhou, wait a moment. Chief, did you call me for something? Yes. Hao Igua nodded. This morning, Director Ma called me to say that the rewards for capturing drug dealers have come through, a collective third-class merit. Xiao Zhou, logically speaking, The majority of the credit for capturing the drug dealers belongs to you. Ma Ermao and Wang Chong were also apprehended by you. I've explained the situation to Director Ma, and this collective third-class merit does seem a bit. As Hao Igwa spoke, he felt somewhat embarrassed. It was puzzling why those in higher authority, who intended to nurture Zhou Zheng as a promising newcomer, were so stingy with merit rewards. Zhou Zheng apprehended 2 drug traffickers, nearly sacrificing his life in the process. Surely, a second-class merit award would not be excessive? However, the authorities granted a collective third-class merit instead, effectively diminishing Zhou Zheng's individual achievements and distributing the accolades among Hao Igwa and others. This left Hao Igwa feeling somewhat ashamed, yet also indignant on Zhou Zheng's behalf. Zhou Zheng, however, waved his hand and said, "Director, the capture of Wang Chong was truly a collaborative effort. Everyone contributed. A collective third-class merit is quite commendable, and I am very satisfied." Though he yearned for recognition, particularly to present a commendable image to Chu Yunyao's parents, he understood that extraordinary talent often attracts envy. Having already received a first-class merit, a second-class award would merely be an embellishment. As he had only been in the job for a few months, his foundation was still fragile. Rapid advancement could lead to resentment. It was essential to build a solid base over the course of 3 years, rather than hastily seeking progress. Moreover, Hao Igwa and the others had indeed played a role in the operation, so it would be unjust to claim they had not exerted effort. Hao Igwa patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. "Xiao Zhou, I am heartened by your humility and your understanding of teamwork. During today's meeting, I will announce the collective third-class merit. The authorities have also granted a bonus of 5,000 yuan. And I have coordinated with Wu Tian and Jianjun to ensure that we don't take it all for ourselves." Zhou Zheng quickly shook his head. "That won't do, Director. If you all refuse, I certainly cannot accept it. Instead, let us use this 5,000 yuan to improve the dining conditions for our comrades at the station." Hao Igwa's eyes lit up. "Excellent idea. Let us proceed with that." He reflected on Zhou Zheng's character, his humility and lack of greed for personal accolades, as well as his inclination to unite his colleagues. Such wisdom often eludes those who have not spent years within the system. "Xiao Zhou, you may return to your duties now." Zhou Zheng nodded but suddenly inquired, "By the way, Director, will we still patrol Chuyang Road today?" Zhang Igwa replied, "Shaoli has returned, so you and Jianjun need not patrol today. You two can stay at the station and serve as the mobile post." As a side note, with 1,000 gifts received, an additional chapter will be added, currently standing at 295. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Press the button to encourage updates. Using love to generate power in the gift section is free, and each account can do so 3 times a day. Chapter 81. What a striking license plate. Zhou Zheng arrived at the entrance of the large office. The so-called large office was a spacious room of over 100 square meters, furnished with more than 20 sets of desks and chairs. It served as the collective workspace for the officers at Xiao Bei Police Station. "Xiao Zhou, you're here." Lu Jianjun, dressed in his police uniform, was just stepping out of the office when he encountered Zhou Zheng face to face. "Master, I've arrived." "You're here quite early," Zhou Zheng remarked. "Indeed. My home is rather distant from Xiao Bei Station, so I leave at 6 every morning. Better to be early than late," Lu Jianjun replied with a hint of resignation. The long commute to work posed numerous inconveniences, and the early morning rush was one of the reasons he had contemplated purchasing a home in the city. Unfortunately, relying solely on his meager salary made homeownership a daunting prospect. Zhou Zheng, well aware of Lu Jianjun's situation, offered some consolation. "Master, isn't Sister Yuhong working with Yunyao on her business? Once the medicinal liquor venture gets on track, Yunyao will surely increase her salary. I foresee that within a year or so, you'll be able to buy a house in the city on an installment plan." Lu Jianjun merely smiled at Zhou Zheng's words, not entirely convinced. The medicinal liquor business led by Chu Yunyao had yet to take off, and who could predict its future profitability? Business ventures are fraught with both risks and rewards, and Lu Jianjun felt Zhou Zheng's optimism was somewhat naive, though he hesitated to voice any discouraging thoughts. "Xiao Zhou, I appreciate your good wishes. Let us hope for the best. By the way, have you had breakfast?" "Master, I've already eaten." "Good. Quickly change into your police uniform. It's time for us to go on duty and patrol Chaoyang Road." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and added, "Today, Shaoli is here. The station chief said we need to patrol Chaoyang Road. We'll be on mobile duty at the station." "Oh," Lu Jianjun nodded in acknowledgement. "All right then, let us head inside." The two entered the large office, where several officers approached them, clearly seeking Zhou Zheng. "Xiao Zhou, let us be partners today." "Zhenggu, Let me team up with you. I'd like to share in your good fortune. Since the apprehension of the drug dealer Wang Chang, Zhou Zheng's reputation as a lucky charm had spread throughout the station, and everyone was eager to bask in his luck. I say, do you all really think Old Lu, am invisible? Lu Jianjun interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Zheng, frowning. Zhou Zheng is not only my apprentice, but also my partner. Let us see who dares to snatch him away. As a seasoned officer with over a decade of service, Lu Jianjun had remained largely unnoticed. However, with his apprentice's newfound prowess, he garnered a bit more respect, and others were reluctant to challenge him. Old Lu, you're so stingy. We were just joking. Did you take it seriously? Now, everyone disperse and get back to your duties, one officer said. Reluctantly, the officers turned back, casting glances over their shoulders as they returned to their respective posts. Today, Xiaobei Station received a considerable number of calls. The officers departed one after another for their field duties, leaving Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun alone in the office. As they sat in boredom, a female officer entered, holding a record of incoming calls. Hey, Brother Jianjun and Zhou Zheng are here? Xiao Wang, what's the matter? Is there a situation? Lu Jianjun stood up to inquire. Yes. Officer Xiao Wang glanced at the records and noted. A report was made earlier regarding a stolen vehicle located near the Tiandiking Night Club on Hedong Road. The reporter's name is Lu Rongxing, and his phone number is 130. Jianjun, are you free at the moment? If not, would you mind responding to this call? Lu Jianjun nodded. He was feeling rather idle, and naturally, he would not decline a call for service. All right, no problem. Please hand me the report, he replied. Taking the report paper that Xiao Wang handed over, Lu Jianjun slipped it into his file folder and called out to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, we have a job. Let us go? Understood, master. Zhou Zheng immediately stood up, adjusted his gear, donned his body camera, and secured his utility belt equipped with essential police equipment. Once ready, he followed Lu Jianjun out of the main office. The two of them entered a police car, and Lu Jianjun activated the flashing lights as they sped towards the Tiandiking Night Club on Hedong Road. Xiao Zhou, this is a vehicle theft case. It's neither too big nor too small. Since you haven't been at the station long, I'll ask you to take notes later. Learning from this experience will be beneficial for your future work. Yes, master, I will study diligently, Zhou Zheng affirmed. Lu Jianjun was pleased with Zhou Zheng's attitude. Despite having earned a first-class merit, he remained humble and grounded, just like when he first arrived at the station. By the way, master, we apprehended Wang Ermao and Wang Chang. The station chief mentioned that we received a collective third-class merit. While concentrating on driving, Lu Jianjun nodded, yes. The chief called me this morning before I even arrived at the station. He continued, Xiao Zhou, the collective third-class merit may seem somewhat unwarranted for you, as we feel undeserving. However, do not overthink it. The higher-ups certainly have their reasons. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Master, what are you saying? I haven't thought much about it. I believe the collective third-class merit is justified. Your perspective reassures me, Lu Jianjun remarked. Regarding the 5,000 yuan bonus, the chief has consulted with me and Old Wu, and we unanimously decided to allocate it entirely to you, as you deserve it. Master, I cannot accept that 5,000 yuan. I suggested to the chief that it should be used to enhance the cafeteria's meals, Zhou Zheng replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianjun mentally applauded Zhou Zheng's maturity and insight, reflecting that this young officer possessed both capability and awareness of social graces, promising an extraordinary future ahead. After a while, they arrived at the Tiandiking Night Club on Hedong Road. Parking the police car, the two stepped out. Zhou Zheng called the reporter using the phone number listed in the report. The call connected swiftly. Hello, I am Officer Zhou Zheng from the Xiaobei Police Station, and we are handling the case of your stolen vehicle. May I inquire about your current location? Officer, I am near the Tiandiking Night Club. I see you. I will come over right away, the reporter replied. Zhou Zheng hung up and informed Lu Jianjun, Master, I've reached the reporter. He will be here shortly. Good. Then let us wait, Lu Jianjun responded. As the conversation unfolded, a middle-aged man, clad in a loose tank top and baggy shorts, approached. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and an abundance of flesh on his face, he walked with a pronounced sway, his beer belly jiggling with each step. The most striking feature was the elaborate tattoo adorning his right arm, a chaotic design that was difficult to decipher at a glance. Officer, officer, he bellowed in a somewhat clumsy Mandarin, even before reaching Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. His accent suggested he hailed from Guangdong province. Are you Lu Rongxing? You called the police, right? Your car is missing? Yes, yes. The man nodded vigorously while pulling out a soft pack of cigarettes, offering one to the officers. Officer, would you like a smoke? Both Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng simultaneously waved their hands. No, thank you. Now, could you explain your situation? Lu Rongxing, seemingly unconcerned, retrieved a cigarette and lit it with the one hanging from his lips, taking a deep drag before speaking. Officer, I explained everything clearly on the phone. Last night, I was singing at the Tian Diqing nightclub. I drank too much and stayed there overnight. My car was parked by the roadside, but when I woke up and went out to drive, it was gone. I have no clue who the scoundrel is that stole my car. Lu Jianjun nodded. Inquiring further, Mr. Lu, where exactly did you park your car? Right here, right here, Lu Rongxing exclaimed, gesturing as he led them westward for several meters, pointing to a parking space marked by white lines. Zhou Zheng noticed a scattering of shattered glass on the ground, a realization dawning upon him that these shards might be remnants of the thief's violent break-in. Lu Jianjun surveyed the surrounding area, noting the absence of surveillance cameras. To trace the movements of the stolen vehicle, they would have to request footage from the local traffic police covering the nearby intersections. Mr. Lu, when did you park your car here, or when was the last time you saw it? I arrived here at 12:15 last night, parked my car, and didn't come out again. Could you please provide the details of your vehicle, such as the license plate, color, and make? Lu Rongxing replied. My car is a black Mercedes S500, nearly new, and the license plate number is UJB20CM. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. That license plate number is quite something. A gift of 1,000 would warrant an additional chapter. Currently, there were 326 gifts received. Gratitude was extended to the readers for their support. Chapter 82. Is Lady Luck not on our side this time? Officer, my car cost over 1 million. It was extremely expensive. You must help me retrieve it. I can offer you a reward of 10,000 yuan, all right? Lu Rongxing exclaimed, visibly agitated. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Despite driving a Mercedes, I had to borrow money for business. If I can't get it back, the loss will be devastating. Lu Jianjun waved his hand to calm him. Mr. Lu, please do not be overly distressed. The police serve the public and do not accept rewards. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to investigate your stolen vehicle. Nowadays, there are cameras everywhere. The thief is bound to be captured on film. Thank you, officer. Thank you. Lu Rongxing responded gratefully. You're welcome, Mr. Lu. Could you please provide more information? What items were in your car? Were there any valuable possessions? Lu Jianjun gestured for Zhou Zheng to take notes. Lu Rongxing pondered for a moment. There aren't many valuables. Just a few sets of change of clothes. In the trunk, I had 2 boxes of mitai and 3 packs of cigarettes, which are somewhat valuable. Lu Jianjun's interest was piqued. 2 boxes of mitai and 3 packs of cigarettes. That could be worth around 40,000 yuan, coupled with the over 1 million yuan Mercedes. This is not a trivial case. Zhou, have you noted everything down? He inquired. Yes, master, Zhou Zheng affirmed. Then let us head to the traffic police station. We need to request the officers there to review the surveillance footage from nearby intersections to see if we can locate the stolen vehicle. Zhou Zheng remained still, surveying the surroundings. Master, I noticed there is a surveillance camera at the Tian Diqing nightclub facing this direction. Perhaps we should check the footage there first. The camera might have captured the thief's physical features and reveal the direction in which they fled, allowing us to proceed with purpose. Excellent observation, Zhou. You are more astute than I. It seems age has caught up with me. Lu Jianjun praised as he patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Zhou Zheng quickly waved his hands. Master, you are as vigorous as ever. I have much to learn from you. All right then. Let us refrain from mutual flattery and head to the Tian Diqing nightclub to review the surveillance footage. Mr. Lu, you should accompany us. The three entered the Tian Diqing nightclub, where a glamorous woman, adorned in revealing attire and heavy makeup, was engrossed in her phone behind the bar. Hello. We are officers from the Qiao Bay police station. Are you the manager of this establishment? One of the officers inquired. The woman looked up, her demeanor shifting to one of nervousness upon seeing the 2 officers. In such venues, a careless moment could lead to legal troubles, and the presence of police rarely signified anything positive. Hello, officers. I am not the manager, but I can be of assistance. What can I do for you? She stammered. Our establishment is a legitimate one, devoid of any illegal activities. Our boss has firmly declared his unwavering stance against gambling and drugs, and he will not permit any guests to. Lu Jianjun interrupted the woman, his expression darkening. Well, Huang, your silence speaks volumes. This is akin to the saying, there's no silver here. Lu Jianjun noted this in his mind, intending to suggest to the director a crackdown on the Tian Diqing nightclub when time permitted. Madam, you've misunderstood. We are here to investigate a case. Mr. Lu's vehicle was stolen from the street in front of your establishment, and we would like to review your surveillance footage to identify the suspect. We hope for your cooperation. The woman exhaled deeply, patting her heavy chest. Oh, I see. I thought. Thought what? After a moment of silence, the woman hesitated. I thought you were here for. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Officer, we will certainly cooperate. Please follow me. I will take you to the monitoring room. She elegantly strode forward, leading Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng, and Lu Rongxing to the surveillance room. Inside, a rotund man with a greasy face and black-rimmed glasses was haphazardly playing on his phone, his unkempt hair a disheveled mess. Upon seeing his boss's mistress, Lily, enter with police officers, he quickly rose to his feet. Lily, what is this about? Lily exchanged a knowing glance with the man. This is Mr. Zhou and Mr. Lu. They need to access our surveillance footage. Please assist them, and be sure to heed their requests. Of course. The man, confused by Lily's hint, nodded earnestly. He plopped down at the computer, using the mouse to navigate the screen. Officers, which footage do you need? Zhou Zheng replied, the camera at your entrance. Focusing on the roadside curb. We need the footage from midnight to the present. Certainly, just a moment. In a short while, the man retrieved the video and began playing it. The surveillance footage from the Tian Diqing nightclub fortuitously captured the spot where Lu Rongxing's car had been parked. Zhou Zheng exchanged glances with Lu Jianjun, sensing a breakthrough. Please allow me to take over, he said, aware of his colleague's knack for luck. Lu Jianjun knew that Zhou Zheng's string of fortunate outcomes was nothing short of remarkable, reshaping his belief in luck. The man obediently stood aside, and Zhou Zheng took his place at the computer, meticulously dragging the progress bar, as if viewing a film, aiming to locate the crucial moments. If played at normal speed, they might wait an eternity to spot the thief. Before long, Lu Rongxing's luxury vehicle appeared in the footage, parked in its designated spot. Zhou Zheng skillfully rewound the video until the car vanished from view. Xiao Zhou, fast forward the footage, Lu Jianjun instructed. Zhou Zheng understood perfectly, carefully inching the progress bar forward until he finally located the moment the thief struck. In the footage, a slender man wearing a baseball cap furtively glanced around to ensure no one was watching before circling Lu Rongxing's car twice and then turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared on the surveillance video, wielding a hammer with which he smashed the car window, opened the driver's door, and soon drove away in the Mercedes, heading west. Damn it, that scoundrel has stolen my car. Lu Rongxing exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing the theft. Lu Jianjun turned to him and said, Mr. Lu, please remain calm. The surveillance cameras have captured the thief's image, and I believe we will apprehend him soon, allowing you to recover your vehicle. I apologize, officer, but I cannot contain my anger. The local thieves are utterly impudent. Lu Jianjun expressed his understanding and then addressed Zhou Zheng, Xiao Shou. Can you extract a frontal image of the thief? Is it possible to see his features clearly? Following his instruction, Zhou Zheng captured a frontal shot of the thief. Unfortunately, he was too far from the camera, rendering the image unclear. All that could be discerned was that he wore a boy t-shirt and a New York baseball cap. As the logos of these brands were quite prominent, Zhou Zheng scrolled the mouse wheel to enlarge the image, but this only rendered the thief's face more indistinct. Shaking his head in frustration, he said, Master, I cannot make out what this fellow looks like. Lu Jianjun, glancing at the blurry image, felt equally disheartened. Xiao Zhou, who typically possessed a fortuitous streak, seemed to have lost his luck this time. Chapter 83, Luck has arrived. Lu Jianjun initially believed that with Zhou Zheng's fortuitous nature, they would swiftly uncover a clear image of the car thief's appearance. If all went according to plan, they would apprehend the perpetrator today and recover the stolen vehicle belonging to Lu Rongxing. Yet, as is often the case, unexpected hurdles emerged. Although the surveillance footage revealed the thief, the image was too unclear to discern any distinguishing features. It seemed that swiftly solving the case would be quite challenging. Lu Jianjun sighed, feeling a bit disheartened. Why was it that whenever he was with Zhou, his luck seemed to falter? Zhou, please download this image to your phone. Though the likeness is indistinct, it is better than nothing, he instructed. Got it. Zhou Zheng responded, transferring the image to his device before inquiring, Master, how shall we proceed next? Should we head to the traffic police station to review the surveillance tapes? The footage indicated that the thief had driven westward after stealing the vehicle. If we obtain the surveillance from the roadside cameras in that direction, we can ascertain the thief's route. With a stroke of luck, we might even trace him to his location, Zhou Zheng elaborated confidently. Lu Jianjun wore a pleased smile, appreciating his apprentice's clarity of thought. Despite his limited experience, Zhou's reasoning was commendable. You're absolutely right, Zhou. In today's urban landscape, surveillance cameras are ubiquitous. Although they sometimes infringe upon personal privacy, they provide invaluable assistance in our pursuit of criminal apprehension. Let us proceed to the traffic police station. He waved his hand and turned to Lily, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, miss." Lily quickly responded with courtesy, "It's no trouble at all. It's what we ought to do. Officers, do visit our Tian nightclub for some relaxation when you have the time. And I shall offer you a discount. We cannot afford such luxuries. Let us go." Lu Jianjun waved his hand, beckoning Zhou Zheng and Lu Rongxing to leave the establishment. Once outside, they approached the police vehicle, where Lu Jianjun addressed Lu Rongxing, "Mr. Lu, we are heading to the traffic police station to review the footage. Would you prefer to accompany us or find a place to rest and await our updates?" "I will accompany you," Lu Rongxing replied hastily. "Very well. Let us get in the car." The police vehicle sped toward the traffic police station, which was quite a distance from the Tian nightclub, certainly a lengthy journey that would take no less than 30 minutes by car. After several minutes, Lu Rongxing shifted uncomfortably in the back seat, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. Zhou Zheng turned back to inquire, "Mr. Lu, is something the matter? Are you unwell?" "I need to relieve myself. I am quite urgent," Lu Rongxing admitted sheepishly. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Master, let us find a place to pull over so Mr. Lu can attend to his needs." "No need. I can hold it. Let us proceed to the traffic police station." "Recovering my car is my utmost priority," Lu Rongxing insisted. Zhou Zheng felt a wave of exasperation. "Mr. Lu, we still have quite a distance to cover. You may not be able to hold out much longer." "Master, there is a convenience store ahead. It likely has a restroom. Let us stop there," Zhou proposed. "Agreed." Lu Jianjun nodded. "Thank you, officer." Lu Rongxing performed a respectful gesture towards Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun, clearly struggling to contain himself. The police car halted in a convenient parking spot before the tobacco shop, and Lu Rongxing flung open the door, clutching his abdomen, and hurried awkwardly towards the shop. Zhou Zheng could not help but chuckle, though he understood the urgency. After all, a car worth over $1 million had been stolen, and they were likely eager to retrieve it. "Master, are you thirsty? Let me fetch some water," he offered. "No need. I'll go," Lu Rongxing insisted. "Really? I've opened the door." "Master, just wait in the car," Zhou Zheng replied as he stepped out and proceeded directly to the tobacco shop to buy water. Lu Rongxing felt as if his bladder might burst as he stumbled into the shop. "Boss, is there a restroom? May I use it?" he asked. The owner, visibly irate, was embroiled in a dispute with a young man and, without looking up, replied tersely, "No." Without further ado, Lu Rongxing tossed several hundred-yuan notes onto the counter. "Boss, I'll take a few packs of Huazi. Keep the change. Is there a restroom?" Yes, it's at the back." The shopkeeper's demeanor instantly softened as he gestured towards a small door. "Thank you." Lu Rongxing expressed his gratitude and dashed into the restroom. Turning back, the shopkeeper's expression darkened as he continued to berate the young man before him. "Where did you steal this tobacco? This is counterfeit. You expect me to take it back? Get lost." The young man protested, "Boss, I didn't steal it. Besides, I've smoked it without issue. I have nearly 3 packs of soft Huazi. I don't want 1,500. How about 500? Have you ever smoked Huazi? Do you know what it tastes like? What do you do? I know all about you. If it was stolen, did someone gift it to you? You expect me to buy counterfeit cigarettes for 500? I won't take it for 50. Take your stuff and leave." The tobacco shop owner was livid, his eyes nearly bulging. "Just now, you tried to con me out of 20,000 with 2 boxes of fake Maodai, and now you're trying to swindle me with counterfeit tobacco. Are you thieves now moonlighting as frauds? Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll call the police." "Fine, if you want to buy it. I'll smoke it myself," the young man retorted angrily, snatching 3 packs from the counter and storming out. Their loud exchange caught the attention of Zhou Zheng, who had just arrived at the entrance of the tobacco shop. 2 boxes of Maotai? 3 packs of Huazi? Lu Rongxing had mentioned that his stolen Mercedes was loaded with Maotai and Huazi, and the quantities matched. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Zhou Zheng. Luck might be on their side. Just then, the young man emerged, clutching the Huazi under his arm, and they crossed paths. Zhou Zheng focused intently, noting that the fellow was not tall, had a slender build, wore a New York baseball cap, and a black t-shirt emblazoned with boy. bearing an uncanny resemblance to the thief captured on the surveillance footage. However, Zhou Zheng did not dare to hastily conclude that he was a car thief, for there were certainly others with a similar appearance and demeanor. Just as he was about to call out to inquire further, the young man, upon spotting Zhou Zheng in his police uniform, reacted like a mouse seeing a cat, discarding his cigarette and sprinting away. In that instant, Zhou Zheng understood that even if the lad were not a thief, he must have engaged in some unlawful activity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled upon encountering the police. "Stop!" Zhou Zheng shouted, and like a swift cheetah, he pursued the young man. The youth was racing against Zhou Zheng as if it were a contest of speed, akin to Chow Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden, Zheng Ji plucking vegetables. With a few powerful strides, Zhou Zheng closed the distance, overtaking him in mere moments, and brought him crashing to the ground. With a thud, the young man fell unceremoniously, wincing in pain, as Zhou Zheng swiftly secured his arms behind his back, fastening a pair of cold rose gold handcuffs around his wrists. The lad writhed awkwardly, attempting to rise, but Zhou Zheng's knee pressed down on him like a great weight, rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he pleaded, "Officer, please spare me. I haven't committed any crime." Zhou Zheng was not swayed by his words. Calmly, he inquired, "Don't try to be chummy. I have no nephews like you. If you haven't broken the law, why run from the police? Now, tell me, what mischief have you been up to?" The young man sensed that today would not end well for him, so he decided to downplay the situation. I just stole 3 cigarettes, and they were fake to boot. I nearly got beaten up by the shop owner." Zhou Zheng pressed further. "Did you also swipe 2 cases of mitai? Don't even mention it. The mitai was fake too. The guy next door drives a Mercedes, and the car is filled with counterfeit cigarettes and liquor." "Damn." The young man grew increasingly aggrieved as he spoke. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. He was almost certain that this young man was indeed the car thief. "Did you also make off with that black Mercedes S500? How on earth did you know?" The young man exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 84. Is the informant problematic? Zhou Zheng felt a rush of joy within. This young man was rather naive, openly admitting to the theft of a vehicle. The system had indeed rewarded him with an increase in luck, proving to be remarkably effective. Even a simple purchase of water led him to the very thief he was seeking, truly a case of serendipity. It now appeared unnecessary to visit the traffic police for surveillance footage. If he could extract where this young man had hidden the stolen Mercedes, the case would be resolved. Zhou Zheng inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Chu Yunyao." "And your age?" 19. Zhou Zheng's face immediately displayed a look of regret. At such a tender age, why resort to theft? With a criminal record now, finding employment in the future would prove challenging. At 3:30 in the morning, were you not on the road in front of the Tiandiking nightclub stealing a Mercedes? "Brother, it wasn't me. I don't know anything." Chen Yang's face betrayed his panic. Enough with the denial. Inside that Mercedes were 2 cases of Maodai and 3 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Just moments ago, you claimed you would sell them. Stand up and come with me. Zhou Zheng forcefully pulled Chen Yang to his feet, retrieving the 3 packs of cigarettes from the ground and guiding him toward the police car. "Brother, please spare me. This is my first time stealing anything. I beg you to let me go." Chen Yang pleaded desperately as they walked. Zhou Zheng replied, "It is impossible for me to let you go. Now that you are frightened, why were you not afraid while stealing? If you confess honestly, we may consider the severity of your punishment." As he spoke, Zhou Zheng led Chen Yang to the police car and opened the back door. "Get in." With his head bowed in defeat, Chen Yang climbed into the rear seat of the police car. Zhou Zheng followed, removing one of the handcuffs from Chu Yang and securing it to his own left hand. In the driver's seat, Lu Jianjun noticed Zhou Zheng entering with a stranger and was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, Xiao Zhou, who is this? Why is he handcuffed?" "Master, this is the suspect, Chen Yang, who stole the Mercedes." "What?" Lu Jianjun's mind momentarily faltered. Wasn't Xiao Zhou just going to buy water? In just a few minutes, he had apprehended a car thief? How had he identified this young man as the perpetrator? Lu Jianjun's thoughts raced, causing him a headache. "Xiao Zhou, enlighten me. What exactly transpired?" "Master, I merely went to buy water. Upon arriving at the convenience store, I witnessed a dispute between the store owner and this young man. It turned out he was attempting to sell stolen goods. However, the Maotai and Zhonghua cigarettes were counterfeit. When he saw me, he fled, and I apprehended him. There were indeed 2 cases of Maodai and 3 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes in the car, and this young man claimed the cigarettes were taken from the Mercedes. It is clear that he is the thief. Is it truly that simple?" Lu Jianjun still found it hard to believe Zhou Zheng's account. In the vast sea of humanity, The car thief concealed in Jiangbei City was akin to a grain of sand amidst the ocean. Remarkably, Zhou Zheng happened upon him while merely purchasing a bottle of water. Lu Jianjun scrutinized Chu Yunyao, noting that his attire was identical to that of the thief in the surveillance footage, thus concluding that this young man was indeed the culprit. He nodded repeatedly, feeling a mix of envy and excitement. The title of Little Zhou Koi was not bestowed without merit, and fortune seemed to favor him abundantly. Just moments ago, doubts about Zhou Zheng's luck had plagued him, yet now he found himself proven wrong. Despite the swift apprehension of the thief bringing him joy, he pressed Chu Yunyao. So, Chu Yunyao, where have you hidden the stolen Mercedes? Do you have any accomplices? Chu Yunyao remained silent, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Jianjun's eyes briefly before lowering his head once more. What is this? Choosing silence? Lu Jianjun's expression darkened. Do you think your silence will prevent us from uncovering the stolen goods? If you cooperate, it will reflect well on you. Lu Jianjun continued. But Chu Yunyao remained unmoved, his head bowed in continued silence. Little Zhou, Lu Jianjun remarked, this fellow is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine. Let us wait for Lu Rongxing to return, and we shall interrogate him properly at the station. Zhou Zheng hoped that Chu Yunyao would speak up, leading them directly to the stolen Mercedes, thus resolving the case. Master, allow me to question him, Zhou Zheng proposed. Chu Yunyao, you must pass this test today. The nature of confessing early versus late is distinct. Surveillance cameras abound on the streets. We may invest some time, but we will surely locate the stolen property. A Mercedes is too large to conceal effectively. Unless you have already transported the vehicle out of Jiangbei City, yet I doubt you possess the means for that. My guess is you acted impulsively, intending merely to seize the valuables within the car. Consider your options for another minute. If you remain silent, we will escort you back to the station, and by the time we find the stolen goods, it will be too late for you to speak. After Zhou Zheng's declaration, Chu Yunyao trembled, and moments later he raised his head, saying, Officer, if I speak, will I be treated leniently? Indeed. Very well, then I shall disclose. As Zhou Zheng had surmised, Chu Yunyao initially intended to shatter the glass and pilfer the valuables from within the Mercedes. However, after circling the vehicle twice, he discovered there was nothing of value inside. Frustrated, he turned to leave, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A luxury car devoid of valuables was an affront to thieves like him, prompting him to steal the entire vehicle instead. Having worked as a mechanic, Chu Yunyao knew how to start a car without a key. After successfully stealing the car, he discovered Mitai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes in the trunk. Clearing the trunk, he subsequently sold the vehicle to a repair shop owner on the outer ring. However, upon receiving the car, the shop owner noticed welding marks on the body, revealing that the Mercedes was a composite vehicle and thus lacked significant value. Nevertheless, it could be dismantled and sold for parts. Albeit the owner could not pay Chu Yunyao immediately. Chu Yunyao could only accept his misfortune, contemplating selling 2 boxes of mitai to a tobacco shop for quick cash. However, the shop owner declared them to be counterfeit. He then attempted to sell some Zhonghua cigarettes, only to discover they too were fake. Consequently, he was apprehended by Zhou Zheng. As Chu Yunyao recounted his tale, a flush of embarrassment washed over him. That man driving the Benz was a complete fool. Without money, what grand ambitions did he harbor? The car was a mere assemblage, the liquor was counterfeit, and the cigarettes were phony. Damn it all, after a night of turmoil. He saw not a single penny and was arrested to boot. What an injustice. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun exchanged glances, their expressions darkened. They had initially believed Lu Rongxing to be a significant figure, only to discover he was a mere fraud. Chu Yunyao, too, was a victim of circumstance, ending up with nothing and facing incarceration. However, wrongdoing necessitates accountability, and naturally, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun felt no sympathy for him. Master, let us head to the outer ring garage to retrieve the stolen bins belonging to Chu Yunyao. Lu Jianjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, time is of the essence. We shall set off as soon as Lu Rongxing emerges. Just then, Lu Rongxing exited the tobacco shop, 2 boxes of cigarettes in hand, struggling with a prostate issue. He had delayed in the restroom, taking his time to relieve himself. Upon opening the back door, he was momentarily taken aback to find Zhou Zheng and a young man seated in the rear. Mr. Lu, please take the passenger seat, Zhou Zheng suggested. Oh, certainly. Lu Rongxing hurriedly opened the front door and settled in. My apologies, officer. I was delayed in the restroom. Lu Jianjun waved dismissively. Mr. Lu, we have apprehended the individual who stole your car. That young man in the back is the culprit. Lu Rongxing was left speechless, astonished by the speed of the resolution. He then unleashed a torrent of curses upon Qinyang. "Mr. Liu, please remain calm. We have tracked down your Benz and will locate it shortly." "Thank you, officer." Liu Rongzing expressed his gratitude, then turned to Qinyang with a furrowed brow. "You scoundrel! Did you touch anything in my car?" Qinyang retorted sharply, "What a pretentious fool. What do you think was in your car besides fake liquor and counterfeit cigarettes? You're a total idiot, pretending to be wealthy." Strangely, Liu Rongzing found himself unperturbed by Chunyang's insults. He even exhaled a long sigh of relief. Zhou Zheng felt a stirring in his intuition, sensing that Liu Rongzing's predicament was more complex than merely losing a vehicle. With 1,000 gifts, an additional chapter will be provided. Currently, there are 372. Thank you to the readers for your inspiring support. Chapter 85. Chu Yunyao seeks help in the bustling city of Jiangbei. A pristine white Panamera glided into a parking spot marked by yellow lines. As the door swung open, Chu Yunyao gracefully emerged, retrieving an exquisite fruit basket from the vehicle. Standing in the parking lot, she gazed up at the imposing structure of the inpatient department, an inexplicable sense of trepidation enveloping her. Her visit to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital was ostensibly to pay her respects to the mother of Boss Liu. However, her true intent was to engage him in discussions regarding the acquisition of ginseng. In this day and age, securing a century-old ginseng root was no small feat, and Chu Yunyao had finally learned that Boss Liu possessed one. She was determined to obtain it. Yet, with Boss Liu's mother in critical condition, it was clear that business matters would likely take a back seat, leaving her feeling uncertain. At that moment, a group of individuals approached from a distance. Among them was someone Chu Yunyao recognized, Wang Hua, a merchant from the prestigious herbal medicine street. "Miss Chu, you've arrived," Wang Hua called out with a warm smile as he neared. "I have," Chu Yunyao replied, nodding. "Mr. Wang, have you visited Boss Liu's mother? How is she faring?" Wang Hua glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. "Miss Chu, old Liu's mother is in a rather grim state. While she is not afflicted by any particular illness, at over 80 years old, her bodily functions are deteriorating, and the prognosis is quite bleak. Old Liu is a devoted son, and his spirits are low. I would advise against discussing business today. It may yield the opposite of your intentions." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao felt a jolt of dismay. Indeed, the prospects for today's business dealings appeared dim. She managed to force a smile. "I understand. Thank you for the information, Mr. Wang." Wang Hua waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the mutual understanding that their friendship was rooted in commerce. "No need for thanks. We are allies in business. You should proceed now. Old Liu's mother is in room 6 on the 3rd floor. I shall take my leave." Once Wang Hua departed, Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment before steeling herself to enter the hospital. Even if business discussions were futile, it was essential to establish a rapport with Boss Liu. Upon locating Boss Liu's mother's private room, Chu Yunyao shifted the fruit basket to her left hand and gently knocked on the door with her right. "Please enter." A low voice beckoned from within. As she stepped inside, her eyes settled on the modest room where an elderly woman with a head of white hair lay in bed, her eyes dim and her cheeks sunken. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses. Upon noticing Chu Yunyao, the man's expression shifted to one of surprise. The lady before him possessed an extraordinary beauty, and yet he did not recognize her. "Hello, may I ask whom you seek?" he inquired. "Is this Liu Jun, Boss Liu?" "I am Chu Yunyao. We spoke over the phone." "Ah," Liu Jun exclaimed, recalling a conversation he had received a few days prior while on a business trip from a woman named Chu Yunyao, who expressed interest in acquiring his ginseng. It was astonishing how swiftly she had tracked him down, arriving at the hospital so promptly upon his return to Jiangbei. Liu Jun could discern the purpose behind Chu Yunyao's visit. Although he was reluctant to discuss business, particularly the sale of the century-old ginseng, he courteously invited her to take a seat. "Miss Chu, greetings. Please, make yourself comfortable." "No need, Mr. Liu," she replied. "I merely came to check on the elderly lady. I cannot linger and will leave shortly." Chu Yunyao placed the fruit basket on a nearby table before approaching Liu Jun's mother. The elderly woman appeared pale. With an oxygen tube inserted in her nostrils, her eyes half closed, each breath seeming to require immense effort. Not wishing to disturb the old lady, Chu Yunyao turned to Liu Jun and inquired, "Mr. Liu, what affliction does your mother suffer from? She appears exceedingly frail." "My mother is not gravely ill," Liu Jun replied, "but age has taken its toll, and her bodily functions are deteriorating, leading to blocked meridians." "It is likely," he faltered, for he was a man of profound filial piety. Having lost his father at a young age, his mother had raised him through thick and thin, and now, witnessing the slow decline of her life was a source of deep sorrow for him. Mr. Liu, do not be overly despondent. Good people are often blessed by fate. Your mother will recover. Chu Yunyao attempted to console him with comforting words. Thank you, Miss Chu. Just then, the door swung open, and a plump middle-aged woman entered, carrying a white porcelain bowl. Old Liu, the ginseng soup is ready. Help your mother sit up to drink it, she announced in a rather gruff tone, only to stop short upon noticing Chu Yunyao. Her expression immediately shifted. Old Liu, who is she? Oh, Wang Fong. Allow me to introduce her. This is my friend, Chu Yunyao. Miss Chu, this is my wife, Wang Fong. Hello. Chu Yunyao greeted Wang Fong with a smile. However, Wang Fong ignored her, scrutinizing her instead. The woman was strikingly beautiful, resembling a fairy, which ignited a wave of jealousy within Wang Fong. Well, Lu Jun, you unfaithful wretch. So, you have revealed your hand. No longer concealing your affair? You dare to present your mistress so openly? She exclaimed, slamming the porcelain bowl onto the table. Let your mistress take care of your mother. I shall no longer serve. With that, she stormed out of the hospital room. Ah, Wang Fong, don't go. It's not what you think. Lu Jun felt profoundly embarrassed in front of Chu Yunyao. I apologize, Miss Chu. My wife is quite possessive and harbors strong suspicions. It seems she has misunderstood the situation. He explained awkwardly. Chu Yunyao waved her hand dismissively. Mr. Liu, it's quite all right. This is not your fault. Lu Jun did not pursue his wife, as he needed to feed his mother the ginseng soup. However, he fumbled awkwardly, and the elderly lady was not cooperative, spilling more than she managed to consume. Mr. Liu, allow me to assist, Chu Yunyao offered, her kind-hearted nature shining through as she took the small porcelain bowl from Lu Jun's hands and fed the elderly lady. Remarkably, the old woman finished the soup in no time. Thank you. Lu Jun expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Chu Yunyao, visibly moved by her gesture. Recognizing that business discussions were futile for the day, Chu Yunyao decided to take her leave, bidding farewell to Lu Jun. Lu Jun escorted her to the corridor outside the hospital room and suddenly remarked, Miss Chu, I am aware of your true intentions for being here. Under ordinary circumstances, I would consider parting with my century-old ginseng for a fair price. However, that is no longer an option. No matter the offer, I cannot sell it. For this ginseng is intertwined with my mother's very existence. Chu Yunyao quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her heart sinking. Mr. Liu, the ginseng soup that the old lady just consumed was made from the roots of the century-old ginseng, wasn't it? Indeed, you are correct, Lu Jun nodded. I have engaged Director Feng from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to treat my mother. He has advised that there are two methods to extend her life. The first is to consume a bowl of ginseng soup made from the century-old ginseng daily. Once the ginseng is exhausted, so too will be her life. The second is to summon a master-level physician to perform acupuncture to invigorate her blood circulation, which could extend her life by at least 6 months. Miss Chu, there are only a few national masters of traditional medicine. I cannot procure their services, so I must resort to using small portions of the ginseng daily to prolong my mother's life. Chu Yunyao nodded, contemplating the notion of relinquishing her pursuit of the century-old ginseng. Lu Jun continued, Miss Chu, if you could secure the services of a master physician to assist in extending my mother's life, even if only for 6 months, I would gladly gift you the century-old ginseng without charge, in addition to presenting you with 2 million. Lu Jun left his statement open-ended. As long as a master could be found to aid the elderly lady, the ginseng would be easily attainable. Yet, Chu Yunyao felt no optimism. If even Vice Mayor Yang could not enlist the help of a master physician, what hope did she have? Perhaps, had she not severed ties with the Chu family, she might have found some solace in appealing to her father. Now, the prospect of bowing to him was utterly inconceivable. The century-old ginseng would be consumed gradually by Lu Jun, and inevitably, there would come a day when it would be depleted. Chu Yunyao sensed the urgency of the situation but felt utterly at a loss. Anxiety gripped her heart, causing the scene before her to blur, her head throbbing as if pierced by a needle. Chapter 86. The urn in the stolen car, a blue and white police car, its lights flashing, sped along the outer ring road. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Zheng inquired of Chunyang, what is the name of the repair shop where you disposed of the stolen goods? And where is it located? Chunyang tilted his head to glance out the window. Officer, that repair shop is called Detsi Auto Repair, just a short distance ahead. Master, we are almost there. Please slow down, Zhou Zheng advised. Understood. Lu Jianjun lifted his right foot, easing off the accelerator. The car's speed diminishing as he stole a glance outside. Officer, it's right there, right there. Lu Rongxing had been closely monitoring the outside view and was the first to spot Detsi Auto Repair. "Mr. Lu, your eyesight is quite impressive," Lu Jianjun remarked as he signaled and changed lanes. "With a Mercedes worth over $1 million, I certainly need to be vigilant," Qinyang retorted from the back seat, a mocking expression on his face as he vented his frustrations. Lu Rongxing was immediately incensed. "Damn it, if it weren't for the police, I'd make you regret this." Zhou Zheng shot a glare at the two, thinking to himself that neither of them was easy to handle. "Silence. If you are not required to speak, then do not," Zhou Zheng reprimanded. The two men fell silent. Lu Jianjun parked the police car in front of Detsi Auto Repair. As they exited the vehicle, Zhou Zheng's wrist remained shackled to Qinyang's. Lu Jianjun retrieved a pair of ankle cuffs, approximately 80 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb, and crouched down to secure them around Qinyang's legs. "Wow," Qinyang exclaimed in surprise. He had only seen such restraints on serious criminals on television. With a mournful expression, he lamented, "Officer, is stealing a assembled car worthy of a death sentence? Why must I be subjected to these cuffs?" "Do not be alarmed. It is merely standard procedure," Lu Jianjun offered blandly, unlocking the handcuffs from Zhou Zheng's wrist and fastening them onto Qinyang. "Xiaozhou, you handle things here. I will provide assistance from the sidelines. It is time for you to try handling a case independently." "Got it, master." Before them stood a modest four-room building adjacent to the outer ring road, with a yard behind and a vehicle entrance on the left. Zhou Zheng knocked on the door, and shortly after, a middle-aged man with a full beard opened it. Upon seeing the police, he appeared momentarily stunned. "Officer, who are you looking for?" "Hello. We are from the Qiao Bay police station. Are you the owner of Detsi Auto Repair?" Zhou Zheng asked. "Yes, I am the owner. Do you know Qinyang?" "No." I do not know him, not at all." The bearded man's face paled, shaking his head vigorously. Zhou Zheng pulled Qinyang forward. "Take a good look. Do you not recognize him?" Seeing Qinyang in handcuffs and ankle cuffs, the bearded man instantly grew anxious, momentarily at a loss for words. Qinyang, disregarding all consequences, exclaimed, "Li Yud, Uncle Da, do you not recognize me? It is I, Qinyang. Just this morning, I sold you a Mercedes. You claimed it was an assembled vehicle and that it needed to be dismantled for parts, yet you have not compensated me a single cent." Li Yud felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. The audacity of this man had summoned the police, and he nearly wished to silence Qinyang right then and there. Zhou Zheng pressed on relentlessly. "Li Yud, cease your pretense. Our visit signifies that we possess irrefutable evidence. According to Qinyang's testimony, he sold a stolen Mercedes through you. Do you still deny it?" Li Yud, whose composure had swiftly unraveled, begged, "Officers, please spare me. This is my first encounter with receiving stolen goods. I was merely misled by that scoundrel Qinyang. He once apprenticed with me, and I sensed his dubious character from the beginning. He is no good." Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "Li Yud, confess where the stolen Mercedes is located. If you cooperate with our investigation, leniency may be afforded to you." "Very well, officers. That assembled Mercedes is in the backyard. Follow me," Li Yud replied, leading them to the rear of the premises. Zhou Zheng found the investigation surprisingly smooth, prompting Lu Jianjun to commend his own cleverness. The backyard was spacious, spanning over 1,000 square meters, with half of it sheltered by an asbestos roof. Two young men, clad in grimy work attire, busied themselves beside a black Mercedes. "My car." Lu Rongxing recognized the black Mercedes instantly, despite its license plates having been removed. He hurried over to inspect the interior, only to feel a rush of anger. The vehicle had been utterly dismantled. Seats, engine, and various components lay scattered about. The two mechanics were washing parts with a pressure washer, clearly the architects of the chaos. "You ruffians, why have you dismantled my car? What have you done with my belongings?" Lu Rongxing berated the two mechanics. "Mr. Lu, please, calm yourself," Zhou Zheng interjected. "What valuable items were in your vehicle?" I can't quite recall," Lu Rongxing stuttered, suddenly at a loss for words. "I apologize, officer. Seeing my car in this state has left me quite agitated." Zhou Zheng gestured towards the two young mechanics. "You two, are you aware that this car is stolen?" The mechanics, sensing the tension, responded nervously, "Officer, we had no idea. Our boss ordered us to dismantle it, and we simply followed instructions for our wages." Zhou Zheng continued. "This vehicle is indeed stolen. Did you discover any valuables inside?" "None." Both mechanics shook their heads in unison. This car was meant for parts. Any valuables would have been taken long ago. However, we did find an urn beneath the seat, which is rather unfortunate. "An urn?" Zhou Zheng's interest peaked at this revelation. Who would place an urn in their car? Is that not a source of fear? Mr. Liu, what is the story here? Why is there an urn in your vehicle? Liu Rongxing paused momentarily, his eyes darting around as he stammered. I suppose it belongs to my previous car owner, as I purchased this vehicle secondhand. Goodness. Ever since acquiring this car, I have encountered a streak of misfortune. It turns out there was an urn within it. What terrible luck. Liu Rongxing muttered curses under his breath, yet he could not bring himself to meet Zhou Zheng's gaze. Zhou Zheng refrained from further questioning him and turned to the mechanic. Where is the urn located? The mechanic replied, we disposed of it. That thing was quite heavy, and I feared it contained ashes. The boss also considered it ominous. So we tossed it into the large garbage pit behind. Let us go find it. As soon as Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Liu Rongxing nervously interjected. Officer, why seek that item? It is quite unlucky. My car is in shambles. Shouldn't we discuss compensation instead? Perhaps we should return to the police station first. Zhou Zheng chuckled softly. Mr. Liu, there is no need for haste. One must tackle matters step by step. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. After speaking, Zhou Zheng approached Liu Jianjun and whispered, Master, keep a close watch on them, particularly on Liu Rongxing. Something about him seems off. Understood. Although Liu Jianjun felt puzzled, he did not inquire further, maintaining a discreet distance of 2 steps from Liu Rongxing. Chapter 87. The ashes box conceals ice. Officer, I protest. What purpose does retrieving a cursed ashes box serve? As the complainant, the police should prioritize my concerns. I demand that you arrest all these individuals and bring them to the station before discussing my compensation. This is your duty, rather than obsessing over an ashes box. Otherwise, I shall file a complaint against you. Liu Rongxing, emboldened by an unknown source, gesticulated wildly at Zhou Zheng and Liu Jianjun, even threatening to lodge a complaint against Zhou. Whether it was due to agitation or fear, his hands and legs trembled slightly after his outburst. Zhou Zheng observed him closely. Increasingly convinced that Liu Rongxing was not being truthful, there was something amiss with that ashes box. Mr. Liu, do you wish for me to follow your instructions? The police have their own methods of investigation. Your input is unnecessary. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng altered his stance. He addressed Liu Jianjun, Master, please take the mechanic to the back to locate the ashes box. Ensure you examine its contents and keep me updated. Xiao Zhou. Liu Jianjun was perplexed by Zhou Zheng's intentions. Surely, the ashes box contained ashes. What else could it possibly hold? Zhou Zheng gestured subtly, and Liu Jianjun nodded, refraining from further inquiry. You two, lead me to the refuse pit to search for the ashes box, Zhou Zheng commanded. Yes, officer. Liu Jianjun escorted 2 workers away. Once the trio departed, Liu Rongxing grew increasingly agitated, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, feigning interest in the surroundings by glancing about. Zhou Zheng scrutinized his every movement, and after a quarter of an hour, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Liu Jianjun. Hello, Master, have you found it? The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Xiao Zhou, we've located the ashes box. You won't believe what it contains. You'll be shocked when I tell you. Zhou Zheng's heart raced. Indeed, the ashes box held secrets. Master, please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Liu Jianjun replied. Xiao Zhou, the ashes box contains packaged ice. Although it isn't full, only 3 bags. I estimate there are at least 3 kilograms. 6 pounds of ice. Imagine the harm it could cause if it circulates in the market. Are you certain it is ice? Zhou Zheng inquired, his concern palpable. Liu Jianjun affirmed, absolutely, Xiao Zhou. In my previous work with the narcotics team, I encountered that substance and even recognized its pungent odor. The memory is vivid and unmistakable. Xiao Zhou, Liu Rongxing is undoubtedly involved in something nefarious. Be vigilant and ensure he does not escape. I've already contacted the station chief to request reinforcements. I will return shortly. Stay safe. Understood, Master. Zhou Zheng nodded, discreetly ending the call. Officer, that pretentious fool is trying to flee. Qinyang shouted from the side. Looking at Liu Rongxing, Zhou Zheng noticed that, at some point, this man had stealthily approached the exit. Stop. Zhou Zheng hastily pursued forward, but Liu Rongxing ceased to run, turning around with a look of panic etched upon his face. Officer, I did not flee. I did not flee. As Zhou Zheng closed the distance, suddenly, Liu Rongxing's eyes widened in terror, his expression morphing into one of cruel intent as he raised the iron wrench he had concealed behind his back. This hefty wrench weighed no less than 20 pounds. Swung at a mere steel pipe, it could easily bend it, and if it were to strike a human skull, it would surely cause grave injury. Zhou Zheng found himself too close to Lu Rongxing to evade the impending blow. He could only extend his left arm, bracing himself to endure the impact, uncertain if he could withstand it. With his right fist coiled, he focused on Lu Rongxing's throat, contemplating a desperate struggle where both might suffer. In that pivotal moment, Zhou Zheng's fortuitous luck came into play. Lu Rongxing, exerting too much force, struck the door frame instead, sending splinters flying. A resounding crash echoed, followed by a pained cry as Lu Rongxing felt his grip falter. The wrench slipping from his hands and crashing onto his own foot, breaking bones and causing him to howl in agony as he sat on the ground. Clutching his injured foot, Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Was Lu Rongxing truly so ruthless to inflict such harm upon himself? Yet, he could not afford to let his guard down. Drawing out the pepper spray from his waist, he unleashed a barrage upon Lu Rongxing's face. The spray coated him, stinging his skin and eyes, rendering Lu Rongxing utterly incapacitated, his cries growing even more desperate. Zhou Zheng discarded the pepper spray canister, delivering a forceful kick that toppled Lu Rongxing, pinning him to the ground. Li Yud, frightened by the sudden turn of events, cowered behind the shell of a Mercedes, trembling. Yet Qinyang exhibited no fear. Witnessing Lu Rongxing's capture, he appeared invigorated. He limped over, dragging his shackled feet, picked up the discarded pepper spray, and unleashed a chaotic spray onto Lu Rongxing's head, following up with several harsh kicks. "You scoundrel!" he shouted, punctuating each kick with a curse. Lu Rongxing emitted a series of agonized shrieks akin to a slaughtered pig. His intention to escape had been thwarted by Chunyang's warning to Zhou Zheng. Hence Zhou Zheng refrained from reprimanding him, instead lifting his gaze to inquire, "What is your situation?" "I despise him. I wish to see him dead," Qinyang replied fervently. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lu Jianjun returned, cradling an urn and accompanied by two mechanics. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng pinning Lu Rongxing to the ground, he quickly retrieved a pair of handcuffs and tossed them to Zhou Zheng. "Xiao Zhou, what is happening?" he asked. With a click, Zhou Zheng secured the cuffs onto Lu Rongxing, whose own foot had been injured by the wrench, now rendered incapable of escape. This rascal had not only attempted to ambush him, but had also been apprehended. Standing upright, Zhou Zheng succinctly recounted the unfolding events. Noticing the hefty wrench on the ground, Lu Jianjun appeared apprehensive. "Fortune favored you, Xiao Zhou. Had it been someone else, they might have met their end by that wrench," Lu Jianjun remarked. Inside the urn lies approximately 3 kilograms of packaged ice. Its presence in Lu Rongxing's vehicle strongly suggests he is involved in drug trafficking. Zhou Zheng nodded in affirmation. "Master, I have long harbored suspicions regarding this individual." Li Jianjun, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "When did this happen? How did you discern it?" Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "Master, I shall reveal that to you at a later time." He then turned to Lu Rongxing and stated, "Lu Rongxing, ice was discovered in your vehicle. Do you have anything to say regarding this matter?" At that moment, Lu Rongxing appeared utterly wretched. His eyes stung painfully from the pepper spray, making it difficult for him to open them. The agony from his fractured foot caused him to involuntarily gasp. Even in such dire circumstances, he continued to feign innocence. "Officer, I am unaware of what you are referring to. I am an upstanding citizen. How could I possibly be involved in drug trafficking?" "You seem to have been plucked from the midst of good people," interjected Lu Jianjun. "Hiding ice in a coffin truly suits you. If it weren't for Qinyang stealing your car, you might have made a clean escape. Officer, if you continue to speak this way, I shall accuse you of defamation. I have stated that the coffin is not mine. It could belong to the previous owner. As for the ice, I know nothing about it," Lu Rongxing retorted stubbornly. Zhou Zheng countered, "Then why did you attempt to flee just now? Were you planning to ambush me? Speak honestly. Who were you meeting in Jiangbei?" Lu Rongxing fell silent, refusing to respond. "Not going to speak?" Zhou Zheng mused, stroking his chin. The coffin contained only 3 bags of packaged ice, with ample space remaining. "You traveled a great distance from the south, so it is improbable that this is all you brought. I surmise that you sold a portion of the ice. Is your buyer named Wang Chong?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rongxing's eyes widened in astonishment. How could he possibly know all of this? Chapter 88. "I have a premonition that you will be promoted to second-class inspector." Zhou Zheng uttered the name Wang Chong, causing Lu Rongxing to be taken aback. He was indeed Wang Chong's superior and had engaged in several transactions with him. Typically, during these dealings, he would dispatch his trusted subordinate, Ma, to bring the goods from the south to Jiangbei. In addition to Wang Chong in Jiangbei, he also had connections in the neighboring city. This time, the transaction was scheduled. But one of his reliable underlings was hospitalized after a drunken altercation with a woman at a nightclub, resulting in several stab wounds. Reluctantly, Lu Rongxing had to come in person, yet fortuitously, it allowed him to meet and foster relationships with these connections. The police mentioning Wang Chong's name indicated that Wang Chong was likely to be arrested. Lu Rongxing suddenly realized that the theft of his Mercedes might have been a trap. Could it be that Wang Chong, after being apprehended, had betrayed him? Had he already been under police surveillance? Otherwise, how could this young officer Zhou Zheng have fortuitously encountered the car thief Chu Yunyao at the entrance of a smoke shop? Why did Chu Yunyao sell the stolen vehicle to a local repair shop, knowing full well that stolen goods should not remain in the area overnight, especially when the car had been dismantled? Yet, why hadn't the police arrested him directly? Was it because they lacked evidence at that moment? Lu Rongxing was beset by doubts and scenarios, his heart sinking as he realized he was in deep trouble. Seeing Lu Rongxing's fluctuating expressions, Zhou Zheng understood he had hit the mark. This fellow was indeed Wang Chong's superior. Lu Rongxing, Wang Chong has been arrested. He has confessed. Do you not wish to say something? The ashes box must bear your fingerprints. Even if you remain silent, you can still be convicted. Indeed, Wang Chong had been apprehended. He must have sold me out. Lu Rongxing trembled internally, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. Officer, I confess. The ice in the ashes box was brought by me. I came to Jiangbei specifically to deal with Wang Chong. That scoundrel has transacted with me several times. Zhou Zheng nodded and turned to Lu Jianjun, saying, Master, Lu Rongxing has confessed. This guy is not only a drug dealer, but also Wang Chong's superior. Lu Jianjun was delighted, not expecting Lu Rongxing to yield so swiftly. These drug dealers, aware of their grave sins, often faced a countdown to their demise upon arrest. Hence, they typically resisted fiercely, never easily confessing. To his surprise, just a few words from Zhou Zheng had caused Lu Rongxing's defenses to crumble. Lu Jianjun silently gave a thumbs up. Simply put, it was remarkable. Lu Jianjun held Zhou Zheng in high regard, feeling that he himself lacked Zhou Zheng's prowess. It seemed his disciple had surpassed him, filling him with both pride and envy. However, Lu Jianjun remained puzzled as to how Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Rongxing's subordinate was Wang Chong. Feeling unashamed to inquire, he pulled Zhou Zheng aside. Little Zhou, how did you deduce that Lu Rongxing's subordinate was Wang Chong? Was it based on your inference, or did you discover something? Zhou Zheng laughed and replied, Master, I did not discover anything. I was merely bluffing him, and to my surprise, I was right. Lu Jianjun, momentarily at a loss for words, finally patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder and sincerely remarked, Xiao Zhou, your luck is remarkable. It's truly undeniable. At that moment, a jarring alarm echoed from outside. Soon, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, Director Hao Aigua of the Bridge North Police Station entered the courtyard with several officers. Hao Aigua had received a call from Lu Jianjun, reporting the discovery of 3 kilograms of ice and the presence of the criminal suspect, prompting a call for reinforcements. Hao Aigua could hardly believe his ears. Weren't this pair of mentor and apprentice stationed at the police station? How had they stumbled upon drug traffickers? Filled with questions, he swiftly summoned the remaining officers, and they armed themselves, heading towards Detzi Auto Repair on the outer ring. Seeing that Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun were unharmed, Hao Aigua finally exhaled, sheathing his half-drawn pistol back into its holster. Xiao Zhou Lao Lu, how are you? All well. The director has arrived? Lu Jianjun replied. We're perfectly fine. That Lu Rongxing is not only a drug dealer, but also the supplier of Wang Chong, the drug trafficker we apprehended last time. Really? Is that true? Hao Aigua's eyes widened in disbelief. Director, here's the evidence of Lu Rongxing's drug dealing, Zhou Zheng said, holding up an urn to show the ice contained within. This fellow concealed the ice in an urn, hidden beneath the car seat. The urn contained 3 packages of neatly wrapped ice, one of which Lu Jianjun had already opened for identification. Hao Aigua examined it closely, inhaling the pungent odor that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Indeed, it's ice, he exclaimed, looking up with a radiant smile that lit up his face. He clapped Zhou Zheng on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Zhou, you two are truly impressive. Just one outing and you've captured another drug dealer, and a significant one at that. Remarkable. The other officers present were filled with envy. Their own responses to calls typically involved mediating neighborhood disputes or, at most, apprehending petty thieves. But look at Xiao Zhou. He had managed to arrest 3 drug traffickers in a single outing, surpassing even the efficiency of the narcotics team. I wish I could accompany him on patrol. Even if he feasted, I'd be content with the leftovers. They lamented, regretting that his mentor, Lu Jianjun, was so protective of him, even more than his own wife. Hao Aigua first instructed the officers to secure Lu Rongxing from the ground before turning back to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, did you receive a tip-off from a concerned citizen? How did you manage to apprehend a drug dealer so swiftly? Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Lu Jianjun interjected, Director, you may not know this, but Lu Rongxing, the drug dealer, had his car stolen and called the police. Xiao Zhou and I were responding to that report. While we were on our way to the traffic police to check the surveillance, Lu Rongxing urgently needed to use the restroom at a convenience store. While Xiao Zhou was buying some water, he fortuitously encountered the car thief, Qinyang, and managed to detain him. Qinyang confessed to selling the stolen vehicle to Detsi Auto Repair. When we arrived at the repair shop, we found the stolen car dismantled for parts, and the mechanic had discovered an urn inside, which he had carelessly discarded. Xiao Zhou, eager to depart, sought the ashes box belonging to Lu Rongxing, convinced that something peculiar lay within. I opened it to reveal, astonishingly, 3 kilograms of ice. Director, that is the sequence of events. Lu Jianjun recounted the tale to Lu Haoguo with remarkable speed, relishing every moment of his narration. Upon hearing this, Haoguo's expression became one of complexity. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun had initially responded to assist in locating a stolen vehicle, only to discover that the individual who reported it was a drug dealer, with narcotics concealed within the car. Was this not a fortuitous turn of events for Xiao Zhou? While other officers struggled to apprehend thieves, Xiao Zhou effortlessly captured a heinous drug trafficker. Truly, Xiao Zhou seemed favored by fortune. The surrounding officers, including Haoguo, could only gaze in admiration. After a prolonged silence, Haoguo regained his composure. Xiao Zhou, old Lu, take Lu Rongxing and the others back to the station. I shall personally report to Director Ma at the City Bureau. Xiao Zhou, I have a premonition that you are on the verge of a promotion to second-level inspector. Chapter 89. Lifting the stone to stumble upon one's own foot. As Hao Aigua's words faded, the surrounding officers were engulfed in admiration, casting glances at the insignia adorning their own shoulders. Accompanying Hao Aigua on this mission were seasoned officers, including a second-level inspector with 1 stripe and 2 stars, and even a first-level inspector with 1 stripe and 3 stars. Although Zhou Zheng had recently ascended to the rank of a second-level inspector, theoretically, others should not harbor feelings of envy or jealousy. However, one must consider the years of service these officers had dedicated, some with as few as 4 or 5 years, while others boasted 7 or 8 years of experience, all attained without error. Lu Jianjun, having made a mistake in years past, remained a first-level inspector with 1 stripe and 3 stars, despite his decade-long service, when he should have long since advanced to a third-level inspector with 2 stripes and 1 star. And Zhou Zheng? His tenure was a mere 3 months and 9 days. Generally, the path to becoming a second-level inspector necessitates at least 4 years of diligent service. The prospect of Zhou Zheng achieving such a promotion within a mere 3 months is nearly 4 years ahead of the normative timeline, thus inciting overwhelming envy. Such feelings of envy and resentment are futile, for it is evident that Zhou Zheng has consistently accomplished remarkable feats. A-class fugitives have sought his counsel regarding their criminal records. Drug dealers have reported stolen vehicles to him. Even a bag snatcher made a hasty retreat, only to collide and knock himself unconscious before Zhou Zheng. One might attribute these occurrences to mere luck, yet luck is an integral component of skill. His fortune appears bountiful, while others seem devoid of such serendipity. This is the essence of ability. It is as if the heavens are operating a bulldozer, feeding him success. And one cannot help but accept this reality. The officers around him were brimming with envy. Zhenggu, may I request a small favor? Please take me along on your next call. I would be honored to be your aide. Xiao Zhou, take me with you. My wife keeps telling me I lack ambition. My stars have remained unchanged for too long. Could you lend me a hand? Xiao Zhou, next time you go out, bring a few more people along. We could all benefit from your good fortune. The crowd buzzed with chatter, leaving Zhou Zheng momentarily speechless. Hao Aigua, who was about to turn away, suddenly wore a stern expression. Are you all devoid of tasks? Seeing Xiao Zhou and Jianjun achieve success has stirred you to action? You are all seasoned officers. You know that earning recognition is no simple feat and often entails peril. Did you know that during the last operation, when Xiao Zhou apprehended the drug dealer Wang Chong, he nearly faced a fatal gunshot? You did not know? You only see the accolades while remaining oblivious to the immense effort and the life-threatening risks he has endured. After several admonishments from Hao Aigua, The officers fell silent, hearing for the first time about Zhou Zheng's near brush with death. They had assumed he relied solely on luck for his accomplishments, unaware that danger lurked in his path as well. Reflecting inwardly, could they truly confront the risk of facing a gunshot in the pursuit of apprehending a drug dealer? Each heart held a vague answer, yet none dared to affirm their certainty in such a scenario. The faces of the officers were simultaneously adorned with expressions of shame, their hearts heavy with sighs. It appeared that young Zhou's accomplishments were not solely the result of sheer luck, leading them to re-evaluate their perceptions of Zhou Zheng. Hao Aiguo paused momentarily. He was eager to report to Ma Xiaojun at the municipal bureau and refrained from elaborating further, offering only a few words of caution. All right, I must head to the municipal bureau. Exercise utmost caution on your way back to the police station. That Lu Rongxing is a notorious drug trafficker. Be vigilant and ensure he does not escape. Captain, Lu Rongxing cannot flee. It seems his foot is severely injured, an officer remarked, gesturing towards Lu Rongxing's foot, which was swollen to a size greater than that of a turnip, its skin exhibiting a dark purple hue, resembling a ripe eggplant, unsteady on its feet. As the officers lifted his leg, Lu Rongxing immediately erupted into a cacophony of anguished wails, the sound ear-piercing enough to suggest the slaughter of a pig. His foot hung limply at a 45-degree angle, indicating a likely fracture. Hao Aiguo inhaled sharply, casting a glance at Zhou Zheng. It was evident that Zhou had acted to prevent Lu Rongxing's escape. After all, the vivid memory of Zhou's previous encounter with drug dealer Wang Chong, during which a powerful strike had broken 6 of Wang's ribs, lingered in his mind. Nonetheless, dealing with vicious criminals necessitated a firm hand. Leniency could lead to one's own peril. Zhou Zheng seemed to sense Hao Aiguo's thoughts and clarified, "Director, the injury on Lu Rongxing's foot was not inflicted by me." Hao Aiguo mused that this was not a grave error. Why then did young Zhou hesitate to admit it? Not you? Could it be self-inflicted? Indeed, it was self-inflicted. Zhou Zheng replied with a smile. Lu Rongxing attempted to ambush me with a metal wrench, but, in his eagerness, he miscalculated his strength, striking the doorframe and inadvertently dropping the wrench onto his own foot. As Zhou's words concluded, not only Hao Aiguo, but the other officers could hardly contain their laughter. Lu Rongxing had indeed brought this misfortune upon himself. It was a classic case of hoisting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. However, Hao Aiguo felt a pang of apprehension. The wrench was over half a meter long, and had Lu Rongxing succeeded in his ambush, Zhou's fate could have been dire. This was a persistent concern for Hao Aiguo. While Zhou seemed to possess extraordinary luck, a single misstep could lead to disaster. Young Zhou, in future encounters with criminals, prioritize your own safety above all. Learn from your mentor. Do not dismiss my words as mere nagging, he advised. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Director, how could that be? I have taken note. Rest assured." Hao Aiguo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He exited, driving a police vehicle straight to the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. Upon arrival and parking the car, he entered the police building and made his way to the director's office. With a burst of excitement, he knocked on the door. The office was spacious and bright, where Ma Xiaojun, pen in hand, was engrossed in his work at the desk, the olive branches and cross insignia on his white shirt glimmering in the sunlight. "Come in," he called, still focused on his tasks, not lifting his gaze. As the door swung open, Hao Aiguo stepped inside, his face a mask of suppressed joy. Director Ma raised his head, his expression devoid of any semblance of mirth. "Old Hao, what brings you here today? Please, have a seat. I actually have a matter to discuss with you, Director Ma," Hao Aiguo replied, promptly seating himself on the sofa without further ado. Ma Xiaojun furrowed his brow, pondering when Hao Aiguo had transformed into someone so forthright. In the past, he had always been deferential in the director's office. Setting down his pen, Ma rose and took a seat opposite Hao. "Old Hao, it seems you have come with purpose. Pray tell me, what is it?" Just now, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun apprehended a drug dealer. Preliminary interrogation reveals he is from the south and connected to the last dealer we caught, Wang Chong. "What? A drug dealer from the south? And he is associated with Wang Chong?" Ma Xiaojun had barely settled into the sofa before he was compelled to stand again. "This morning, a call came from the provincial office alerting us to the presence of southern drug dealers operating in the Jiangbei area. The higher-ups are quite concerned and have urged our bureau to remain vigilant. It is imperative that we capture this southern dealer to prevent the spread of narcotics among the populace." Feeling the weight of responsibility, Ma swiftly relayed this information to the narcotics team, understanding that there must be connections among the dealers. He instructed the team to intensify their interrogation of Wang Chong, hoping to extract valuable intelligence from him. However, the narcotics team struggled to find a breakthrough. While the police station in Xiaobei had already succeeded in apprehending the southern dealer, the promotional event for gift collections has been discontinued. And with the declining data, achieving our previous goals seems increasingly difficult. An additional chapter will be added in gratitude for the unwavering support of our esteemed readers. Chapter 90. Is Zhou Zheng in trouble? Upon hearing the completion of Ha Aigua's account, Ma Xiaojun felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure that had burdened him. Had the drug traffickers from the south been apprehended? Was it none other than Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station who had accomplished this feat? While elation surged within him, he could not help but harbor a tinge of disappointment towards the narcotics team. It seemed that the vital work of drug enforcement had fallen upon the shoulders of grassroots officers. What, then, was the role of the narcotics team? Wang Chong, the drug dealer, had also been captured by the Qiaobei station, paving the way for them, yet it had been 2 days with no leads in the interrogation. Although the leaders emphasized the significance of diligence in daily tasks, they placed even greater importance on an officer's ability to alleviate burdens during crucial moments. Clearly, the Qiaobei police station had risen to the occasion, and Comrade Zhou had performed admirably. Ma Xiaojun felt a surge of pride, regarding both the Qiaobei station and Zhou Zheng with newfound respect. Old Hao, splendid work from your team at the Qiaobei station. Comrade Zhou continues to exhibit remarkable enthusiasm and exceptional capability. Very commendable, he exclaimed. Come, Old Hao, let me pour you some water. As he spoke, he rose to assist Ha Aigua with a cup of water, an act born of camaraderie. Please, no need for that. Director Ma, I can manage myself. Ha Aigua, though appreciative, felt it inappropriate to accept such a gesture from the director. He swiftly took the disposable cup from Ma Xiaojun's hands, and the latter did not insist further, recognizing that the sentiment of concern was what truly mattered. Director Ma, we have brought the drug dealer Lu Rongzeng back to the Qiaobei station. Please advise on the next steps. Ma Xiaojun paused for a moment of contemplation. Old Hao, let us assign Lu Rongzeng to the narcotics team for interrogation. While he was apprehended by your station, this remains within the purview of the narcotics team. Do you have any objections? None whatsoever. Ha Aigua replied without hesitation. With the director's directive, he knew there was no room for dissent. After all, it was sufficient that Ma Xiaojun acknowledged the Qiaobei station's role in the capture. Feeling satisfied with Ha Aigua's response, Ma Xiaojun stood and declared, Old Hao, your team at the Qiaobei station has once again achieved a commendable success. Comrade Zhou Zheng remains outstanding, and I shall report this to the provincial department forthwith. Director Ma, considering Comrade Zhou's consecutive successes, shouldn't we consider advancing his rank? Ha Aigua inquired with hopeful anticipation. Having been in service for less than 4 months, if Zhou Zheng were to rise to the level of a second-tier police officer, he would be unparalleled among the officers of Jiangbei. Such an exceptional talent hailing from the Qiaobei station was a testament to Ha Aigua's mentorship, and it would elevate his standing among his peers. Ma Xiaojun hesitated before responding, gazing out the window. He recognized Zhou Zheng's talent, his drive, and his potential for growth, yet he pondered whether a swift promotion might ultimately serve him well. Moreover, there had yet to be any instance in the city of someone achieving such a rank in less than 4 months of service. Deciding to let matters unfold organically, he concluded that it would be best to allow the higher-ups to make the final decision. Old Hao, there is no precedent in Jiangbei for someone being promoted to a second-tier officer so soon after beginning their career. The decision regarding Zhou Zheng's advancement is not mine to make. I will mention it when I report to the higher-ups, but I believe it is best to let nature take its course. Very well. Given the leader's words, what could Hao Aigua possibly say? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Ma Xiaojun nodded. Next, I will notify the narcotics team to go to the Qiaobei station for the transfer of the suspect. You will coordinate the handover there. Understood. After Hao Aigua departed, Ma Xiaojun initially intended to call the narcotics team to inform them about the transfer of the drug dealer Lu Rongzeng at Qiaobei station. However, after some contemplation, he picked up the red landline on his desk and dialed the provincial office. At the Jiangbei City First Hospital, 2 fully armed police officers stood solemnly at the entrance of a modest single-patient room, their guns holstered in leather cases at their waists. Inside, the drug dealer Wang Chong had stabilized from his life-threatening condition, though his pallid complexion and the painful ribs that occasionally caused his facial muscles to twitch betrayed his suffering. Wang Chong, I advise you to cease your stubborn resistance. You are aware of our policy. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. Ma Ermao has already admitted you are his supplier. Do you think we cannot act against you if you choose to remain silent? The captain of the narcotics team, Wan Lishan, loomed over Wang Chong's bedside, exerting pressure on him. Having been awake for over a day, Wang Chong remained obstinately silent despite Wan Lishan's relentless interrogation. The captain felt the weight of urgency. Recent intelligence indicated that drug dealers had migrated from the south to Jiangbei, potentially linked to Wang Chong. It was imperative that this individual did not escape unscathed. Wan Lishan intensified his efforts, hoping to breach Wang Chong's psychological defenses. Wang Chong, with great difficulty, turned his head, managing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Officer, what is it that you wish to know? Encouraged by Wang Chong's willingness to speak, Wan Lishan quickly inquired. Who is your supplier? Is he from the south? Has he arrived in Jiangbei recently? Have you conducted any transactions? Wang Chong's mind stirred at the mention of police intelligence. Could it be that Boss Liu had been captured? He dismissed the thought. If Lu Rongxing had indeed been apprehended, Wan Lishan would not be so eager to extract information from him. Confessing could lead to a lighter sentence, but for someone as deeply entrenched in crime as he was, even the prospect of a lenient term was unattainable. Perhaps remaining silent would afford him a few more days of life. I don't know, Wang Chong coldly retorted, turning his gaze back to the ceiling and lapsing into silence once more. Blast it! Wan Lishan's frustration boiled over. This insolent youth had seemed on the verge of breaking, yet remained impervious to pressure. Wang Chong, Wan Lishan shouted, his face darkened with anger. Mind your attitude. The ringing of his phone interrupted the moment. Wan Lishan shot a glare at Wang Chong, glanced at the screen, and hurried to a corner to answer the call. Director Ma, how are things on your end? Have you made any progress in interrogating Wang Chong? A pang of anxiety gripped Wan Lishan as he cautiously replied, Director Ma, no. Not yet. This lad is as stubborn and foul as a stone in a cesspit. But rest assured, I will get to the bottom of his connections with the drug traffickers from the south. Wan Lishan expressed his determination over the phone. But Ma Xiaojun did not take the bait. Old Wan, put the interrogation of Wang Chong on hold. We have already apprehended the southern traffickers. Wan Lishan was taken aback. What? Captured? By whom? The Criminal Investigation Team or the Public Security Bureau? Ma Xiaojun's voice came through the receiver. Neither. It was Officer Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei police station. You should take someone to Qiaobei to bring him in. That's all. Wan Lishan hung up, his expression vacant, mumbling to himself. Again, the Qiaobei police station. Again, Zhou Zheng. A narcotics team officer beside him inquired, Captain, are you feeling any pressure? What did Director Ma say? I'm indeed under pressure. Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei station has apprehended the traffickers from the south. It's him again. Do you think Zhou Zheng has some sort of cheat? Wan Lishan remarked, a mix of admiration and jealousy evident in his tone. Chapter 91. The narcotics team boldly undermines Zhou Zheng at Detsi Auto Repair Shop. After Hao Aigua's departure, Zhou Zheng and his colleagues prepared to return to the police station. At this moment, the car thief Chunyang realized that the vehicle he had stolen belonged to a drug dealer. So, officer, does this count as a contribution? Chunyang mumbled. To be honest, if Chunyang hadn't stolen Lu Rongxing's car, he wouldn't have reported it, thus exposing himself. In this light, one could argue that Chunyang's actions were somewhat commendable. However, his motives were illicit, leaving Lu Jianjun momentarily unsure of how to classify the situation. Zhou Zheng remarked, What are you thinking? Car theft is your own volition, and even if teacher Zhang San were here, it would still be deemed unlawful. Come with us to the police station. We will consider your offenses accordingly. Thank you, officer, Chunyang replied. Meanwhile, Lu Rongxing continued to wail in agony. His foot broken and in excruciating pain, his voice hoarse from shouting. Lu Jianjun observed Lu Rongxing's injured foot and frowned. Xiaozhou, this fellow's injury appears quite severe. Perhaps we should take him to the hospital first. Zhou Zheng nodded. Despite Lu Rongxing being a notorious criminal, humanitarian principles dictate that his injuries cannot be disregarded. The other officers escorted Chunyang and the auto shop owner back to the police station for interrogation, while Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun took Lu Rongxing to the first hospital of Jiangbei City for treatment. After consulting with the orthopedic department and conducting x-rays, it was confirmed that Lu Rongxing had a stable fracture that did not require surgery. The doctor reset the bones manually and applied a cast for conservative treatment. During this time, Hao Aigua called to report that he had briefed Chief Ma and inquired about their whereabouts. Zhou Zheng replied that they were at the first hospital of Jiangbei City, attending to Lu Rongxing's serious injury. Hao Aiguo informed him, Xiao Zhou, Old Wan from the narcotics team will be looking for you shortly to discuss the suspect. This is Chief Ma's directive. Once you finish the handover, return to Qiaobei Station. Understood, Chief, Zhou Zheng responded. He was not keen on interrogating Lu Rongxing. Such matters were best left to the narcotics team, as it was their area of expertise, while he focused on apprehending criminals to achieve merit. Xiao Zhou, I have already mentioned your promotion to Chief Ma, and he has agreed to file a request for you. If this proceeds, you will become the youngest second-level inspector in Jiangbei City. Thank you, Chief. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of joy at Hao Aiguo's words, not out of a fervent desire for fame and fortune, but because he harbored an ambition to rise to the rank of police supervisor within 3 years. Promotion to inspector requires approval from the provincial department, while advancement to the ranks of police chief and supervisor demands the signature of the highest authority in the ministry. Without achieving extraordinary results and accelerating his progress, how could he aspire to ascend to the coveted position within 3 years? Having successfully advanced from probationary officer to third-level inspector in just a few days, he was determined to execute the next step with equal precision. Xiao Zhou, Hao Aiguo was even more enthusiastic about this matter than Zhou Zheng himself. At that time, not only would you bring glory to our Qiaobei precinct, but your parents would also swell with pride. Parents? Upon hearing those 2 words, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a twinge of sorrow. Who are my parents? Why do I have no recollection of them? Are they alive or deceased? If they are still living, where could they possibly be? Naturally, one would wish to share joyful news with their parents. However, for Zhou Zheng, this remains a distant dream. Perhaps there are traces of my parents hidden within the box left by my grandfather. Yet that box is secured with a code he does not know, and he is reluctant to damage it. His grandfather had once instructed him that after he wed Chu Yunyao, he should bury his grandfather's ashes in their hometown alongside the box. Would that be the moment he could finally unlock the secrets contained within? Presently, although Zhou Zheng has obtained a marriage certificate with Chu Yunyao, they are bound by a 3-year agreement and do not yet live as a true couple. Perhaps when the time comes, and they are genuinely united as husband and wife, he could learn the truth of his lineage when they return to inter his grandfather's ashes. Lost in thought, Zhou Zheng did not even notice when Hao Aiguo had hung up the phone. Hey, Xiao Zhou, what did the director just say? Why are you daydreaming? Lu Jianjun nudged Zhou Zheng with his elbow. Zhou Zheng, awakening from his reverie, replied, Oh, the director said we should hand over Lu Rongxing to the narcotics team. They will be coming for him shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Jianjun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Old Wan from the narcotics team? That was quick. Hello, Team Wan. Yes, we have Lu Rongxing in our custody. We're at Jiangbei First Hospital. He continued. This kid's foot was taken out of commission by Xiao Zhou. He didn't sustain any other injuries, so it won't hinder your interrogation. What? You're also at Jiangbei First Hospital? Perfect timing. We're in orthopedics, come to collect him. Wan Lishan hung up and hurried towards orthopedics with 2 members of the narcotics team. This marked the 2nd time they had retrieved a drug dealer from the Qiaobei police station, and it was somewhat embarrassing for the narcotics officers to request assistance from the precinct officers. Before long, Wan Lishan arrived in the orthopedic corridor and spotted Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun wasted no time and pointed at Lu Rongxing, saying, Team Wan, this is Lu Rongxing, a drug dealer from the south and a supplier to Wangchang. We found 3 kilograms of ice on him. You can send someone to the police station to collect the drugs. We will hand him over to you now. Wan Lishan shook Lu Jianjun's hand warmly, saying, Old Lu, thank you. How did you manage to capture Lu Rongxing? We interrogated Wang Chang for 2 days, and he refused to utter a word. Lu Jianjun chuckled softly and recounted, Lu Rongxing's car was stolen, and he reported it to the police. Then Xiao Zhou discovered. He briefly narrated the events. And Wan Lishan listened in astonishment. Wait, a drug dealer hides ice in his car, loses it, and chooses to report it to the police? Seeking their help to recover his vehicle? Is he out of his mind? Wan Lishan looked quizzically at Lu Rongxing. Why did you choose to report the theft? Were you not afraid the police would uncover the drugs hidden in your vehicle? Lu Rongxing, seated in a wheelchair, wore a despondent expression and replied, Isn't it customary to seek help from the police when something goes wrong? My possessions are cleverly concealed. Who would have thought that a thief would sell my car to a repair shop, which subsequently dismantled it into a myriad of parts? Is there a remedy for my misfortune? Your reasoning appears quite flawed. Wan Lishan, in a moment of exasperation, expressed his thoughts, regardless of Lu Rongxing's mental state. The circumstances remain unchanged. The individual is now in our custody and has been handed over to you, Old Wan, as Lu Jianjun remarked with a smile. Zhou Zheng undoubtedly has connections. Wan Lishan muttered under his breath, then suddenly looked up, a smile adorning his face as he firmly grasped Zhou Zheng's hand, saying, Xiao Zhou, would you be interested in joining the narcotics team? I believe you are destined to be with us. I mentioned this to you previously. Have you given it any thought? Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Lu Jianjun interjected, clearly displeased. Come on, Old Wan, have some decency. You can't be so blatant about trying to poach someone. If our director were here, he wouldn't take kindly to this, would he? He, isn't Old How absent? Wan Lishan awkwardly chuckled. I am willing to take the plunge. Zhou Zheng is a talent, and my admiration for him grows. What do you say, Xiao Zhou? If you agree, I will petition Director Ma for your transfer. It won't be in vain. Once you arrive, you'll be the head of the narcotics team. Old One will be awaiting your response. Lu Jianjun pulled Zhou Zheng away, continuing, Xiao Zhou, don't be swayed by Old One's persuasion. The narcotics team's work is arduous, grueling, and perilous. It's better to remain with our precinct. While the prospect of joining the narcotics team intrigued Zhou Zheng, he felt it inappropriate to switch jobs so soon after starting his career. For now, he preferred to tread steadily along his path. The two drove back to the Qiaobei precinct, first visiting the director's office, as Lu Rongxing knew it was essential to greet Hao Aiguo regarding the narcotics team. Upon entering the director's office, they were met with a pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, as Hao Aiguo bent over, applying a plaster to his aching back. Director, what troubles you? Both Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun inquired simultaneously. The old ailment of back pain has flared up again, and this time it is quite severe. I can hardly stand upright. Hao Aiguo lamented in agony. Chapter 92. The next director is none other than you, director. Please don't move. Allow me to assist you with the plaster. As Zhou Zheng observed Hao Aiguo bending over, grimacing in pain, he hurriedly approached to offer his help. Noticing that Hao was struggling to find the right spot for the plaster. Xiao Zhou, let me handle this, Lu Jianjun said as he stepped forward. Hao Aiguo replied. Xiao Zhou, let Jianjun do it. You don't know where to place it. The veteran officers at the Qiaobei police station were well aware of Hao Aiguo's chronic back issues, and most of the male colleagues had lent a hand in applying the plaster. As a newcomer, Zhou Zheng was unsure of how to proceed, so he handed the plaster to Lu Jianjun. Lu quickly and adeptly applied it to Hao Aiguo's back. Director, it's all set. Ah, thank you, Jianjun, Hao Aiguo responded politely, though Lu Jianjun frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Director, why say such things? We don't need to thank each other. Lu Jianjun said as he assisted Hao Aiguo in turning around. Hao slowly settled into a chair, exhaling deeply. Oh dear, my old back pain has flared up again. It truly hinders my work. I'm getting old. By the way, Xiao Zhou, Jianjun, why are you back so soon? Did Lu Rongxing hand over the suspect to Old Wan from the narcotics team? Zhou Zheng nodded. Director, Lu Rongxing was successfully handed over to Captain Wan from the narcotics team. He happened to be at the hospital and quickly met us after a phone call. Good. Then the 3 kilograms of drugs are still with us at Qiaobei Station. Have you informed Old Wan? They need to take it away quickly. It's a hot potato. I've assigned 2 officers to keep an eye on it. I have informed him. Lu Jianjun interjected. Captain Wan will send someone to collect it shortly. All right, that is good to hear. Lu Jianjun glanced at Zhou Zheng before turning back to Hao Aiguo. Director, before we left, Old Wan mentioned something that I'm uncertain whether I should share with you. What did Old Wan say? Jianjun, stop hesitating. Hao Aiguo inquired after taking a sip of tea. Director, I will speak plainly. Old Wan from the narcotics team wants to poach from us at Qiaobei Station. He wishes for Xiao Zhou to join the narcotics team. What? Hao Aiguo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he straightened up, inadvertently straining his back and grimacing in pain. Oh dear, Director, are you all right? I'm fine, Hao Aiguo reassured, one hand pressed against his back while the other waved dismissively. I merely tweaked my back. After all the assistance we provided to Old Wan, how could he repay us with such treachery? Indeed, Captain Wan even suggested that if Xiao Zhou joins, he would arrange for him to be a team leader. Isn't that rather unethical? Lu Jianjun added, fanning the flames of concern. Hao Aiguo suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Zhou Zheng has garnered a modest reputation within the Jiangbei police system, a rarity indeed. And it is only natural that some department leaders would cast their envious gaze upon him. Xiao Zhou, what are your thoughts? Zhou Zheng replied, Director, I have no particular thoughts and certainly no intention of seeking employment elsewhere. I am a member of the Qiaobei police station, and given the kindness you and my mentor have shown me, I cannot bear to leave. Ah, splendid. A radiant smile blossomed on Hao Aigua's face. I find solace in your sentiments. Xiao Zhou, I shall soon retire, and I believe the next director of the Qiaobei police station must be you. Lu Jianjun mused that the director, too, had taken to spinning dreams, yet Hao's tone suggested he spoke with sincerity. Hao Aigua continued, Xiao Zhou, you have only recently married, and you are in the honeymoon phase. Henceforth, you need not come for night shifts. Let us arrange for you to work the day shift instead. Zhou Zheng recognized this as Hao Aigua's gesture of goodwill and quickly waved his hand. Director, there is no need for that. I prefer to be treated as an ordinary officer. Please do not create any special considerations for me. Haraha. The smile on Zhang Aigua's face grew even brighter. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Working diligently as a police officer can still lead to a promising future. You too, this afternoon, please finalize Chun Yang's testimony. I shall make an exception today. Once you are finished, feel free to leave early. Lu Jianjun's face lit up at the prospect of leaving work early. Thank you, Director. You rascal. Hao Aigua playfully gestured at Lu Jianjun, yet said nothing more. Thinking to himself, I am well aware of why you mentioned that the old one from the drug enforcement team is trying to poach. You merely wish to remind me to value Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou is a gem of the Qiaobei station, and I would prioritize him regardless. Director, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. The two exchanged pleasantries and prepared to exit the office. As Hao Aigua instinctively stood, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, akin to ice being driven into his body. Ouch! He braced himself against the desk, hesitant to move further. Director, shall we escort you to the hospital? Lu Jianjun said with concern. However, Hao Aigua stubbornly shook his head, responding, to the hospital? This is an old ailment. I have consulted numerous doctors, and they all agree that my back cannot be cured. I can only rest in bed. With so many responsibilities here, how can I afford to lie at home? It seems to worsen each day. Zhou Zheng felt a spark of inspiration. He had never applied his masterful acupuncture skills. Why not assist the director with his back injury? With this thought in mind, Zhou Zheng offered, Director, may I take a look at your back? Hao Aigua raised his head in surprise. What? Xiao Zhou, do you possess medical knowledge? This back injury is chronic. Both traditional and Western medicine have proven ineffective. The implication was clear. While you are an excellent officer, the divide between professions is vast, and since neither medicine could alleviate my condition, there is no need for you to interfere. Zhou Zheng simply smiled. Director, my grandfather used to be the bodyguard of a high-ranking official and learned a few medical techniques from a renowned national physician. He later imparted some of his knowledge to me. If you trust me, I would be glad to assist you. Huh, is that so? I am somewhat skeptical. Yet I am aware that Zhou Zheng would never intend to harm him. Very well, Xiao Zhou, please proceed with your treatment. Do not feel burdened. Just treat it as a dead horse being used as a live one. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that Hao Aigua held little faith in his abilities. Director, please find a place to lie down. Then let us use my lounge. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun assisted Hao Aigua into a small suite within the office. This suite was approximately a dozen square meters, featuring a single bed along the wall where Hao Aigua could rest. With great effort, Hao Aigua climbed onto the bed and positioned himself comfortably. Zhou Zheng possessed masterful acupuncture skills, along with a considerable proficiency in pulse diagnosis and bone examination. His fingers danced like nimble serpents along Hao Aigua's waist. Director, does this area hurt? How about here? He swiftly identified the source of the ailment. Director, your back injury appears to be caused by strain, exacerbated by exposure to cold, which has led to the invasion of chill into your body. When the injury flares up, it manifests as both pain and coldness in the lower back, akin to ice picks piercing through the flesh. My goodness, Hao Aigua was astonished. Xiao Zhou, your observations are impeccable. Chapter 93. The marvelous applications of masterful acupuncture. Zhou Zheng swiftly deduced the cause of Hao Aigua's back injury, leaving Hao Aigua utterly astonished. Years ago, shortly after he had commenced his career, he had responded to a call to dissuade a young woman, distressed over matters of the heart, from jumping off a building. The day was frigid, with temperatures plummeting to -15 degrees Celsius, as the girl stood atop her 3-story home, unmoved by the pleas of her parents and friends. Upon arrival, Hao Aigua stealthily ascended to the rooftop, hoping to seize the opportunity to pull her back to safety. In his determination to save her, he had shed his coat, trembling from the cold. Just as he reached the girl, she leapt, and in a moment of quick reflexes, he grasped her hand, his body precariously dangling over the edge. In that desperate struggle, his elbow and abdomen suffered extensive abrasions, and his back was painfully strained. Other officers rushed forward to assist, but Hao Aigua halted them, fearing that any movement might cause him to lose his grip. The firefighters, delayed by the heavy snowfall, arrived later, and for over 20 minutes. Hao Aigua endured the icy conditions. Ultimately, the girl was saved, but he was taken to the hospital. In his youth, he was discharged within a few days. Yet the injury to his back lingered, causing him excruciating pain for years to come. Even Lu Jianjun was unaware of this incident, leaving him astonished at Zhou Zheng's ability to diagnose the source of the injury. A glimmer of hope ignited within Hao Aigua. It appeared that Zhou possessed a remarkable skill, more reliable than any physician he had encountered. Indeed, young Zhou, you are correct. This injury was indeed sustained in such frigid conditions. Is there a chance for healing? It should not pose a significant problem, Zhou replied, though this type of back injury was not overly challenging for him. He hesitated to make grand assurances on his first attempt at treatment. Very well, young Zhou, proceed with your treatment, even if it does not succeed. It is of little consequence. Zhou nodded and turned to Lu Jianjun, inquiring, Master, do we have any silver needles for acupuncture in the medical room? Silver needles? Lu Jianjun lowered his voice. Young Zhou, do you intend to treat the director with acupuncture? He has undergone it a few times before, but with little success. Are you certain you can handle it? With confidence, Zhou replied. The lack of efficacy stemmed from an unprofessional technique. The needles were not sufficiently long to reach the cold toxins and draw them out. Master, rest assured, I shall not undertake anything without confidence. Seeing Zhou's resolute demeanor, Lu Jianjun refrained from further discouragement. Very well, please wait a moment while I check the medical room. I believe I have seen a set of silver needles there before, though no one knew how to use them or where they were stored. Master, the ideal length for the silver needles is 4 inches. Anything shorter will not suffice. Additionally, I require medical alcohol and cotton. Understood. If I cannot find them, I shall procure a set from the pharmacy outside. Lu Jianjun remarked as he hastily exited the director's office. Zhou Zheng was not idle either. Observing the pained expression on Hao Aigua's face, he extended his hand to massage his lower back, alleviating the discomfort. Remarkably, the masterful acupuncture techniques complemented by his massage proved effective. Hao Aigua felt a wave of relief wash over his waist, the pain diminishing, accompanied by involuntary, almost euphoric sounds escaping his lips. Oh yeah, the sounds, reminiscent of a wildcat in heat, reached Zhou Zheng's ears, leaving him momentarily flustered. Director, could we possibly keep the volume down? Hao Aigua's aging visage flushed crimson with embarrassment as he replied. Xiao Zhou, this is merely a reflex, you understand? I wish I could control it, but it's beyond my power. He could not help but commend Zhou Zheng's prowess. You are truly remarkable. After just a few presses, I feel significantly better. I've sought help from doctors before, but none could pinpoint the right spots. Compared to you, they are utterly inept. Zhou Zheng chuckled softly, pondering to himself. Indeed, the system's offerings are exceptional, with no skill lacking in quality. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps, and Lu Jianjun burst into the room, a plastic bag in hand. Clearly not empty-handed. Xiao Zhou, how about these silver needles? They are 5 inches long, and there are 12 in total. Is that sufficient? Lu Jianjun extracted a rectangular box from the bag, revealing a neat arrangement of gleaming silver needles. Zhou Zheng nodded affirmatively. It's enough. The length is adequate. The quantity is irrelevant. I can manage with just one. Zhou Zheng was capable of using 6-inch needles, so 5 inches presented no challenge, and was more than sufficient for treating Hao Aigua's injury. As he spoke, Zhou Zheng deftly pinched a needle between his fingers, using medical cotton soaked in alcohol to sterilize it. Curiosity piqued. Hao Aigua craned his neck to take a glance, startled by the length. Wow, is that needle really that long? A 5-inch needle measures approximately 16.5 centimeters, which appeared quite intimidating. In his previous acupuncture experiences, the doctors had only used 3-inch needles, and they hadn't always inserted them fully. No, Xiao Zhou, you must be careful with such a long needle. You want to insert it all the way, right? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Director, no need to worry, it absolutely won't hurt. If you're scared, perhaps you should avert your gaze. In truth, Zhou Zheng was uncertain about the pain level. He merely wanted to soothe Hao Aigua, who seemed tense. What am I afraid of? I never said I was scared. Hao Aigua turned his head away, discomfort evident from his awkward position. While he spoke, Zhou Zheng expertly positioned the needle's tip and swiftly inserted it. Hao Aigua felt a sensation akin to an ant bite on his back, but was surprised to find it not painful at all. Zhou Zheng concentrated intently, maneuvering the silver needle around various nerves until he located the accumulated cold energy. With a flick of his wrist, the coldness was drawn out through the needle, and within a minute, frost began to form on its surface. Hao Aigua shivered involuntarily, as if a block of ice had been placed upon his lower back. Lu Jianjun gazed in astonishment, rendered speechless. My goodness! Regardless of whether Zhou Zheng could indeed remedy Hao Aigua's lumbar injury, how could an ordinary person possibly insert such long and supple silver needles with such finesse? 2 minutes later, Hao Aigua felt no trace of chill in his lower back. Instead, a comforting warmth enveloped him. Zhou Zheng had successfully expelled all the coldness, and Hao Aigua's injury was no longer a significant concern. As he withdrew the silver needles, Zhou Zheng inquired, Director, the treatment is complete. How do you feel? Is that all? So swift? Hao Aigua abruptly sat up. Oh, I must say, I no longer feel any pain in my lower back. Director, are you completely healed? You can even turn over by yourself. Lu Jianjun exclaimed in delight. Indeed. Hao Aigua rejoiced, leaping from the bed to don his shoes, moving his waist with ease. The once injured area had returned to its former state without a hint of discomfort. Xiao Zhou, I have a newfound admiration for you. You truly are a miraculous healer. Hao Aigua expressed profound respect for Zhou Zheng's medical expertise, overflowing with gratitude. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, equally elated. Not only had he assisted the director in alleviating his injury, but he also discovered that his mastery of acupuncture had garnered a remarkable 2,300 experience points in his mind. Chapter 94. The feeling of being targeted by a hungry wolf after aiding Hao Aigua in recovering from his back injury. A masterful acupuncture experience bar appeared in Zhou Zheng's mind. To upgrade, he required 300 experience points, and currently, he possessed 20. This modest sum was likely accrued from his assistance to Hao Aigua. The next level beyond master-level acupuncture was the legendary Grandmaster level. A thought flickered in Zhou Zheng's mind. If he were to ascend to Grandmaster-level acupuncture, could he perhaps heal Chu Yunyao's grandmother? As it happened, Zhou Zheng had yet to meet the elderly lady. He had only heard from Chu Yunyao that she was in a vegetative state, reliant on life support at a hospital in Beijing. The elderly woman shared a bond with Zhou Zheng's grandfather, being war comrades who nearly married. Regardless of the reasons, Zhou Zheng was determined to restore her health. He knew he needed to diligently enhance his acupuncture skills, and he also wished to accompany Chu Yunyao to visit her grandmother in the capital. Regardless of whether his skills had improved, he intended to treat the elderly lady during their visit. Xiao Zhou, what are you pondering? Lu Jianjun nudged him gently with his elbow, breaking Zhou Zheng's reverie. Oh, nothing much. Acupuncture can be rather taxing. I was just feeling a bit lightheaded, Zhou Zheng replied, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Is that so? Lu Jianjun said, somewhat disappointed. Seeing how effective your acupuncture was in treating the waist injury, I was hoping you could help me with my shoulder. But never mind. Recover your strength first. We can discuss it another day. Zhou Zheng looked up and inquired, Master, what troubles your shoulder? It's merely shoulder periarthritis. It's been persistent for several years without improvement. Master, take off your shirt. I will treat you now. As long as he practiced acupuncture, he would gain experience, and given that the patient was his master, it was certainly a win-win situation. Although acupuncture could indeed be draining, Zhou Zheng felt capable of managing it at this moment. Xiao Zhou, are you sure? Perhaps we should postpone this, Lu Jianjun said, noticing Zhou Zheng's slight fatigue. Don't worry. Master, hurry up. After the treatment, I still have to interrogate Qin Yang. Very well then. Lu Jianjun turned to Hao Aigua, saying, Director, may I borrow your restroom for a moment? Why are you being so polite, Jianjun? Feel free to use it, Hao Aigua replied. In remarkably high spirits after his back injury had been completely healed, he was in such a good mood that he wouldn't mind lending out his restroom, though he would certainly refuse if it involved his wife. In a matter of moments, Lu Jianjun had stripped down, ready for treatment. Zhou Zheng instructed him to sit on a chair and retrieved a 5-inch silver needle, sterilizing it before deftly inserting it into the acupuncture point on Lu Jianjun's shoulder. Wow! Hao Aigua gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape at the impressive acupuncture technique. Zhou Zheng held the needle with 3 fingers, his wrist flicking deftly as he withdrew the needle and inserted it into another point. He repeated this process, treating 3 points before concluding the session. Master, it's done. Lu Jianjun felt a significant relief in his shoulders, the painful symptoms having dissipated. He couldn't help but rise and stretch his shoulders. Previously, he could barely swing his arms, but now it posed no difficulty at all. Zhou Zheng, has my frozen shoulder healed? You are truly remarkable. Yet, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Master, I have merely managed to temporarily alleviate your frozen shoulder. For a complete and thorough recovery, a second acupuncture session will be necessary. I shall assist you again in a week, then you will be fully healed. Lu Jianjun found himself perplexed. Zhou Zheng, the director mentioned that his lumbar injury is far more severe than my frozen shoulder. Why did a single session suffice for him, while I require two? Zhou Zheng explained. Master, your situations differ considerably. The director's back injury primarily stemmed from coldness in the lumbar region. Once the cold is expelled, his injury naturally heals. In contrast, your frozen shoulder, though seemingly less severe, has accumulated over many years, making complete recovery a slower process. Why are you even explaining this to him? Hao Aigua interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jianjun. You, my friend, are being overly finicky. Zhou Zheng has managed to heal you. You should simply rejoice in that rather than nitpick. It's certainly better than suffering daily, I assent it. Lu Jianjun chuckled foolishly. Hey, I was just asking out of curiosity. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of experience points, increasing from 20 to 25 after treating Lu Jianjun's frozen shoulder, though it only granted him 5 points. At that moment, he felt a bit uneasy. Indeed, employing master-level acupuncture techniques was quite taxing. I can't go on, Director, Master. I need to rest for a while. I'm feeling somewhat fatigued. Zhou Zheng plopped down onto a chair. The two men immediately took notice. Hao Aigua remarked, Zhou Zheng, you don't look well. Treating us must have exhausted you. Why not take the afternoon off? Zhou Zheng quickly waved his hand. That cannot be done. We still have to interrogate Chunyao this afternoon. Lu Jianjun interjected. Zhou Zheng, I will handle the interrogation of Chunyao. You needn't worry about it. If the director suggests you rest, then do so. Zhou Zheng replied respectfully, Very well, Director. I shall take my leave. After several days of intense work, compounded by a night of sleeplessness the previous evening and the energy expended in treating Hao Aigua and Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng indeed felt overwhelmed. Rest, Hao Aigua asserted, waving his hand. In the police station, his word was law. Zhou Zheng, you should return home. It's almost noon. Invite your sister-in-law to lunch, and then you can. Hee hee. Lu Jianjun chuckled in a rather unrefined manner. Jianjun, how have you, as a master, become increasingly irreverent? Is this how one should speak? Hao Aigua cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jianjun and earnestly remarked, Zhou Zheng, young men must exercise restraint. Moderation is key. I understand that you have recently entered into matrimony and are enjoying the bliss of newlywed life. Yet we men must be mindful of our resources. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened as he reflected that his relationship with Chu Yunyao was merely one of marital status. They scarcely engaged in affectionate gestures, let alone deeper communication. Understood. Director. Well then, I shall take my leave, Zhou Zheng stated as he rose and hurriedly exited. Laughter from Hao Aigua's jest towards Lu Jianjun trailed behind him. Look. Zhou Zheng is embarrassed. Haraha. Zhou Zheng changed into casual attire as he stepped out of the police station. A gentle breeze caressed his face, alleviating some of his fatigue. He retrieved his phone to call Chu Yunyao, but after a prolonged wait, there was no answer. Perhaps Yunyao is busy with business matters. He muttered to himself, I should head home and rest for a bit. Boarding a bus, he alighted near Hamlin Garden Community. With one more stop to go, he leisurely strolled towards home. As he approached the vicinity of Hamlin Garden, an unexpected chill ran down his spine, akin to the sensation of being preyed upon by hungry wolves on a vast prairie. He swiftly turned around, only to spot a middle-aged man, hunched and laboriously pedaling a tricycle laden with scrap materials, a few meters behind him. Chapter 95. Chu Yunyao fell ill. A hunchbacked man riding a tricycle laden with scrap materials slowly passed by Zhou Zheng, his gaze unwavering. The ominous sense of danger that had enveloped Zhou moments ago dissipated entirely. He relaxed, chuckling to himself, questioning why he had harbored such suspicions. Perhaps fatigue from the past few days had clouded his judgment. Dismissing his thoughts, he quickened his pace towards the Hamlin Garden Community, swiping his face at the entrance, where the side gate opened to welcome him home. The security guard greeted him with a warm smile, and Zhou Zheng waved in acknowledgement as he entered the complex. Hey, you scrap collector can't enter the community. Go collect elsewhere, do you hear? The guard's expression darkened upon noticing the hunchbacked man lingering at the entrance. Come on, brother. Let me in just this once to collect my scrap, and there will be benefits for you too, the hunchback implored, tossing a box of Yushi cigarettes to the guard. The guard accepted the offering, his demeanor softening slightly as he leaned in to whisper, "Old chap, it's not a matter of flexibility. If I let you in, I'd lose my job." The hunchback proposed, "What if you allow me to enter through another gate? I want to use the main entrance. How about I give you 2 packs of cigarettes a month?" The guard waved his hand dismissively. "You can't enter any gate. I'll have access controls and cameras. Unless you climb over the wall on the west side, where there are no cameras. But even then, the patrolling guards inside would kick you out." "Oh, I see." The hunchback nodded. "Very well then, I shall seek scrap elsewhere." He cast a lingering glance at the community before turning his tricycle around and departing. Zhou Zheng arrived at his doorstep via the elevator, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. Upon entering, he noticed a pair of Chanel flat fisherman's shoes resting on the shoe cabinet, stirring his curiosity. Chu Yunyao had worn those shoes when she left that morning. Had she returned home, or perhaps she had come back briefly to change? "Yunyao?" He called out into the living room, but only silence greeted him. She might have returned to change her shoes and then left again. He muttered to himself as he slipped out of his shoes and into his slippers, first heading to the restroom. Upon his return, he noticed the door to Yunyao's room slightly ajar and, driven by curiosity, he gently pushed it open. Inside, he found the spacious double bed where Chu Yunyao lay covered by a blanket, peacefully asleep. So she was home after all. He had thought she was out conducting business. Zhou Zheng shook his head, pondering why she had not answered his calls. As he approached, he observed her closed eyes and long lashes fluttering occasionally. Her brow was furrowed tightly, seemingly burdened by immense pain, with traces of dried tears at the corners of her eyes. Realization struck Zhou Zheng that something was amiss with Chu Yunyao, prompting him to sit beside her and gently shake her shoulder. "Yunyao? Yunyao? What's wrong?" After a moment, Chu Yunyao slowly opened her eyes, yet her brow remained tightly knit. "Zhou Zheng, why are you back? Did you finish work?" she asked weakly. Zhou Zheng shook his head. "No, it is just noon now. My supervisor has allowed me to rest this afternoon, so I just returned." "Yunyao, what is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Chu Yunyao nodded and replied, "I have a severe headache. It feels as if my head is about to explode." Zhou Zheng promptly asked, "Why not go to the hospital? Come, I will take you there." However, Chu Yunyao waved her hand. "It's an old ailment. There's no need to go to the hospital. It will be better in a few hours." "No, Yunyao, if you are unwell, you must seek treatment at the hospital. You cannot let it linger." Zhou Zheng noticed bite marks on Chu Yunyao's lips, indicating the intensity of her pain. "I truly do not need to go. I know this condition well. There's no remedy at the hospital. I just have to endure this pain for a few hours." "Oh," before Chu Yunyao could finish her sentence, the pain seemed to intensify, and her complexion grew even more pallid, unable to suppress a cry. Seeing her in such agony, Zhou Zheng felt a pang of distress. Although he was unaware of the root cause of her headache, he believed he could alleviate her suffering with his masterful acupuncture skills. However, he lacked silver needles at home and thought of a pharmacy nearby. "Yunyao, I will step out for a moment. Please wait for me." Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng donned his shoes and rushed outside. Chu Yunyao was baffled, unsure of why Zhou Zheng was so anxious to leave. Shouldn't he stay by her side while she was in such discomfort? She sighed inwardly, the intense headache leaving her no time for contemplation as she cradled her head in her hands, seeking relief. The pain this time was more excruciating than ever, relentless like the waters of the Yangtze River, and she felt a desperate urge to bash her head against the wall. Minutes later, Chu Yunyao was nearly at her wit's end, tears streaming down her face, the pain gnawing at her like a parasite, offering no respite. She could hardly bear it any longer and even contemplated ending her own life. "It seems my condition is worsening," she murmured, succumbing to the ocean of pain. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng returned, breathless, holding a bag. "Yunyao, how are you?" He noticed her hair was damp with sweat, clinging together in strands, and felt a surge of concern. "Zhou Zheng, it hurts. My head aches terribly." Chu Yunyao resembled a frail child, curled up under the covers, her face twisted in anguish, evoking deep sympathy. "Yunyao, just hold on a bit longer. I will help alleviate your pain shortly," Zhou Zheng said as he opened the bag, revealing a small package containing the silver needles he had just purchased from the pharmacy. The needles were 4 inches long, just sufficient for the task at hand. With some sanitary cotton and medical alcohol available at home, Zhou Zheng took out a silver needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and asked Chu Yunyao, "Can you lean against the headboard?" "Zhou Zheng, what are you going to do?" Chu Yunyao glanced at the silver needle in his hand, feeling a tinge of fear. I will use acupuncture to relieve your pain. Trust me, it will have an immediate effect. But that makes me even more frightened. From a young age, Chu Yunyao harbored a profound fear of injections. The sight of the long, glimmering silver needle, measuring over 10 centimeters in length, held in Zhou Zheng's hand, intensified her terror, causing her head to ache less than before. Do not be afraid, Yunyao. Trust me, I would never harm you. A couple of quick pricks and the pain will dissipate, Zhou Zheng reassured her. How can I possibly endure something so long? Chu Yunyao replied, a mixture of anxiety and fear evident in her voice. Goodness, if that needle goes in, it might reach my throat. Yunyao, just give it a try. If it becomes unbearable, you can call it off at any moment, Zhou Zheng implored earnestly. Reluctantly, Chu Yunyao acquiesced. He positioned her against the headboard and merely glanced at the acupoint on her forehead before the silver needle accurately located the spot and penetrated her skin. In an instant, a refreshing wave coursed through her chaotic mind, while the overwhelming pain receded by 2/3. Wow, it seems to truly be effective, Chu Yunyao exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Zheng remained silent, fully aware that administering the needle required utmost concentration. He had just finished treating Hao Aigua and Lu Jianjun, leaving him mentally drained. Thus, he needed to summon all his focus. With a deft motion, he grasped the end of the silver needle, his wrist flicking with precision. In that moment, Chu Yunyao felt the remaining agony in her mind vanish completely, leaving no trace behind, as if her consciousness had been revitalized. The absence of pain in her head felt exquisite. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao was overwhelmed by an urge to weep. Chapter 96. The elusive cause of illness. Zhou Zheng, employing the art of acupuncture, alleviated Chu Yunyao's suffering with a single needle. The unbearable pain vanished abruptly, akin to a drowning person being suddenly rescued from the depths. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within her, bringing tears to her eyes. Yunyao, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Zhou Zheng inquired as he withdrew the silver needle from her forehead. It no longer hurts, not at all, Chu Yunyao replied with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, truly, thank you. Zhou Zheng chuckled softly. Yunyao, given our marital bond, there's no need for such formality. I would rather not hear you express gratitude towards me. Zhou Zheng, do you understand? Chu Yunyao gazed out the window, her heart still trembling. That pain was utterly unforgettable. It felt as though a sharp blade were mercilessly tormenting my mind. Your intervention has brought me relief, and naturally, I am grateful. After expressing her gratitude, she curiously asked, by the way, how did you manage that? This headache of mine has proven resilient to painkillers, and even the effects of morphine were far from satisfactory. Did you truly alleviate my anguish with just one needle? Zhou Zheng placed the silver needle back into its case and replied, indeed. The technique I employed is known as acupuncture, utilizing silver needles to stimulate specific points. However, I have merely provided temporary relief. Yunyao, may I inquire